One day, a massive tower appeared in the middle of a city, signaling the end of the world. Some called it the apocalypse, while others referred to it as a catastrophe. As people argued over what to name it, the tower began summoning humanity, sending notifications urging them to respond if they wanted to prevent humanity's annihilation. Those who were willing and able to fight back against the tower answered the call. Some were ready to sacrifice themselves for the sake of humanity and became known as Tower Walkers. Monsters poured out of the tower to destroy those who had responded to its summons. Though these monsters were fierce, the humans fighting them had the will to survive, and with one strike, they subdued them. After defeating the monster, an item appeared, the regression stone. This stone could turn back time and send its user back to when the tower first summoned them, retaining their memories. The stone could be split and used by others. A man who had obtained the regression stone wanted to test it and share the results. A brilliant light erupted from the stone, blinding the other tower walkers, who shielded their eyes. They were stunned to see the regression stone floating in the air, shining brightly. They wondered if their companion had gone back, and others speculated that this might be the case since he had disappeared. Now they too had the option to go back in time instead of continuing to climb the tower or face a swift death. Suddenly, monsters ambushed them, severely injuring them. Believing they were doomed, some agreed to use the stone to return to the past, hoping to escape the terrifying situation. As they ventured into the dungeon, they wondered if they were the last ones to go back, and a fellow tower walker confirmed their suspicion. Returning to the past offered a chance to undo their past mistakes and regrets. Unexpectedly, a powerful monster appeared, and they fought it. After defeating it, Yayan told his comrade Yunnan to leave. But when Yayan looked back, he was shocked to see Yunnan gravely injured and sitting beside a pillar. Yayan noticed the regression stone in Yunnan's hand and rushed to him. Yunnan apologized, saying that most of the others who returned never considered the state of the world they left behind. Yayan, stunned, watched as the colossal door opened. Upon crossing it, he was astonished to hear someone remark on his bravery, as no one had ever attempted to beat the 99th floor of the tower alone. The protagonist faced the giant monster, pondering if he truly would not return to the past. He grabbed his sword and confidently declared his intention to climb the tower. Meanwhile, the boss of the Nightmare's tower watched a video of Yayan and his team fighting the monster. The demon grinned, thinking he was about to obtain something valuable. In the past, a man grabbed a packet of chips, distractedly listening to the news about the recent wave of yellow dust affecting the weather. As he opened the packet, the chips spilled out, and a cute little girl beside him asked if he was a thief, as she liked those chips. The man leaned forward to pick up the chips and explained that it wasn't his fault, as the packet was already opened. On TV, the news anchor advised people to avoid spending too much time outside. Suddenly, breaking news captured the man's attention. An earthquake had occurred near Seoul, though it was small, and there were no casualties. However, seismologists warned the earthquake scale was increasing and urged people to take precautions. The ground began to shake, and the man listened closely to the news, concerned about what was happening. The earthquake grew stronger, prompting the government to implement measures to prevent casualties. Outside a mart, another earthquake struck, causing widespread worry. Suddenly, a massive tower rose from the ground, and people screamed in fear. The protagonist shielded the little girl, who began crying from the chaos. The mart was severely damaged, and someone asked if everyone was okay, assuring that an ambulance had been called. The protagonist asked the little girl if she was okay, and she nodded, tearfully asking what the tower was. Meanwhile, towers appeared in other countries like England and Japan. These colossal, mysterious towers rose in cities around the world, including Seoul. People called them nightmare towers and received messages congratulating them on being selected as tower walkers to save the world. They were asked if they would answer the call or refuse it. The protagonist accepted, unsure of what being a tower walker meant, but soon he was shocked to realize that those who responded to the call were armed for battle through a system interface that provided them with items and skills, much like in video games. However, they quickly understood that this was not a game. After answering the call, they received a warning that a tower impact would soon occur in their world. Everyone was shocked as they saw multiple videos of people outside the tower, trying to make sense of what was happening. Some workers, constructing outside the tower, were startled when they saw a monster perched atop one of the towers, mistaking it for a human. They tried to warn it to stay down, but the monster's wings appeared, its nails grew long, and it opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth. It roared, and with a single summon, the boss monster unleashed a swarm of goblins and creatures that charged to attack. When these monsters emerged from the tower and wreaked havoc on the world, it was known as a tower impact. Sirens rang, and the monsters caused massive destruction. People scrambled to save themselves, while military tanks appeared, trying to fight back. However, the overwhelming number of monsters swarmed the city, making it nearly impossible to control the situation. As a result of this invasion, a third of the world's population was wiped out, and the tower walkers could only stand by and watch helplessly. They were stunned as they remembered the notification that told them they would save the world and that they were now tower walkers. These tower walkers decided to climb the tower, confident in their ability to succeed as it promised they could save the world. With enthusiasm, they resolved to give it a try, as the only way they could end the nightmare was to defeat the tower, armed with their new extraordinary powers and skills. Now they were humanity's last hope, ascending the tower to prevent humanity's destruction. They fought a massive monster and reached a point where a large rock blocked a giant door. They sighed, unsure how to get past, though some of them were confident that they could break through it. The others were surprised by his optimism, knowing it wouldn't be that easy, but they decided to try. They began using their weapons to break the rock, and to their surprise, it worked. One of the tower walkers noticed a glowing object and called for his senior to check it out. They examined the glowing stone and learned it was a regression stone, which could turn back time. They were amazed, unable to believe such a powerful object existed. The leader of the tower walkers, Inchin Huang, gathered everyone's attention and decided to test it. With a dazzling flash of light, he disappeared before their eyes. Shocked, they wondered if he would return, knowing he had traveled back in time but still expecting him to appear in the present as well. Sakamoto, a former science teacher, adjusted his glasses and assured them that Inchin would return to the present time. He explained that while the timelines had been separated, they would never see Inchin again. Sakamoto used established scientific theories like the multiverse and parallel universes to explain that when Inchin went back in time, their world split into separate timelines. The tower walkers were astonished, unsure of what this meant for them. Sakamoto confirmed that although Inchin had traveled back, this world would remain unchanged, as the tower's items were known to be truthful. He speculated that the regression stone could send them all to different timelines, but it was also possible that everyone who used it would end up in the same timeline. Meanwhile, another tower impact hit the outside world, causing monsters to rush out and threaten humanity's existence. The tower walkers were now faced with the choice of whether to use the regression stone to return to the past or stay in the tower and perish. The tower had become a nightmare, and the catastrophe was wiping out those who tried to fight the monsters. The remaining survivors, now without hope, realized that they were doomed. One tower walker used the regression stone to return to the past, leaving only one behind, who knelt before a monster, ready to be consumed. Just then, a man holding dual daggers appeared, striking the monster multiple times, killing it. The tower walker was stunned, and the man smiled, asking if he was okay. He affirmed and looked around in surprise as his companions had abandoned him. Soon, the others returned, telling him that the others had fled. He thanked them with tears in his eyes for saving him. The rest of the team appreciated his courage for holding out till the end. Now the hope for humanity rested with those who hadn't been tempted by the regression stone and decided to stay in the present to save the world. They were humanity's last hope, determined to end this nightmare. Later Yon, breathing heavily, looked up through blurry vision, barely able to see Yuan's face. John, stuck against a wall and severely injured, wondered where it had all gone wrong. He remembered the time he and his companion had defeated the monster and how the creature attacked Yuan. Yunnan had rushed forward to draw the beast's attention, telling Yuan to attack now. The protagonist leaped down onto the monster and assured his companion he was ready. With a final strike, he beheaded the monster, securing victory. Afterward, Yin asked if there had been any casualties, and his comrade said thankfully, there had been none. He believed the injured would recover after some rest and that, if they kept this up, they might even make it to the final floor. They reached their gathering point, where the healer was tending to the wounded. The team greeted them happily, and the protagonist noticed a sword lying on the ground. Curious, he checked its description and found it was Worm's Bane, a sword forged over 1,000 days and nights by Bangu, the guardian of the 85th floor. It was made to defeat dragons and contained the power of both the sun and moon. He picked it up, excited about the better weapon he had found, just as Yunnan had predicted. The team's success seemed certain now, and they believed they would make it to the final floor. But then, everything changed. Now on the 998th floor of Hellfire, the protagonist stared in shock at a monster. This beast had killed all his companions, and with lava pouring from it, it could melt even metallic weapons. The protagonist was thrown by the monster's attack, his body smashing against the wall with such force that he coughed up blood. Dazed, he realized that all their efforts had been in vain. Everything they had worked for, all their hopes of saving the world, seemed to lead to this point, a pointless death. As the monster approached, he saw its mouth open to unleash lava, and he was frozen in shock. He felt powerless for the first time. Suddenly, Yunnan appeared behind the monster, striking it several times in an attempt to defeat it. He tried to bring the protagonist back to his senses, but when the monster attacked him, he jumped at it, pushing it away. He shouted that he couldn't finish the beast on his own and needed Yan's help. He tried to strike the monster, but before he could, the monster's horn attacked him. This enraged the protagonist, who couldn't accept the loss of another comrade and was determined to save him at any cost. The monster rushed off with Yon's body, leaving the protagonist momentarily confused. However, he grabbed his sword and chased after it. He was shocked when a string appeared from his sword, wrapping around the monster's horn. He wondered what the light was, but decided to focus on defeating the monster first. He hurried toward it, and after some time, he managed to subdue the beast. He instructed Yon to leave and observed his comrade's deep wound, noting that he was holding a regression stone. The protagonist was shocked and asked what he planned to do with it. Yunnan apologized, despite the gloom surrounding them in the tower. Yunnan had always smiled, earning him the nickname, the Smiling Knight, for his positive aura. However, this time, the Smiling Knight had lost his smile, his face now full of sorrow. The protagonist told Yunnan to leave and get out of there before he changed his mind. Yunnan was surprised that the protagonist noticed the stone and guessed its significance. The protagonist felt pity for Yunnan's weak body and tried to leave while ascending the stairs. He was amazed at how resilient Yunnan was and was certain that if anyone could reach the top of the tower, it would be him. Delighted that the world had such a person to defeat it, he leapt out of the tower window. Meanwhile, the protagonist reached the next floor and placed his hand on the door to open it and begin his next battle. He thought about his time with his teammates and was determined to keep moving. He opened the door and was shocked to find the place surrounded by stone. Later, the protagonist entered the 99th floor, where strong winds made progress difficult. He was attacked several times by the floor's ice monster, but managed to dodge and retreat. The monster was impressed that the human, despite being covered in snow, hadn't given up. The protagonist refused to give in and taunted the monster, asking if it was tired of playing with him. The monster attacked again. Later, the protagonist hid in an ice cave to avoid the monster. Quietly, he stuffed cloth in his mouth and worked to thaw the ice on his arm. The monster, roaming outside, remarked on the uselessness of the game of hide and seek. Yan was concerned about being found. He wasn't in a state to fight back and needed time to recover. It had been 10 years since he reached the 99th floor. Despite facing countless dangers on the 998th floor, the level of danger on this floor was far greater. The boss of the 99th floor was the Ice Dragon, whose breath was hard to withstand even with the highest cold resistance. Without the equipment left by previous tower walkers, he would have died long ago. He would have perished without using the suppressing dragon sword he obtained on the 85th floor, the Ice Demon armor Huan gave him, and the Flame King's bracelet from Hano Yal. Looking at the bracelet, he remembered Hano Yal. He closed his eyes and could almost feel her presence. He apologized to her, thinking that if he had acted sooner when she was attacked by the monster, he might have saved her. He was lost in thought when a blacksmith called out to him. The man asked if he was thinking of challenging the tower again. The protagonist confirmed, stating that it was definitely for Yan. He drank his tea and felt confident that this time he could win. Jay the blacksmith was relieved to hear this. Atopos, the village reclaimed after defeating the 50th floor boss, Ultimis, had seen many walkers injured or killed daily. Despite this, the people never lost hope. The priest set up emergency rescue units for those unable to fight, and the blacksmiths created free equipment for the walkers. The protagonist asked if Jay was now the last blacksmith in Atopos. Jay, sharpening his sword, didn't want the protagonist to remind him, as he was his only customer. More importantly, supplies from the lower floors had stopped, and the ores were running low. A few months ago there were still some, but now they were gone. The protagonist wasn't surprised, knowing that the tower had very few living humans left. Yayan didn't even know the current year but was confident that more than 10 tower impacts had occurred, and humans no longer climbed the tower. The protagonist speculated that humanity on Earth had been wiped out and asked Jay what he thought. Jay, concerned about the tower's changes, inquired whether anything had bothered the protagonist. The protagonist recalled the strange scribbles near the return stone sites. The messages read, "A tower within a tower, a nightmare within a nightmare." He rubbed his head, unsure what it meant. The protagonist said he hadn't noticed anything strange in the tower, but Jay shocked him by mentioning that Grandmother Hen had disappeared 2 days ago. They couldn't find her anywhere. The protagonist knew that if someone disappeared from the tower, it was either because they had returned to the past or jumped off the tower. Highland from Hen Potion and Jay from his workshop were among the few remaining support-type walkers. Jay was worried about her and struck his hammer while thinking of Grandmother Hen. After some thought, the protagonist asked Jay to teach him blacksmithing, which shocked him. Soon, the protagonist returned to the 99th floor. The ice dragon Visus asked if he was finished with his hide-and-seek game. Visus remarked that no human had ever reached the 99th floor alone since the tower's creation. He acknowledged that Yayan was an extraordinary human for making it this far alone. The protagonist smirked, thinking the last thing to acknowledge him would be a monster, not a human. He stared at the beast and remarked that after killing it, he would feel empty, as it was the only one to ever acknowledge him. Visus apologized to Yi, stating that someone like him, a mere human, couldn't defeat him alone. But the protagonist remained confident, gripping his sword, and asked the monster how it could be so sure. He drew the ice boss's attention to the armor it was so proud of, which began to crack. This enraged the boss, who was stunned by the human's arrogance. The monster made it clear that there would be no more playing around, and it prepared to unleash its breath attack. The protagonist rushed toward the monster's mouth to attack. After a brief fight, blood dripped from the ice spikes that had pierced his arm. The boss was impressed that Yuan kept fighting, but warned him that no matter how hard he tried, he would be met with overwhelming solitude and nothingness. Ice arms emerged, calling to the protagonist, and a face appeared, crying. Startled, the boss watched as the protagonist cut through the fake ice sculptures that were blocking his path, and charged toward him. The monster was taken aback by the force of his attack and suggested Yuan give up, as his skill wasn't enough to defeat him. Yuan refused to back down and pressed on, hoping to defeat the boss. He had started later than most and missed out on things like hidden skills and classes, which was why he had focused solely on one, thrust. He had killed millions of monsters with it, and his comrades joked that his name was synonymous with the skill. Every time he faced a dangerous monster, his comrades marveled at his abilities, wondering if he had been a wasp in a past life. As the protagonist continued using thrust, it grew faster, more precise and stronger, becoming as powerful as a hidden skill. It never tired him out because it wasn't a skill that drained spirit power. Despite this, his opponents had become formidable, and it was no easy feat to deal damage after hundreds of thrusts. As he charged at the boss monster, it opened its mouth for another breath attack, which concerned Yuan. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, he was shocked to see a light string strike the dragon's mouth and bind it. The same light he had seen on the 998th floor. Gripping his sword tightly, Yuan rushed forward and struck, cutting the dragon's mouth. He backed away, but the dragon, furious, still mocked him. Yuan questioned if his strike hadn't been enough, assuming it should have blown the monster's chin clean off. The ice monster sneered, telling Yuan not to get carried away with one strike. It then took to the air and inhaled deeply, preparing for another deadly breath attack. Yuan dodged, but the monster's attacks grew more numerous, coming from midair, making it harder for him to avoid. Realizing he had no chance of winning, he began retreating. The ice monster approached and commented that if there were 10 more humans like Yuan, it might have been defeated. Yuan, frustrated, snapped at the monster to stop acting so tough, with its chin hanging loose. The ice monster lamented how humanity had been deceived by the Dream Demon Stone, and how different their fate might have been without it. The protagonist, astonished, asked what the Dream Demon Stone was, but the monster didn't answer, continuing its assault. Yuan evaded, rushed toward the gate, and managed to escape, leaning on the door, breathing heavily. He realized how close he had been to death and recalled the monster's words about the Dream Demon Stone. What was it? 5 years later, on the 99th floor, the protagonist finally defeated the monster and received several notifications. He had earned the title of 99th Floor Nightmare, and his level had reached its maximum, along with his stamina, martial ability, and dexterity. Sitting on the monster's body, he scrolled through the notifications and sighed at the number of pop-ups. After subjugating Visas, he called out to him, asking what he meant by the Dream Demon Stone. Visas responded that Yuan already knew the answer and would learn everything on the last floor. As Visas's body began to condense and disappear, only a little blood and an item remained. The protagonist looked at the dropped item and saw it was an ice dragon sword. Imbued with the breath of the ice dragon Visas, the sword's edge revealed itself when its master's will to fight was shown. Yuan picked it up, examining it, but it seemed more like a dagger than a sword. To his surprise, the dragon's blood rose and formed a path. He noticed the number 100 written on the door and realized it was the final floor. Entering the door, he was struck by a terrifying sight. The number on the door changed to Control Room, and inside, he saw a giant screen displaying images of Jay and Grandmother Helen's picture, their shops, and the entire area of the tower. He wondered if this was what the current tower looked like, with all the summoning grounds and the top floors clearly visible. Startled, Yuan heard an anonymous voice from behind. The speaker seemed surprised that Yuan had made it there already, thinking he would go back to the village first. Alarmed, Yuan grabbed his sword and turned, but no one was there. The control room monster assured him not to worry and requested that he relax while waiting, mentioning the system could be tricky to use, even though it appeared fine on the surface. Suddenly, a notification popped up congratulating Yuan for being the first to clear one of World 294's tutorial games. His achievement was recorded in the undying Akashic records, and only monarchs of the Great Land could view it. Yuan was stunned by the message, unsure of what it meant by tutorial. He couldn't understand anything about it, and the faces of all his fallen comrades appeared before his eyes. He wondered if this was just a tutorial, and what would happen once the real attack began. He was so stunned that he almost lost his balance and nearly fell when the mastermind appeared. The boss monster was astonished and asked if the shock was too much. He hoped Yen wouldn't stay in shock for too long, or he might be consumed by his emotions. The monster realized it was too late to stop him, but didn't want Yen to be too upset, noting that he had done well for a mere human. The lion-faced monster was surprised when he saw Yuan's expression change, realizing that the shock was wearing off. He got excited as the protagonist recovered more quickly than he expected. Yuan approached the beast, cursing at him, and demanded to know who he was, since he appeared out of nowhere and started talking nonsense. The monster, filled with excitement, explained that he had been rambling without introducing himself, just thrilled to meet the protagonist. The beast never expected Yuan to make it to the 100th floor on his own, as that had never happened before. He introduced himself as Trin, the devil beast and master of the Tower of Nightmares that Yuan had just cleared. Yuan had many questions and asked if everything until now had been a tutorial, meaning the real challenge had yet to begin. Trin was impressed by Yuan's insight, praising his understanding. Before explaining further, Trin had something to show him. With a flick of his finger, several videos of different tower walkers appeared. He showed Yuan the first clip, where people had entered the tower and wondered what it was, as it seemed like a game to them. Yuan was shocked to see those clips, which showed his time with his companions, who had wondered what had just happened and whether the door in front of them could be opened. Yuan's eyes widened in shock as he saw the video of his team deciding to let Ko Yul join the party. Trin commented that they all looked so fresh there, noting that it had been a while since he had seen that. Yuan asked the protagonist if he was okay with Ko Yul joining them, believing that 3 people were better than 2. Then came the clip of Yuan introducing himself to the other tower walkers, where he greeted them and stated that he was from South Korea, and his primary weapon was a sword. Trin was amazed at seeing the faces that could no longer be seen, and the videos of the monster ambush, where one of the monsters attacked Yuan, played. Trin was eager as the clip showing Yuan with Ko Yul appeared. She called him, and it was clear they hadn't expected what was coming next. In the following clip, Ao Yul and Yuan were instructed to stop staring at each other and start fighting. Then came the heart-wrenching moment when Ko Yul was killed, and Yuan cried as he held her, pleading for her to open her eyes. Trin remarked that it was the tragic future, and he himself had cried when watching that. Another video played, showing Yunhan apologizing to Yuan. Trin, the master of the game, asked Yuan if he remembered all of them now, and if he felt anger, sadness, or regret. He explained that it was natural to have useless emotions when facing the past, but he was willing to give Yuan a new chance. With a wicked smile, he told Yuan he could start the game over again, thinking it would be a fantastic opportunity for him. Trin's head turned around Yuan, and he was certain that such an opportunity would only happen in a novel, as Yuan in his world would be the one who could start over with his current memories. Yuan was stunned. This wasn't the end, and he wondered if he wasn't supposed to save the world after climbing the tower. A notification congratulated Yuan on being chosen as a tower walker to save the world, asking if he would accept the summon. Yuan realized he had been tricked from the beginning. There was no way to stop the tower impacts. The only thing they could do was continue raiding the tower, but the idea of saving humanity was a false hope. Yuan muttered that he was sure Trin knew well he wouldn't return to the past. Trin started laughing, asking if Yuan was still focused on the past. He clarified that there was no item in the tower or the vast land that could send him back to the past. No such overpowered item existed, and it had all been a trick. Yuan asked what Trin meant, recalling the return stone item in the tower. He was stunned when Trin reminded him that it wasn't the return stone but the Dream Demon Stone. This stone didn't send the user back in time. Instead, it trapped them in the dreams created by the Dream Demon. Trin couldn't believe that Yuan's race had been so foolish. He had never realized that any race was so obsessed with going back to the past, commenting that only humans had such an obsession. Yuan agreed, thinking Trin was probably right. Trin, genuinely amazed, explained it further and then asked if they should begin the real game, which wasn't about going back to the past. Yuan received a notification congratulating him for clearing the tutorial and asking if he would like to continue in the actual game. Trin declared it was just playing from the start, trusting that Yuan would make the logical decision. But the devil's wicked tricks ended when Yuan refused to play again, leaving Trin dumbfounded. Yuan thanked Trin because, thanks to him, the protagonist now understood the tower. A new notification appeared behind Trin, startling him. The message detailed the game, the tutorial mode, and the Tower Walker's nickname, Tower of Nightmares. It explained that it was also known as the Stronghold of Regrets, the second creation of the Nightmare Dream Demon, Malak. Those who agreed to be summoned would be trapped in fabricated dreams created by the Dream Demon. Yuan knew he had entered the Dream Demon's world, and since that was the case, he wanted to hunt down Trin, the mastermind, and move on to the next level. Trin sighed and grabbed his head, explaining that there was no next floor. This was the end of the tower. Yuan no longer believed anything Trin said, as he had already lied about saving the world. Trin wondered if Yuan's reason for continuing was because the tutorial's reward wasn't sufficient. He laughed, not believing Yuan was still clinging to those feeble memories because of the reward. Yuan ignored his nonsense and attacked Trin's head, which disappeared. Trin regenerated his head and asked what Yuan wanted, if he was seeking a hidden item or skill. He was willing to give Yuan anything he wanted, as he had earned that much, but the protagonist didn't ask for anything in return. The devil questioned if he didn't wish to return to his original world, as Yuan had realized he was trapped in the Tower of Nightmares. He was certain that the protagonist had anticipated this, but there was no real impact in the real world. The protagonist, surprised, asked what the devil meant. Suddenly, he found himself in the real world, where a girl was apologizing to her companion for being late due to heavy traffic. She looked back, asking if he had bought the movie tickets in advance, but he had not. The girl, upset, said she would buy them and told him to hurry. The protagonist was confused, but before he could figure it out, his location shifted again, and he was now on a train, surrounded by passengers traveling happily. The devil assumed that Yuan might finally understand his situation, and believed it would surprise him to know that no one had died in the real world. His family and friends were all alive. The devil, glancing at the protagonist's phone, saw he was looking at something strange. The devil knew it must be significant for someone like Yuan, but was distracted, almost forgetting to show him the most important detail. He showed the protagonist a scene in a hospital ward, where doctors were asking a nurse about a patient's condition. The nurse explained that the patient hadn't regained consciousness yet and was still in a deep sleep. The protagonist moved closer to one of the beds and was shocked to see himself lying unconscious. The devil assumed that Yuan might be surprised by how pristine he looked, as decades had passed in the Tower of Nightmares, but only a month had gone by in their world. He also believed that the protagonist would never be able to defeat him, as the gap between them was as vast as that between humans and dragons. The protagonist sighed in relief, thinking it was good to know that his opponent was a dragon since he had already hunted one before. The devil, frustrated by the protagonist's attitude, attacked him. The protagonist blocked it, and later returned to Ada pose, heading straight to Jay's shop. There he found the place abandoned, covered in spiderwebs, and realized Jay had left long ago. The protagonist entered and began modifying his sword himself, using the skills he had learned from Jay. It had been 72 days, including that day, and every day he had been challenged without rest. No matter how he attacked the devil, he couldn't leave a scratch, yet the devil didn't kill him either. He didn't know why, but he was certain that the beast Rin had no intention of killing him. He refused to lose hope, no matter how many days or years it took. Meanwhile, the devil was nervously biting his nails, thinking of Yayan as a product he could sell. He was an exceptional one, as it was the first time he had seen something like him. The process of cultivation ensured that a product would safely adapt to the almighty land through a secondary process to ripen and enhance the product. The tutorial game was the primary method of choosing the best products. The devil explained that when a product reached maturity, it was given water and fertilizer to grow, but if it refused to evolve, it would be killed. A product's soul would not be destroyed if they died within the tower, but the devil was concerned about Yayan's soul. He knew the harvesters would intervene if they found out. He planned to raise Yayan properly and sell him, as it was his chance to rise to a higher rank. Even the gods who normally didn't deal with devils had contacted him because of Yayan. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared and attacked the devil. The devil, frustrated, blocked the attack with one hand and asked Yayan what he wanted, confident that there must be a reason for his actions. He asked if the protagonist wasn't tired of this and explained that things would have been different if he had listened and started the real game. He wondered why Yayan was behaving this way, and with a flick of his finger, created a glass wall between them. Furious, the devil demanded to know if Yayan was serious. The protagonist, shocked to see the devil's reflection behind him, gripped his sword and turned to strike. Before he could, he was thrown back and slammed into the wall, coughing up blood. The devil grabbed his neck and demanded an answer, offering to give him hidden skills or items in exchange. He wondered why Yayan insisted on pursuing something pointless. The protagonist clarified that he would hunt the devil and move on to the next floor. The devil, incredulous, asked what he had to do for Yayan to start the real game. The protagonist was pleased to have cornered the devil and was happy that he had endured until his breaking point. He then asked the devil something, telling him not to be surprised because the truth was that his universe wasn't made up of just one dimension. The protagonist knew this already, which surprised the devil, who wondered if he was truly aware of it. The protagonist mentioned parallel universes and the multiverse, things that existed on Earth as well. The devil explained in more detail that the main dimension level, called the Almighty Land, had countless alterations branching out from it. Earth was a small planet within this system, known as the 294th world. In the Tower of Nightmares, walkers could earn skills and items, working on their status to adapt to the Almighty Land system. This gave them a chance to travel to other worlds, with devils like him supporting the game. The protagonist asked why the devil was doing this and what he stood to gain. The devil, astonished, didn't believe that this was Yayan's true curiosity. With a flick of his finger, they exited the Tower of Nightmares, standing in a destroyed land. The devil remarked that Yayan might be wondering why the Tower of Nightmares had been summoned to his planet out of all the countless alterations. The devil understood that what might further pique the protagonist's curiosity was why he, and his family, were forced to face such a fate. The devil stared at him and said that it was simply by chance that his world was chosen. The protagonist responded that it was enough and he just wanted to understand why someone like him was managing the Tower of Nightmares. The devil was caught off guard and flustered when Yen asked him what he gained from this work. Reluctant to tell the truth, the devil tried to mask the real reason, claiming it was simply the kind of volunteer work his kind did. Judging from Yan's expression, the devil realized he didn't believe a word, but still went on, saying that devils enjoyed volunteering. Many devils, he explained, watched over exceptional travelers on different planets. There was even a place called Paradise where monsters and devils lived in harmony with humans. New words appeared above the devil's head, and he nervously smiled, hoping the protagonist would believe him. Yen looked at him, knowing that everything the devil was saying was nonsense. A few days later, the protagonist stepped out of the control room and checked his status. He was at level 100, with all his stats, agility, strength, health, willpower and mana, maxed out. Still, he worried, drinking a potion, because despite his maxed abilities, he couldn't defeat the devil. He lay back, questioning if stats like these were insufficient for a human to defeat a demon, wondering if it was the world system at fault. Suddenly, the protagonist felt a strange sensation, something he'd never felt before. Wondering if it was linked to maxing out his skills, he was shocked when he saw countless golden particles in the air. Thinking it might be a hallucination, he reached out, grabbing a few particles and closing his fist around them. Sometimes the particles felt smooth and delicate, other times rough and uneven like sugar cubes, constantly changing shape and structure. In that moment, he instinctively realized that these particles were the fundamental matter of the world. Now the protagonist could see the particles above the devil's head, which described his thoughts. The words stated that the monarch would provide for him, and the protagonist was astonished to learn about the devil's so-called volunteer work. The protagonist asked about the masters, wondering if they were like kings. This made the devil pleased, as Yen finally showed some interest in his proposition. The devil explained that the masters were the holders of the great realm, and those who completed the main game would receive a recommendation from a master to enter. The protagonist was amazed to hear about the recommendation, and the devil explained that his future would depend on which master he chose. Grabbing Yen, the devil swore on his honor as a demon to ensure that Yen would end up with a great master if he followed his instructions. He poked Yen's cheek with his nail, warning that the outcome would only happen if he voluntarily chose to play the main game. The protagonist commented that the devil seemed like a salesperson, which took the devil by surprise. He didn't understand what made him seem that way, but nonetheless, Yen agreed to do as the devil said, promising to leave in 10 days. 9 days later, the protagonist was still practicing his thrust on the dummies, and the devil, watching him, was fed up with the repetitive practice. He grumbled about how Yen was seeking attention. Deciding to be patient for a bit longer, the devil was close to getting Yen and was furious at the dream demons for tricking him into buying the cursed tower. He slammed the sofa in frustration, recalling how the dream demon had proposed the tower to him. The demon had convinced him that an expert-level demon had created it, claiming it was a steal for such a low price. However, he later discovered that it was just an old first-generation tower, unlike the latest third-generation versions that allowed the owner to stop the tutorial without damaging the product. Frustrated, he cursed the first-generation tower for not letting him stop the game without the product's consent. As he tried to deceive the protagonist into accepting his offer, the devil became worried when Yen refused and insisted on fighting him. Crying out, the devil thought that being poor was his punishment but hoped that at least the tower would work. All his struggles, he thought, would end the next day when Yen promised to accept the tower. The following day, the protagonist received several notifications before he could accept the invitation to join the main game. The system notified him about the Tree of Illusion, its roots, and the various fruits it produced. Then the system shared vital information about the Great Realm, outlining 12 key areas he must visit before dying, and the monarch of the Great Realm. It also presented 101 reasons why he should go to the Great Realm. Finally, another message arrived, stating that the Game Master wished to end the tutorial, allowing him to return to World 294 and continue the main game with all his memories intact. The system asked if he would accept the proposal. Devil Betron was overjoyed, as the long-awaited day had arrived. When Yen agreed to the conditions, the devil asked if he had memorized everything in the files he sent. Yen affirmed and thanked him. With everything in order, the devil eagerly instructed him to press the accept button. He'd been waiting for this moment for so long that it almost brought tears to his eyes. Unexpectedly, the protagonist attacked the devil, making him furious. He asked Yen if he knew what he was doing. Yen grabbed his sword and without hesitation, struck again, explaining that he would continue to attack from that moment forward. Ever since he started seeing the particles, something had felt off about his status. Every time he tried to strike the devil, something was just not right. It felt like a new sense was awakening in him. When the devil tried to grab him, Yen managed to cut his arm. Surprised, the devil wondered if this was what it felt like to truly be alive. Suddenly, a magical trap appeared, and several vines emerged from the ground, plants from the 91st floor, black iron wood. As the devil healed his arm, he remarked that he had never encountered anyone like Yen before. He wondered why Yen hadn't done this from the beginning, as it would have made both of their lives easier, and asked the protagonist if he agreed. The protagonist was bound by the vines on the 91st floor and asked the demon what he planned to do now, knowing that the game couldn't end without his approval. Devil Bien confirmed and told him the truth. He had long given up on seeking his consent. Now, he wanted to ask why the protagonist assumed this tutorial would go on forever. He explained that if over 100 days passed after completing the tutorial, the game would automatically end. This shocked the protagonist, as he was unaware of this rule, and the demon clarified that it meant he would remain there until the main game began. The protagonist grabbed his sword, named Bien Demon, and questioned the demon, asking if he was the trickster of the Great Realm, as they called him. The demon was stunned, but more so when the protagonist revealed that he was 784 years old and had been to 28 worlds. The demon had spent centuries cultivating various species in each world, just like an evil demon would. The demon asked how the protagonist knew this, but Yen kept speaking, mentioning he intended to hand him over to the Harvester, the Master of Darkness. The demon became concerned, wondering who Yen was, as he knew all of this. Seeing the words appear above his head, the protagonist smiled and asked who the demon was. The demon rambled about being the product of his cultivation for decades. Enormous energy radiated from Yan's body, breaking the vine's grip on him, and he stated he was no longer the demon's product. The protagonist became fiercer, and after breaking free of the vines, he attacked the demon. Although the demon dodged most of the strikes, he was alarmed at how agile and vicious the attacks had become. The protagonist struck the demon's arm, and the demon was shocked, wondering how Yen had grown so powerful and why his attacks were so ferocious. The demon speculated that it might be because Yen was awakened. Yen thought the tower might be a dream and considered that the demon could never kill him. He fought the demon repeatedly, questioning if his stats were too low for a human to defeat a demon. As the world began to show signs of tearing, the protagonist finally understood and began attacking the demon more deliberately. The demon, furious, shouted in frustration as the limitations were temporarily lifted. The demon transformed into its true form and attacked the protagonist, claiming he would no longer be accessible to him and that he should surrender. The demon struck Yen several times, but was impressed that he had reached the second adaptation stage so soon after completing the tutorial. The demon scratched his skin with his sharp claws and reminded him that as a human, he couldn't defeat him, for he was the beast Rin. The protagonist blocked the blows with his arm, wondering if that was the end. He grabbed the sword he had obtained after defeating the 99th floor ice dragon, held it firmly, and began stabbing the beast. He kept stabbing the demon, and as the count reached its highest limit, the demon remarked that the protagonist would eventually have to play the main game, and that this action was just hurting himself. When the stabbing reached 10 billion, the world's rules began to fall apart. The protagonist closed his eyes, feeling a bright light shine from half his face. Understanding the world around him, he felt free from the constraints of the world. He finally grasped everything that had eluded him, like the bright lines seen on the 998th and 999th floors. He realized it was a link connecting the demon to the tower. He rushed at the demon and struck him, and the demon, alarmed, questioned what had happened. He wondered how this could be, sensing the immense energy in Yan's attack. The demon cried out as he was struck again, falling to the ground, while the protagonist stood before him, demanding the demon listen. The demon wondered if Yen had fully awakened. The protagonist clarified that humans were not mere things for the demon to trade or evaluate with his warped standards. The demon, now reduced to a small creature crawling on the ground, was startled when Yen declared that he was no longer playing along with the demon's game. Yen intended to destroy this place and move on to the next floor. As the illusions shattered, Yen declared he would climb to the top, and once he reached the summit, he would bring an end to the cursed world created by demons like Beast Rin. The protagonist's status screen appeared, but his name, title, abilities, skills, and class were all unidentified. Devil Bian saw the tower falling apart and begged Yen not to do this, as there was no next floor. The protagonist pointed his sword at the demon, declaring that there was indeed another floor the demon didn't know about, which shocked him. The demon saw various scribbles across the 78th, 66th, and 47th floors. Yen realized the nightmare towers were merely imitations of the original nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusion. He asked the Beast Rin if they were at the root of the tree, and the demon asked what Yen planned to do. Yen stated that if this was the root, there must be a trunk, and they could reach it by breaking the ceiling. He lifted his sword and broke the ceiling, alarming the demon as he destroyed the tower he had worked so hard to build. The notification appeared, attempting to calculate the tutorial game's record, but an unexpected error occurred. The system failed to complete the calculation as the roof shattered. The system began searching for the remaining walker in the Nightmare Tower, but none were found, causing the game to fail. With this, the tutorial game ended. The protagonist found himself in a forest, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat from the intense heat. He finally saw footprints leading deeper into the forest. He finally arrived at the area teeming with wild beasts, surrounded by a multitude of them. The creatures were fully prepared and eager to strike at the protagonist, rushing toward him. But with a simple stab, he sliced one beast in half. He was startled by the sound of someone approaching from behind, and when he turned, he saw a giant monster staring at him. Realizing his shallow stab wouldn't suffice, he drew his sword and attacked the beast with a stronger thrust. Moving toward its head, he pulled out its horns and remarked that the monster was indeed the weaker one. Suddenly, someone called out to him, asking if he was human. He looked up to see a No Mong clan member and commented on his daring nature for obtaining the precious horn and defeating the 5-horned beasts. Despite activating his suspicion skill, he couldn't decipher their language, so he pointed at the horn and asked if they wanted it. He was willing to give it to them, but only in exchange for information on their location. Without warning, the No Mong clan member lunged at him with an unanticipated attack, which he dodged. Calling them antenna people, he warned that if they attacked again, he would kill them. When the man ignored him, the protagonist blocked his strike and declared it was their time to die. After some time, he quickly subdued the group and asked one of them where they were. The No Mong clan member responded in their strange language, and when the protagonist pulled on the creature's antenna, it cried out, still speaking in its peculiar tongue. The protagonist insisted they speak in a way he could understand. In response, the No Mong member threatened to kill him. The pain caused by pulling on his antenna made him bite off his tongue and cough up blood. Though the No Mong clan members weren't strong, they had more willpower than the protagonist expected. After burying the antenna in the soil, the protagonist left without gaining any useful information. As he continued, he received a notification about a small dimensional backpack, which would allow him to carry more items, providing up to 70 cubic feet of space. He marveled at it, as it seemed to function as an inventory, something he hadn't had access to since leaving the Nightmare Tower. He was glad they had allowed him to keep using the inventory and appraise items. He was frustrated, however, by the system's limitations in other dimensions, including the Great Realm. The protagonist placed the horn into the backpack and was pleased to see it still displayed information about the items. With his suspicion skill activated, he examined the crystals scattered on the ground. Using his skill, he learned that these were soul stones, which could increase a player's mana by a certain amount. Picking up one of the stones, he noticed that they came in different colors and wondered if they were crafted by jewelers. Either way, he decided they must be valuable, so he placed them in his backpack for later use. As he looked at other items, which seemed to take up too much space, he decided to leave them behind. Suddenly, his dragon sword began vibrating. He drew it, opened its massive mouth, and started devouring the remaining items. Watching it eat, he wondered what the items tasted like. Afterward, he noticed a map left behind. Opening it, he saw it was a map of the Tree of Illusion Chaos, which puzzled him as he hadn't encountered this term in the files the demon had sent him. He crumpled the map as he considered its meaning. Meanwhile, a group of people was ambushed by a pack of monsters. Among them, a girl rushed toward a beast, throwing her sword at it. However, the weapon struck her companion's leg, causing her to apologize as she meant to hit the beast. The man, although grimacing in pain while pulling the sword out, smiled and reassured her. Despite the mishap, the girl decided to continue the hunt. The man, however, grew furious and let it slide because of her cuteness, though he couldn't understand how she managed to hit his knee. Later, as the girl apologized again, the team members became concerned when they saw she had now attracted the attention of a 2-horned beast. The creature approached them aggressively, and the team urged the girl to stay back, not wanting to die because of her mistake. From a nearby cliff, the protagonist observed the scene and noted that the girl appeared to be the strongest of the group. He wondered if they weren't getting along, as it seemed their entire team might be doomed if things continued like this. The red-haired man, activating his Fire King's breath skill, challenged the 2-horned beast, fully prepared for its assault. The girl attempted to assist him, but in her hurry, she struck near his ear, leaving him in pain. She laughed and apologized, but the red-haired man, now covering his ear, cursed her, calling her foolish. She felt gloomy at his harsh words, but he clarified that he didn't need her help, still glaring at her. At that moment, the 2-horned beast lunged toward them. As it opened its mouth, one of the man's companions shouted a warning. Just then, the protagonist leaped from the cliff and charged at the beast, delivering a single strike that killed it. The beast's blood splattered onto the team leader's face, and the dust from the attack lingered. When it cleared, the protagonist stood atop the beast with his sword. The team members asked who he was, and once they confirmed he wasn't an enemy, they inquired if he was okay with them taking the monster's body. The protagonist asked if the 2 horns were valuable, and the team leader confirmed that it usually took 10 people to bring down a 2-horned beast. The protagonist then recalled that the monster he had killed earlier, which had 5 horns, was likely weaker. The girl, biting her nail, stepped forward and asked the protagonist who he was. The protagonist met her gaze, and she remarked that there were hardly any adapted players in all of Chaos, so she was curious about how someone could defeat a two-horned beast with just a single stab. She asked where he had come from, but the protagonist turned around and asked what Chaos was, which shocked her. As the group continued their progress, they asked the protagonist if he was just passing through. He confirmed this, and the team leader asked if he didn't speak the local language, to which he responded negatively. This puzzled the leader, as it was rare for someone to have a language barrier in that area. They asked him again if he was sure about this, and if he was truly okay with them taking the monster's body. The girl was enraged as Yuan casually passed by and killed a two-horned beast with a simple stab, without using any skills. She attempted to use her detection skill on him but failed, which shocked her since it was the first time her skill had failed. She tried again, but an error occurred, revealing that his mana level was as low as a non-adapted player's. Confused, she wondered about his true identity. Tapping Yuan on the shoulder, she quietly asked who he was. She questioned how he could defeat the two-horned beast with just a stab and where he came from. The protagonist glanced at her, surprised to hear the term chaos, and asked her what it was. She became annoyed, wondering if he was joking, but Yuan assured her that he wasn't. She asked why he would say something so absurd and thought it might be due to a language barrier. Speaking more slowly, she asked him again who he was. Yuan clarified that he understood her just fine. As he thought about her question, his life on Earth seemed meaningless now that he was in the tower. He had made new friends and memories in the Nightmare Tower, but they had all disappeared once the tutorial ended. The companions he fought alongside were probably still alive on Earth, but with their memories intact, they wouldn't remember him. So, he told her he had lost his memory. Mino felt sympathy for him after hearing about his amnesia but quickly became angry, not believing his story. She doubted his words even though he looked her in the eyes and claimed he had amnesia. The protagonist never said he had amnesia, but Mino insisted it was the same as having it. She then rambled about him possibly being an abyss warrior or something similar. Yuan was confused and suddenly noticed his sword vibrating. Mino asked if he could put it down. As soon as he unsheathed it, the sword grew, which shocked her. It was a spirit weapon. The sword opened its mouth and started devouring other weapons. She realized that Yuan might not be powerful himself, but he wielded a potent weapon. She wondered if he was thinking that if he revealed his spirit weapon, everyone would see it and be amazed. The other members were also astonished by Yuan's spirit weapon, watching as it consumed all nearby swords and gear. Mino saw that Yuan was unaware of the attention he was attracting. The protagonist, lost in his thoughts, ordered the sword to return to its case form, satisfied. Mino couldn't believe he had ruined her mission. She could have easily beaten the monster herself. She decided to propose something, agreeing not to ask about his past, but wanted to offer him a suggestion. She explained the chaos briefly and introduced herself as Mino. She told him that her group was from the Red Fox clan, a ruthless bunch of thugs. Yuan quickly realized she wanted him to kill them for her. Mino was confident he would eventually find out that the Red Fox clan would come after him as well. She warned him not to stare at them too much at night. The group's leader suggested setting up camp to avoid disturbing the horned beast at night. One member kept watch from a tree while the others relaxed around the fire. Yuan, lying down, knew a village was nearby and was playing with the fundamental particles in the air. During their conversation, he overheard the group gossiping about him. They believed he only defeated the two-horned beast because of his spirit weapon and speculated that the only way to obtain such a weapon was by entering the abyss. Yuan realized that they thought he came from the Tree of Illusion. He was surprised by their conclusions and figured they would be shocked if he told them the truth, that he had acquired the weapon in the roots. Meanwhile, Mino approached him, grabbing his collar and asking what he was doing as the enemies were closing in. She anxiously inquired about the sword he was feeding earlier, insisting that he use it to kill them. Yuan glared at her and replied that he didn't have it, as he had lent it to someone who was on watch. Mino was shocked that he had given away his spirit weapon so casually. All the Red Fox clan members surrounded them, thanking Yuan for the weapon and calling him a fool. They didn't need it, as they were from the Red Fox clan, and some couldn't believe they had been called there just to fight two people. They planned to kill Yuan and Mino immediately. Mino cursed them, baring her teeth in fury, which caught Yuan's attention as he finally saw her in action. The Red Fox clan members rushed forward, with their leader commanding them to kill. Mino quickly threw daggers at their heads, killing them instantly. She then kicked one in the face, grabbed her daggers, and hurled them at the others. After eliminating most of the clan members, she returned to Yuan, apologizing for her forcefulness. She explained that she was just a little upset, then retrieved her daggers, pointing them toward the survivors, warning them they were about to experience pain. The Red Fox clan leader had suspicions after Mino lured all the monsters to them. He realized she might be the Witch of Destruction and wondered who had sent her from the Black Forest clan. Mino smiled, dismissing the question, and told him it didn't matter who sent her, as chaos was full of people wanting them dead. She threw more blades, and the leader laughed, confident that the Black Forest clan wouldn't intervene over such a small matter. Using Yuan's spirit weapon, the leader of the Red Fox clan shattered Mino's daggers with ease. He confidently held the spirit sword and muttered that someone might have hired her privately, advising her not to pray because this was the end for the Witch of Destruction. This angered Mino, as her opponent thought he could defeat her with just one spirit weapon. The leader of the Red Fox clan laughed, feeling more secure with extra backup to deal with them. She surveyed the area and realized that at least 30 or 40 of them were first-stage adapted players, explaining the numerous footsteps she heard. Her opponent commented that they were up against a witch from the Black Forest clan and a man who had killed a two-horned beast in a single strike, so he wanted to be fully prepared and asked if she thought he would challenge her without some insurance. He hadn't summoned the master for nothing. She was shocked to see Black Fox present, assuming he must have a lot of free time lately. The Black Fox clan's third-stage adapted player and the master of the Red Fox clan stuck out his tongue, wanting the Witch of Destruction to acknowledge his presence. Black Fox informed her that half of the Red Fox clan had come to hunt her. Mino was astounded and sarcastically commented on how honored she felt, knowing Black Fox clearly wasn't busy. She wasn't sure if she could even defeat a third-stage adapted player like him in a one-on-one fight. She called out to the protagonist by his amnesia name and Abyss Warrior, which surprised him. She felt guilty for saying this but couldn't protect him, so she threw the return stone at him, urging him to run. The protagonist caught the stone and recognized it as the Nightmare Stone but still asked her about it. Mino explained it was a return stone that would send him to the nearest fortress. She only had one, so she wanted him to use it and leave immediately, which stunned him. He was surprised to learn the stone didn't send him back in time but kept them alive in the present. This made him wonder what would have happened if he had given Yon one of these stones back then, instead of the useless ones he found at Nightmare Tower. The protagonist asked if there was a way to return to the past, to which she responded with a startled expression, questioning why he'd ask that now, in such a chaotic situation. The protagonist affirmed, and she replied that she would never go back in time because she had worked hard to get to this point, pointing her blades toward their opponent. She firmly stated that she wouldn't go back, even if it meant dying that day. The protagonist tapped her on the shoulder, stepped forward, and reassured her that she wouldn't die that day. He then grabbed his sword and moved to attack their enemy, leaving Mino confused and surprised. Soon, the protagonist rushed in, swiftly defeating most of their enemies. This enraged the master of the Red Fox clan, who instructed his men to use the 14th technique of the Fire King. The Red Fox members fell into formation and began the technique. The protagonist, undeterred, activated his third-stage awakening oblivion, abandoning the identity the world had imposed on him. He charged at them, slashing through their ranks and reaching the Red Fox master. Black Fox tried to block the protagonist's stab with his hand, but the sword pierced through, splattering his blood onto the face of the Red Fox clan leader. The master was shocked and speechless at seeing his defeat. He handed the spirit sword over to the protagonist, who, upon receiving it, turned toward the remaining enemies. As they rushed to flee, the protagonist pointed his sword at them and made a shallow strike, releasing a massive surge of energy that wiped them all out in one move. Mino was stunned, unable to believe her eyes, as the strike Yuan made was anything but ordinary. She remembered how he had willingly handed over the horns of the beast back then, thinking he was careless. He had been oblivious to the danger, showing his spirit weapon to the thugs who admired it. But she had been wrong about him. He was genuinely strong, even without his spirit weapon. She called out to him, asking once more about his true identity. The protagonist smirked at her question and teased her, asking if she had forgotten his identity, as she knew who he was. This flustered Mino, who wondered what he meant by that. The protagonist assumed she must have lost her memory, thinking he was the only one with amnesia. Mino was taken aback and remarked on how petty he was, asking if he had to rub it in. She asked him to return the return stone she had given him, but was shocked to learn that he had already lost it. Angrily, She demanded to know if he realized how much those stones cost. Yuan suggested she look around if she wanted it back so badly. Later, as they sat by a fire, the protagonist relaxed, pleased to have a quiet night, while Mino searched through his backpack for the lost returned stone. Frustrated, she couldn't find it and scolded herself for giving it to a stranger. The protagonist, feeding his spirit sword, asked how they could be strangers when they already knew each other. She turned to him, asking what they knew about one another since she didn't know who he was. The protagonist smiled and answered that he was human, which annoyed her. She wondered what he meant, and he asked if she was also human, which she affirmed. This realization made the protagonist clench his fist and mutter that it should be enough for them to know that. Mino was startled and wondered about his expression. She thought to herself that he was right. The fact that they were both human should be enough. The next day, as they traveled, she asked if he remembered anything from before entering chaos or from the Great Realm. The protagonist confirmed he didn't, which made Mino gloomy. She envied him for not remembering anything and assured him that most people would envy him for this reason, as they all ended up in chaos for obvious reasons. Yuan asked what she meant and inquired how they all ended up there. She paused, preparing to explain, but warned that once he realized what he was asking, he would probably regret it. Soon, they arrived at the Gorgon Fortress, guarded by 2 soldiers at the entrance. Mino was relieved, and they hurried toward the gates. The protagonist, however, was startled as he took in the scene, realizing it felt like one of those invitations from the first floor of the tutorial. He was shocked to see people in distress, many injured or pleading for mercy. One woman clung to her husband, unwilling to go without him, all of them enduring immense pain and praying for salvation. Having witnessed such faces many times before, Yuan asked Mino what this was. She was amazed at the sight and asked if he understood what he had just asked, how she ended up in chaos. She warned him not to ask anyone there that question, while Yuan watched in horror as people suffered, blood splattering and enduring unbearable agony. She somberly greeted him to the world of dead chaos, explaining that those who graduate from a nightmare tower usually end up in one of 2 fates, either chosen by the gods of the abyss or selected by the masters of the great realm. Some chosen ones find glory in battle, but most fail and end up in chaos, which is the stem of the tree of illusion. He asked if those who die in the great realm end up in chaos, and she confirmed, adding that if someone died there, they were gone for good, serving as nutrients for the tree of illusion, with no blood spilled as they would already be dead. The protagonist was alarmed, thinking he'd finally escaped the tower only to find himself in the land of the dead. She asked what he was muttering about, but he said nothing, then asked her if this place was truly the stem of the tree of illusion. She confirmed that what most people call nightmare towers were the roots, chaos is the stem, and the abyss is the branches. They were all part of the tree of illusion. Alarmed, the protagonist recalled the name of the tree from Malaka's words and the scribbled message in the nightmare tower, stating that the countless towers were merely the roots supporting the first nightmare at the top of the tree of illusion. He realized that his struggles might not have been in vain, as there was still a higher place to aim for. Meanwhile, the soldiers were heading to the platform, and the leader gave instructions to get to work, telling them to line up and proceed. Upon reaching the platform, the general ordered them to put on their gear and line up. One man emerged from the sack, and the general, shocked by how weak and emaciated he appeared, assumed he might have died due to his weakness. He ordered the man to stand straight and asked if he had been a webtoon artist in his past life. Mino, calling the general James, surprised him, and he wondered what she was doing at the northern checkpoint. She explained that it was a coincidence and asked him to allow her entry since he knew who she was. James apologized, explaining that things had changed recently, and now everyone entering the fortress needed a certificate. She was stunned, asking if he meant the silly certificates her brother had issued. She assumed they were poorly timed, looked at Yuan, and asked if he had one. He confirmed he didn't, leaving her no choice but to use another tactic. She approached James and whispered, apologizing for forgetting her certificate. She handed him a horn, asking if he would accept it in place of the certificate. James was stunned by the 2-horned beast's horn and put it into his jacket, telling her she could enter because they had known each other for a long time. She laughed, and the soldiers were surprised. James turned to the protagonist, asking for his certificate. Yuan plainly stated that he didn't have one and inquired if it was a requirement. Mino winked, feeling sorry for him, and assured him that she would help him if he asked. Inspector James clarified that Yuan couldn't enter without a certificate, which Yuan understood. He began searching his bag, and Mino became concerned, wondering if he planned to kill the guards to gain entry. She feared he might be crazy enough to take such drastic action, imagining him slaughtering the soldiers with a single strike. She quickly stepped in front of Yuan and asked James to wait. However, they were startled when they heard approaching footsteps, and the soldiers saluted. The pride of Gorgon Fortress and the most diligent checkpoint inspector, Carlton Javier, had arrived. He asked James what was happening, and after hearing the explanation, Carlton realized Yuan wanted to enter but lacked a certificate, which was strictly prohibited. The protagonist asked why, and his question irritated the inspector. Carlton explained that if a person's identity couldn't be confirmed with a certificate, the checkpoint inspector had the right to deny entry, according to Article 27, Paragraph 4 of the Gorgon entry law. Everyone knelt, as Carlton used his legal code skill, and Mino groaned, forced to kneel by the skill. Inspector Carlton reminded them that he also had the right to detain Yuan under the same law. Yuan grabbed his sword, cutting the chain that held Mino, and declared it was enough, shocking Carlton. Yuan made it clear that he didn't care about the silly laws, sheathing his sword and asking what the certificate contained. Carlton was stunned, wondering how Yuan could break his legal code spell, as no one had ever done that. Yuan explained the certificate contained real name, institutional affiliation, occupation, main skills, criminal history, spiritual impurity, and other personal details. The protagonist guessed he didn't need the certificate because he refused to disclose anything about himself. Carlton then attempted to use his legal code again, but it failed. He resorted to his silver bond skill, stating that he would detain Yuan according to the Gorgon Detainment Act, causing chains to appear around Yuan. But these two failed to capture him, breaking apart. The soldiers were shocked, wondering how Yuan had broken Carlton's chains. Carlton was equally surprised and asked if Yuan couldn't do the same thing as Mino. Mino grew concerned, realizing Yuan might take the same path she did. She had bribed James with a piece of the two-horned beast's horn, and he quietly accepted it while the soldiers ignored it. The soldiers and James were shocked by the bribe, and Yuan took something from his bag, which Mino tried to stop. He threw it at the inspector, who caught it. Yuan requested entry into the fortress in exchange for the item. James was furious, asking how Yuan dared bribe the inspector, assuming he had lost his mind. He then asked Carlton Javier for permission to execute Yuan immediately. The inspector stopped him, asking if Yuan's name was truly Yuan. The protagonist confirmed. The inspector told him he had been waiting and referred to him as the messenger of Nung. Later, Mino learned the truth about James' bribery, and a device was placed on her head. She was then warned that her spirit contamination level had exceeded 15%, and she was advised to take a recovery pill immediately. He told her spirit was corrupted and asked if she understood the implications, to which she angrily confirmed she did. Yuan asked her what spirit contamination meant, and she took her pill, astonished by his cluelessness. She couldn't believe she had partnered with someone like him and explained that spirit contamination was a chronic disease everyone in Chaos suffered from, caused simply by being in the area. Once the contamination level reached its peak, it could have devastating consequences. That's why the horns of the horned beasts were so valuable, she added, noting how excited Inspector James had been earlier. James saluted the inspector, informing him that all the newcomers had been safely evacuated to a nearby village. She continued that the horn was the only item in Chaos that could combat spiritual contamination, so everyone needed it, though she got hers for free thanks to someone. She started chewing her pill. Inspector Carlton then informed Yuan that he would scan him, moving the device close. As it began scanning, Yuan turned red, and an error occurred, causing him to burp. The device couldn't measure his spirit contamination level, which stunned everyone. They wondered what this meant. Carlton looked at the device, which read 0 contamination, and smirked as if he understood. He grabbed Yuan's hand and said that since the check was complete, he could have his spirit stones back. Yuan was surprised, not thinking the inspector would return them. Carlton explained that the stones of fallen souls should not be given away so easily. Yuan clarified that he wasn't from Nung, as the inspector kept calling him, and Carlton smiled at this. After some time, they entered the fortress, where James asked if he would be allowed to leave. He then asked if James knew what the stones of fallen souls were, to which James responded they were items that increased mana for adapted players. Carlton confirmed this, but added there was more to it. He then removed his glove and showed James his hand, which began to burn after touching the stone. James grew worried, asking if the magic stones did this to him, and Carlton confirmed. He explained that only people from the Nak family could handle the stones without becoming contaminated by them. Yuan didn't seem like he was from the Nak family, but apparently, he could still handle the stones. James asked how Carlton knew he could trust Yuan. Carlton admitted he didn't trust him but believed James could sense the truth in his soul. He referred to the malfunction when they tried measuring Yuan's contamination earlier. James remembered the gauge malfunction, and Carlton explained that such a malfunction was impossible, leaving only one explanation: Yuan's soul was purer than anyone else's in chaos. This shocked James, who found it hard to believe, but Carlton didn't care if Yuan was from Nak Mong. They needed someone who could handle the stones, and the matter would be decided by the inner council. James wondered if this had something to do with their lord's current situation, but the inspector wasn't sure. On their way back, Carlton stopped and asked James if he had accepted a bribe, since Mino had mentioned his name, which sent a chill down his spine. Later, inside the fortress, Yuan felt confused by the streets, especially since Mino should have been the one leading. He remembered the inspector instructing her to bring her certificate next time, in accordance with the Gorgon entry law. Those without a certificate, or those with falsified ones, could be denied entry and face severe consequences. Carlton decided to forgive her because Yuan had asked him to be lenient, but he reminded her that bribery was strictly prohibited. Mino became frustrated with Carlton's constant referencing of the laws, exclaiming it was enough. He reassured Yuan that she would be fine but needed some time, wishing him a pleasant stay in Gorgon. Yuan thought the legal lecture felt more like nagging and assumed the inspector was a real annoyance. As he walked on, he saw a man and asked him for directions to a blacksmith skilled with swords. The man down the bridge overheard and listened quietly. Yuan showed the man his spirit sword, asking if anyone could handle it. The man doubted it, while another figure on the bridge looked at the sword with interest. Mino soon regained her senses and bumped into him, asking when they had entered the town. He asked if she was feeling better and suggested it was time for her to find her way. She was shocked by this and asked him how he could just abandon her like that. She followed him, apologizing for her earlier behavior, claiming she was just joking. Yuan said she had done enough by bringing him here and could only be a burden now. He looked at her and explained that he could see her damaged soul, and that they should part ways. This made her furious, and she rushed at him, angrily saying that he didn't understand the trouble he might get into. Startled, Yuan assured her he could ask for directions from the locals. Hearing this, Mino, who knew the town well, suggested that he ask her. Yuan sighed and told her he was looking for a dream demon. Mino approached him, saying she had an idea where to find one and asked if he wanted her to guide him there. Yuan agreed, grabbed his sword from his bag, and noticed some strangers. He said they should first deal with these men, as they seemed to want something from them. A group of gangsters surrounded them, and the man who had overheard their conversation smirked, knowing they had finally found their target. The leader asked the man if they were dealing with people who had a good sword, which he claimed was glowing. The man clarified that he never said that. Mino, furious, demanded to know who those losers were and ordered them to leave, warning that they would have to apologize. The gangster was surprised and remarked that the red-haired girl was certainly feisty, but warned her to watch her words. One member of the group got angry, and another explained that their junior, only 12 years old, was just going through puberty and would get upset if someone spoke rudely. He also added that it wasn't good to talk to growing kids like that, so he instructed them to hand over the sword or else his junior would take action. Another member rambled that they had to pay a toll if they wanted to pass through. The protagonist thought they were in trouble, while Mino was stunned by the fact that they were calling the giant man their junior. The junior gangster, frustrated, believed they didn't understand who they were dealing with and demanded that they hand over the sword to avoid anyone getting hurt. Mino was shocked and asked how the giant could be a junior. The man rushed to attack her, claiming she had spoken badly and it was time for her punishment. He tried to strike, but Yuan attacked him with his sword, cutting his arm and throwing him away. This shocked the rest of the gang, and the protagonist wondered why everyone around them talked so much. He stepped forward, pointed his sword at them, and told them to come at him if they wanted to fight. The gangster grew furious, upset that their man and junior had been harmed. The junior cried out in pain. The man, trembling with anger, swore that no one could cut off their precious junior's hand and cursed Yuan, vowing to make him pay for hurting their sweet junior. Other members informed their boss that the junior was still alive, and Mino was speechless, hearing them call the giant their sweet junior. The gang members rushed to attack, eager to show what would happen if someone messed with them, but the protagonist calmly lifted his sword and attacked. There was a burst of sound as he wiped the blood from his blade, leaving Mino impressed by his skill. She asked him how he managed to beat them all with a stab, marveling at how powerful his technique was. Yuan explained that stabbing was his only skill, which stunned Mino. She assumed he was joking. The protagonist mentioned he knew the shallow stab, normal stab, and hard stab, which left Mino wondering if he was serious. She recalled someone she knew who used just one technique, although it was slashing, not stabbing. Yuan was intrigued and assumed it was unusual to use only one skill. She then asked why his attack had gone off course earlier, startling him. She questioned why he had smashed the roof of the opposite building and wondered if he had lost control. He remembered and explained that while fighting the thugs, someone kept using a cloaking skill across the street, which distracted him, so he decided to scare them off. Mino was terrified and wondered who would destroy a roof to scare someone. Yuan asked if everyone didn't do that, noting his comrade Yunnan would have acted the same way. Mino suggested he come up with a cool name for his skill, and he asked what kind of name she had in mind. She proposed names like Black Flaming Spear or Aura's Infinite Spear, and asked for his opinion. Yuan clarified that he didn't like fancy names, so she suggested Demon Destroyer or Meteor Spear, and he instructed her to keep going. They eventually reached a stall where a lady was selling items, and after passing it, they arrived at a shop that pleased Mino. This was the Twilight Smithy, established by Dream Demon, the largest blacksmith in Gorgon. She was startled when someone asked if they had come to place an order. The boy Naven, a worker at the Twilight Smithy, apologized and explained that orders might take a while, even if placed that day. Mino wondered why that was and asked if they already had too many orders. Naven explained that the head blacksmith was away, and the deputy blacksmith was busy training workers. He suggested they browse the finished products if they were looking for something. The deputy blacksmith was overseeing his workers, and they were amazed to see a sword made from the horns of a four-horned beast, marveling at how sharp it was. The deputy blacksmith taught them that the sword, made from the four-horned beast's horn, needed a hole in the handle to insert a gem. The workers were eager to do this task as it was a great opportunity for hands-on experience with such a valuable item. Michael Garrett, the blacksmith at the Twilight Smithy, laughed, saying the four-horned beast's horn was incredibly tough, and they wouldn't be able to drill a hole in it. He admired his workers' confidence but lifted his sword and declared that whoever could drill a hole in the horn would become the deputy blacksmith for the day. One worker tried using a hammer and large nail to make a hole, but he wondered why it was so hard. Another worker told him to step aside and tried himself, snatching the hammer from his hands. He wondered how Michael Garrett had managed to craft the sword. Michael was surprised by how weak his workers were, disappointed that they couldn't even make a dent. He offered them free reign of the blacksmith shop for the day, but they couldn't even manage a simple task. Naven raised his hand, wondering when he would get a chance to try, but he was startled when the protagonist stepped forward. He tried to stop him but was told to wait. Michael looked at the protagonist and assumed he was a young traveling artisan, thinking he wanted to try because it was the horn of a four-horned beast. Michael was still deciding which smithy Yuan came from but assured him that there was no way he could succeed. He told him that if he thought it was easy just because his apprentices failed, he was mistaken. Yuan didn't respond and asked where Michael wanted the hole. Michael clarified that it wasn't that they were bad, but that he was simply an exceptionally skilled blacksmith. He explained that the horns of four-horned beasts were extremely difficult to shape, so most people couldn't handle them. Yuan placed his finger on the horn, releasing a powerful wave that pushed Michael back. Michael was stunned as Yuan drilled a hole in the horn with just his finger. Yuan then spun the horn around his finger and asked if this meant he was the deputy blacksmith for the day. Soon, the sword cracked and shattered into pieces, shocking everyone, as this shouldn't have been possible. Yuan apologized for accidentally breaking the sword, frustrating the deputy blacksmith, who cursed him. He was charging toward Yihun in a rage to attack, but his apprentices stopped him. He asked if that was all Yihun had to say and questioned if he had lost his mind. The deputy blacksmith asked if he knew how expensive those horns were. Yen responded that he was trying to be gentle. Nain and Mino were stunned as he called this gentle, and he had still broken the dagger. The protagonist showed no regret for his actions, commenting that it wasn't hard to break the horn entirely, just difficult to break it the right way. Though not entirely sincere, he apologized for his mistake. Michael gritted his teeth in fury and asked if Yen thought his apology could make up for it. He grabbed Yuan's collar, saying the horns were incredibly valuable, and he had just destroyed a four-horned beast horn. Now, he wanted to run this place for a day. Despite Michael's harsh attitude, the protagonist remained calm and assured him that he would make up for it by giving him something better to cover the cost of the horn. Michael didn't believe him and asked how someone like him could possibly have something more valuable than the horn. The protagonist reached into his bag and pulled out a horn from a 5-horned beast, shocking the blacksmith. He asked if this was better than the previous horn, which amazed the workers, as it was a 5-horned beast's horn from Garnak. The protagonist asked the deputy blacksmith if this covered their loss, as he didn't have any 4-horned beast's horns, or whatever they were called. Michael was stunned, wondering if the horn was a real Garnak horn. He confirmed that it more than made up for their loss. The protagonist was taken aback, calling him sir again and asking if he could use their smithy for a while. Michael instructed his apprentices to close the door, which they promptly did. He led the protagonist to the smithy. Mino, seeing that everything seemed fine, told him to go ahead and start without her, as she had somewhere to stop by quickly. They placed a closed sign at the entrance of the blacksmith shop, and Michael informed him that this was the Twilight Smithy, the best smithy in Gorgon, with the finest equipment and staff. He encouraged Yen to feel free to do whatever he wanted, since he would be the deputy blacksmith for the day. The protagonist expressed his gratitude. Michael then asked where Yen had found the Garnak horn. Yen removed his cape and explained that he got it himself, which astonished Michael. He asked if Yen meant that he killed a 5-horned beast. Yen confirmed and explained that the monster that attacked him was the one with 5 horns. Michael was shocked to learn that Yen could hunt 5-horned beasts, as such creatures were rarely encountered by people in Gorgon or Chaos. The protagonist put on his apron and asked Michael for help, as he needed a sheath but had never made one himself, though he had repaired them before. Michael was surprised and asked if he wanted to make a sheath from a 5-horned beast's horn. He wondered what was so special about the sword but was taken aback when he saw its spirit sword form, thinking it was a replica of a frost worm blade, knowing it was made by a dream demon. Though rare and beautiful, he still thought using a Garnak horn for this sword seemed excessive. He suggested making a new sword with a horn instead. While Michael was holding the sword, it began to vibrate and opened its mouth, which shocked him. He wondered what was happening. The sword consumed part of the 5-horned beast's horn and threw a piece at Michael's face. Michael was speechless, realizing the sword was the real spirit sword. Judging by its energy, he deduced it might be possessed by the soul of a much higher species, and he was stunned by how it had ended up in this sword. Watching the sword evolve, he realized it was undergoing a significant transformation. He then told Yen that he would need to rename the sword. The protagonist asked what he meant by renaming, and Michael explained that spirit weapons lose their original name after undergoing such a major transformation. On another note, it seemed they would need to find something else to make the sheath. Yen angrily glared at his sword, commenting that if it kept eating things without permission, he would call it the pig sword. But he was fine with that since he had another horn. Michael was confused and asked how he had another horn. He recalled that it was a 5-horned beast horn, so it might have 5 horns, which mortified him. He asked Yen how he would like him to help, and the protagonist simply looked at him, saying he wanted to watch him work. Michael confirmed and asked Yen if he had ever tried shaping his shield but allowed him to decide since he was the professional. This put pressure on Michael, but he agreed and decided to show him his daybreak craftsman skill. Meanwhile, in the Gorgon Inner Castle, a man was apologizing to his superior, explaining that after Yen killed the street thugs, he lost track of his target. Jürgen Shever, the Prime Minister of Gorgon, took another sip of tea and asked how the man found him. The man wasn't sure but remembered waking up on the roof. The Prime Minister was stunned because this meant Yen had seen him and had pierced the advanced cloaking of a 3rd-stage adapted player, a master-level skill. He suspected they were dealing with a 5th-stage adapted player and instructed his man to assemble a team to search the entire city if necessary. The man confirmed and left. Jürgen Shever's head began throbbing as he felt vibrations, and everything started shaking. Furiously, he slammed the table and requested his lord wait a little longer, as they would definitely find a solution. Meanwhile, an announcement in the bar captured everyone's attention. The girl summarized the week's top 10 players, including Siren. She felt sleepy after providing the information and informed the audience that that would be all for the day, except for the final video clip. It was a widely discussed video featuring the protagonist fighting the ice dragon, though his face was blurred. Everyone wondered what happened to him and assumed the master would have lived to capture him. One man asked if they hadn't heard that the cultivation of that tower had been stopped, which shocked others. They asked why, and he said it was inevitable that some demon had messed with the system. Rumor had it that the protagonist abandoned the tower and escaped, smashing through it. Some even doubted the authenticity of the video. The man reasoned that no one could survive alone on the first-generation tower. Most demons had to team up to afford towers, so they couldn't believe he had escaped. They speculated that the demon might be rich and wondered why he didn't sell the footage online if that were the case. The man demanded the waiter bring him another pint of single-horn beer. The waiter acknowledged and asked him to wait a moment. Suddenly, Mino burst through the door, drawing everyone's attention. Her presence and figure impressed them all. She sat at the chair near the bartender, and the man next to her tried to flirt, calling her a pretty lady. He asked if she didn't mind joining him, but Mino gave him a furious glare and released her killing aura, instructing him to leave. The man, frightened, quickly stood up and walked away. Mino wondered why she was in such a bad mood, then placed a spirit stone on the table and asked the bartender for a drink that would kill her instantly. After some time, she drank several glasses and bottles, pretending to be drunk. She rambled about how ridiculous everything was and expressed her frustration with Yuan, calling him impossible to deal with and thinking he saw himself as some important figure. She continued to complain to the pub owner, Claire, asking if she knew what Yuan had said. Claire, as if already hearing enough, acknowledged her words but saw that Mino wasn't even drunk yet. Mino asked Claire why she continued to hang around him when she got so annoyed. Claire assured her that she had no trouble attracting attention from men. Mino didn't understand how she could feel this way every time she saw Yuan. She recalled how he always acted as though he was above everyone else, swinging his sword around without regard for anyone. Mino recounted how Yuan had once said that knowing he was human should be enough for them. She furiously slammed her mug on the table, saying she never understood what he meant. He went around picking fights without knowing anything about chaos, and most people would hesitate to leave when threatened, but he didn't care. She felt like he made her feel worthless, and she angrily scratched at her mug. She thought about how much effort she, Claire, and everyone else had put into getting where they were, and then this guy just appeared out of nowhere. Mino remembered when she asked Yuan why he was looking for a dream demon, and he said it was for revenge, sure that she wouldn't understand even if he explained. She explained how Yuan looked down on her, which made her even more annoyed. Claire patted her head and sighed, calling her a silly girl and advising her to stay away from him. However, Mino was reluctant and still wanted to stay with him. Claire warned that if Mino stayed with him, she might end up dead for real. Mino was confused by this and wondered why staying with him would lead to death. Just then the bar door opened, and a golden bird flew in, dropping a scroll into Mino's hands. It was a letter from Carlton Javier, the inspector of the northern checkpoint of the Black Forest clan. Mino was stunned to read the sender's name and cursed him, wondering what that rude, stubborn inspector wanted with her. As she opened the letter, she became nervous, but before she could read it, someone asked her if she was the Witch of Destruction. Startled, she reached for her blades, declaring that was what some people called her. But before she could attack, the man behind her grabbed her hand and disarmed her. The man told her he didn't mind getting rough but was busy, so he wanted to save the fighting for later. He told her that right now, he needed her to do something for him. Meanwhile, at Twilight Smith, Michael lay trembling on the ground, terrified of what was before him. The horned beast told him he wasn't allowed in, and Michael was confused, wondering how he was supposed to mold something like this. He was shocked by the sight and wondered how such a world could exist. The protagonist pulled him up and told him to snap out of it, reminding him they were here to smelt the sword, and Michael was supposed to help properly. The beast attacked, throwing them both away. After failing to mold the horn repeatedly, Michael panted and said he couldn't do it anymore. His tools hadn't even made a dent. He explained that the item was too advanced for him to handle. The protagonist placed his hand on Michael's head and said it wasn't a matter of skill, which shocked Michael. The protagonist used the first stage of awakening, which allowed him to see the true nature of reality. Michael's eyes began to shimmer, and the protagonist explained that this was how to view things. The second stage of awakening was understanding that nature, and Michael stared at the horn, which began transforming into bubbles that soon spurted and rose. Michael rubbed his eyes in disbelief, thinking it was an illusion. But when he looked again, the horn had transformed into a beast, its tongue protruding. He was shocked. The beast attacked, and the protagonist pulled him back, saving him. Yuan told Michael that if he was going to help, he needed to do it right. Michael, still shaking with fear, asked what that thing was and if it was the true nature of the five-horned beast. He was horrified at the thought of trying to fight it with his limited skills. Looking at the door, he refused to accept what he saw. He assumed he might be dreaming and tried to wake himself up, cursing and running away, insisting it was just a dream. The protagonist tried to stop him, but Michael didn't hear. He opened the door, calling for help to save his home, but his eyes widened in fear when he saw skeletons all over the place. One of the skeletons spoke, asking if he had finished smelting the items and calling him the deputy blacksmith. Michael, now on the verge of tears, wondered how such a place could exist. Meanwhile, the protagonist attacked the beast again, slamming his hammer at it. The monster roared in pain, but Yuan kept hitting it. The beast eventually broke free from his grasp, and Yuan rushed at it, slamming it once more. Michael, grabbing his head in panic, shouted, questioning why he was in such a terrifying world. He wondered if some things were just a waste of time, no matter how many times they were attempted, like a human trying to imitate a dream demon's abilities or surpassing their natural limits. He felt too old to handle a Garnak horn and thought maybe he should have come to see the head blacksmith sooner. He apologized to Yuan, admitting that he had to deal with a pathetic human like himself. Michael knew he had never made a tower and didn't deserve to be called an apprentice. But Yuan didn't care what species the deputy blacksmith was. He needs a sheath, so if he could make one, he should continue, Michael said. Yuan insisted, stubborn as ever, for him to keep trying, over and over again. Michael laughed after hearing this for the millionth time, commenting that Yuan was still young and might believe he hadn't put in enough effort, but he truly had tried his best. Although Michael wasn't sure if Yuan would believe him, he recalled Jay saying that he had mastered every necessary blacksmith skill. No matter the weapon brought from a nightmare tower, Jay could fix it 99% of the time. But when he reached that level, a strange thought crossed Jay's mind. Perhaps he wasn't striving for the 99%, but running away from that last 1%. Yuan thought back to when his abilities reached their peak and wondered aloud if Michael knew how the molding skill worked. Michael responded that the Dream Demon molding skill was an ancient one, as fundamental as fire or water. It had always been, so he questioned how humans could ever understand the world's origin. Even if they could, it wouldn't matter. Yuan interpreted this as meaning Michael had been using the skill all this time without understanding it. Michael fell silent and explained that he had been strengthening his hammer and chisel with mana, shaping the horn with that power. Yuan asked if that was the process, and Michael confirmed. He pointed to the apprentices and questioned why they hadn't learned the skill yet. Michael realized that if the basic principle was so simple, his apprentices should be able to mimic it, even if they hadn't formally learned it. Yuan was impressed. Though he didn't know much about the skill, he was good at using it. The others were more focused on the results, not the method. Michael asked if Yuan knew how molding worked, and Yuan replied that he didn't before, but now he did. Everyone was curious, and Yuan began molding the horn with his finger. As he worked, they marveled at how the particles seemed to split. Yuan knew it wouldn't be easy, as the hard work of the others had solidified the world's walls. Michael wondered aloud if he had worked too hard. Yuan explained that hard work wasn't the issue. Sometimes, if something isn't working despite your best efforts, the problem may lie with the world, not with you. Michael, puzzled, asked what Yuan meant. Yuan believed Michael didn't understand why things weren't working, even though he was trying his best. He remembered when his master had told him that this was the Dream Demon's method, not the human way. Although he had asked the Dream Demon how humans did it, the demon had refused to explain. He had told him to blame the species he was born into because, as a human, he would always be an apprentice. Yuan rejected that, believing he could be as great as the Dream Demon if he kept working hard. Yuan grabbed his head and asked Michael if he thought he should fight the world, believing it was fair and rewards effort, but never acknowledging anything wrong with adapting to it. Frustrated, Yuan asked if Michael really believed that was fair, telling someone they couldn't do something they were capable of. Michael might be old, but he was still able to fight. Yuan urged him to try again, this time without relying on the system and using his own eyes. Soon, Michael stared at the horn and questioned if this was the world he had lived in, one without skills or interfaces, an honest world without deception. Grabbing the chisel firmly, he wondered if this was even possible. Unsure, Michael took the hammer and struck the chisel against the horn. After a while, they asked Yuan if he was leaving, and he replied that he might as well since he had accomplished what he came for. Looking at his sword, Yuan guessed it might be satisfied, as it would have devoured the sheath again if it hadn't liked it. Michael asked if Yuan had chosen a name for his sword, but Yuan had not. Michael requested permission to name it for him if he didn't mind. Yuan nodded, and Michael came up with a name, Doc Bien. Yuan was taken aback, realizing it meant the lone hero. Michael smiled, proud of his choice. They exchanged farewells, and Michael wished Yuan well, reminding him that he was one of their best customers. Just as Yuan was about to leave, Michael stopped him, looking concerned. Yuan asked what he saw in him, but Michael remained silent. Yuan responded that he looked human, which shocked Michael. He wondered if anyone could understand how lonely Yuan's world was, walking alone among those who were different from him. Later, Yuan asked Mino why she kept following him. She stopped and wondered if he was asking because he feared she was up to something. He looked at her and asked if she was conspiring behind his back. Mino winked, saying she planned to kill him. Yuan asked why she wanted to do that, and she replied it was because she wanted a comfortable life by selling his fallen soul stones. Yuan smirked at this, but Mino insisted she was serious, which made him laugh. She then told him she wanted him to take a package and give it to someone. Yuan asked what it was, and she explained they were clothes, partly as an apology and partly because she was tired of seeing him dressed so poorly. Yuan nodded, understanding. Mino then asked him about his plans, noting he hadn't met the dream demon yet. Yuan shared that Michael had told him how to find the demon, and when he did, he would ask about the Tree of Illusion and how to get to the abyss. Mino was stunned, wondering why he would want to go there. Yuan was surprised and thought she might be interested in his goal. Mino imagined that if he were lucky enough to make it to the abyss, he could return as one of the abyss warriors. However, she was shocked when Yuan revealed he wasn't planning to return, he intended to stay there. She couldn't understand why he would do that and asked what right he had to stay there, questioning who he thought he was. She accused him of not caring about anyone else, doing whatever he wanted. He was inconsiderate and irritable. Above all, he didn't even regard the people around him as human. She clarified that she and the people in Gorgon were all humans, even though they might not be as strong or resilient as him. They were still human. The protagonist recalled how Mino refused to return in time, even if she died fighting the gangsters. Then he remembered Michael working diligently, and how particles began emerging from her body. Above her head, it read that he shouldn't entertain any foolish thoughts. His skill suspicion also allowed him to understand the man hiding behind them and what he was thinking upon seeing them. If that happened, the man threatened to break his promise, warning her she would forget to save the old lady. The man ordered her to say anything necessary to lure Yuan to the location, and the protagonist was stunned to learn they had a hostage, hoping to trade her for him. He saw a man observing them and recognized him from the alley across the street. Yuan wondered whether he should intervene and rescue the hostage, but it seemed pointless. No matter how many people he saved, it wouldn't change anything because his suspicions had shown him the true nature of the world, a world controlled by numbers and data, where people had sold their souls for higher stats. The humans he knew were just people happy to make it through the day without grand dreams or ideals. He decided to let her go and seek the dream demon. Involuntarily, she broke through his suspicion skill, grabbed his collar, and said that this was why she didn't consider him human. Mino clarified that he was leaving her because he couldn't travel with someone who had such a goal. This shocked the protagonist, and Mino hoped they would never cross paths again. He was stunned because for some reason, she appeared human at that moment. He could hear the man cursing Mino for betraying them and ordering a carrier falcon to be sent out. The man was furious that the dream demon had come for nothing, which surprised Yuan, as he didn't know the dream demon was involved. But first, he wanted to change his clothes. Meanwhile, Mino had involuntarily ended up at the bar and wondered how she had arrived there. She opened the door, apologized for being late, and saw the destruction. She had expected this and noticed the man waiting for her there. Another man behind the boss held the bar owner while eating an apple. CLA feared she might be about to die because of Mino. The man holding her told her to be quiet. Ja, the elder of the Golden Sky clan and the oldest of the three Ja brothers, asked the Witch of Destruction why she had come alone and what had happened to their deal. Mino took out her knives and was surprised to find Ja was more naive than he seemed. She asked him if he had ever met a witch who kept her promises and assured him that Yuan wouldn't be coming to the bar. She explained that it was because he wanted to destroy this world. She threw her blades at him, and Ja became furious, thinking she had lost her mind. He used shadow techniques, and several shadows rushed to attack her while concealed. Ja remarked that people called her the Witch of Destruction in the hunting grounds because she could summon horned beasts. He asked if the rumors were true and wanted to see if she could summon them. The shadows attacked, but she somersaulted and evaded the strike, throwing a blade at the shadow, which vanished. Ja grew angrier and grabbed his sword, swinging it through the air, creating sharp slashes that attacked her. She bled as the man remarked that Mino seemed more like a witch stripper than a witch of destruction. She cursed her fate for fighting them in the bar because she could have done something if it had been outside. Ja assured her that the walls were soundproof, so no one would hear them. He instructed her to stop her futile struggles and bring Yuan to them while she still could. Mino cursed them and warned they would face the wrath of the Black Forest clan. They put the knife to CLA's neck and told her to stop bluffing, as they knew the Black Forest clan didn't have a branch in Gorgon. Therefore, by the time they found out what happened to the Witch of Destruction and the old woman, both would already be dead. Using the Seven Swords technique of Aram Arcane Mystery and the Icy Sword Strike, she threw her blades at them, but Ja smashed all of them with a single swing. He remarked that it was a cute little trick. He wanted to tear the Witch of Destruction to shreds himself, but as she was struck, she knelt, cursed them, and got slightly dizzy. She suddenly remembered something she should have recalled earlier. She remembered Yuan asking her if there was a way to go back in time. She wished she could, and if she had gone with him, maybe she would have seen the end of the world. As Ja prepared to attack again, a light emerged from behind and struck his sword. Everyone else was stunned, and the protagonist entered. Mino smirked, not wanting things to go this way. She asked him what had happened to the end of the world and if he had come to save her. He handed her the package with clothes, explaining that the clothes she got for him didn't fit. This astonished her, and she wondered if that was the real reason he came back, not to save her. The man stared at him and asked if he was the one with the stones of fallen souls. His comrade laughed, thinking they had saved the trouble of finding him, assuming it was a delivery service. The protagonist asked if they had the dream demon with them, which shocked them. He asked where the dream demon was and soon corrected himself, instructing them to bring the dream demon to him. They couldn't believe him and made strange faces, wondering if Yuan had lost his mind. The man asked if he seriously considered fighting an entire fortress and assumed he was joking. Mino warned him to be careful, as his opponent was a 4th stage adapted player. Anyone above the 4th stage was considered advanced, and she wanted him to be cautious and thorough. The protagonist wondered why and asked if she was worried he might lose. She denied it, because after thinking it through, she knew he wouldn't lose to the Golden Sky Clan members. They were arrogant and rushed to attack him, wanting to teach him manners while cursing him. The protagonist's eyes began shimmering as he lifted his spirit sword, pointing it at them and releasing immense energy. Ja dodged the strike, shocked. Yuan was stunned to see that his opponent had managed to dodge. Ja was surprised, thinking Yuan was a non-adapted player, and wondered if he was an abyss warrior. The protagonist thought to himself that the only one to avoid his shallow stab so far was a 5-horned beast. He wondered if 4th stage adapted players were on par with those beasts. He remembered that the beast survived the stab rather than dodging it, which meant it was stronger than these people. But that didn't matter to him. Mino was shocked as they took CLA as a hostage, calling her name worriedly. Ja threatened him that if he dared try again, the old lady would be dead. CLA ordered him to attack, asking what he was waiting for, but Ja punched her, telling her to be quiet or he would hit her for real. Mino asked CLA to hold on for a while as they would save her, then turned to the protagonist to confirm if they could handle them. Yuan wondered why she asked, since he was only interested in the dream demon, and anyone in his way, whether a hostage or an enemy, would be disregarded. Mino grabbed the protagonist's cape, telling him she was human, which surprised him. He activated his skill suspicion and heard a thudding sound, noticing their human form disrupting. Looking at CLA, who seemed like a skeleton, he asked for help. The protagonist cursed and raised his sword, striking, breaking the bar's roof. The energy was so intense it nearly touched the sky, and all the furniture inside the bar collapsed. Inspector Carlton and his soldiers saw the light reaching the sky and wondered what was happening. Carlton gave orders to keep moving, while the barrier around the bar shattered, causing concern. One of the men informed his boss about the issue. The soundproof wall had been destroyed. Ja gritted his teeth as the protagonist, and Mino heard Carlton's voice instructing his soldiers to surround the pub. Carlton asked Yuan what was going on, and the protagonist appreciated his timing, stating that these people had violated his precious legal code. He pointed at Ja, claiming that although he wasn't an expert, he guessed this broke Article 276, Paragraph 4 of the Gorgon Criminal Code. He suspected they were part of a conspiracy to use the pub to destroy the world. Mino was shocked to hear Yuan talk about destroying the world. Carlton agreed with him, referencing Article 174, Paragraph 4, and Article 124, Paragraph 6 of the Gorgon Criminal Code, and charged them with illegal destruction and abduction. They were under arrest. Ja, recognizing the gesture, ordered his men to retreat. Carlton used his silver bond skill, binding them with chains. They cursed their fate. Carlton summoned his trident, warning that resistance was futile, but Ja ignored him and charged. The inspector blocked the attack, both holding their ground, but soon began trembling. Carlton's trident cracked Ja's sword, prompting Ja to jump and curse as he tried to strike. Carlton threw his silver chain, pulling Ja down, then placed his trident at Ja's neck, demanding he surrender. Ja, acknowledging the inspector's righteousness, had planted a bomb behind him. It started discharging gas, leading to an explosion. The gas spread, forcing them to flee. They stared at the pub in disbelief. Ja's subordinate mentioned that he might have inhaled some of the black cloud. Ja cursed and told him to wear his mask correctly, knowing that a small amount of the gas might not be deadly. Meanwhile, the elder of the Golden Sky clan, Seo Lang Hook, was surprised to see Ja using the black cloud without the Ark's permission. He wondered if the Witch of Destruction was tougher than expected. Ja explained that it wasn't about the witch, but because of the silver bond on him. Seo Lang Hook was intrigued, realizing that the inspector must be involved. Ja confirmed this, which pleased the clan elder, who saw the inspector's exposure to the black cloud as fitting. He thought it might make for quite a show. The elder was shocked when he saw the protagonist emerge from the pub, carrying Mino. He asked Ja about him. The protagonist retrieved his sword and struck the tree they were hiding behind, forcing them to flee. Ja cursed and wondered who the protagonist was, as well as how he survived the black cloud. He had never heard of anyone from Nak Mong surviving without antennas, and was sure that not even Nak Mong could achieve this. The protagonist looked at the group, seeing so many people, and asked if they were also aligned with Ja and his men, finding them bothersome. The protagonist slammed his sword into the ground, breaking it, although he hated relying on items. He decided to use Garrick's power, causing Garrick to appear behind him, sending the Golden Sky clan members into a panic. The roar of Garrick created slashes that severely injured them, and most of their men perished. The elder of the Golden Sky clan wondered if Yuan was a monster and decided to leave the situation to Ja, as he needed to deal with his own mess. Ja cursed, staring at his fallen comrades and gritting his teeth, unable to believe everything was over so easily. The protagonist approached and told Ja there was one way for him to leave alive. Ja was shocked, and Yuan asked him where the dream demon was hidden. Ja, realizing that if he gave up the location, it wouldn't matter if he lived or died, thought he was doomed. He reached into his backpack, pulling out the Stone of Fallen Souls, ready to consume it. The protagonist was startled, recognizing it as the Stone of Fallen Souls. He recalled seeing others consume it and assumed everyone involved had become addicted. Mino understood why he might think that, but reassured him that those weren't drugs. They were the only way to reduce their spirit contamination, since no one wanted to become undead. At that moment, Ja started screaming as his veins swelled, and spikes grew from his body, transforming him into a different creature. Everyone was startled and frightened to see the undead before them. They attempted to flee, but the undead attacked, draining the life from many innocent people. The protagonist looked around in shock, seeing the world around him, and gazed at the sky, where a giant eye loomed. He wondered what value dignity had in a world like this and what he had been so afraid of. Laughing, he realized he could now do whatever he wanted. He scanned the area and finally spotted the protagonist, cursing him before extending his hand to reach him. He was shocked to see him and wondered how humans could still exist in a world like this. The protagonist used his skill Suspicion and found it odd because even with it, he couldn't discern the true nature of the creature. He then glanced at his spirit sword and, recalling something, pointed it at the transformed Ja. "It doesn't matter," he muttered. Tan rushed forward, pointing his sword at Ja. An immense energy radiated from his blade, and using his skill stab, he quickly beheaded the undead Ja. His head dropped to the ground, eyes wide with shock. As rain began to fall, his body began to disappear. After it faded, the protagonist pulled back his sword, confused about what that thing had been. He moved forward, hoping that one of the pub's survivors could reveal the location of the dream demon. Inside the pub, other inspectors arrived and told the man to stay back as they searched for their missing comrades. Mino regained her composure and spoke to Yuan, who was shocked to see she was still sick. One of the inspectors called his subordinate after locating Carlton, who ordered the alarm to be sounded at the castle. Mino grabbed the protagonist's cape and begged him to kill her while she was still herself, as her veins were swelling, and she was about to turn undead. The protagonist was stunned to realize she was still human. He didn't understand why his suspicion skill faltered, and why oblivion seemed to weaken when he saw her. Gripping his sword, he reminded himself that there was no room for emotion on this journey, so he couldn't hesitate. Suddenly, CLA grabbed his hand and asked him to wait, claiming it might not be too late. The inspector tried to grab CLA, telling her she needed to go to the hospital for treatment. CLA refused to give up on Mino and asked Yuan to wait a little longer before making any extreme decisions. Later, they were at a camp guarded by the inspectors, where they asked the doctor if there was any hope for Mino. The doctor grimly responded that there was almost no chance of saving her if she continued turning undead. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood quietly, overhearing their conversation until a warning alarm went off. It was a Gorgon Level 4 alert, caused by a minor undead appearing at the castle. Civilians were instructed to evacuate immediately. As the civilians fled, some were confused and didn't understand what was happening. One civilian asked an inspector where they should go, unaware that the inspector's veins had swelled. The inspector transformed into undead, looking at the civilian with a terrifying expression. Soon, spikes erupted from his body and impaled the civilian's head, draining his life force. Other undead soldiers ambushed the area, brutally attacking the civilians. Meanwhile, others appeared and started eliminating the undead to protect the civilians. A man wielding a large sharp sword approached the undead inspector, preparing to subdue him. The protagonist, still hidden in the camp, overheard CLA asking him if he was the person Mino had mentioned. He turned to look at CLA, who continued talking, saying he was the one who disregarded the rules, judging their world by his own standards and deciding who was human. She mentioned how she was familiar with people like him because she had seen some of them before. She placed her hand on Mino's head and said that people who couldn't adapt to this world out of ignorance didn't have a choice. The protagonist asked if she was implying she lacked courage, which caused her to pause. She asked him what he meant by courage and if he was referring to the courage for higher ideals and greater justice. She admitted he might be right, that she wasn't brave enough to understand his thoughts. However, she knew one thing: it was his courage that made him dangerous. She recalled Mino's words before passing out, wishing he wouldn't leave this place. CLA then said he needed to go, as his presence gave others hope, and the longer he stayed, the more miserable they would become. She gritted her teeth, saying she couldn't stand people like him who gave false hope. Meanwhile, at Carlton's camp, James asked the physician how much medicine they had left. The physician replied with concern, saying most of it had been used to stabilize the castle lord, so there wasn't much left. James cursed the bad timing, as Carlton was transforming quickly. He instructed his inspector to gather all the remaining medicine, and they affirmed. The protagonist, watching them prepare the medicine, wondered if that was the horn of the horned beast. He hadn't realized they were using it for that. After feeding Carlton the medicine made from the horn, they worried it wouldn't be enough to cleanse him. His veins were still swollen, and they urged Inspector Carlton to hold on a little longer. James looked at the protagonist, who asked if there was no way to reverse the transformation once someone became undead. James, tears welling in his eyes, glared at Yuan and asked if he thought he would be doing this if he had the answer. The protagonist grabbed Inspector Carlton's collar, slapping him repeatedly to snap him out of it, demanding to know what he wanted. This shocked James, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How dare Yuan strike the inspector? Carlton opened his eyes and asked Yuan for a favor, requesting that he kill him because he knew Yuan was the only one who could do it. The protagonist was stunned. Normally, people would ask for help in situations like this, but Carlton was asking him to subdue him. Inspector Carlton rambled that according to Gorgon's specific act, Article Number 1, Paragraph 4, anyone whose soul began eroding must die. The protagonist was amazed by Carlton's loyalty but reminded him that if he had more people like him, he wouldn't have been stuck in that cursed nightmare tower for 40 years. He dropped Carlton, and they heard a warning announcement as the spirit contamination level hit 94%, meaning Carlton would soon become undead. A fifth-stage adapted player entered the camp and instructed everyone to step back. James was stunned by the arrival of Captain Jahir. The captain raised his sword and recited the same article Carlton had, reminding them of the necessity to eliminate Carlton Javier, the inspector at the northern checkpoint. Chaos was a spiritual world where no one aged, but spirits in chaos became contaminated over time, unable to withstand the endless pressure of time. Spirits gradually lost their memories if they didn't take a pill in time, and if the contamination reached a critical level, they turned undead. Even the weakest undead were as deadly as a three-horned beast, so when an undead appeared, the four great fortresses of chaos would immediately lock down, making the elimination of the undead their top priority. Jahir intended to eliminate Carlton before he became an undead, and the situation spiraled out of control. He lifted his sword, preparing to subjugate Carlton Javier, but the protagonist stopped him. Jahir was shocked by this unexpected challenge. Yane informed him that Carlton still had some information to offer, making it impossible to kill him just yet. The protagonist's ability to block his sword with his bare hand left Jahir stunned. He admitted that he didn't know who the protagonist was, but Carlton was about to become undead, and the situation would be catastrophic if a fifth-stage adapted player turned into one. Thus, they needed to act to prevent that. The protagonist wasn't unaware of Carlton's condition. He retrieved a five-horned beast horn and suggested they use it to treat him. The physician was astounded at the sight of the horn and said there might be hope. The physician worried as the protagonist crushed the horn, wondering how he could destroy something so valuable. After creating the medicine, the protagonist administered it to Carlton and Mino. James cried with joy as the gauge stopped rising, and he immediately contacted his senior inspector. The physician clenched his teeth, still worried because Mino's body was too weak to halt her transformation into undead. Soon they heard a warning siren. Mino's spiritual contamination level had surpassed 95%, signaling her transformation had begun. She coughed up blood, and they realized there was no way to stop her from becoming undead. The order was given to bring Chingo, the leader of the undead elimination team. Chingo unsheathed his sword, ready to eliminate her, but CLA intervened, explaining that Chingo's undead slash could eliminate the contamination. The protagonist was shocked to learn of the undead slash. CLA further explained that this technique cuts right through contamination. The guards detained CLA and informed her that the doctor was in the castle, conducting necessary business, and could not be called to handle this matter. CLA was shocked at their casual dismissal of the situation, and Captain Jahir stepped forward, instructing the protagonist to step aside, as there seemed to be no other option. The protagonist, staring at him, drew his spirit sword and declared that he would kill her, as she had asked him to do so. He used his skill, Suspicion, placing his sword on her neck, ready to strike. CLA became furious and struggled to break free, asking the protagonist what he was doing, demanding he stop. He pointed his sword at her, and a shining light emerged. The immense energy from his sword pushed him away. After a moment, the protagonist found himself in a strange place, confused as to where he was. He looked beside him and saw a dwarf, who, with affection, patted Mino's face and called her a poor child. He said he was willing to help her before noticing the protagonist. The dwarf inquired who he was and what he was doing in his world, staring at him with suspicion. The protagonist wondered why such a noble soul emitted such petty energy, almost like a child's. He tried to use his skill to assess the dwarf, but was startled to find it didn't work on him. The protagonist wondered if the old man was the source of Mino's spiritual contamination and considered killing him to save her. Before he could act, the old man retrieved his sword and charged, but the protagonist blocked his strike. Yun was stunned as the old man easily stopped his sword. The old man was equally surprised and asked how Yen had blocked such an ordinary attack. Soon, the old man's sword started to crack, and the ground beneath him began to break, shocking him. Meanwhile, outside, Jahir and the doctor watched in astonishment as immense energy radiated from Mino's body. They wondered what was happening. Back inside the strange world, the old man became furious and demanded to know who the protagonist was and how he dared intrude into his world. He looked at his broken sword and cursed, yelling because his precious four-horned beast blade had shattered. The protagonist was bewildered, sure the old man had broken the sword himself. The old man, Chingo, was a doctor of doom, and he angrily sat on a bench. Captain Jahir was surprised to see the doctor there, thinking he had been with the castle lord, and asked what he was doing. Chingo, frustrated, responded that he couldn't care less about the castle lord, as he couldn't let someone as beautiful as Mino die. This left everyone speechless, unsure of what he meant. The old man didn't answer and pointed at the protagonist, asking what he planned to do after ruining his undead slash. He explained that only a sword made from a four-horned beast or higher could perform the undead slash. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled as he noticed the protagonist's sword. He was impressed and asked where the protagonist had found such a beautiful weapon. The old man examined the sword from every angle, marveling at the sheath made from five-horned beast horn and the shiny handle. He reached out to grab it, but the protagonist stopped him. The protagonist inquired if the sword could be used to save Mino from becoming undead, and Chingo laughed, thinking the protagonist was joking. However, he confirmed that the sword could indeed save her. Surprised, Chingo took the sword, sensing its energy and commenting that it was just like its owner, filled with unusual energy. Everyone watched in awe as Chingo prepared to use the protagonist's sword. The protagonist wondered if it was the same spell he had seen before, as a bright light surrounded him, but he quickly realized it reminded him of when he used suspicion. Chingo asked the protagonist to wait, promising the process would be finished soon. He rushed toward Mino, and the protagonist marveled at the strange world the old man could see. The sword slipped from his hand, and he collapsed, causing concern for the protagonist, who immediately asked the old man if he was okay. The old man glanced at him and replied that if it weren't for that cursed castle lord, he wouldn't be in this state, as he lacked sufficient mana. The protagonist, startled, sensed a vibration and looked up to see the old man's world crumbling. He noticed the fading drawing of Mino's smiling face, which troubled the old man. He apologized, feeling embarrassed. The protagonist picked up his sword, which startled the old man, who muttered that the protagonist was a fool, trying to imitate an undead slash without understanding his world. The protagonist stated that he wasn't skilled in slashes but would try, even if it was just an imitation. Chingo attempted to stop him, warning that the undead slash was beyond the capability of an ordinary person. The protagonist remembered when CLA had said he wasn't brave, just reckless, and that she couldn't stand people like him. He asked the old man to be quiet, as this was the first time he had drawn his sword to save someone. Ink began to drip from his sword, shocking the old man, who couldn't believe it. The protagonist focused on Mino's face, recalling her mischievous, stubborn nature and how she was an assassin but also soft-hearted. He continued drawing and added a mole beneath her eye, reflecting her trusting nature. Once finished, Mino, now conscious, smiled at him, thanking him for remembering the mole. Meanwhile, the world created by the old man was fading. Mino's contamination level decreased, halting her transformation into an undead. The doctor informed Captain Jahir that her contamination level had dropped, and the transformation seemed to have stopped. Jahir was skeptical, while CLA asked Mino if she was okay, starting to cry. Mino asked her to stop. Chango noted that the petty energy was diminishing, thanks to Yen, and remarked that, despite this, the protagonist still looked like a 10-year-old. He asked Yen who he was and where he had learned to do the undead slash, or rather, the undead stab. Jahir was stunned and asked the doctor if Yan's technique resembled Chango's undead slash. Chango reluctantly admitted that Yan's skills were similar, shocking the other doctor, as the undead slash wasn't a skill that regular players could learn. This suggested that the protagonist might be an awakened individual, a rare few who are unaffected by the system's rules and possess great power by refusing to adapt, capable of disrupting the power balance within chaos. This revelation astounded Jahir, who asked for confirmation. Chango told him to wait, as they knew little about Yen. Jahir was confused, as the doctor had previously stated that if someone could perform the undead slash, they could save the castle lord. The conversation was interrupted when someone entered the camp, claiming permission from the inner council to be there and instructing others to step aside. Jahir was startled to see the captain of the Dark Soul unit, a 5th stage adapted player, and wondered why they were involved in the undead situation, given that the undead eradication unit had already dealt with it. The captain of the Dark Soul unit knelt before the protagonist, introducing himself and assuming Yen was the messenger of the Noyang clan. He asked Yen to accompany them to the castle, which shocked both Jahir and Chango. The captain of the Dark Soul unit was also surprised to see them there and asked what they were doing. Both Jahir and Chango were stunned to learn that Yen was thought to be a messenger of the KNM clan. At the castle, the Prime Minister, Jürgen Scher, was pleased to meet the protagonist. He introduced himself as the Prime Minister of Gorgon Fortress. Yen stated his name, which made the Prime Minister laugh, remarking on his quiet demeanor. He then asked if Yen was the messenger of the Noyang clan, to which Yen refused, shocking the Dark Soul unit's captain. The Prime Minister smiled, understanding the situation. Chango then asked Yen about the Stones of Fallen Souls, which boost mana but are also used to identify someone as a member of the Noyang clan. If Yen wasn't from that clan, the old man wondered how he could handle them without his spirit being contaminated. Yen explained that he had found the stones and had never had an issue handling them. The old man then inquired what had happened to the original owners of the stones, and Yen replied that they were dead, which shocked Jahir. He asked how members of one of the 5 great families of the realm could have died. Yen stated that he killed them, frustrating Jahir, who rushed at him angrily. The Prime Minister stopped him, urging him to calm down, confident that Yen had his reasons. Jahir, now furious but speechless, sat down. The captain of the Dark Soul unit was also unsettled. Yen explained that the members of the Noyang clan had attacked him first, trying to steal his horn, and he had defended himself. The Prime Minister, aware of the Noyang clan's greed, believed Yan's account. He asked Yen to explain what he had been doing since entering chaos. After Yen recounted his story, the Prime Minister processed it and summarized. Yen had been caught in a situation beyond his control, acquired the Stones of Fallen Souls by chance, ended up in the fortress, and got involved in this incident, eventually copying Chango's undead slash after seeing it once. Yen affirmed the summary. Chango, still skeptical, asked the Prime Minister if he believed Yan's story. The Prime Minister believed what he said, which made the doctor think that the Prime Minister might have hit his head or something while the castle lord had been away. Jurg and Shever laughed, explaining that to earn someone's trust, you must first trust them. The Prime Minister asked the protagonist if he would mind answering a few more questions, and Yin agreed. After thinking for a moment, the Prime Minister asked if the protagonist's physical body was currently alive, which shocked Yuan. He realized that when he destroyed the nightmare power, he didn't fully proceed with the main game, so he was still technically a spirit. He assumed that the Tree of Illusion might have mistaken him for dead and sent him to chaos. He then asked the Prime Minister how he knew he wasn't dead. The Prime Minister repeated his question, explaining that he had become involved in something beyond his control and ended up in chaos by chance. He remarked that no one in chaos described their death in such a manner, then asked Yuan if he was hesitating to reveal his true identity because of a threat. This startled the protagonist, and he wondered if that was the case. The Prime Minister was astounded by his response, tapping nervously on his chair, and apologized. He revealed that his men had been monitoring Yuan for the last 4 days. Yuan acknowledged it and asked if the person on the roof was one of them. The Prime Minister was amazed he knew, and he opened his system screen to check something. He remarked that Yuan was more skilled than he had thought and that it hadn't been easy to monitor him, but he had managed to find some details. He swiped through the screen and showed Yuan his daily routine, including the destruction of the Northern Market, his encounter with Carlton, and the killing of street thugs, his visit to Twilight Smithy, and his threat to the deputy blacksmith. The total damage caused was estimated at 380 million horns, and the danger rating was SS. The Prime Minister asked if Yuan knew what people called someone like that. Dr. Chen muttered that such a person must be out of their mind, while Jahir wasn't sure if he should call him a hero or a villain. The doctor shouted that Yuan had completely lost it. This confused Yuan. The Prime Minister said some called him a hero, others called him a madman, but he himself called people like Yuan protagonists, as they all had one thing in common: fame. Yuan was stunned and asked if this was a webcomic or something. Jurg and Shever noted that though the Prime Minister called him a protagonist, Yuan wasn't famous, meaning someone was actively preventing information about him from leaking out. This was not done out of kindness, for if it were, Yuan wouldn't have had such difficulty getting into the castle due to the silly certificate. Yuan, a protagonist who accidentally stumbled into chaos, was being pursued by powerful people. Yuan was confused and wondered who could be after him. He wasn't entirely sure but speculated it might be the Master of Darkness. He recalled what he had learned from a demon who wanted a chance from the Master of Darkness, as their product had almost completed the first stage of cultivation. The Master of Darkness was one of the 12 Masters of the Great Realm, making Yuan wonder how powerful these masters were. The Prime Minister assured him he wouldn't ask who he was or where he came from, nor would he demand compensation for the damage caused to the fortress. In fact, Gorgon's Fortress would protect him. Yuan asked if the fortress was strong enough to face the 12 Masters of the Great Realm. Jurg and Shever found it interesting that the 12 Masters were after him. The protagonist clarified that it could be one of them, but the Prime Minister added that it was even better because the Masters weren't allowed to get involved directly in matters within chaos. Yuan realized if the Prime Minister was supporting him, he likely wanted something in return and asked what the condition was. All the Prime Minister wanted was for Yuan to do him a favor, to save the castle lord. 2 hours later, they were on their way to the castle lord when Yuan was informed that the inspector of the northern checkpoint and the woman were recovering in the medical room. The assassin asked if Yuan was sure he wanted to go to the training ground instead of the VIP suite. Dr. Chun remarked that it was time to settle whether Yuan's stab or his slash was stronger. He also asked if Yuan had cleared the expert tower, to which the protagonist asked if the doctor knew anything about it. The old man was confident Yuan, a newbie, would be no match for him, a seasoned professional. Inside the training room, the protagonist was startled as he heard the doctor's voice through a small hole. The doctor wanted to fight again. Yuan looked around at the destroyed room and thought the fight was over, but Dr. Chen disagreed, claiming he hadn't used his finishing move yet. He believed Yuan would die if he used it, which is why he had been holding back. Yuan was dumbfounded as the old man repeated himself. Chango, the doctor, called Yuan a rude little brat and asked how old he was. Yuan guessed his age to be around 60, but Chango, furious, declared he was actually 1,000 years old. He stated that even if Yuan had been practicing his stab for 60 years, he couldn't defeat someone who had been practicing slashes for 1,000 years. Yuan was impressed. He hadn't expected the old man to have trained for that long. Chango confirmed it, and Yuan commented that it seemed to him the old man had barely been practicing for 10 years. The old man jumped out of the hole, enraged at being underestimated. His sword gleamed as he attacked, confident in his skill and eager to hear Yuan's thoughts after the strike. He created a beast and rushed toward Yuan, who was fully prepared to counterattack. Yuan stopped the powerful slash but was pushed back. Dr. Chango laughed and commented that the protagonist's skill was impressive. The protagonist couldn't believe it, wondering how he had become so much stronger after just using a simple stab. The old man, impressed by the protagonist's technique, asked what it was called. The protagonist replied it was just a normal stab, leaving Chango stunned at the arrogance of the name. Chango remarked that it sounded like the protagonist had an even stronger technique, to which the protagonist confirmed he did. The protagonist then decided to demonstrate his more powerful skill, which had a terrifying aura, and asked the doctor to watch closely. The doctor was shocked and wondered what it was, remembering the lone king of chaos. He recalled the terror of facing him and broke into a sweat as the technique reminded him of the king. Though he was confident it was nothing compared to the real king, he realized it would still be difficult to deal with such power. The protagonist's single strike destroyed the Gorgon Fortress, leaving the old man in shock, giving him goosebumps. The protagonist leaned forward, saying he would come to him, but Chango stopped him, saying he had won and surrendered. Meanwhile, in the fifth zone of the area realm, the Master of Steel Ho asked his man to repeat his report and inquired about the Master of Darkness's actions. The man explained that the Master of Darkness had been in contact with Chaos. Ho wondered why the Master of Darkness would break the agreement not to meddle in Chaos affairs. The man, trembling, showed Ho a video of the protagonist defeating the 99th floor ice dragon. Ho recognized it as the famous solo clear video of the 99th floor and questioned if it was real. His man confirmed it was, revealing that the protagonist was connected to the Master of Darkness from the 9th zone. Ho was startled and asked where the protagonist was, but his man revealed that the protagonist had broken through the tower's ceiling and escaped chaos after the system tutorial ended. Ho was stunned, struggling to believe that the protagonist killed the cultivator on the 100th floor. His man was skeptical as well, but Ho insisted it was true. The Master of Steel was shocked to learn that the Master of Darkness had been involved with chaos for a long time, with several zones connected to him. Ho ordered his man to send a letter saying he would visit chaos and watch the situation unfold, while keeping his involvement low-key. He also instructed his man to send 10 gold-level elite guards and Hai Young with him, assuming that would be enough for a 5th-stage adapted player. After the man left, Ho pondered over the chaos situation and hoped Dr. Chango was behaving in chaos, remembering how Chango could have lived much longer if not for his nasty personality. Meanwhile, Chango shouted for the protagonist to stop and clung to his sword, insisting that Yen show respect to his elders. The protagonist agreed and asked the doctor to get off his sword. Chango, speechless, wondered how the protagonist had learned to perform such a move after only 40 years of practice. The protagonist explained that it was because he had practiced about 10 billion times. Chango didn't believe him and asked if he had truly done 8 stabs per second every day without eating or sleeping. The protagonist clarified that he could do 100 stabs per second, not just 8. He knelt and asked Chango if he thought he could only stab with a sword. Suddenly, countless spikes appeared on his body, shocking Chango. From the moment they met, Chango sensed something different about the protagonist. When he touched the spikes, they were sharp enough to pierce his finger. Chango realized that when the protagonist stabs, it's filled with utter hatred for the world. He couldn't believe it and wondered if Yen was constantly stabbing this world, even as they spoke. Chango was dumbfounded, and the protagonist reminded him that he had already told him he had done 10 billion stabs. He retrieved the agreement they had signed when they fought and asked if Chango remembered it, shocking the old man. Chango began reading the oath, which stated that he, Chango, the Doctor of Doom, swore on every beautiful girl in the world and his honor to faithfully uphold the oath. Frustrated, Chango cursed the protagonist but agreed to do whatever he wanted. He asked if the protagonist planned to enslave him and make him perform silly tasks like dancing when bored. The protagonist was speechless, not intending to do anything like that. His demand was simple, he just wanted Chango to answer him truthfully, to which Chango agreed. They then went outside, and the protagonist asked Chango about expert-level towers. Chango explained that dream demons created nightmare towers ranked from S to F, with some not caring about ranking. Dream demons who reached the master level created expert-level towers, but not all towers made by experts were considered expert-level. These towers were unusual, created for specific purposes unrelated to cultivation. The protagonist wondered why they would create such towers, but Chango didn't know, saying that no one understood the experts. Chango mentioned that only a few who completed expert-level towers were awakened ones. This piqued the protagonist's interest, and he asked if Chango had completed one. Chango confirmed that he had, sharing his experience with the fourth tower, known as Moby Dick. In that tower, players had to face a giant white whale on the first floor, constantly on edge. Though it would seem easy now, it was nearly impossible for Chango at the time. Countless great warriors died there, and it was a miracle he survived and cleared the tower. The protagonist, too, seemed to be from an expert-level tower, and Chango asked which one. The protagonist remembered the name of the demon who was the cultivator at his tower and said, Milu. This startled Chango, who repeated the name and remarked that he never expected to meet an awakened one who defeated the Milo Tower. The protagonist, surprised, asked the old man if he knew that demon, to which Chango confirmed, explaining they had once been on the same team. The protagonist was shocked to learn that Chango and Mulak had been teammates. This was a long story, so the old man suggested they take a walk. Later, everyone enjoyed their meal at the restaurant when the waiter brought a single-horned beast skewer. Chango twisted his mustache and asked Claire if she was running an outdoor food stand now. This annoyed her, and she frowned, telling Yin that if a certain someone hadn't destroyed her pub, she wouldn't have to do this. Embarrassed, the protagonist turned his face away. Claire served them 2 pints of beer. Chango remarked that Claire might be obsessed with money, as she had already opened a new pub after losing the old one. This irritated her further, and she told the old man to drink and stop rambling. The protagonist stared at the meat. Chango remarked that something seemed off and asked if that was the case. He glanced at Cheno, who was enjoying his meal. Chango bet that Yin was wondering why there was food in a world where people didn't seem alive and didn't even feel hunger. He drank the beer and explained that chaos used to be a peaceful place for souls exhausted by the war in the Great Realm. People finally found the life they sought after shedding their old lives. Warriors laid down their weapons, and troubadours wrote songs of peace instead of war. The protagonist looked back when he heard a man shouting to others to watch where he was going. 2 men were furious, and one was restrained by another person but soon broke free. Ching Hyo asked the protagonist what he thought. The protagonist lifted his mug, started drinking, and said it looked like their typical drunk guy. He was shocked when the beer tasted like plain water. Chango confirmed that the man wasn't drunk, he was just acting like he was. People in chaos didn't get drunk, hungry, or older. Even in this paradise, for some reason, they missed their real lives. Though their former lives ended with their deaths, they imitated behaviors like eating, drinking, and feeling alive. He slammed the table in frustration and rambled about how some people with different ideas appeared. One day, an expedition with the impossible dream of recovering their former lives was formed. They were known as the Abyss Expedition. The protagonist, confused, asked why they chose the Abyss of all places. Chango sighed and said they went to the Abyss to see the fruit of revival, found on the branches of the Tree of Illusion at the edge of the Abyss. The protagonist was stunned, wondering if the fruit could truly bring people back to life. Cheno affirmed that the only way the dead in this world could return to life was by eating the fruit. The Abyss Expedition was formed to find that fruit. The old man explained that he had awoken at the time, thinking he had nothing to fear as he was barely 150 years old. The protagonist asked if Mulak had also been part of the expedition. Cheno confirmed that Mulak led the expedition and was an unusual person. Mok was surprised to learn Chango had awoken and found it interesting, though he had only partially awoken, with his emotions still intact. Mok remarked that Chango's path to awakening was unique and difficult. Chango didn't want to hear suggestions, so he told Mok to keep them to himself. The demon understood that Chango might be upset by the idea of cultivation. Chango grabbed his sword and rushed to attack the demon, questioning why a dream demon would go to the abyss. He cursed Milak and suggested he stay in his room creating nightmare towers all day. Mok grasped his sword, acknowledging that even if he apologized on behalf of all dream demons, it wouldn't help. He admitted that if he had to carry the guilt for the rest of his life, he would. Chango had never heard of a dream demon regretting creating towers. Milak rambled, saying it might be hard to believe, but he asked Chango if he knew why he entered the Tree of Illusion and ended up in the abyss because of that tower. He explained that he came there to end all cultivation. The dream demon handed Chango his sword, stating that was why he joined the expedition, to end the endless horrible journey of cultivation. The protagonist was incredulous that a dream demon would want to end cultivation and asked if the expedition would succeed. The old man explained that he was separated from them along the way, only making it to the entrance of the abyss. He saw Mulak reach the top of the Tree of Illusion, causing the fruit to fall. Each expedition member received a fruit and returned to chaos. The protagonist wondered why the old man, having the fruit of revival, was still in chaos. Claire returned and overheard their conversation. She remarked that Ching Hyo might be dead but shouldn't lie. She stated that the expedition failed, and Chango knew this as well as anyone. Frustrated, Chango wondered how she could know when she wasn't even there. She served them their food, and the old man explained that they did get the fruit, but at the entrance to chaos, those cursed beings were waiting. The masters and family heads from the Great Realm were there, and they didn't have the courage to enter the abyss. Even the lords of the 4 castles and 10 areas couldn't defeat them. They were no match for those beings, as they were on another level. In the end, they lost the fruit. The masters have been using the fruit to revive themselves every time they die, doing so for the past 900 years. They even have a place called the Recovery Palace where the masters and lords of the 5 families are revived first, and the people who live decent lives are predetermined. The protagonist finally understood why everyone in chaos seemed hopeless. They knew they would never achieve the real life they wanted or get the fruit. The old man finished the story but skipped the part about Mulak. The protagonist asked about the dream demon, but he had already fallen asleep, snoring. Claire told him not to bother, as Chango was drunk. She thought it might be because he had been practicing for 1,000 years. She explained that no one had seen the dream demon since the expedition ended, but before disappearing, the dream demon had said something. He failed, but at the same time he succeeded. They were shocked when they heard James's voice asking if they were talking about that. Turning to look at him, James removed his hat in thanks for the protagonist's earlier help, noting that without him, Inspector Carlton would have been dead. James then asked if the protagonist had forgotten about him, laughing and suggesting that whenever he visited Gorgon again, he should come in through the north so he wouldn't need a certificate, winking as he asked him to keep it a secret from the inspector. Blushing, James turned to leave, leaving the protagonist stunned and staring at him. Suddenly, Captain Jahir rushed toward them, coming from the palace, looking for Dr. Chingo. The protagonist was puzzled by the captain's urgent expression, sensing something was wrong. Jahir explained that they were in trouble, and they quickly headed to the castle. The protagonist felt an odd energy and speculated that it might be the cause of the castle lord's situation. He thought the lord might be turning into an undead, but the energy was far stronger than anything he had sensed from the undead before, coming specifically from the basement. Remembering that Prime Minister Jurin Shever had warned them to protect the lord from the Master of Darkness, the protagonist relayed his theory to Jahir. The captain confirmed it, explaining that these transformations usually occurred weekly, but today's pressure was unusually intense. Jahir spoke highly of their castle lord, calling him a living legend before the transformation started. He also mentioned that both the lord and Dr. Chingo were among the only survivors of the Abyss expedition, which piqued the protagonist's interest. Jahir then asked if the protagonist knew how to perform the undead slash, as the doctor was drunk, and he needed help. The protagonist declined, explaining that he could only mimic the technique and wasn't on the same level but would be able to do it well if Dr. Chingo taught him. As they continued, the energy grew stronger, and they felt it pushing against them. Jahir cursed the timing, and both captains suddenly appeared before them. Jahir was confused, wondering why they were there since they were supposed to be guarding another castle. The captain stared at him like they hadn't seen each other in a long time. Seeing the protagonist, he thought he might be the one who knew the undead slash, unaware that Yuan could overhear. Jahir told them to step aside, but they refused, citing their own orders. A fight broke out as one of the captains challenged Jahir, claiming they only answered to the golden sky and not heaven. They attacked so quickly that Jahir was stunned. He immediately warned the protagonist to stay back, as they were after him. When they closed in on the protagonist, Jahir pushed him out of the way to protect him. A mist surrounded them, and once it cleared, the protagonist saw Jahir confronting the attackers. Jahir applauded his skill, noting that it wasn't bad. He then expressed his disbelief that the Golden Sky Clan had extended their influence into the castles. The outer castle captains were confident in their abilities and warned Jahir not to underestimate them. Frustrated, Jahir advised them to reconsider their actions, promising that if they pledged allegiance to the Lord, they would be forgiven. One of the captains mocked the idea, asking if Jahir was referring to the Lord they had tied up in the basement. He recalled how the Lord had lost control of his power, no longer distinguishable between good and evil, and questioned if Jahir still remained loyal to that being. Jahir remained resolute, asserting his faith that the Lord would return. The outer castle captain scoffed, while another comrade rushed to attack Jahir from the other side but was thrown away. The captain, who had slammed into the wall, thought these two were just 4th-stage adapted players, and neither of them would be a match for a 5th-stage adapted player. However, he couldn't predict their speed or strength, and it seemed they had become undead. Realizing the danger, Jahir instructed the protagonist to leave. But before they could, the protagonist threw Dr. Chingo directly at Jahir, causing him to slam into the captain's face, leaving a mark. The protagonist explained it was payback for pushing him earlier, leaving the captain confused. The outer castle captain then asked if the protagonist was the one capable of performing the undead slash. The protagonist responded by asking what they would do if he was the person they sought. He could read their thoughts, and they seemed eager, thinking he was a non-adapted player, unsure if the rumors were true. Confident that Yuan was weaker than him, one of the captains assumed he wouldn't even be able to throw a decent punch. In a flash, the protagonist punched him in the face, leaving them stunned. As he attacked the other captain, he asked if he was from the guard unit. The second captain tried to block, but the protagonist delivered another punch, breaking half of his mask. Forced into a corner, the captain grabbed his trident, swinging wildly and calling Yuan a weakling. The protagonist realized this opponent exuded more vital energy than the first, unsure what kind of energy it was, wondering if it was a thirst for revenge. The captain attacked again, asking if Yuan truly believed he could save the castle lord. The protagonist was stunned to feel the aura of fear and thought it was pathetic that these traitors were so easily frightened. He clarified that saving lives was not his role but Dr. Chingo's, who was currently resting. Using his trident, the protagonist leapt high into the air, leaving the man and Jahir speechless. He remarked that taking lives was a different matter altogether. Meanwhile, in the castle basement, the Lord's aura caused concern among the Prime Minister and others. It had been a day since the undead slash was used on their Lord, so they didn't understand how he could start transforming again with such speed. The Lord had shown signs of slowing down after Dr. Chen's visit earlier that morning, but now his transformation seemed to accelerate. Jürgen Scher was worried and wondered why the Lord suddenly went on another rampage, just when there was hope to cure him. They only needed 1 more month, but now it looked like things were falling apart. The Prime Minister remembered his conversation with Chong Hyo, where the doctor had explained that Yuan wasn't ready yet and that his undead slash was just a weak imitation. Unlike Mino, the Castle Lord's undead transformation had advanced further, and most people would have already become undead by now. Yet the Lord's strong will kept him alive. Dr. Cheno had believed Yuan's undead slash would be enough in a month, though he had never tested it. He speculated that they might succeed together, knowing Yuan's potential. Jürgen Scher gritted his teeth, knowing that some of them must have known about Yuan and cursed his own mistakes. He realized there was a traitor in their midst. The Prime Minister recalled the time when the Lord had mentioned that some people were capable of handling the spirit contamination. He had been stunned to learn they were not from the KNM clan, yet could handle the contamination. The Castle Lord had planned to investigate these people personally, which shocked the Prime Minister. He never expected his Lord would take such a risk, as anything involving spirit contamination was dangerous. Jürgen Scher had suggested sending captains or other lords, but the Castle Lord insisted that he should have more faith in him. He reminded the Prime Minister that he had survived the Abyss Expedition War, and though they had lost the battle for the Fruit of Revival, he would continue to protect the people of Gorgon. The lord then went to inspect the outer castle but was soon overwhelmed by spirit contamination and had to be carried back. Jürgen Scher immediately suspected Mayan had something to do with it. Mayan ordered his men to prepare, stating they were at a critical juncture. Jürgen Scher argued that it was too dangerous and suggested they wait for the doctor to return. However, Mayan was determined and prepared to kill the lord that day. He argued that Gorgon's survival depended on not waiting any longer. The Prime Minister knew they couldn't perform the undead slash without the doctor, so he asked if Mayan intended to kill the lord. Mayan responded that they all knew they couldn't defeat the lord even together. Jürgen Scher was baffled when Mayan explained they were planning to create an undead seal. Mayan was resolute, claiming it was their last resort. He argued that they should at least preserve the lord's mana with the undead seal before it was too late. Jürgen Scher tried to stop them, mentioning they didn't have a stone of fallen souls to make the seal. Mayan shot him a sharp look, revealing that he knew about the stone and told him to stop pretending. Soon, the captain of the Dark Soul unit arrived, carrying the chest with the stones, which shocked the Prime Minister. He couldn't believe his eyes and wondered if the captain had betrayed him. The chest contained the stones of fallen souls, which Mayan needed for the undead seal. Mayan questioned why Jürgen Scher had hidden the stones and asked him if he understood the consequences of the castle lord becoming undead. He warned that a single medium-sized undead was already a massive threat to Gorgon, so a giant undead would be a walking disaster, commanding countless undead and enslaved people, destroying everything in its path. The Prime Minister clenched his fists in frustration, knowing it was a fair point, but creating the undead seal wasn't something just anyone could do, even with the stones. Only the KNM clan could handle such a task, and it was too late to call someone from that clan. Mayan reassured the Prime Minister that he had found people who knew the undead seal skill, though they weren't from the KNM clan. Jürgen Scher was suspicious, realizing that if they used the undead seal, all of the castle lord's mana would be transferred into the stone. With no hereditary system in chaos, whoever possessed the stone could inherit the lord's power and become Gorgon's ruler. He feared that Gorgon could fall into the wrong hands. The strange individuals began preparing the undead seal with the stones of fallen souls. Jürgen Scher remembered what the castle lord had told him about some people being able to handle the stones without contamination. He wondered if Mayan had planned this entire situation. He ordered his men to arrest Mayan, but was shocked to see that the other faces around him weren't on his side. The Prime Minister knelt anxiously upon realizing that they were all in this together, with nothing he could do. Mayan ordered the strange individuals to begin forming the undead seal as the castle lord swiftly started transforming into the undead. The group gathered around the lord to begin the process, while Jürgen Scher expressed his regret for failing to protect Gorgon and apologized to the castle lord for his shortcomings, tears streaming down his face. Suddenly, the basement roof collapsed, and an attack was launched. As the dust settled and they regained their senses, they wondered who dared to do such a thing. Jürgen Scher looked up in shock and saw Yi. Mayan demanded to know who he was, questioning his audacity to enter the fortress uninvited. Captain Jahir was furious at Minister Mayan and ranted that he should stop pretending. He threw a man before him and revealed that they knew about their betrayal. His man had already spilled the plans they had made and how they had misled the lord, causing harm. Minister Mayan glared at them, and the man apologized, but Mayan killed him in an instant. This enraged Captain Jahir, who asked what he thought he was doing by striking the man before them. Mayan smiled, claiming it seemed as though the man had taken his own life due to their treachery being exposed. He didn't want to be blamed for failing to stop them. Captain Jahir ignored Mayan's words and instructed everyone to stay focused. This was the ultimate betrayal. If the undead seal was completed, Minister Mayan would take control and destroy all of Gorgon. As the illusion broke, Captain Jahir saw the traitors pointing their swords at him and wondered what was wrong with them. They apologized, explaining that they would not allow him to defy Minister Mayan's will or the Golden Sky clan. He should stay quiet until the castle lord's seal was completed. Jahir was furious at these treacherous cowards for stabbing him in the back. The protagonist understood the situation and, feeling the unfairness of the deal, remarked that he had agreed to save the castle lord in exchange for Gorgon's protection, but now Gorgon could not protect anyone. This stunned Prime Minister Jürgen Scher, who was left speechless and concerned as he explained that he was altering the terms of their agreement. It seemed all hope was lost. Meanwhile, the traitors, including Captain Jahir, were shocked by the protagonist's change of conditions. He promised to save the castle lord and kill all the traitors in exchange for Chingo, whom he planned to use for another abyss expedition. Mayan was stunned and wondered what the strange man, who had killed Ja with a single stab, was blabbering about. Initially skeptical, Mayan began to believe the rumors, especially after seeing Ye's actions. Mayan realized that they would have to fight with everything they had. The protagonist drew his sword, and with a single motion, killed many of the traitors, broke one's mask, and severed the arm of the Dark Soul Unit's captain. But more were coming, and the protagonist grew concerned. No matter how many he killed, more rushed at him. In a moment of reflection, he pointed his sword, releasing a tremendous stab that shocked Mayan. The force of the stab left a massive hole in the wall behind Mayan, and his eyes widened in realization. If he had stood in the way, he would have been dead. Captain Jahir and Jurin Shever were also in disbelief at Ye's strength. The conspirators discussed with Mayan what to do with him. They knew that if they couldn't create the undead seal, they would have to proceed with Plan B, unleashing a black cloud that could destroy everyone in Gorgon. The protagonist, glaring at the minister, angrily declared that because of people like him, he felt justified in destroying this world. Ye's stance made it clear that he was preparing to strike, and Mayan commanded his men to kill him at all costs. The traitors rushed at Yi, determined to subdue him. But the protagonist stared at the sky, raised his spirit sword, and unleashed immense energy. The energy split into numerous small bullets that rained down from the sky, targeting the traitors. Captain Jahir tried to assist the Prime Minister, who was dumbfounded, staring up in admiration. As the Prime Minister watched, he recalled when the Castle Lord spoke of the unshakable hope the people of Gorgon needed. The stars falling from the sky and attacking the traitors reminded him of that hope. The protagonist wiped out all the traitors, and the Prime Minister, in disbelief, sensed that this hope was now embodied by a man who intended to destroy the world. The dying soul of Minister Mayan, split in half by Ye's attack, muttered his final words, calling Yi a monster. Despite winning, the Prime Minister knew it was too late for Gorgon and the Castle Lord. The protagonist attacked Minister Mayan again, and Captain Jahir asked if the old man Chingo was still asleep. Jahir explained that no matter how hard he shook him, Chingo wouldn't wake up. Yi grabbed Chingo and slammed him into the wall, waking him up. Jahir was shocked and asked what he was doing. The old man, recognizing the feeling, groaned in pain from the impact. Yi feigned innocence and claimed he should have woken up when told. Meanwhile, the Castle Lord's transformation into the undead continued, his fingers twitching. A notification warned that his spirit contamination level had surpassed 99%, and he would soon become a ghoul. Everyone was startled by the notification, while Chingo lay on the ground, dizzy from the events. He asked what was causing all the noise, and the system began assessing the danger level of the subject, but a calculation error occurred, and it confirmed the presence of a giant undead. The system triggered Gorgon's automatic alarm, which blared as all civilians in Gorgon began to flee. Inspector James ordered the soldiers to evacuate, ensuring no one else would get hurt, and the soldiers complied. James anxiously gazed at the castle, sensing immense and terrifying energy emanating from it, along with a dangerous aura. Dr. Chinko reached the Castle Lord and instructed Captain Jahir to get the Prime Minister out of the area. Jahir agreed, then told the protagonist to stay and assist him because his stabs were still too sharp for saving anyone. He pulled out his sword, which startled the protagonist, who wondered when the old man had obtained a new one. This angered him, remembering how he had broken the old sword. He told Chinko to stop talking and focus, as they had little time to save the Castle Lord. Chinko slammed the sword's edge into the ground, creating a barrier around the Castle Lord, and began to draw with his sword. He recalled moments spent with the Castle Lord, the Prime Minister, and Jahir when they informed their lord he had enough to drink, though the lord had thought they were suggesting nonsense, seeing the drink as just water. Regardless, he found their gesture flattering. Chinko muttered that to perform an undead slash, one had to imbue it with memories. He reminded Yuan of the time he tried to copy him when dealing with Mino. Once enough memories were accumulated, the transformation of the undead could be halted. Chinko heard a sigh and called the Castle Lord's name. However, when he looked up, the figure before them was terrifying, and it sent chills down his spine. The Castle Lord's eyes turned red, and the world created by Chinko began to collapse. Fear gripped him as he realized something was wrong. The protagonist was stunned, wondering what was happening. Chinko whispered that the being before them was not the Castle Lord but something else. The Castle Lord shattered his chains, and his body swelled as he stood before them, his eyes like those of the undead. The mark on his forehead glowed red as an ominous aura radiated from him. Chinko trembled, unsure of how to approach the figure, but one thing was clear, the The person before them was no longer their lord. The creature touched the ground, releasing strange energy that startled both the protagonist and Chinko. The creature seemed surprised by its own form, amazed to see the castle lord had finally turned into an undead. The being looked at Chinko, who trembled before him. He had not expected to encounter someone familiar in this chaos. Grinning, he wondered why Chinko was still present, questioning whether he had ever found what he sought in the abyss. Chinko shivered at the sight of the Lord of the Undead Palace, the only entity capable of opening the gateway to the abyss catastrophe, the lone king of chaos. Despite his suspicions, the protagonist couldn't quite understand what this creature was. His fury grew as he muttered it was almost like an undead, yet something was off. He demanded to know the nature of this being. The lone king of chaos reached for Chinko, asking why he hadn't left chaos. With a wave, he destroyed the world Chinko had created. The pressure emanating from the Lord of the Undead was unbearable for both Yuan and Chinko. Catastrophe asked Chinko if he intended to save this pathetic world. Chinko's eyes widened in shock as the world he had made was erased with a single motion. The Lord of the Undead smirked and turned his attention to the protagonist, remarking on the curious human standing with Chinko. He found Yuan fascinating, as his mind was still intact despite being fully awakened. Chinko trembled, realizing the undead incarnation was a power of catastrophe. He surmised that the monster had overtaken the castle lord's body, making it a powerful clone of catastrophe. Yuan called out to Chinko, asking if the undead slash had failed. Chinko grabbed his sword, determined to deal with the creature himself. The Lord of the Undead chuckled, asking if Yuan thought he could kill him. He laughed, amused by Yuan's daring spirit. Yuan gripped his sword, but Chinko tried to stop him, warning that not even Mulak could defeat catastrophe. Chinko was perplexed, wondering how Yuan could remain so calm in the face of such overwhelming odds. The Lord of the Undead laughed loudly upon hearing this, and then something began to emerge from his body, rising toward his neck and appearing in his mouth. The protagonist watched in shock as catastrophe pulled it out, revealing the Void Blade. Chinko was stunned to see the Void Blade again, remembering how it had turned half their expedition into undead at the entrance to the abyss. The Lord of the Undead charged toward the protagonist, but Yuan skillfully evaded the attack. The Lord then asked Yuan if he was heading for the abyss. Chinko was stunned by this revelation, realizing that Yuan intended to enter the abyss. Catastrophe reached out to the protagonist, commenting that some still wished to reach the end of this world. Grabbing Yuan's head, he remarked how weak he was compared to the dream demon from 900 years ago. He lifted his blade, preparing to strike down Yuan. Yuan grabbed the Lord of the Undead's hand, trying to free himself from the grip, but he somersaulted to evade the strike and attacked the Lord's arm. As he pulled back, he was glad to see his opponent's arm lowered, but he didn't expect it to regenerate so quickly. The Lord then tried to grab Yuan, taking advantage of the distraction. He swung his void blade at Yuan, but the protagonist narrowly avoided the strike, managing to land a normal stab in return. The Lord of the Undead ranted about contamination being a sickness of time, and even a slight touch of the void blade caused one to age by hundreds, even thousands of years. Yuan stared at the wound inflicted by the void blade, now worried about the effects of the attack. The Lord's body began to regenerate, and he gleefully explained how spirits couldn't endure the passing of time. They aged and became contaminated, eventually turning into undead. The protagonist clarified that if the wound on his arm was the issue, he could simply cut it off. Catastrophe laughed, observing that he had just severed part of his contaminated spirit, admiring his willpower, but confident that was all he had. Suddenly, blades emerged from various parts of his body, shocking the protagonist. He aimed all the swords at him and attacked. Chong Hyo, behind him, was horrified and shielded himself. Catastrophe noticed the protagonist's spirit sword and asked if it was the replica he had brought from the Nightmare Tower. The protagonist attempted to stop the void blades with his sword, but one pierced his shoulder and another struck his leg. Catastrophe commented that the sword wasn't bad for a toy created by a dream demon. Chong Hyo worried about the protagonist being stabbed in multiple places by the void blades. The protagonist used his spirit sword to stab the wounds and prevent contamination, thinking of what he knew. Taking advantage of the moment, the Lord of the Undead charged at the protagonist, but he quickly blocked the attack. Hyo was thrown away during the clash, and Catastrophe drew closer to the protagonist, stating that if he kept cutting himself, he would eventually lose all of his spirit. The protagonist agreed, acknowledging that he couldn't continue this way, but was frustrated because, despite his suspicions, he couldn't see any weakness in his opponent. The strange particles kept disrupting his focus. The protagonist recalled what Chong Hyo had told him about his unique world, the White Realm of Remembrance, created to remember those who were gone. He explained that each awakened person has their own unique world, generated from a key desire or emotion. The more powerful awakened ones can populate their world with more people. With this in mind, the protagonist gripped his sword, deflected the void blade, and rushed away from the Lord of the Undead. His eyes gleamed as he began to form his world, Oblivion, around the Lord. Chong Hyo was shocked to witness Yuan's world, resembling hell, and couldn't believe it was the world he had been living in all this time, full of hatred and anger aimed at this world. The Lord of the Undead, surprised, found Yuan's ideal world amusing. The protagonist attacked him, now free from the distracting particles, striking directly at his mouth. Several tentacles emerged from the Lord's mouth, wrapping around the protagonist's hand, constricting him. Catastrophe stood up, remarking that the protagonist kept fighting without knowing how to finish him off. He grabbed him and forcefully pushed him down, causing severe damage and blood to spill. He pressed Yuan into the ground, cracking it and shocking Chong Hyo. As the building's floors began to collapse, rocks fell toward them. Catastrophe pressed his foot on Yuan's chest, pushing him into the water, amused that Yuan's hatred remained. He then retrieved another void blade from his body, pointing it at the protagonist, grinning and saying the fun was over now. As the sword approached, Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, evading the attack, then striking the Lord of the Undead, slicing him in half. He asked if the Lord had thought it through, as he was only just getting started. Catastrophe laughed, claiming Yuan was talking nonsense, but as his body began to regenerate, more blades erupted from the mark on his head. The protagonist cursed his luck, unsure of what he was facing as the strange creature crawled before him. Yuan was shocked to see it attack, evading its strike, but the creature lunged, slamming him into a wall. Blood spilled from him before he managed to evade another attack. The protagonist pointed his sword and, using a stab, attempted to strike the creature, but Catastrophe blocked it with a barrier. He commented that over countless years, he had watched many beings try to reach the top of this tree of curiosity, wondering what answer Yuan was seeking in his world. Catastrophe inquired whether Yuan's world represented eradication, annihilation, or extermination. The Lord then realized that Yuan's answer was destruction, the only word that suited his world. He scoffed at the arrogance of Yuan's world and wondered if he was questioning the Tree of Illusion's right to exist. Yuan clarified that he had no idea what Catastrophe was talking about, stunning him. The Lord of the Undead didn't know that Yuan wasn't seeking an answer. Yuan was pushed back, but after reflecting, he realized that he had experienced something similar before. He recalled his battle with the demon cultivator in the Nightmare Tower and understood that the creature he fought was a clone that had taken over the castle lord's body. With this realization, he rushed at the Lord of the Undead, aiming his sword, confusing his opponent. He struck the creature with a normal stab, getting slammed into a wall. After the dust settled, Catastrophe taunted him, asking if he had lost his mind after all this fighting, not realizing that he hadn't killed him, the lone king of chaos. Catastrophe began crawling toward Yuan, calling him foolish for continuing the fight with no hope, bored of the battle and deciding to end it. He rushed toward Yuan, opening his giant mouth to devour him alive. However, Yuan remained calm, his eyes gleaming as he jumped high, realizing that the clone of the lone king of chaos was linked to the main body. He gripped his sword and attacked, finally defeating his opponent. Catastrophe's eyes widened in shock as he wondered if it could be a Fisher technique. In his last moments, the clone mumbled that Yuan had chosen the path of destruction and would find him at the entrance to the abyss. After the defeat, rain began to fall, and Yuan leaned against a wall to rest while the castle lord reverted to his human form. From the battle with the Lord of the Undead, Yuan concluded that he needed to grow stronger, realizing that stabbing alone wasn't enough to deal with all the creatures, though intense stabs were useful against groups of enemies. However, when he used this against powerful figures, the attack's range was too wide, making it less effective. As a result, his forceful stabs during this battle were merely a tactic to buy time, and he needed a new skill to face stronger foes. On the other hand, the darkness soon faded, and a bright light enveloped the castle. Chango, lying unconscious, regained awareness after Jahir and Jurin Shever arrived. Meanwhile, the castle lord called out to the protagonist, who was startled, staring at the lord lying in the water, badly injured. The castle lord asked Yuan to come closer, as he had something to say before he passed away. Once near, the castle lord, despite being undead, mentioned that he had seen everything Yuan had done. He thanked him for battling the lone king of chaos on behalf of Gorgon. Suddenly, the castle lord grabbed Yuan's arm, shocking him. The lord expressed that it might be time for Gorgon to change and asked Yuan to accept this. A bright light then surrounded Yuan's arm, engraving the lord's runes, leaving him astonished. A giant dragon was etched onto his arm, and the castle lord smiled, sensing a familiar energy and warm memories. He urged the protagonist not to lose his humanity and to protect Gorgon. With his final words, his soul vanished into thin air. Outside, James and his soldiers hurried in, asking if everyone was fine. The old man, holding his aching back, was surprised to see the protagonist and the symbol on his arm as they emerged. They all knelt before him. The Prime Minister, shocked, realized that the castle lord had made the best choice, as this was the previous castle lord's wish. Jurin Shever decided to welcome Yuan as Gorgon's new castle lord and knelt before him, which shocked Yuan. 2 days later, as they were repairing the castle, Jurin Shever entered the protagonist's office, addressing him as Lord. The protagonist sighed, stating once again that he wasn't the castle lord, as he had already made his decision. The Prime Minister assumed Yuan had forgotten their agreement and reminded him. He presented the agreement, saying that Yuan had promised to save the castle lord and eliminate the traitors in exchange for the Prime Minister's help in assembling an abyss expedition. The protagonist grew irritated as Jurin Shever implied that Yuan owed him due to the castle lord's death. The Prime Minister, rambling, said he understood that viewpoint, which further annoyed Yuan. He snapped that while the previous castle lord might be dead, he was still alive, and he was the new castle lord, meaning they were even. Jurin Shever smiled and confirmed that was true, but insisted Yuan would have to honor his promise from now on, as he was now their castle lord. Yuan cursed his fate, stating it wasn't as simple as it seemed. He told Jurin Shever he couldn't be tied to a fortress and needed to keep moving. He asked if someone else could take the title of castle lord, but the Prime Minister refused. It was only those acknowledged by Gorgon who could hold that position. Yuan was surprised and wondered if the Prime Minister meant his tattoo, and if that indicated he was chosen. The Prime Minister explained that the title of castle lord could only change when the current lord was near death. He also mentioned that Yuan needed to approve documents by the end of the day, slamming a bundle of papers on the table. Included in the papers were valuable records to guide Yuan in his new role. He picked up one document and began reading Gorgon's legal codes, specifically those related to the castle lord's integrity. According to Gorgon's special law, Article 11, Paragraph 43, anyone who publicly insults the castle lord will face lashing. Article 11, Paragraph 44 stated that a second public insult would result in spirit amputation, and Paragraph 45 said that a third insult would lead to spirit annihilation. Yuan was stunned, wondering what kind of legal system this was. He now understood why everyone only spoke highly of the castle lord. Before leaving, Jurin Shever told Yuan he could use anything in the drawer, as he was going to organize the library. Yuan pulled open the drawer and was shocked to find a crumpled piece of paper inside, wondering what it was. The paper, marked with the words 17th Castle Lord, suddenly transformed into a small creature that stood up and began speaking. The creature mentioned that the 17th Castle Lord had left a message, congratulating Yuan for finding the paper, meaning he was now the new Castle Lord. It explained that the Lord knew Yuan might be wondering about how best to rule Gorgon's fortress. Yuan was baffled, wondering if this was enchanted magic paper. The creature assured him not to worry and stated that the only thing the Castle Lord needed to do was to enjoy himself, as a good Castle Lord should know how to have fun. This left Yuan speechless. The creature advised that the Castle Lord should let the administration handle public matters, the Prime Minister manage the cabinet, and the Outer Castle Minister oversee external affairs. The 17th Castle Lord assured him that this advice had been passed down through many generations of lords. Yuan was astonished to learn that the previous Castle Lords had not been active. The creature mentioned that overworking had led to spirit contamination, which caused the death of half the Castle Lords. The 17th Castle Lord warned Yuan not to be too greedy for Gorgon's sake or to attempt to change anything, as everyone knew the world could not be altered. Instead, it needed sustenance. Yuan was advised not to get greedy in chaos and to accept things as they were for the survival of the many. The paper then returned to its original form. After learning this, Yuan realized that being a castle lord meant sacrificing progress for the sake of sustenance, halting change for the greater good. Suddenly, Jurin Shever returned with some books and asked Yuan what was on his mind. The protagonist announced that he had decided to get rid of Gorgon, the castle lord, which stunned the Prime Minister, who asked what he meant. Yuan explained that he would need to start with that and asked Jurin to explain what a fortress was. The Prime Minister was taken aback by the unusual question and clarified that a fortress is a military structure designed to protect people from enemies. After hearing this, the protagonist asked what would happen if there were no more enemies, which left the Prime Minister shocked. The protagonist pondered aloud what would become of a fortress if there was no one left to attack it. Without enemies, it would lose its reason for existence, meaning there would be no need for a castle lord. A fortress with enemies, however, was still possible, according to the Prime Minister. But the protagonist was confident that it wasn't the case and asked the Prime Minister if he understood why, explaining that he would unite chaos. In chaos, there are no funerals but spirit recitations, a ceremony to send off spirits that have been eradicated, unlike funerals that are meant to remember the dead. Spirit recitations involve recounting the stories of the annihilated spirits without ceasing, and once the ceremony is over, no one speaks of them again. This was the last gift chaos could offer to those who had left. The Prime Minister rambled that they knew Amelgek very well, as he was their former castle lord. However, they could not bury him, as he no longer existed in this world. He had no body or soul and had become a nutrient for the Tree of Illusion, leaving only memories behind. In accordance with the law, they would forget Amelgek during the week of spirit recitation, remembering him for the last time and speaking of him until nothing was left. The protagonist was stunned to learn that the former castle lord was named Amelgek. His suspicion skill activated, allowing him to overhear the conversation of others. They were shocked to learn that the person standing in the last row was the new castle lord, though they were worried because he looked too young to hold such a position. Rumors had it that he was still under 100 years old, and some wondered if Juron was involved in this. The protagonist was startled when someone suddenly appeared and said he looked like an interesting opponent. He turned to see a lady in a veil smiling at him, followed by a muscular man who approached and asked if he was the new castle lord. Chango then arrived and remarked to the vice lord of Lady Faith's clan that she was slow since the old raccoon from the Forest School clan had already reached him. The vice lord of Lady Faith's clan was intrigued and asked the Doctor of Doom who he was betting on. Chango was surprised by her question and remarked that this wouldn't be much of a bet. The representative from the Forest School clan asked the protagonist about his age, having heard he was very young. The protagonist casually mentioned that he had turned 60 this year, which stunned the man, who then speculated that Gorgon might be a hereditary monarchy, suggesting Yuan could be the castle lord's son. This captured everyone's attention, but they dismissed it, thinking the old raccoon was being rude. It was hard to believe that Yuan could be the son of the former castle lord, even though they knew how people ended up in chaos. The old raccoon reached out to shake the protagonist's hand, eager to make his acquaintance. He introduced himself as Island Zhang, vice lord of the Forest School clan. Island grinned wickedly, recalling that rumors claimed the new castle lord was an unadapted player. He thought this might finally be his chance to repay the humiliation he suffered in Gorgon 10 years ago. Back then, he was tasked with securing the right to establish a branch in Gorgon at all costs. He tried to bribe the guards at the northern checkpoint, but Inspector Carlton caught him and had him arrested for attempting to bribe the guards. The incident reached the castle lord, who was astonished that Island still had the audacity to think about opening a branch there. The castle lord wondered how he could ever allow him to set up a branch in Gorgon, cursing the former castle lord, who was as strict as the inspector. Despite all his efforts, Island couldn't get in. Now with the castle lord dead, the northern checkpoint inspector sick, and a new inexperienced kid as the castle lord, Island saw this as a gift from heaven for his revenge. When the protagonist shook his hand, Island activated his elite-level spatial distortion skill, transporting him into the 8 gates of hell. The protagonist was stunned to find himself in such a strange place. Suddenly, he heard a roaring sound behind him and turned to see a beast preparing to attack him with hellfire. Meanwhile, outside the illusionary world, everyone watched anxiously as something seemed off with the castle lord. They wondered if Island had used the 8 gates of hell on him and questioned how cruel it was to do such a thing to a child barely 60 years old. Island smiled wickedly, curious about what Yuan would think of his skill. He imagined that the castle lord was likely caught in his illusion, experiencing the hellfire of the red dragon tier. Soon, Yuan would be crying and begging him to make it stop, after which he would be under Island's command. However, the protagonist shocked him by commenting that Island had a peculiar way of shaking hands in chaos. The protagonist firmly squeezed Island's hand and casually remarked that it was now his turn to let Island taste what he had. Using Oblivion, he sent Island into his own world. Island was horrified by what he saw, shouting as he realized it was an absolute hell. Soon, He knelt before Yuan and began crying. Everyone, including the Vice Lord of Lady Faith's clan, was stunned by the scene. They whispered to each other, wondering how the kid had broken free from the 8 gates of hell. The protagonist remarked that Island should have been flogged for insulting the castle lord, but he would let this slide. He warned Island to watch himself from now on. Chango was disappointed by the protagonist's actions, expecting more severe punishment. Island, still trembling, left everyone, including the Vice Lord, in shock. She wondered who this kid was. Others whispered that they thought the protagonist might have been about to beat Island up. After the spirit recitation, it was announced that the castle lord's inauguration speech would follow. When he reached the stage, Juron informed him that there was a voice amplification spell on the podium, so he should hold on to it while speaking. Ching Hyo expressed concern, fearing the protagonist might make a speech, sensing something ominous about it. The speech was soon to begin. The protagonist introduced himself as Gorgon's newly appointed castle lord, openly admitting that he didn't know who Amalgek was, nor what he had done in his life or what kind of castle lord he was. This surprised everyone, including Jahir, but the Prime Minister was particularly shocked when Yuan stated that he didn't care about it. The protagonist knew they were skeptical of him, likely wondering how a young man with such low spirit pressure could become castle lord. He agreed with them, as he had never planned to become the castle lord, and it had happened by accident. They didn't want him in the role, and he didn't want it either. So, he wondered what would please everyone and spent 30 seconds thinking of a solution. He proposed that anyone who could defeat him in a one-on-one fight would take his title. Cayman, the lord of the South Sea clan, eagerly slammed the table, agreeing this was the kind of castle lord he wanted, and was impressed that AML had picked a worthy successor. Someone from the audience asked if there were any other conditions, to which the protagonist confirmed that they had 1 month to challenge him, and if they failed, they would join him on an abyss expedition in 2 months. This surprised everyone, as they hadn't expected this. Jurgen, the Prime Minister of Gorgon, trusted Yuan because he had saved Gorgon from the Golden Sky clan, and the castle lord had recognized him as his successor. When Yuan shared his absurd idea of getting rid of the title or uniting chaos, Jurgen believed him. A bad feeling arose when Yuan stood on the stage, but Jurgen only watched. Now, Yuan was opening the gates for anyone to challenge him for the title, which caused a stir in chaos. They couldn't believe an outsider had become the castle lord and speculated he might be from the Regeneration Palace. Everyone was concerned about the future of chaos under the control of this young stranger. No matter what strange things Yuan did, he remained Gorgon's castle lord. Inspector James struggled to manage the crowd of challengers who wanted to take the title. He tried to stop them from entering but was pushed back. They insisted on their right to challenge Yuan and demanded he open the gate. James called out for help, hoping Inspector Carlton Javier would return and manage the situation. Jurgen was worried, but hoped Yuan wouldn't do anything that would harm Gorgon's future. Suddenly, Captain Jahir entered the Prime Minister's office and apologized for disturbing him so early. He anxiously showed him a special interview with Dr. Cheno, who claimed he once fought Gorgon's castle lord, stating no one in the 10 areas of chaos could defeat him. Jurgen was concerned, as things seemed to be spiraling out of control. While Jurgen had breakfast, he sat in a bizarre condition, worriedly staring at Jahir as he spilled hot tea on his hand. He quickly left for the castle lord's office, but as he opened the door, documents flew out and he was thrown back by them. Furious, the Prime Minister wondered how long Yuan had been neglecting his work. When he approached the table, he remarked it was too late to pretend he was working. The Prime Minister was stunned to see Inspector Carlton there and asked what he was doing, assuming he was still in the hospital. Carlton explained that the castle lord had asked him to come help with paperwork. Jurgen shouted in anger, demanding to know where the castle lord was, as he hadn't expected such irresponsibility. Meanwhile, the protagonist was practicing breaking Carlton's statue, and Cheno couldn't believe he had destroyed the tentacled undead statue. Cheno, in anguish, asked Yuan if he understood how valuable the statues were. He couldn't believe Yuan was using Carlton's collection for practice. Yuan explained there were many such statues in Carlton's hospital room and told Dr. Cheno that he had developed a new technique. Cheno was curious and asked what kind of technique it was. Yuan decided to demonstrate, and Cheno found it interesting. Observing Yuan's starting position, it seemed gentler than usual. Judging by his sword movements, Cheno suspected Yuan's technique had been influenced by his own slashes. Cheno wondered what to call it and suggested naming it Cheno's stab, given his influence on it. Yuan jokingly asked if Cheno wanted him to use the technique on him, which terrified Cheno. He grew angry, having worked hard to come up with the name and feeling insulted by Yuan's arrogance. As Yuan's sword began to shine, Cheno grew furious and declared that today would be the day he defeated Yuan and became the new castle lord. But as Yuan attacked, Cheno dodged, causing Yuan's strike to hit the ceiling and break it. Cheno was shocked and ordered Yuan to show respect to his elders, furiously scolding him for having no manners. Hearing something fall, Cheno turned around to see Yun, the lord of the Thunder God clan, lying unconscious. Yun couldn't believe what happened to him, as he had planned a secret attack to become the new castle lord. A few minutes earlier, he asked his men if the castle lord was in the training ground, and when they affirmed it, he decided to sneak a look through a hole in the ceiling. He saw Yuan practicing and thought it was the perfect moment to assassinate him. Yun activated his thunder skill and reached out through the hole, thinking he would now become the new castle lord. He didn't care if people called him a coward because assassination was the only natural way to fight. But then, he was struck by a powerful attack. After regaining consciousness, he found himself in the practice room. Shouting in confusion, he encountered Cheno, who asked if he was awake, further shocking him. Yun wondered why the Doctor of Doom was there, and Cheno, unable to believe Yun's sneaky tactics hadn't changed, had expected this. Yun asked Cheno who the man was, and Cheno explained that he was Gorgon's new castle lord, Yuan. Yun was startled, having never heard of such a person in all of Chaos, let alone the Great Realm. Cheno agreed, noting that it was surprising to both of them. Yun angrily questioned what sense the situation made, but Cheno chuckled, saying that nothing about Yuan made sense. Yun was stunned by Cheno's amusement, but whatever the case, Yuan stood firm. He refused to accept this sudden attack as his defeat. Confident in his ability to defeat the protagonist if they fought again, he activated his thunder skill and argued that it wasn't fair, since the protagonist had attacked him before he was prepared. Yet, he was the one calling himself the castle lord. Chango couldn't believe someone who was talking about fairness, considering Yen himself had tried to assassinate the protagonist first. The protagonist, calm, agreed to give him another chance and gestured for him to attack first. This frustrated Yen, who rushed to strike the protagonist. His first attack missed, and Yen was amazed to see that the protagonist was quicker than he appeared. Holding his thunder scissors firmly, Yen wanted to see if the new castle lord could dodge this attack as well. He used his best skill, but was shocked to find the protagonist unharmed. Reluctantly, he decided to use his most powerful move, the Divine Thunder Strike, intending to defeat Yuan in one blow. However, before he could strike, Yuan vanished and appeared behind him. The protagonist questioned him about the flaw in his technique, explaining that it took too long to prepare. Yen was stunned and looked behind him. Later, he saluted the protagonist, promising to tell everyone that the Lord of the Thunder God clan had nearly been defeated by the castle lord. Chango praised him for his effort, while the protagonist expressed that they should start preparing for stronger challengers. It had taken him 100 years to reach this point. The Yuan family was one of the 5 great families in the realm of Yong. Yen was a member, or rather, a slave serving them. His teammates who had cleared the tower with him, became part of the family and lived out their lives, but one by one, they were either sold into battle or died as slaves. After 100 years, most of his teammates were gone, but Yen survived by some miracle, earning the family's trust. He was made an official servant, but on that day, for the first time, he resisted his fate. He couldn't live the rest of his life like that, so he betrayed their trust and stole Divine Thunder Strike from the family's secret library. Learning this skill rejuvenated his body, allowing him to harness the Thunder God's power. As a result, he was hunted by the Yuan family for 20 years and eventually killed. But after being summoned to Chaos, he achieved the 9th and lowest rank among the 10 areas after 100 years, thanks to Divine Thunder Strike. He then met the protagonist, who wasn't even 100 years old yet, and wondered how he had become a castle lord in Chaos. On top of that, Dr. Cheno had been unusually gloomy since the failed Abyss expedition, never once smiling. Cheno, who had been somber for so long, seemed happy now, but Yen couldn't believe that the protagonist was the castle lord. Nothing about him made sense, no matter how much they tried to understand him. Yen pouted sadly at his defeat, but Dr. Cheno told him he was lucky to meet Yuan before experiencing true despair. Meanwhile, the protagonist was admiring the statue of Inspector Carlton for practice, while Yen made a puzzled face. Dr. Cheno assumed he was wondering what was so special about him. He explained that just a week before Yan's arrival, Gorgon had almost been taken over by the Golden Sky Clan. This shocked Yen, and Cheno revealed that the Golden Sky Clan had managed to infiltrate Gorgon, but their plan to take over had been thwarted. He asked Yen if he knew who had saved Gorgon and stopped the lone king of chaos when he had possessed the castle lord. The protagonist had saved them all and, as a result, had become the current castle lord. This stunned Yen, who wondered why he hadn't been told sooner. Cheno explained that Yen had barged in, trying to assassinate him before Cheno could tell him. He didn't want Yen to blame him for that. Just then, they saw Huang Kong, lord of the Fire King clan, appear, requesting a duel with the castle lord. He was accompanied by the lord of the South Sea clan and asked if they could fight him first. The protagonist responded that it wasn't necessary, as they could fight him simultaneously. He didn't have the time for a one-on-one battle, which shocked them. Cheno thought that some of the challengers would leave disappointed. Huang Kong agreed with the protagonist and rushed at him, using his unique flame skill. The protagonist easily dodged the attack and struck back, causing Chang'o to become furious and ask if Huang Kong was trying to burn down the training grounds. Yen reminded him that Huang Kong was too worked up to even hear him. Huang Kong continued to attack the protagonist with his sword, asking if Yen feared his sword's flame. The protagonist calmly replied that he wasn't afraid and made a bare-handed fist, striking Huang Kang's sword. Yen watched, shocked, as the protagonist's blow created a massive hole in the wall. The protagonist stretched his arm, surprised by his own strength and still struggling to control it. Yen was stunned, and Cheno worried about how to explain this to Jurgen. Soon, the protagonist's next opponent slammed his sword into the ground, saying that Huang Kong would be fine after the fight. The protagonist looked at him and asked why he wasn't attacking, since he had told them both to attack together. The man, covered in water, explained that he couldn't stand the heat, but then lifted his sword and said it was his turn to fight the castle lord. The protagonist was impressed as his opponent had electricity, fire, and now water abilities. This opponent seemed better than the others. The man lifted his sword, signaling to prepare for battle. The protagonist rushed at him, but the man blocked his attack, then decisively struck the protagonist's sword away. The protagonist was astounded, realizing there was something different about this guy. Unlike the others, this one didn't make him feel the desperate urge to fight. He radiated a calm demeanor. The man struck him firmly with his sword, but the protagonist had already rushed away, causing the man to strike the ground. The man looked up in surprise, where the protagonist was fully prepared to strike. The protagonist struck, and though his opponent attempted to block, he failed and quickly retreated. Cayman sighed in relief, thankful that he had dodged, or he might have ended up like High King. He accepted his defeat, while the protagonist was taken aback, having not yet seen all of his opponent's skills. Cayman laughed, explaining that sometimes, the outcome of a fight is clear from the start. Having lost, he wanted to learn more about the Abyss expedition. Once Huang Kong regained consciousness, he became furious with Wei Yun for spreading rumors about barely losing to the new castle lord. Chang'o advised him not to blame Wei Yun, as it was Huang's fault for losing the duel, and he simply wasn't strong enough to defeat the castle lord. This infuriated Huang, as he knew it was true. Wei Yun then asked them what they were going to do now, since they had lost and must join the Abyss expedition with the castle lord. Hearing this, Huang glared at the protagonist, who was wiping his sword. Cayman remarked that he had come to join the Abyss expedition as well. The protagonist turned to Cayman, asking if he was serious, and Cayman confirmed it. Huang was not surprised, as he knew Cayman well. He had been a close friend of the former castle lord, Amel Gorgon. However, Cayman hadn't been strong enough to join the Abyss expedition back then, and he had seen everything they had lost, all hope crushed. That was 900 years ago, but it seemed like Cayman had been training for this day all along. Cayman explained that he intended to go to the Abyss soon, no matter the condition. Chang'o, taken aback, asked Huang Kong for his opinion on the matter. Huang shrugged, saying he had no choice since he had lost. The old man then turned to Thunder God for his thoughts, and Wei Yun responded that he had made his decision. He quickly rushed toward Yuan, leaving the others wondering what he was doing. The protagonist was stunned by this reaction. Chang'o, concerned, asked Wei Yun if he planned to attack the protagonist again. However, Wei Yun surprised them all by kneeling before him and calling him Lord Yan. He declared that from this moment, as the lord of the Thunder God clan, he swore complete loyalty to the protagonist as the castle lord of Gorgon. The protagonist was shocked, telling Wei Yun he didn't need his loyalty. Despite this, Wei Yun insisted on his loyalty, even in death. This left the protagonist speechless, as Wei Yun was already dead, making the situation even more somber. However, Wei Yun persisted, requesting to become part of the protagonist's family. He offered to be made captain if desired. Chang'o was confused, asking what family Wei Yun meant. Wei Yun began to cry, swearing that he would not steal any more skill tones, requesting to be accepted for his past transgressions, including stealing the Divine Thunderstrike skill from a Yuan family. Chang'o reminded him that he was the lord of the Thunder God clan, asking what he would do about his clan. Wei Yun's anger flared, as he declared that the Thunder God clan no longer existed in chaos. The old man was taken aback and asked what he meant. Wei Yun explained that only 7 members of his clan remained, including himself. The protagonist was shocked to hear that the Thunder God clan no longer existed, and Wei Yun confirmed that they had been destroyed a week ago. Chang'o couldn't believe it and asked for confirmation. Wei Yun affirmed that it was true. When Chang'o asked when this had happened, Wei Yun explained that it occurred a week ago. Chang'o then realized that the announcement of the Castle Lord's one-on-one fight took place after the destruction of the Thunder God clan, which explained Wei Yun's desperate situation. He had hoped to become the Castle Lord after the destruction of his clan, but was defeated by the protagonist. Chang'o asked if Wei Yun was implying that he had nowhere else to go now, and Wei Yun confirmed it. This bold statement shocked Chang'o, who couldn't believe Wei Yun had lost all shame. However, it was puzzling why they hadn't heard about the Thunder God clan's destruction sooner, especially considering the distance from the manor to Gorgon. Kamen noted that the distance was long, which made it strange that no one had heard about the destruction of the Thunder God clan. Wei Yun asked Dr. Chang'o if he had heard that the Castle Lord had saved Gorgon, which Chang'o confirmed, recalling how the protagonist had saved Gorgon from the Golden Sky clan. This revelation startled them all, as it became clear that the Golden Sky clan had been behind the chaos at the inner castle a week ago. Wei Yun affirmed this, explaining that the Golden Sky clan had not only destroyed the Thunder God clan, but also the 3rd-ranked Black Forest clan and the 1st-ranked Heavenly Dragon clan. This left Huang and Kamen stunned, but Chang'o wondered about the Manor Fortress. Wei Yun explained that the Golden Sky clan had also taken control of it a week ago. Dr. Chang'o pieced it together, realizing that the Golden Sky clan must have captured the Manor Fortress and blocked all communication within it, preventing anyone from hearing the news about the other clan destructions. Huang Kong, still confused, asked if they were saying that 3 of the top 10 clans had been destroyed in one night by the Golden Sky clan. Wei Yun affirmed this. Kamen had heard that the Golden Sky clan was growing in power, but even he didn't think they could have grown strong enough to conquer the Manor Fortress so quickly. The protagonist added that the lower the number, the stronger the clan, which left them all astounded. Wei Yun, now realizing who he was speaking to, stared at the protagonist in shock. The protagonist, furious, exuded a killing aura, asking them what they meant by that, sending chills down their spines. Wei Yun trembled and apologized, begging the protagonist not to kill him. This calmed the protagonist, who nodded to assure Wei Yun that he would not kill him. Wei Yun, relieved, felt saved. Chang'o, watching this, thought how lucky Wei Yun was to be spared. Chaos had 4 major fortresses: Gorgon, Manor, Dad and Garuda, along with 10 ruling clans, known as the 10 Clans of Chaos. These clans were ranked from 1st to 10th, with the 1st being the strongest. There was a significant power gap between the top 3 and the lower-ranked clans, but now, the 9th-ranked Thunder God clan, the 3rd-ranked Black Forest clan, and the 1st-ranked Heavenly Dragon clan had all been defeated by the Golden Sky clan, who had even taken the Manor Fortress. Wei Yun was unsure who was helping them but suspected another group was backing them. The protagonist suspected the Golden Sky clan's scheme, as he first met their man at a pub and overheard they had the Dream Demon with them. He thought they might be the ones holding it. Later, they attempted to seize Gorgon, and even Manor fell into their hands. The main leader believed that if they took over the other fortresses, they might have the same intentions as him. He wondered if he would find the Dream Demon and the person mentioned in Manor. He remembered asking the Golden Sky clan member about him, and the man said that even if he told the protagonist about the Dream Demon, it wouldn't matter because if that person finds out, the protagonist would wish he were dead. Meanwhile, at the Golden Sky clan fortress, the clan's lord beheaded an opponent and asked his men about the failure to capture a guardian horned beast. Lord Jin Hong Lim assumed it was beyond their control and asked his men if they agreed. He happily stared at the dismembered bodies of other clan members. His men informed him that they had dismembered the lord of the Heavenly Dragon clan and imprisoned him. The Black Forest clan lord was still resisting, but it would end soon. Jin Hong Lim grabbed a dagger, spun it between his fingers, and threw it at a clan member's head. He picked up an apple, bit it, and applauded his men, asking if they had captured the Thunder God clan's lord. His man nervously replied that they hadn't, which frustrated Jin Hong Lim. He threw his dagger at the man, striking his shoulder. The man knelt, apologizing for the delay, but it didn't matter to his lord. He asked if they had figured out where the Thunder God clan lord had gone, and the man explained he was likely in Gorgon. Jin Hong Lim couldn't believe it. He thought the clan lords would cooperate after he took Manor, remembering that Gorgon was where some fool had organized a contest for the title of Castle Lord and was gathering people for an Abyss expedition. He couldn't believe there were still people in Chaos who thought like that, even after the failure of the previous Abyss expedition. Although they didn't send as many troops to Gorgon as they had to Manor, Head Elder Mayan had worked tirelessly on the attack. Jin Hong Lim felt embarrassed facing the Master of Darkness after their defeat at Gorgon Castle and summoned a screen. He watched a video of the protagonist defeating his men and asked the name of the new castle lord. When his man confirmed it was Yen, Jin Hong Lim studied the face closely, finding it strangely familiar. Just then, he received a message and wondered what it was about. His man informed him that it was from the Master of Darkness, and Jin wondered if the Master was asking him to find the product who had escaped the tower. He cursed them for failing to care for their things and wondered why the Master was asking them to find him. He instructed his man to respond, telling the Master of Darkness that they would continue searching. Jin Hong Lim tapped his throne, pondering the situation. He considered how unbelievable it was that this product managed to kill one of the tower cultivators during the tutorial game. Meanwhile, the man he had stabbed trembled, struggling to stand due to blood loss, and his fellow clan members felt sympathy for him. The Golden Sky clan lord laughed, imagining that the product would destroy the tower and escape to Chaos. He then stabbed the injured man in the head, killing him. As the screen began disappearing, he asked his men if they believed it made sense that a mere product could do this. The man replied no, agreeing that such a thing was impossible. He then asked what should be done about the Thunder God clan lord who escaped in Gorgon. Jin Hong Lim was feeling sleepy and decided to leave. He instructed his man to let the Thunder God clan lord go, which shocked the man. The man was concerned because word had spread about the new castle lord holding a competition for his title, and the clan lords of the 10 clans were rushing to Gorgon to compete. Jin Hong Lim thought that they would eventually have to get rid of them for their plan to unite Chaos, so this worked out well. The undead would soon overrun Gorgon. A week ago, an incredibly powerful undead energy burst from the Gorgon Fortress. It must have been a catastrophe. The lone king of Chaos's energy vanished, and Jin Hong Lim knew that the appearance of that energy might have attracted several other undead to Gorgon. He wickedly smiled, knowing Gorgon would soon learn why the lone king was feared. Back at Gorgon Castle, they suspected someone was supporting the Golden Sky clan, possibly one of the masters of the Great Realm's 12 zones. However, some disagreed with Young Yun, believing it was impossible since the masters had agreed not to interfere with Chaos. Young Yun asked who else would be powerful enough to support one of Chaos's 10 clans. Wang Kong, aware that the Great Realm was currently at war, thought that someone might be taking advantage of the situation to meddle in Chaos affairs. He suggested trying to contact the Regeneration Palace. Cayman was startled and asked if he meant the Regeneration Palace, where the masters of the Great Realm and the lords of the 5 families were revived, and the group managing all fruits in Chaos. Since one of the 12 zones was involved, this would violate their agreement. Qing Hyo confirmed that the Regeneration Palace had stolen all the fruits, but added that the masters and lords had agreed not to interfere in Chaos matters. Wang Kong, frustrated, suggested they demand an explanation, but Cayman dismissed it, saying they had no solid evidence and disliked the idea of asking for help. Furthermore, they didn't know if the Regeneration Palace was involved, so they couldn't take risks. The group was worried, and Qing Hyo, looking at the protagonist, said the problem was more serious than they thought. He asked what they should do now that Manor Fortress had fallen and 3 clans had been conquered. If they followed Yan's plan, it could lead to war. This didn't concern the protagonist, as he knew they would have to fight them eventually, and he had no intention of changing his plan. Qing Hyo recalled what Prime Minister Jurin Chiver had said about the protagonist, that the castle lord intended to resign after uniting Chaos and eliminating all potential enemies. In that case, there would be no need for a castle lord if there were no fortresses to protect. Qing Hyo asked if the protagonist planned to unite Chaos, as this was a completely different matter from subjugating the 4 great fortresses and 10 clans. The Regeneration Palace was far more powerful than the 4 great fortresses and 10 clans combined, and he was certain that Yan wasn't strong enough to take them on yet. However, there were some things even the most powerful people couldn't do alone. But this didn't concern the protagonist, who declared that this was why he had Ching Hyo with him, which surprised him. The old man was stunned and became angry when the protagonist mentioned that he was young and inexperienced, but that wasn't a problem as long as he had Chenna with him. Chango angrily responded that he never agreed to join him on the Abyss expedition. The protagonist stared at him and asked if he would not join him, leaving the old man speechless. Chango sighed, unable to believe he felt this way about a 60-year-old novice. The protagonist then turned to the others and said that they had just heard he wasn't simply gathering people for an Abyss expedition. First, he would unite chaos and destroy the Regeneration Palace for stealing the fruits 900 years ago. Only after that would they embark on the Abyss expedition, so the protagonist needed a loyal companion for his journey. Yuan allowed them to leave if they didn't feel up to it, as he didn't want to force anyone. Cayman asked what he would do if none of them agreed to help him, but he was shocked when the castle lord replied that he would go alone. Cayman thought it was impossible to do so alone, wondering why the castle lord was so confident. The protagonist answered that he made it this far alone, and he could do the same in the future. This astonished everyone, and Cayman started laughing, confusing H. Wong Kong, who wondered what was wrong with him. Cayman agreed to join the protagonist, promising to follow him wherever he went, whether it was the Abyss or the Regeneration Palace. Wei Yen also agreed, stating that the castle lord and he were already one, which annoyed Yuan, who didn't want to be one with anyone. The protagonist looked at Huang and asked if he would be part of the plan. Huang Kong grabbed his head, cleared his throat, and said he hadn't decided yet, stunning everyone. Huang angrily stated that he was the only normal one there and couldn't believe they all agreed to something without knowing anything about Yuan. He was amazed because, with such decision-making skills, they still called themselves clan lords. He wanted to be honest with them because he wasn't sure if Yen had what it took to lead an Abyss expedition, as the enemies the castle lord intended to fight were far more powerful than he imagined. He wanted the castle lord to prove he could lead them on this difficult journey. There were 6 clan lords in Gorgon, and if the castle lord could get the other 3 clan lords to recognize him as their leader, he would follow him as well. The protagonist agreed to this condition, stunning Huang, who hadn't expected such a direct answer. He wondered if that was all, but little did he know, the castle lord also had one condition. Everyone wondered what it was. The main lead clarified that they must prove themselves to him. They wondered how they could prove themselves, and the protagonist suggested a tournament. He explained that they would hold a tournament for the position of castle lord, and they needed to make it to the quarterfinals. If they succeeded, they could join him, but the test would come after the tournament ended. This angered Huang, who slammed the table, but Cayman agreed with the castle lord, understanding his point. Being the lord of one of the 10 clans didn't mean they were the strongest warriors in chaos. He asked Yuan when the tournament would occur so they could prepare. Later, Prime Minister Jurin Sher angrily entered the castle lord's office with a pamphlet, asking Yuan what it was. The protagonist was surprised, realizing the tournament had begun, and looked at the advertisement. It announced that anyone interested in becoming the next castle lord could participate in Gorgon's first tournament for preliminaries, starting that day at 6 p.m. The Prime Minister was worried, holding his head in his office, sighing as he thought about Gorgon's future. Captain Jahir laughed, confident the castle lord knew what he was doing, but Jurin angrily slammed the table, unable to understand the castle lord's reasoning. Jurin was concerned because warriors from all over Chaos were pouring into Gorgon, and the outer castle was packed, making it difficult to inspect everyone at the checkpoints. Carlton Javier believed the Prime Minister disapproved of the castle lord's decision. Jurin explained it wasn't about his opinion but about principle. Carlton reminded him that, in an emergency, if most ministers agree on a policy, it could be approved without an official meeting, and most ministers supported the proposal. Jurin smirked, hearing the majority's agreement, but it was true since 3 of them, Jahir, Claire and Carlton, were newly appointed ministers. 4 of the 5 cabinet ministers had been killed during the Golden Sky Clan incident, and 1 was severely injured, leaving no proper cabinet. The castle lord had then appointed his close associates as ministers, including CLA as the Minister of Finance, Jahir as Minister of Security, and Carlton as Minister of Legislation. Therefore, every proposal was approved by default. But Jurin couldn't understand how a middle-aged pub owner, a mere second-stage adapted player, could serve as the Minister of Finance. Claire sensed Jurin's concerns and asked if he understood the value these policies were bringing to Gorgon. Jurin laughed when he heard the word value from her, and Claire figured he might be looking down on her just because she ran a pub. The Prime Minister denied it, trying to assure her, but she knew he looked at her that way. She delightedly told him that where there are people, there is money, and Gorgon was experiencing an unprecedented influx of people due to the tournament. She asked the Prime Minister if he knew where the tournament would be held, but he wasn't sure. CLA replied that it would be in the northern market of the outer castle, which stunned Jurin as he understood what she meant. CLA confirmed it was the area that had been destroyed in the Golden Sky Clan incident. Citizens who lost their businesses in the incident had been working hard to rebuild the area and were helping with the tournament. Jurin Shever was stunned, realizing the tournament was being held there, but he had no idea they were helping or that it would be in the northern market. CLA explained that the castle had suffered a total loss of around 138 billion horns during the Golden Sky Clan incident. She asked the Prime Minister if he knew how much profit they would earn in the coming days. Jürgen says he is still investigating it, as he was unaware of the situation and couldn't estimate the profit. Claire excitedly slammed the table, announcing that the net profit would be 1,318 billion horns, and with other potential profits, the total earnings could be even higher. Seeing Jürgen's surprised expression, she asked why he was so shocked and explained that in her previous life, she had been responsible for accounting. She wasn't sure if the Castle Lord intended to embark on an abyss expedition or go to war with all of Chaos, but one thing was certain: Chaos would change. Southern Chaos, the Great Sea, and Drad, the Southern Fortress, were located there. Drad was a plant-type guardian horned beast, a natural fortress formed from branches and secretions, absorbing water from the Great Sea. The Castle Lord of Drad, Asa Linro, was touching Drad and had a feeling that something terrible would happen. She closed her eyes and used her elite clairvoyance skill, which allowed her to see far away, across bushes, to another mountain. She was stunned to see the undead heading toward Gorgon, and what worried her most was the backward-walking Magray, one of the three great undead. As soon as her gaze met Magray's, it hurt her eyes, and she coughed up blood. She wanted to warn Gorgon Castle Lord of the impending danger, so she summoned her message conveyor bird to send a warning. Meanwhile, everyone gathered and eagerly enjoyed the tournament in the northern Gorgon market. Muk Shin, Lord of the Infinite Clan, was amazed that in only 3 days, the tournament had already narrowed down to 16 participants. He was startled to learn that this was due to Huang Kong and his boastful behavior in the preliminaries. Muk was delighted to see Dr. Chango after a long time, and the doctor felt the same. The doctor was shocked by Muk's aura, noticing how much he had grown since they last met. Muk, too, was surprised by Chango's growth, though Chango was more surprised that Muk, who loved fighting, didn't take part in the tournament. Muk explained that he preferred sparring over dogfighting, unlike those in the competition. Meanwhile, Huang Kong threw flames at his opponent and wondered if he had hit her. However, he was startled when he saw his opponent above him, fully prepared to strike. Her strike slammed him to the ground, and she pointed her sword at him, declaring his defeat. Muk Shin recognized the opponent's magic technique as something familiar and speculated it might be what he thought. Chango confirmed that it was the Azure Phantom Steps of Hiyu, the Master of Steel. Muk was furious, wondering why one of Hiyu's warriors was involved, as the Masters had promised not to interfere with chaos. Chango was also unaware of this, but suspected the Masters' involvement had an ulterior motive. With Huang Kong defeated, Minister Jahir concluded the second round, and the long-awaited quarterfinals were about to begin. Muk was amazed by how quickly they moved on to the quarterfinals and asked Chango if it wasn't too soon. The old man explained that the Castle Lord was impatient, and soon the next participant appeared. The audience was excited for the appearance of the Lord of the Forest School Clan, Chaos's greatest warrior. Myong Eagle, Lord of the Forest School Clan, smiled at the audience's enthusiasm, then turned to look at Cheno, who was shocked to see him and smirked evilly. This made Cheno furious, wondering what kind of greeting that was and thinking of teaching him a lesson later. Muk tried to calm Cheno down, suggesting he take it easy, as Myong Eagle was only 400 years old. Soon the protagonist appeared, and Chango smiled, agreeing with Muk, since someone else would teach Myong Eagle a lesson for him. The two faced off, and the stadium filled with excited cheers from the audience. Myong Eagle remarked that he had heard about the Castle Lord's plans, but thought they were too bold. Muk asked Chango if the Castle Lord was the kid in question, and Chango confirmed it. Muk wondered if the kid could defeat Myong Eagle, as he seemed to emit a similar energy to Cheno. He inquired if the protagonist was Cheno's student, which made Cheno laugh at the idea. The protagonist struck Myong Eagle, slamming him into the wall, shocking everyone. Chango then asked the protagonist what he thought about how a beast like that could be Cheno's student. Myong Eagle, on the ground, remembered when he discovered that his opponent for the quarterfinals wasn't listed in the matchups. Later, he learned he would be fighting the castle lord and was pleased to have the opportunity to give him advice. He gritted his teeth, determined to crush the hope that the protagonist had inspired, just as he had done for the last 400 years. The protagonist was confused, and Myong Eagle reminded him that he had only said the fight would be one-on-one but never specified how exactly they should fight. The protagonist recalled his inauguration speech, where he stated that anyone who could beat him one-on-one could become the castle lord, and asked Myong Eagle what kind of fight he wanted. Myong Eagle smirked and proposed that they fight using strategy, as it would only be fair if he could choose the terms of the fight. The audience cursed him, calling his request pathetic, and wanting him to admit defeat. Mook and Chango were speechless, predicting something like this would happen. Mook thought a strategy battle would make picking a winner harder, while Chango knew Myong Eagle was referring to the military game those goons loved. He wondered what decision the protagonist would make. The protagonist agreed to the strategy battle and asked Myong Eagle what kind of strategy he had in mind. Myong Eagle was delighted, as it meant the castle lord had accepted his proposal. The protagonist was startled as structures appeared on the ground, forming a map. He was now in the world of strategic battle formation and wondered what was going on. After a while, a notification appeared on his screen, instructing him to open the menu at the top of the screen to learn the controls and rules of the game. The system asked if he would like to open the menu, leaving the protagonist still wondering about the situation. However, Myong Eagle quickly explained that it was called battle formation, a type of game he heard about, created by Mars, one of the 13 experts, based on a specific peripheral world. The strategists of the Great Realm enjoyed it, and he was pleased to mention he was the best player in this game within Chaos. He asked the protagonist if he needed more time to learn the rules since he was a beginner, but was shocked when the protagonist declined and said he was fine with it, as the game seemed simpler than he expected. The protagonist smirked when he heard that the game was based on a specific peripheral world. The concept of the game was that the three races were at war, gathering resources to build armies in real time, and the goal was to destroy all opponents' buildings to win. He realized the game system was similar to one he had played on Earth 10,000 times and wondered if these dream demons had never heard of plagiarism. Mongol asked if the protagonist was okay with playing this map, selecting the Lost Garden as the battlefield. The protagonist smiled and said he was fine with any map his opponent chose. Yen picked the human race, while Mongol chose the undead race. Mongol chuckled, thinking Yan's choice of the weakest race meant he was a beginner. On the other hand, Mongol chose the undead, which grew stronger as the game progressed, and he was confident he could easily defeat Yen early. He planned to build his base, create an army, and overwhelm Yen, but he was taken aback when the human race led by the protagonist began slaughtering his undead. Furious, he paused to re-evaluate, watching as Yen attacked with his farmers. He was shocked to see two buildings from the protagonist's human race appear near his base, realizing that the watchtowers were attacking his undead archers, killing them from a distance. Mongol was stunned, as he had never heard of such a strategy. He knew that if he tried to destroy the towers, the farmers would stop him, as they had a lot of health. He couldn't do anything while being unable to gather resources or build new structures. He asked the protagonist out of curiosity about the strategy. The protagonist recalled that this tactic was well known in Korea and often annoyed players when it was used. The audience cheered, and Chango looked on, surprised. Mongol was shocked, unable to believe that a beginner could use such a strategy. He yelled that it was unfair, explaining that players were not supposed to attack for the first 10 minutes of the game out of basic courtesy. The protagonist was amazed that such a thing as courtesy existed in the game, and Mongol explained that players were supposed to focus on building and gathering resources during the first 10 minutes. The protagonist then asked if that was part of the rules, leaving Mongol speechless. He claimed it didn't matter if the rules were broken and he wouldn't show any courtesy. Mongol, furious, bit his lip and wondered who this person was, as he clearly didn't follow the rules or logic. He admitted that his limitations made it impossible to win. Finally, he bowed his head, accepting his defeat, realizing that this might be the moment he had been waiting for the last 400 years. After the match, the protagonist was taken aback when Chango asked when he had learned to play strategic battle formation. Chango was surprised, having thought the protagonist only knew how to fight with a blade. After thinking about it, Chango recalled that since the protagonist had learned the new spiral slash skill, which had been influenced by Chango's own, he guessed that the protagonist might not only be interested in stabbing. He asked if the skill used against Mongol was the spiral slash. The protagonist, thinking about it, recalled when Sheno mentioned that it was his skill, but he was reluctant to claim it. Chango, still persistent, wanted the protagonist to call the skill the spiral slash because it was influenced by his own technique. If not, Chango suggested naming it the Cheno stab. Cayman suggested a new name, the Spdi, considering both stabbing and slashing were ways to kill. The protagonist casually agreed to name it Spdi, which upset Chango. He asked the protagonist what that meant for the spiral slash. The protagonist insisted that he preferred Spdi over spiral slash. The protagonist then noticed Muggek standing next to Chango and asked if he would like to fight. Muggek was taken aback, as it was an aggressive way to greet someone. Chango chimed in, remarking that the protagonist didn't respect his elders and tended to attack them. The protagonist explained that the older people around him were so powerful that there was no need to treat them gently. This infuriated Chango, who noted how Yen always had to have the last word. Muggek, surprised, realized he hadn't seen Chango this happy since the failed Abyss expedition 900 years ago, when he had led the expedition to give Chaos both dreams and hope, only to become a symbol of despair afterward. Muggek wondered how this newcomer, Yen, could be compared to Malak and whether he could eventually replace him. Based on the fight he witnessed earlier, Yen was incredibly powerful, and his potential might even surpass Malak's. However, Muggek still needed to understand Yan's character better. He couldn't detect a strong sense of justice in him. Yen was the opposite of Malak, who had been mature and kind-hearted. Muggek also wondered why he kept sensing a threatening vibe from Yen. Suddenly, he felt a chill and panicked, looking around but seeing nothing. He asked Chango if the new castle lord had also awakened, which shocked Chango. Muggek realized this and said he was fully awakened. The announcement came that the next quarterfinal match would begin soon, and Chango noticed the protagonist heading to the stage. He asked where the protagonist was going since it wasn't his turn yet. Muggek was still surprised to learn that the protagonist was fully awakened, which meant he had surpassed the limits of the third stage of awakening. The protagonist turned around and remarked that waiting for everyone to finish their one-on-one battles would be a waste of time. Chen Hyo was shocked to see him on the stage and wondered what his next move would be. Soon his opponents appeared, and using his skill Suspicion, the protagonist noticed they seemed quite strong, especially the girl with the chain scythe, whose true strength he couldn't detect. This puzzled him, and he wondered about her real identity. Minister Jahir was surprised to see him and questioned why he was there, as it wasn't his turn. The audience was thrilled to see the castle lord step onto the stage, eagerly anticipating if he would say something. A man in the crowd instructed the newly recruited person to activate his recording skills. The protagonist grabbed the mic from Jahir and urged everyone to listen. He explained that he had seen enough of the participants and knew how important they all were. He was tired of the fights and wanted to change things up. Suddenly, Juk Ronya, the lady of the Faith clan, stepped forward, requesting him to wait and asking what he thought he was doing. She challenged him, questioning what right he had to make such changes. The protagonist replied that he was eliminating the rule of one-on-one battles. Juk Ronya asked if he was suggesting a team battle, and the protagonist confirmed, although she didn't think it was a good idea. She asked how teams would be selected and how the winner would be determined. The protagonist clarified, saying there was no need for teams, only one team, and 6 of them would fight together against Yan. This surprised Juk Ronya, who was not expecting such a change. After realizing his plan, she was stunned to hear him say that he would fight alone. He affirmed that whoever defeated him would become the next castle lord of Gorgon. The audience was excited at the prospect of seeing the castle lord in action. The girl with the chain scythe laughed and approached, curious about what he had in mind. The protagonist used Suspicion to gauge her skill, but she only remarked that things were about to get interesting. After making his announcement, he threw the mic to Jahir, startling him as he tried to catch it. The protagonist knew that trust with people was built over time, but when time was short, overwhelming power was the way to earn trust. The girl with the chain scythe leaned in close and asked if he knew she liked him, which shocked everyone. She clarified that it would be a waste to kill him right now, waved goodbye, and walked off, leaving everyone astonished. Minister Jahir was baffled and wondered why she was walking away despite their numerical advantage. She explained she didn't feel like fighting and mentioned something would appear soon, leaving the protagonist curious about what she meant. Meanwhile, Wei Yun called out, saying he too would withdraw from the fight, admitting he wasn't strong enough to challenge the castle lord. He was pleased to have reached the quarterfinals. The protagonist knew that Wei Yun was clever and, although he didn't mind working with him, he wanted to maintain his pride. Kamen clenched his fists and declared that he too wanted to withdraw, feeling it was unfair to fight 6 against 1. This surprised the protagonist, who wondered if Kamen cared about fairness. He knew, however, that even if he defeated the others, he wouldn't make the impact he hoped for. Duke Ronya remarked that it was unfortunate for the castle lord, as things weren't going as planned. The protagonist guessed he would face the remaining 3 fighters, astonished at how Wei Yun and Kamen had withdrawn to avoid embarrassment. The vice lord of the Lady Faith clan instructed Duke Ronya to teach the protagonist a lesson. She believed he was too weak to withstand a combined attack. Duke Ronya tried to calm the vice lord, explaining that they weren't there to fight the castle lord, but she still wanted to teach him a lesson. The protagonist was shocked to learn they weren't there to fight him. He overheard them asking Captain Haeong for her opinion on what to do with him. Captain Haeong suggested they wait and see how things played out. Duke Ronya inquired if the person supporting the Golden Sky Clan Lord was someone important enough for the Steel Masters to get involved. Captain Haeong couldn't say but reminded her to focus on the mission they were given. Duke Ronya clenched her teeth, agreeing, and asked what she should do next. Captain Haeong revealed that they wanted to understand the Castle Lord's character, which surprised Duke Ronya. She realized they were testing if he could be useful to them as a pawn in their schemes. Duke Ronya then addressed the Castle Lord directly, stating they had no intention of fighting him. The protagonist asked if this meant they surrendered, but Duke Ronya denied it, clarifying that they were choosing not to fight, not giving up. She explained they were volunteering to join his Abyss expedition, which caused concern among the others. The protagonist asked what she stood to gain from this, and she questioned why she needed a reason to join an expedition aimed at restoring chaos. This annoyed the audience, who were puzzled by her sudden shift in priorities. Duke Ronya, wanting to be transparent, told everyone that the castle lord had no intention of giving up his position. She then revealed that the true purpose of the tournament wasn't to choose a new castle lord, but to gather people for an Abyss expedition. This revelation shocked everyone and caused a stir among the crowd. Duke Ronya was impressed with the castle lord's strategy to rally people, especially since the last Abyss expedition had failed 900 years ago. She proudly stated that this was the first time anyone had come up with such a grand plan and was certain everyone in the audience felt the same way. With a smile, she tossed her veil into the air and stared at the crowd, trying to hypnotize them. Magical butterflies fluttered across the stadium, and she sought to understand the true feelings of everyone present. Her gaze pierced into their hearts, encouraging them to reflect on the best parts of themselves. She urged them to consider what had truly brought them there, whether it was trivial fights or the future of chaos. Using her elite skill, Gaze of Justice, she wished to believe there was still hope for chaos. Her abilities took effect, and the audience began murmuring in agreement, realizing they were there for the Abyss expedition, not just for the fight. They denied the notion that they had come to watch a fight, but instead for the expedition. The protagonist was stunned by the disruption caused by her skill, wondering what kind of power it was, as it felt like they were all hypnotized. He considered whether to take them all out with a single stab or wait. An elderly man raised his hand and agreed with the Lord of the Ladies of Faith clan, stating that he hadn't come to the north just to watch a fight. The crowd was shocked to see the righteous warrior there, the lone wandering swordsman, whose reputation was as formidable as the 10 clans. This stirred more gossip as M1 Han, the lone wandering swordsman, was as powerful as the 10 clans combined. Duke Ranjan nodded to greet him. The protagonist gritted his teeth, wondering what was happening and if they were all part of the scheme. Meanwhile, Carlton Javier was walking toward his office when he was startled by the noise inside. He hurriedly opened the door and saw a carrier falcon fluttering about. Concerned, he realized the falcon had brought a message from the Castle Lord of Drad. As he read the message, his eyes widened in shock. It warned of a swarm of undead, including a giant undead, heading towards Gorgon Fortress. This was troubling as the undead could be close to the fortress. Suddenly, the sky darkened, which startled the residents. The protagonist observed the sky's change, perplexed. Duke Ronya addressed the audience, affirming that what they needed now was unity, not internal conflict. The tournament must be stopped. The Castle Lord had already succeeded in his goal of rallying spirits willing to risk their lives for the Abyss expedition. After captivating everyone with her skill, she knew she had the upper hand and needed to do just one more thing. She made the crowd focus on her as she announced a crucial issue: who would lead the Abyss expedition. Chong Hyo grew worried, sensing her manipulative intentions. Myuk confirmed her suspicions, noting that she was using Gaze of Justice, an elite-level enchantment skill. She deactivated the skill, but the purpose behind her actions was unclear. Duke Ronya then suggested the castle lord lead the expedition, claiming he was stronger than the 10 clan lords and more resourceful than the lord of the Forest School clan. She argued that there had never been anyone as talented as the castle lord in Chaos's history. Her persuasive words convinced the crowd, and they began applauding her, believing she was selfless. Mongwanan objected, stating that the head of the expedition should not only be strong and clever but must also have the ability to care for an entire team. He wanted the castle lord's character tested, and Duke Ronya was tasked with this. She feigned innocence, asking the lone wandering swordsman how he proposed to test him. Mongwanan suggested a morality test for the castle lord of Gorgon, and the audience agreed, thinking it the perfect way to assess his character. Minister Jahir grew concerned as Duke Ronya called for the morality test, instructing everyone but the castle lord to step back. Duke Ronya wickedly declared that if everyone wanted this, she would comply. She sent her butterflies to the ground, creating a scenario for the protagonist. She then asked the castle lord whether he would take the test and lead the expedition. The protagonist was startled when Chong Hyo gritted his teeth, finally understanding that this was a scheme to bring down the castle lord through a morality test. Myuk agreed, as many higher-level players had used Duke Ronya's test to meet their awakening requirements. Chong Hyo was anxious, knowing that the Abyss expedition would be impossible if the protagonist slaughtered everyone as he usually did. He worried for Yun's character, knowing that if he took the test, he would be doomed. To everyone's surprise, the protagonist agreed to take the morality test. Duke Ronya was stunned, asking if he really agreed, and he confirmed. The audience grew impatient, wondering when the test would begin. The scenario began to unfold before them. A boat was sinking in a stormy sea, and the protagonist was on it, struggling to stay balanced. Duke Ronya explained that the test would take place on the Great Sea, known for its storms, where many ships were lost. As the protagonist saw, a lifeboat appeared to rescue some people. However, there was one person still left behind. The lifeboat could only hold 10, and if they took anyone else, it would sink. The others wanted to abandon the person to save themselves, but the man grabbed the protagonist's arm, asking him to make the final decision. The protagonist was confused, wondering how he ended up in the lifeboat, as he was still in the stadium. Duke Ronya gave him two options: either save themselves and leave the drowning person behind or take everyone aboard, even if the boat sank. She asked what he would do. The protagonist realized this was the morality test that everyone had been talking about. Duke Ronya asked him what he planned to do. She knew that if he chose the first option, he would be criticized for his lack of compassion, but if he selected the second, people would question his judgment. No matter which choice he made, his qualifications as expedition leader would be in doubt. The protagonist looked at her and stated he would choose option 3, which left her shocked. She asked him what he meant, as there were only two options. But the protagonist insisted he would choose option 3 to save everyone and prevent the boat from sinking. Duke Ronya was astonished because there was no way the castle lord could see a hidden option. She realized he could only choose the third option if he figured it out himself. Soon the third option appeared: they wouldn't lose anyone, would save the person in the water, and would take turns waiting for rescue. The hidden option was the only one that allowed them to preserve their humanity while showing good judgment and saving everyone. She was dismayed because if Yuan had chosen the first or second option, she could have shown him the hidden option to prove he wasn't fit to lead. But he ruined her plan. She asked him to explain the third option. He said the people were in danger because of the sea, and asked if he was right. She confirmed this was the case, so he stated that, in that case, he needed to split the sea. She was speechless, not understanding what he meant, since that wasn't the last hidden option. She asked if he had lost his mind from panicking. The protagonist took his stance, exhaled deeply, and pointed his sword toward the sea. Duke Ronya was worried and tried to stop him, asking what he thought he was doing. Jang Hyo noticed his position and ordered everyone to run. The audience began rushing away, confused by the unfolding situation. The protagonist's eyes gleamed as he attacked the sea with his skill, Spiral Slash. This caused an error in the system, opening a passage in the sea. The passengers on the boat cheered, relieved to be saved by what they saw as a miracle. They rushed to the captain and hugged him in gratitude for their lives. The protagonist instructed the lady to let him go, and soon the entire map and people began disappearing, still expressing gratitude to the captain for saving them. Their words of thanks echoed in the air, startling the protagonist. The system notification appeared, informing him that the morality test was over. Duke Ronya yelled at him, asking what he thought he was doing. The protagonist, enraged, demanded to know what her problem was. His aura sent a chill down her spine. He approached her and said it was time to stop messing around, which terrified her. A warning notification then appeared around the fortress, announcing that Gorgon Level 1 had been issued throughout Gorgon. Duke Ronya knelt in front of the protagonist, concerned, but was startled when a warning alarm sounded. She turned around to see the protagonist rushing away, calling after him. Meanwhile, the audience was also leaving the stadium, puzzled by what was happening. The announcement came that all events were cancelled, the castle gates would be sealed, and all residents were instructed to evacuate to the north immediately. A man asked the person beside him what was happening, and he urged him to move quickly, as the undead were approaching. The clan lords rushed to the gates, looking outside toward the impending ambush. Young Yen peered ahead and wondered if the black figures in the distance were all undead. He couldn't believe it, recalling how the Thunder God clan had been destroyed in Antisur, and now they were facing an undead army in Gorgon. Young Yun was worried this might be his last day. Huang King stood beside him and chuckled, remarking that if this was enough to kill him, how had he expected to survive the Abyss expedition? Yen looked at him and noted his legs appeared shaky too, which made Huang furious. He told Yen to shut up. Cheno smirked, thinking that these kids, who weren't even born 900 years ago, were now the leaders of Chaos. 6 of the 10 Lords of Chaos, the Infinite Clan, South Sea Clan, Forest School Clan, Lady Faith Clan, Fire King Clan, and Thunder God Clan, were gathered in Gorgon. Ching Hyo, never expecting to see this again, adjusted his hat and asked Mook if it reminded him of 900 years ago. Mook asked if he meant their journey to the Undead Palace. Chango agreed, acknowledging the Doctor of Doom's rightness. He didn't know what the undead were up to there, but he worried. Ching Hyo stared at the swarm of undead, knowing they could summon more undead. Medium-sized ones could summon small undead, and giant undead could summon medium-sized ones. In the upcoming catastrophe, the king of the undead would appear. The castle walls needed to be raised high due to the impending calamity, which terrified all of Chaos. Giant undead and backward-walking Margarets approached the Gorgon Fortress, sparking the greatest fear of the ambush. The undead attack devastated Gorgon, leaving everyone terrified and calling for help. Some were injured, and one girl had her limb amputated by the undead. Screaming, they begged others to stay away. Soon, the girl was stabbed in the mouth with an undead tentacle. Meanwhile, Duke Ronya was stunned, witnessing the enormous number of undead attacking. She saw the Gorgon residents being turned into undead, unable to believe her eyes. Trembling in fear, she thought everything was lost and they couldn't escape this disaster. The residents of Gorgon were all terrified. One woman was attacked by another undead, which frightened her, and she screamed for help. Soon, a lone wandering swordsman attacked the undead and saved the woman. Seeing the righteous warrior slaughtering the undead, the woman hoped for salvation. She gratefully thanked the warrior and begged for help. But soon after, the righteous warrior fled to save himself, leaving the woman behind, who was attacked and killed by the undead. She apologized to Duke Ronya, admitting she wasn't strong enough to fight the undead. Her eyes widened in shock, realizing she was powerless against such creatures. On his way, the righteous warrior was also attacked by one of the undead, whose tentacle pierced his body. Duke Ronya realized they were doomed. No matter what they did, they couldn't escape this disaster. She began to cry, questioning the point of seeking justice in a world where life wasn't even guaranteed for a second. She wondered how there could be hope in such a world, where they had no control. The ghoul was attacking her, and she felt completely hopeless. But then, she was stunned to see the undead being cleaved in half. She wondered who had done this, and then saw Wei Yen behind her, trying to snap her back to reality. She was shocked to see Wei Yen, Kamen, and H. Wang fighting the undead to protect her, though she thought it was pointless, as they were only delaying the inevitable. She was convinced it was impossible to defeat the creature, and she questioned if they were too reckless to be afraid. However, she soon noticed that Wei Yen was trembling, which meant he was afraid. She couldn't understand why, and she wondered what kind of hope was driving them. Wei Yen saw the undead and knew dealing with them wouldn't be easy. His comrade told him not to act like a baby and to look behind him. When he did, he was stunned to see the protagonist fighting the giant, backward-walking maggot alone. He couldn't believe the castle lord was taking on such a powerful monster by himself. Taking advantage of the situation, another undead rushed to attack the protagonist from behind. The protagonist grabbed the undead, decapitated it, and tossed its head away. This enraged the maggot, who screamed and shattered the building stones with his energy, sending them toward the protagonist. Yen was frustrated that the maggot was destroying their building. The giant undead then threw all the stones at him, but Yen quickly dodged the attack. The maggot then tried to grab Yen, but the protagonist was furious at his skill. He glared at the ghoul, annoyed that it kept throwing things at him. Every time he tried to get close, the maggot would scream, creating powerful shockwaves that caused massive destruction. The protagonist barely managed to escape. The giant undead wasn't done though. It made another powerful strike, but this time, the protagonist decided to take the attack head-on. Soon, there was a massive explosion. Meanwhile, Cheno trembled as he faced the undead, cursing himself for being a coward. He recalled the Abyss expedition 900 years ago, when they had faced the undead. The memory sent chills down his spine. His situation now felt just like back then, and he wondered if humanity could do anything against such overwhelming despair. They were helpless in the face of such powerful creatures. But then, a light of hope shone on him, and he remembered the former Gorgon Castle Lord Amal's words, that the people of Gorgon needed unshakable hope, the kind that could change everything. This hope was what would keep Gorgon strong. Jingo was dumbfounded when he saw that Yen had killed the backward-walking undead maggot. Everyone was shocked to see the corpse of the maggot, killed by Yen. The protagonist looked at them and remarked that he would have done it sooner. Jingo couldn't believe his eyes and wondered how Yen had defeated such a high-level undead. Before he could ask, another small undead rushed to attack the protagonist, but Kamen quickly stepped in to protect him. Ching Hyo was astonished to see all the undead rushing toward him to take revenge for their leader. The protagonist was irritated by the persistence of these monsters. He lunged and used his skill, SPD, to defeat them. Chingo was completely dumbfounded, recalling the words the protagonist had spoken during his morality test, where he said that in such a situation, he would split the sea to clear the way. The explosion from Yan's skill was so tremendous that it captured everyone's attention and stunned them. Mujuk was speechless at the recklessness of the new castle lord, but Chingo affirmed that he had decided to protect his recklessness. Mujuk understood, but he wanted to be included in this as well since they all wanted to support him. They gathered behind the protagonist and began attacking the undead. Miguel also appeared to help them, making Chingo wonder where he had been during the earlier fight with the undead. Meanwhile, Yen and Wang were simultaneously subjugating their own monsters. Yen suddenly called out, and Wang wondered what was wrong, as he was busy defeating his undead. Yen, embarrassed, felt the need to share something but wasn't sure how to explain it. Wang insisted he tell him quickly, then killed another ghoul. Yen, who was also killing undead on his side, asked Wang if he looked badass. Wang didn't respond, which made Yen feel gloomy. He asked if he could say something, but Wang was busy dealing with the undead. Soon, more undead rushed to attack Wang. He could feel his body growing heavier with exhaustion. He worried he might be killed but was startled when someone threw a stone at the undead. He looked and saw a girl glaring at the monster. After capturing its attention, the undead rushed toward her to attack. She shouted that now was their chance, and chains appeared behind her, capturing the undead. Minister Carlton, Javier, some civilians, and Inspector James and Prime Minister Juron were also there to help defeat the undead. This relieved Wang, as it eased some of his burden. He immediately attacked the undead and remarked that it was more like it. Everyone worked hard to defeat the undead, and the protagonist was pleased to see them cooperating. He slammed his sword on the ground, and its energy spread across the fortress, killing all the undead. 10 days later, at the Gorgon Fortress, everyone worked tirelessly to repair the walls and entrances, looking pleased. It had been 10 days since Margaret, one of the 3 great undead, was slain. A man carrying a beast's horn on his shoulder was asked by a reporter about the biggest change in Gorgon since then. The man looked at the reporter, noting all the details, and explained that life had become easier in Gorgon. 6 of Chaos's 10 clan lords had moved to Gorgon, leading to a massive increase in resources like horns from horned beasts. Gorgon was wealthier than ever. The reporter seemed confused, noting that life had improved, but also observing the destroyed area. However, the reporter commented that even in the worst situation, the people seemed in good spirits. The man understood that the reporter was saying that because he hadn't seen the path of the waves. The path of the wave was the black wave of undead, split by a single sword blast. It was as if the people who saw it were possessed by something. They threw themselves into the path of the waves and fought the undead. Many lives were lost, but they still couldn't comprehend what they had witnessed that day. The man didn't understand what kind of possession it was, but one thing was certain: life in Gorgon was much better now, and that was a fact. The reporter was curious how life could exist in chaos, even though the citizens of Gorgon had begun to live for the first time. Suddenly, the reporter heard a strange noise and anxiously asked the man about it. The man reassured him, saying it had been happening all day, and the reporter stared in shock. It was only a battle between higher stage adapted players, which could cause such rumbling. With 6 of the 10 clan lords in chaos, this was to be expected. The reporter, concerned, asked if the clan lords were at war with each other and started recording, seeing it as breaking news. The man seemed a bit confused, but guessed they could call it a war. Soon, an explosion hurled all the clan lords into the air, shocking and worrying them about falling. All were injured, shouting in surprise. The man wasn't particularly shocked, knowing there were 5 of them that day. Meanwhile, the protagonist, sitting inside the castle, remarked that they still had a long way to go as they lacked strength. The lord of the Golden Sky clan, Jin Honglin, furiously smashed the glass on his man's face, demanding he repeat what he had said. His man confirmed the information. The giant undead Margaret that had attacked Gorgon was destroyed. This infuriated Jin Honglin, and his hands began to tremble. He couldn't believe such a thing had happened. To fight a giant undead, they needed a 9th stage adapted player with a rank higher than a lieutenant general. There were only 3 giant undead in chaos, so Jin Honglin couldn't believe someone had managed to defeat one. He ordered his man to head to Gorgon immediately and find out what happened. His man affirmed and left, but Jin Honglin still didn't believe it. In his mind, it was impossible, so he was sure there must be a mistake in the news. 4 days later, they received word that the entire northern branch of the Golden Sky clan near Gorgon had been annihilated. Inside Gorgon Castle, the protagonist remarked that all of them were weak and wondered what they had been doing for the last several hundred years. All were mortified. Wei Yun, trembling and crying, wondered how they could defeat that thing. The protagonist called him out, startling Wei Yun with his swollen eye. He asked his lord what the matter was. The protagonist said the only good thing about him was his speed, which Wei Yun already knew. He then scolded H. Wang, saying he was strong but too slow. Next, it was Meng's turn. He thought too much before acting. Juk Rongja had quick instincts but terrible endurance, which held her back. Finally, it was Kaiman's turn. He was the best in the group, having mastered the basics with no flaws, though nothing about him stood out. The protagonist stood up, saying they all had one thing in common: they had become something without trying. Qing Hyo chuckled while playing with his mustache and said Yin had read his mind. The protagonist didn't let him off, saying he was also pretty weak, considering he was almost 1,000 years old. This frustrated Qing Hyo as Yin dared to mock his elder, but deep down, he knew it was true. The 10 clan lords were all 7th stage or higher adapted players. 900 years ago, the lord of the Heavenly Dragon clan was a 9th stage adapted player, and Mulak was even more powerful. Yet, they struggled with the Abyss expedition, because that was the nature of the Abyss. The Master's strength was beyond what they had ever imagined. During their recent mission to eradicate the northern branch of the Golden Sky clan, half of them were seriously injured or nearly killed, and they hadn't even attacked Manor or their home base. The protagonist asked them if they had had this much trouble fighting a single clan, and how they would survive the Abyss expedition. This was why Yin decided they would undergo a week of special training starting that day. Meng was impressed by the word special training, and assumed he would be fully transformed and muscular after it. However, he asked the castle lord how all the clan lords were adapted players and how the 15 stages of adaptation measured a player's strength, which meant they could skip over levels. It usually took a non-adapted player 10 years to reach the first stage, 20 years for the second stage, 40 years for the third stage, and another 80 years to reach the 4th stage. Most people died before reaching the 4th stage, which is why players at the 4th stage or higher were considered higher stage adapted players. The protagonist instructed him to clarify what he was trying to say. Ming asked if, by any chance, he was trying to turn them into awoken ones. H. Wang Kong was shocked to hear about awoken ones. Meng explained that based on what he had heard, awoken ones could reach higher stages through sudden awakening instead of by consistently accumulating experience. The protagonist affirmed that Mong was right and explained he wanted to turn them all into awoken ones. He clarified that they would have to abandon their world to become awoken ones. This worried Wei Yun, who asked the protagonist what he meant by that. Qing Hyo stepped forward and explained that there were 3 stages to full awakening. The first was destroying the world of adaptation they had lived in up until now. Those who reached this stage developed the ability to deconstruct and see the essence of the world. The protagonist wondered if he was talking about suspicion, and Wei Yun was confused by the term, destroying the world of adaptation. Juk Rongja explained that she thought Qing Hyo was saying they had to throw away all the benefits they received from the system, like skills and status. Wei Yun was astounded, understanding the true meaning of what Qing Hyo had said. Juk Rongja couldn't believe Wei Yun didn't know this much and wondered how he had become the lord of the Thunder God clan with his brain. Wei Yun proudly stated he might not be the sharpest, but he was an overadapted player. Overadapted players had an excessive affinity for skills and the interface system, allowing them to grow much faster than ordinary adapted players. The most potent warriors, including the 12 masters, were overadapted players. H. Wang remarked that Wei Yun was an imbecile since everyone there was an overadapted player. Kamen was annoyed, knowing it wouldn't be easy to throw away such an advantage. He said he wasn't an overadapted player. Fiercely staring at them, he declared that as long as he could get stronger, he was more than willing to abandon his skills and this whole world. However, he wanted to keep his hatred toward the masters. This shocked everyone, and they asked Kamen if he had any idea what he was saying. Juk Rongja mentions that abandoning everything they've worked for and losing all they have might not be their only concern. She reminds him that he seems to have forgotten the great disappearance from centuries ago. This topic was new to the protagonist, as he had never heard of it, so he asks what it is. Juk Rongja solemnly explains that it all began with the appearance of the Rupture, who suddenly emerged in the Great Realm 700 years ago, intending to fight cultivators. This was the announcement made by the Rupture, a terrorist group, when they first appeared after they brutally murdered the master of the Fourth Zone for opposing them. They declared that anyone wishing to awaken could come to the Forgotten Land, but they had to forsake their world. Tens of thousands of adapted players gathered in the Forgotten Land, but hardly anything was known about what happened afterward. They vanished without a trace. Wei Yen asks if all of them disappeared. Juk Rongja answers, rambling that only a few returned, including someone she knew. Apparently, they all became awakened, though only to the first stage. The protagonist, curious, asks what happened to the players who sought to become broken. Juk Rongja sadly explains that they all took their own lives, suffering from extreme schizophrenia. Some lost their minds, others lost their memories. The symptoms were different, but they all had one thing in common. They no longer knew who they were or where they came from, having forgotten their true identities. The protagonist looks at her and wants to clarify 2 things. First, he is not a member of the Rupture group, though he understands why she might suspect him due to his awakening. Second, as she mentioned, awakening can be risky, so he would never force anyone into it and would only take volunteers. Juk Rongja wonders what would happen to those who refuse awakening. Wei Yen assures her he would make them strong as well. She asks how that's possible, and he explains that he would increase their adaptation level, which shocks her. She wonders if he wasn't listening to the Lord of the Forest School clan earlier, as it's impossible to boost their adaptation level in just 1 week. However, the protagonist insists this is no issue and leads everyone outside the castle to show them the tower he created. The man responsible for the tower's construction greets them, and the protagonist asks if the tower is ready. The man affirms it is fully prepared. Wei Yen is astonished and asks if the entire building was made from horned beasts' horns. The protagonist tells the man to show the others the tower. Wei Yen hears a strange sound and assures them it isn't from him. Soon, a notification appears on everyone's screen asking if they would respond to the call from the Nightmare Tower. Carp Diem, Dr. Cheno is shocked to learn that Yuan built a Nightmare Tower and wonders if it will be like other towers they've seen. They enter the tower, astonished by what they see. Chang'o can't believe it, as he didn't think a human could create a Nightmare Tower. Kamen is also impressed. Though the tower is only 2 stories, it's still remarkable. Mong Eagle is stunned and can't believe they're not there to cultivate, but to destroy cultivation. Wei Yan's eyes gleam with excitement, agreeing with the sentiment, though he struggles to find words. The protagonist tells them to calm down and listen. He explains that this is where their training will take place. The Nightmare Tower is designed so time flows about 100 times slower inside, meaning 1 day outside equals hundreds of days inside. 1 week outside equals 700 days, giving them about 2 years to train. However, the rate of spirit contamination also increases because time is slower. To manage this, the tower has a function that automatically logs them out when their spirit contamination reaches 80%. There are plenty of horns outside the tower, so contamination won't be an issue. Wei Yan is stunned and impressed by the protagonist's foresight, remarking that he never thought the castle lord had such a heart. The protagonist wonders what he means, but Wei Yan salutes him and pledges his service for life. Once everyone understands the basics, the protagonist divides them into those who want to awaken and those who don't. He instructs them to stand on his right if they wish to awaken and on his left if they want to increase their adaptation level. Everyone except Cayman stands on his right, indicating they don't want to take the risk of awakening, while Cayman stands on the left. Later, Juk Rongja attacks Wei Yan, who confidently avoids her strike and remarks that while she might be fast, she can't keep up with the Thunder God clan lord. However, all misunderstandings are dispelled when Huang attacks him from the front, but Wei Yan dodges it. Huang Kong remarks that speed doesn't matter, destructive power is the key, and he is the king of destruction. After a while, Mongol joins the floor and declares that all of them are pathetic, which is why they aren't improving. His words anger the others, and they rush to attack him in unison, terrifying Mong, who retreats. Mook watches the training and is amazed by the protagonist's methods. He recalls when they divided into groups and is stunned to see that Cayman is the only one who chose awakening. Cayman nods confidently. Juk Rongja asks the protagonist how he plans to increase the adaptation level of those who don't want to awaken. She knows it isn't easy for higher stage adapted players like them to level up, as they either need to reach a certain awakening level or level up by learning new elite level skills. Wei Yan assures her that it won't be a problem, shocking her. She wonders if he knows how hard it is to find elite level skill books and asks if they're supposed to rob the safe of one of the 5 families. Her taunt directly impacted Wei Yan, as he had once robbed the safe of one of the 5 families for a skill book. The protagonist smirked at this and replied that a skill book wasn't always necessary, as learning from a teacher was also possible. Juk Rongja wondered if Wei Yan would be the one to teach them, but he refused, which surprised her. She then questioned who would teach them. After understanding his meaning, she stared at him, astonished, and asked, "Could it be?" The protagonist smirked again and confirmed that from this moment on, they would teach each other. Mul was impressed, finding the idea of having them learn each other's skills truly remarkable. The clan lord was so proud and arrogant that he believed the idea had never occurred to them. He then pondered who the strongest clan lord among them might be, and all of them answered at once that they were strong. Meanwhile, Michael fled to protect himself from their attacks, calling them fools. Mujuk was unsure whether the protagonist's plan would succeed and wondered how Cayman was doing. On the second floor, Cayman was practicing with his sword, struggling to recall how many times he had repeated the same motions. He tried to estimate if it was hundreds, thousands, or even millions of times but finally guessed it might have been 10 million. While lost in his thoughts, Yen urged him to hurry as there was much more to do. Cayman swung his sword again and asked if this would make him stronger. The protagonist wondered why he was still asking, as he should already be able to sense the difference while practicing. Cayman could see the golden particles, and the protagonist questioned if he still doubted his ability to defeat the other adapted players. Cayman replied that he knew better than anyone that he lacked talent. Wei Yen disagreed, recalling that unlike other clan lords who were naturally gifted, Cayman reached his current level through sheer effort and persistence. Even after facing doubts, he had not lost sight of his goals. It wasn't talent that led someone to awaken, but the willpower Cayman possessed. Cayman, still uncertain about his skills, asked if the protagonist truly believed he could do it. The protagonist urged him to trust his judgment and keep working hard. Cayman clenched his teeth and swung his sword with renewed determination. That night, Ciola, chained and sipping water, sighed with relief. She gazed at the tower, amused that Carpdiem had built a nightmare tower, created by a human. She laughed, noting how, even after centuries, the people of Gorgon still foolishly believed they could change things. Turning to her side, she asked her master if she was right, and Dr. Chingo emerged from the shadows. He glared at her, demanding to know what she was up to, prompting her to return to Gorgon. She chuckled and remarked that there was no way to properly greet someone they hadn't seen in so long. Ciola wanted her master to return, as everyone was waiting for him. Chingo had already told her he would not go back and refused to work with those inhuman masters. However, Ciola was persistent, explaining that they fought for humanity, as Rupture was all about fighting for humans. Chingo rejected this, stating that Rupture had long since lost its purpose after the Great Disappearance. They had become nothing more than terrorists. Ciola laughed and apologized, asking how he could say that when he had been one of those who had planned the Great Disappearance. Chingo walked away, head lowered, and insisted he hadn't wanted that to happen. Ciola countered, claiming that while things didn't go as planned, he hadn't stopped the Great Disappearance and had merely allowed it to unfold. She appreciated his efforts, knowing she wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. She explained that some in Rupture were still trying to reach awakening using his techniques, even though they had no talent or connections. They swung their swords thousands of times, killing each other in the process, and only a few survived long enough to reach 1 billion strikes. Once desensitized to life and death, they began to see the world from a different perspective, finally grasping the first concept of awakening. Chingo pulled out his sword and stated that dissociation was the wrong concept, summoning his world. Ciola was taken aback as he called upon his world again, confident he didn't even fully understand it. His white realm of remembrance appeared, which astonished Ciola. This was his unique world, unchanged over time, as he feared losing his humanity and had drawn nothing in it. Ciola, however, filled her own world, eventually becoming Rupture's second in command. She summoned her world, chains began encircling Chingo, and blood covered the space. Chingo asked if she had become one of their leaders, wondering if that meant she had reached the 3rd stage of awakening. Ciola looked at him and asked if he thought she was only at the 3rd stage. Chingo gazed at her world, noting the blood and corpses, and was stunned. She asked if it reminded him of the Great Disappearance and how it felt to see the results of his creation, the landscape of death. Ciola commented that the living do not imitate the dead, and nothing changes in the abyss. Like her world, it would never change. She wanted him to return to Rupture with her, but she was startled when Chingo said that the world could change. Surprised, she asked what he meant, and he repeated that change was possible. He thought about the protagonist and rambled that chaos would bring change this time. Ciola couldn't believe her master still held that belief and asked if the new castle lord had truly changed him. She reminded him they were doomed to fail, just as he had failed 900 years ago in chaos and 700 years ago in the Great Realm. Just as he had abandoned them then, he would repeat the same mistakes now. However, she told him he was free to try again, as Rupture would be watching. At the same time, Cayman was training in the Carp Diem Tower and successfully reached the 1st stage of awakening, where he suspected the world. Then he reached the 2nd stage, understanding the world of suspicion. Finally, it was time for him to reach the 3rd stage. The protagonist rushed toward him, instructing him to snap out of it, and struck him with his sword, pushing him back to his senses. Cayman looked up at the protagonist as he approached and was told not to disappoint him. The protagonist instructed him to fight with all his strength. Cayman was stunned by the castle lord's attack, unsure how to defeat him. He couldn't fully comprehend the protagonist's power and wondered if he could become stronger himself. Cayman was in disbelief about his past actions, and the protagonist advised him not to let his limitations define him, then attacked. Cayman's eyes gleamed as they turned blue, signaling his 3rd stage of awakening, and he enveloped his sword in water. The protagonist smirked, recognizing that Cayman had successfully discarded the boundaries set by the world and embraced oblivion. As rain began to fall, Cayman knelt, pointing his sword to the ground, surprised when the castle lord congratulated him for reaching the 3rd stage. Cayman shook hands with Yen and asked if he had grown stronger. The protagonist confirmed he had, but reminded him that even though he had reached the 3rd stage, he still couldn't catch up to the castle lord. Meanwhile, in the inner castle of Gorgon, the 3 castles were convening in the conference room to discuss the chaos surrounding the current expedition. This irritated other clan lords, who questioned whether they were still refusing to acknowledge the castle lord as the head of the expedition. Some members hesitated, citing the 4 castles agreement, which stated that such actions would break the long-standing agreement, but they dismissed this concern, as the agreement had been irrelevant for ages. Young Yen grew angry at their sudden complaints, wondering why they had never voiced such concerns before. This angered the other lords, who demanded respect. Prime Minister Jurin Sher intervened, reminding them that the gathering was because of the Golden Sky incident, asking everyone to calm down and return to the topic. Wai Donggal, the cold-hearted castle lord of Garuda and an 8th stage adapted player, agreed with Sher, and suggested speaking his mind. Asa Linro, the castle lord of Dr. Rad, agreed, noting Wai Donggal's point and inquiring about the absence of the castle lord. Cher confirmed they had been notified of the meeting, and before anyone could refuse, a carrier falcon arrived, informing them that the Garuda delegation had already departed. Everyone from the adaptation team had returned, but the Castle Lord had yet to return from the awakening team. With Gorgon under their control, Wai Dong-gal expressed doubt about trusting a 50-year-old kid to organize the Abyss expedition. He mocked the idea of putting the new Castle Lord in charge. This was when Young Yen stepped forward, dagger in hand, pointing it at Wai Dong-gal, warning him not to speak ill of their Castle Lord. Wai Dong-gal, taken aback by the sudden confrontation, asked what Young Yen was trying to do and whether he wanted to settle this through combat. Furious, other opponents moved forward, but Huang Kong stepped up to protect the Castle Lord. Young Yen clarified that anyone who wanted to challenge the expedition leader would have to defeat them first, as they had no intention of changing leaders. The battle began between Wai Dong-gal and Young Yen. Wai Dong-gal taunted Young Yen, offering him the first strike, which Young Yen took, but Wai Dong-gal easily dodged. He complimented Young Yan's speed, but soon Young Yen tried to stab him. Wai Dong-gal blocked the attack with his shield, expressing his admiration for Young Yan's new level as a 7th stage adapted player. Young Yen pushed back, but Wai Dong-gal made it clear that no matter how hard Young Yen tried, he couldn't surpass the limits of his adaptation, and as a 7th stage player, he was no match for an 8th stage one. Wai Dong-gal, fed up with the exchange, unleashed his golden meteor chakram. This made Huang Kong and Mook worried. Wai Dong-gal remarked that they had seen the Lord of Thunder lose to him and demanded they fulfill their promise. But Young Yen stood up, unfazed, stating that it wasn't over yet. Wai Dong-gal mocked him, calling him drowsy and insisting he would wake him up with something more entertaining. Wai Dong-gal then attacked with a meteor blast, but Young Yen dodged while charging at him. Young Yen used Fire King's 18th sword strike and his stealth blade attack to shock Wai Dong-gal. He followed this with Mang Eagles's technique, an invisible trap, which made Wai Dong-gal question whether this was the Lord of the Forest clan's skill. Wai Dong-gal, confused, asked if Young Yen had no pride for using someone else's techniques. Young Yen retorted that pride didn't pay the bills, and managed to land a hit, leaving cuts on Wai Dong-gal. Wai Dong-gal decided to get serious, invoking his Eternal Sea Blast destruction. Young Yen was shocked by the sheer power of the attack, and other lords quickly distanced themselves, fearing the fallout. Wai Dong-gal taunted him, wondering if Young Yen could stop it, but Young Yen appeared above the attack. Young Yen declared that he was done with playing around and used the Azure Sky Sword strike, ready to end the fight, but just as he was about to land the killing blow, Mook intervened. Mook believed Wai Dong-gal had accepted defeat and would not unleash the guardian horned beast Garuda, an anti-adapted weapon. Wai Dong-gal accepted his loss, praising Young Yen, and Mook asked who would challenge him next. Wai Dong-gal asked Aza Linro if she wanted to fight, inviting anyone to step forward. Suddenly, Jukan approached, to which Mook questioned her intentions. She replied that she felt this side was more likely to win. Meanwhile, Chain Il-bang, a 9th stage adapted player, appeared and accepted the challenge to fight Mook. Jurin was shocked to recognize him as the master behind the Assembly of Three Castles. Chain Il was infamous for killing countless spirits 900 years ago and stealing the fruit from the Tree of Illusion. Mook admitted he didn't expect Chain Il to return to Chaos, but told him not to be bitter and to join him, as the Master of Steel still missed him. Chain Il confirmed that he now worked for Hiyu, the Master of Steel, and remarked that the Filth Zone was like a playground for him. Mook ridiculed Hiyu for accepting someone like Chain Il, and Chain Il asked Mook if he still held a grudge over the events of 900 years ago. Chain Il noted that Hiyu had forgiven him, but Mook hadn't, urging him not to be so bitter, as they all came from Myram, the world of martial arts. Chin says they've been through a lot, but Mujuk gets enraged and asks if Chin has the audacity to say that after betraying the Myram. Suddenly, Mujuk attacks Chin, but Chin stops his blow with his hand and says it's no way to greet someone he hasn't met in 900 years. Mujuk, while attacking, asks Chin how long they've been manipulating the Lords of Durad Garuda and the Ladies of Faith clan, but Chin says he has no idea what he's talking about. Chin, while blocking the attack, says they've only helped them make the best decisions because the Lord of Gorgon, along with Mujuk and a few others, were living in their small Delion. Meanwhile, AES is watching the fight when Hong suddenly appears, telling AES not to change her mind because she made the right decision. AES recalls when Haeong came to her, saying that Jian was even more dangerous than the Golden Sky Clan because Jian was trying to use the Abyss expedition to unite Chaos. Haeong, the envoy of the Master of Steel, informed AES that Haeong had designated Jin as a threat. They used to consider anyone a threat who wanted to bring change to chaos, because each threat signaled hope that would later turn into despair. Haeong warned AES that chaos would experience bloodshed if they didn't eliminate Jin, and asked if she remembered what happened 900 years ago. Haeong stated they couldn't let another tragedy like that happen again, and invited her to join them, as there would be an assembly of the 3 castles in Gorgon in 1 week. AES accepted to join the assembly, but now she wonders if she's making the right decision. Meanwhile, Chinil tells Majuk to give up because he can't land a single hit on him. However, Majuk uses the Azure Sky Sword, which Chin easily stops with his hand due to the huge difference between the 8th and 9th stages of adaptation. Chin tells Majuk to fight him again once he's reached the 9th stage and knocks Majuk down with a single hit to his chest, saying he can't even scratch him until he's become a master. Jukuin is astonished that the masters are on such a different level and can't believe Chin knocked Majuk out in 1 blow. Jukuin wonders why the Castle Lord is assembling another Abyss expedition with masters like these, thinking they stand no chance of winning. Meanwhile, Chinil warns Majuk to give up any foolish hope, as they can't win, and asks if Majuk has already risen high enough within chaos. Chin tells Majuk not to aim for the sky unless he can fly, but Majuk attempts another attack with his sword. Chinil warns him to stop or he'll destroy him. Chin asks Majuk what he thinks he's doing and if he really intends to keep fighting in his current state. Majuk then stops and says that 900 years ago, they lost the revival fruit from the Regeneration Palace and their beloved companions. He says they haven't forgotten the humiliation they suffered that day, even for a second, so this time will be different. Majuk then uses the Azure Sky Sword's arcane mystery and attacks with a heavenly smash, but Chinil counters with Hell Splitter, destroying his attack in the process. Majuk is shocked, and Chin says it's a pity they lost again, just like they did 900 years ago. Chin grabs Majuk's head and tells him that nothing can be changed and to blame the Castle Lord for giving him these foolish ideas. Suddenly, Cayman appears and apologizes to Majuk for being late. He informs everyone that the Castle Lord has business to attend to, so he'll be late. Cayman draws his sword and says he'll fight on the Castle Lord's behalf. Jiruin wonders what the Castle Lord is doing, as the Abyss expedition will collapse before it even begins. Cayman tells the Prime Minister to relax, as he's here now, and asks if Majuk is alright. Majuk warns Cayman not to fight Chin, as he's no match for him, but Cayman reassures him not to worry. Cayman tells H. Wang and Mong to take everyone back as far as possible, but Mong asks what Cayman means. Mayong worries that even if they all try, they won't be able to defeat Chinil. Cayman asks Mong to let him fight alone with Chin, which shocks Mong. When Cayman says he hasn't seen Chin in a long time, Chin asks if he knows him and vaguely remembers Cayman as the amateur who wanted to join the Abyss expedition but wasn't good enough. Cayman admits that was before, and Chin assumes that Cayman has improved since then. Chin attacks Cayman to test his abilities, but Cayman blocks the attack with his sword and pushes Chin away. Chinil is impressed and asks Cayman about the technique he just used. Cayman explains it's not as powerful as a strong stab but stronger than a regular one, and it's called a full-force stab. Cayman tells Chin to try his hardest, because if not, he'll kill him. Chin gets furious, asking if Cayman is joking, and demands to know if he thinks someone as weak as him could kill him. Chin attacks with full force, but Cayman blocks it and says Chin will die here. Chin then launches multiple dark hands, but Cayman remembers when Yuan congratulated him for reaching the 3rd stage after doing 10 billion stabs. Cayman asked if he had really gotten stronger in just 2 years. To which Yuan replied that the time dilation inside the tower's 2nd floor was different from the 1st floor, where the other lords were. Yuan asked if he thought 2 years would be enough to perform 10 billion stabs. Back in the present, Cayman uses the power of the Great Sea to destroy Chin's attacks, making Chin realize that Cayman is an awakened one. Chin thought the Castle Lord was the only awakened one, not knowing there was another one. Cayman destroys Chin's attack, showing that Chin can't beat him with these small tricks. Cayman then creates a massive water wave and using a powerful stab, attacks Chin with it. Chin is severely injured but still standing, so Cayman prepares to strike again. Jukuin stops him by throwing daggers at him, which Cayman dodges. Cayman recalls Jin's warning that Jukuin might change sides soon. Jukuin tells Cayman to give up, saying he can't beat a master after training for just 2 years, and to think about the consequences. But Cayman corrects her, saying he trained for 200 years in the tower's 2nd floor, where time passes differently. Cayman uses Spirit Asti to destroy Jukuin's daggers in a single attack, creating a giant hole in the battlefield's wall. Everyone is shocked that Cayman won. Mujuk understands that Jukuin sent Cayman to fight for him to show that they shouldn't rely on him, and Chaos must learn to stand on its own. A day after the match, AES watches the news about Cayman's victory when he arrives and asks if she's the member of the delegation who changed her mind. AES replies to Cayman that she came because of what he said, but also because she understands how much they fear the Masters more than anyone. AES asks Cayman if he really intends to fight the Masters. He replies that he does. AES says the Regeneration Palace is an incomparably stronger foe than the Forbidden Heaven clan, and that while he defeated the Jade-Masked Golden Monarch, he held the lowest rank among the generals, the brigadier level, which meant he had to face generals stronger than himself. Cayman knew this and recalled how he had fled once 900 years ago, vowing not to repeat the mistake. Oz remembered Cayman as an adapted player, always crippled by his inferiority complex for not being an overcharged adapter, always despairing when he faced an insurmountable obstacle. But now, seeing his transformation, she wondered if this was truly the same Cayman. Suddenly, Oz said that if he was so confident, she would trust him as well. But then, hearing voices, she looked outside in shock, recognizing the Nightmare Tower. Oz asked in disbelief if it was the Tower of Nightmares, and Cayman confirmed that it was, explaining that it had been created by the Fortress Master and the Arisen of Dawn. When Oz asked if they had been cultivating in the tower, Cayman replied that while it might seem so, it wasn't cultivation, as no one became a product in that tower. There was no cultivation there. Oz was stunned to learn there was a tower without a cultivator, and she questioned if Cayman would truly grow stronger there. Meanwhile, Cayman showed her that chaos was standing on its own defeat, and even civilians were heading for the tower, eager to choose their own fate. They wouldn't reclaim their lost freedom unless they did it personally. Oz understood that they had decided to believe in themselves again, then asked where the castle lord of Gorgon was. Meanwhile, Cheno and Yayan sat under a tree in a desert. Cheno remarked that the three-castle assembly must have concluded by now and asked if Yayan was sure things would be fine without his presence. He was sure the other side would have brought in powerful warriors. Yayan, however, replied that Cayman could handle it. When Yayan said that Cayman was probably stronger than Cheno, Cheno became angry, insisting that Cayman was still too young to defeat him. Suddenly, Yayan asked Cheno why he had restarted the awakening process, as he had been close to the third stage. Cheno explained that his method was wrong and that if one begins awakening with the wrong concept, it leads them in a different direction. Yayan understood that Cheno viewed the world differently from him, and Cheno shared his belief that all the awoken in Rupture had reached awakening through the same process. The first stage was dissociation, the second reassembly, and the third oblivion. Cheno had no deep thoughts about awakening because he had simply killed one enemy after another, achieving awakening without questioning or anguish. However, Cheno thought Yayan was different, as he questioned the meaning of his existence and the world, which caused him anguish. Cheno believed this path led to endless questioning, and even after obtaining a unique world, one would continue to struggle with its legitimacy, a path full of thorns. Suddenly, Cheno informed Yayan that the third floor of the tower had been created a few days ago, and according to Michael, the time density there was 100 times denser than the second floor. Cheno assumed Yayan had been training there for 2 days and asked how many years he had trained on that floor. Yayan replied he had trained for 1,000 years. Cheno was shocked, asking if Yayan expected him to believe that. When Yayan asked if Cheno would speak to him formally, Cheno questioned if he was messing with him. Cheno then asked how long Yayan could stay in the tower. Yayan replied he couldn't stay as long as he wanted. Suddenly, Yayan said they should get going. As they moved, Cheno said it didn't matter how long Yayan stayed in the tower, as he had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years and would always be a child. Cheno then asked if Yayan was really heading toward the Recovery Palace. Yayan confirmed this, but Cheno warned him that it wouldn't be easy to defeat the Fortress Master. Cheno advised Yayan to wait until more awoken ones had gathered in Gorgon before attacking the Recovery Palace, but Yayan responded that the Masters were likely waiting for them to gather more awoken ones before launching an attack. He believed they had to strike while the guard was down. Yayan didn't intend to fight everyone in the Recovery Palace, but to eliminate the most important people there. Cheno then asked if Yayan was planning to steal the fruit. Yayan admitted he was thinking of that, but he also recalled using suspicion on Hayam and learning that the dream demons had a treasure, the narrow gate, which turned the living into the dead. Yayan believed that if a person used the gate, they could enter chaos alive, and he intended to destroy the gate after stealing the fruit, ensuring no master could enter chaos. Yayan knew the masters could cross over if they died in the process, but he doubted many would want to risk that. To do this, Yayan had to pass the Manor Fortress, which led to the Resurrection Palace. However, it was controlled by the Golden Sky Clan, who would never let them pass. When Cheno asked what Yayan planned to do, Yayan replied that he would do what he always did. Cheno was worried because they would have to take on the entire fortress alone. He suggested they sneak in without anyone noticing, but Yayan said they would go the usual way. Cheno reminded Yayan to save his strength, as the Manticore was just a gateway to the Recovery Palace. Suddenly, all the Golden Sky Clan troops in the fortress rushed to attack Yayan, who fended them off with shallow stabs. Meanwhile, Ilan watched Yayan fight on screen and realized the rumors had not been exaggerated. Ilan knew that from the destruction of the North Branch of the Golden Sky Clan to the Path of Waves, everything had been done by Yayan. Watching a clip of Yayan defeating the Tower of Nightmares, Ilan realized that Yayan was the one the Master of Darkness had been seeking. Suddenly, Siren appeared and said she could understand why the Master of Darkness wanted Yayan. She was impressed by how Yayan had annihilated everyone with one shot. Ilan, irritated by her interruption, asked why she had arrived. Siren explained that Master Cheno had appeared in chaos, and Ilan already knew this because his troops had been killed while trying to take over Garuda, with Cheno behind it all. It seemed that Cheno had convinced Garuda and Dad to join him in exchange for rescuing them. Ilan said that first the Master of Darkness, and now the subordinates of the Master of Steel, were causing trouble in chaos and fighting proxy wars. Siren then told him that one of the lords of the 10 clans, a member of the Abyss expedition, had killed Master Cheno. Ilan was shocked, unable to believe it. He thought that even if all the clan leaders attacked together, they still couldn't have defeated Cheno. Siren asked if Ilan knew the members of the Abyss expedition team that the Gorgon Fortress Master had made. She explained that one of them, the Southern Sea clan leader, was the one who had killed Cheno. Ilan was stunned, thinking it was impossible for the Southern Sea clan leader to have done such a thing, even if he had hidden his powers. Ilan knows that Chin is one of the masters serving under the Master of Steel in the Great Realm. He understands that any master-ranked brigadier general or above is an important figure, especially since the Great Realm is currently in the middle of a power struggle. Ilan believes the Southern SE clan should be aware of what it means to cross Chin, but Siren asks Ilan what his plans are regarding Yayan, since the Master of Darkness will be furious if he discovers his creation is involved in such matters. Ilan replies that this situation works in his favor, as the thing he needed to find has come searching for him. He mentions sending undead ghouls after Yayan, a monster created by Siren who can use the power of the undead, assuring there will be no issues. On the other hand, Yayan has killed all the ghouls, but Chin tells him something feels off. There's no way the Forbidden Heaven clan could have faced all of chaos with troops of this caliber. Yayan dismisses it, but as Io asks for clarification, large numbers of ghouls appear and surround them. Chin feels the chaotic energy around them, as if he's staring at the dead. Suddenly, a man on the roof of a nearby building calls out, asking if Yayan is the famed Pathfinder whose name has been circulating recently. When Yayan looks up, the man introduces himself and says it's an honor to meet the protagonist of the rumors, before leaping down with his subordinate. The man mentions that even the divine physician is present. Chin asks who the man is, as he speaks as though they know each other. The man inquires if the doctor has forgotten him, revealing that he gathered the horns for the clinic and transported patients there as well. Chin remembers him now, he's Heinz, the warrior of justice. Heinz expresses relief that Chin remembers him. Chin, shocked, asks why Heinz is in the Golden Sky Clan, as it's not a suitable place for him. Heinz angrily asks if the doctor is implying he doesn't understand what happened to him in Gorgon. The doctor recalls that a century ago, Gorgon was at war with the now extinct Crimson Warrior clan, and when he was away, they wiped out around 50 guardians, leaving only Heinz alive, though he lost an eye. Heinz asked the doctor to make him stronger as he was from Myram, and the doctor, understanding the sorrow and despair of the weak, had told him he couldn't grant everyone's requests. He had left after apologizing. Now, Heinz recalls the doctor's words, encouraging him to work hard if he wanted strength. Heinz remarks that working hard is a luxury for those who can, and that most in chaos aren't in a position to do so. He then reveals his current condition to Chin. The once weak righteous warrior who was a second-stage adapted player has now become Heinz, the vice-clan leader of the Golden Sky Clan. Heinz says he's heard that the Gorgon Castle Lord can only deliver stabs and wants to see what Yayan has to offer. Heinz uses the 8 fangs of Vulcan's power to strike Yayan with his spear, but Yayan immediately blocks it with his sword. Heinz is astonished, and his right-hand man suggests they all attack together. Heinz orders his men to charge and they rush toward Yayan. Meanwhile, Ilan watches as Yayan and the doctor effortlessly dispatch the undead ghouls, unable to believe they were defeated so easily. Ilan, who has just reached the master level, thinks that if he had attacked with the ghouls, they could defeat Yayan, but he also realizes that there's no telling how many undead ghouls they'd lose in a direct confrontation. He knows their entire plan would be ruined if they lost all the ghouls, so he calls Siren. Siren, irritated, asks what he wants and tells him to stop bothering her, as she has already completed everything he asked. She studied the Stone of Fallen Souls, created the Black Cloud, and made all the undead ghouls. Ilan, shocked, looks at her, and she grabs his face, asking how they can make a deal. Meanwhile, Heinz is stunned that Yayan has earned titles like the Legend of the Path of Waves and Pathbreaker of the Impossible in just a month. Heinz is frustrated, as he's been around for over 200 years but is still just a warrior. He wonders how someone can become a castle lord in such a short time and, enraged, charges at Yayan, declaring that he'll show him his true power. Yayan, seeing Heinz coming, dodges the attack, causing it to shatter a large stone. Heinz shouts that this is the power of his hard work, but Yayan replies, "Enough," and delivers a blast so strong that it burns half of Heinz's body. Yayan questions if everyone in Chaos is the same, but Heinz's man wonders if the Vice Lord is nearly a 9th stage adapted player, and how Yayan managed to push Heinz back so easily. He orders the ghouls to attack Yayan while they wait for the Vice Lord to recover. The doctor attacks Heinz's man, and Yayan launches a destructive blast, declaring that everyone there claims to have worked hard. Suddenly, Heinz's spear falls from his hand as he stares in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He's shocked, wondering if he's witnessing an awoken one's unique world, something he's only heard of in stories. Heinz, now a skeleton, collapses to his knees, questioning if this is how the world appears to those who refuse to submit. He asks if revealing the all-seeing eye of the world is what Yayan fights for, reaching a state of destruction. Heinz finds it amazing and wonders if he had remained the warrior of justice instead of giving up all those years ago, could he have walked the same path and pursued a similar dream? Suddenly, Yayan destroys the manor's giant buildings, and the doctor remarks that he's just obliterated thousands of years of history in an instant, while the remaining ghouls are left in shock. The doctor tells Yayan that he should call that move World Destroyer, instead of Strong Staff. Yayan tells him it's enough and clears a path, signaling they should move on. The doctor mentions that there are still some ghouls left, but they don't need to waste time on them. As they leave, Chin remarks that Yayan is getting closer to the next stage of oblivion. Seeing the destroyed fortress, Chin believes Yayan has made things easier for them and notices he no longer feels the spiritual pressure of any lieutenant generals. Chin wagers that Yayan's last attack dealt a significant blow to the Lord of the Golden Sky clan. Suddenly, they hear a voice saying, "You're late," followed by the shock of seeing someone appear in the air. Chin realizes it's not just spiritual interference, but a form of transcendental teleportation. Suddenly, Siren appears and remarks that she's never seen undead ghouls so frightened, and there is only one species capable of causing such fear. When Yayan asks who she is, Siren is taken aback, feeling insulted that he doesn't know her. She quickly shows him a slide with her picture and asks if he hasn't seen the top 10 of the week. Furiously, she demands to know if he doesn't have a hologram panel at home. Chingo informs Yayan that Siren is a dream demon and that everyone in Chaos knows her. Siren grabs Chingo's cap, commenting that the old man is sharper than he looks, but she scolds him for referring to dream demons as dream demons. Donning a doctor's cap, Siren explains that all dream demons belong to different species and tosses Chingo's cap back at him. She then introduces herself as Siren Armal, emphasizing that she is not just any dream demon. Yayan quickly realizes she's the Golden Sky Clan's dream demon. While he has many questions for her, he acknowledges that now is not the time. Yayan says he's glad to know her name, but asks if she can move out of their way, to which she responds that she can't because she's been ordered to stop him. Yayan, frustrated, swings his sword at her, leaving her no choice but to defend herself. Startled, Siren questions his impatience and offers to make him her product. She mentions that Elhan, who had previously asked her to stop Yayan, was nearly killed by his attack on the fortress. Siren says she's willing to forget her deal with Elhan if Yayan becomes hers. However, Yayan attacks her, and she narrowly dodges. Siren, annoyed, questions why Yayan is being so difficult and claims to know his situation well. Meanwhile, Yayan senses strong spiritual pressure coming from outside the outer castle, suspecting it could be the warlord masters he has heard about. Siren tells Yayan that the Master of Darkness is looking for him and asks if he understands what that means. She offers to hide him in exchange for his agreement to become hers, assuring him that no one in the 12 zones would be able to harm him. Yayan rejects the offer, prompting Siren to snap, stating that she has no choice but to take him by force. Siren summons massive sand snakes using dream demon magic. Chingo warns Yayan to watch out. The snakes surround them, and Siren tells Yayan to let her know if he changes his mind, hoping not to waste her energy. The snakes attempt to strike, but Yayan begins slashing through them. Furious, Siren yells at the snakes for their failure, ordering them to move left and surround Yayan and Chingo. Chingo comments that there will be no end to this unless they attack the dream demon first. Yayan stabs the ground, scattering sand in the air, and leaps onto one of the snakes, rushing toward Siren. Siren, confident, tells him that she can see him through the screen and he can't hide in the sand. Just as Yayan is about to attack, she makes one of her sand snakes swallow him whole, taunting him that he's much simpler than she expected. Inside the snake, Siren tells Yayan to calm down and think about her offer, claiming it's more beneficial for him than for her. She reveals that people call her the Flame of Seduction, which is why she was voted first place in the Little Brothers popularity poll. Suddenly, Yayan manages to escape the snake and grabs Siren by the neck, slamming her down. Yayan asks if she's had enough, pondering whether she harbors any hostility toward him. He considers sparing her and taking her along with him, as she might be able to assist him on his journey to the abyss. Yayan has many questions for her, especially regarding the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusion. However, Siren interrupts, asking if he's suggesting she surrender. She immediately attacks with dream demon magic, but Yayan dodges. Siren declares she will never surrender and says he should have held on to her when he had the chance. After speaking, Siren conjures spears from the air. Yayan thinks she's gotten away, but she suddenly appears behind him, grabbing him and asking if he's surprised. Startled, Yayan feels her magic surround him, showing him the 8 gates of hell. She asks if he already knows of the 8 gates, and Yayan confirms he's experienced a similar illusion before. Siren explains that this is different from the knockoff version he's familiar with. The 8 gates of hell were created by dream demons, and the first gate is the dungeon of fierce winds. Strong winds push against Yayan, but he remains steadfast. Siren reveals that the 4th gate is the dungeon of black chains, and when the chains attack, Yayan breaks them with a slash. As Yayan destroys the monster from the 6th gate, the frozen dungeon, Siren is shocked and asks if he's truly human. Siren admits he's powerful, but warns that this final gate won't be easy. She then opens a dark, terrifying gate, from which dark water pours out, flooding Yayan's feet. In the water, Yayan sees the reflection of fallen comrades from past battles, and he feels a wave of nausea. Siren states that even someone like him will struggle with this, as no one in the history of the 8 gates of hell has ever managed to pass the 7th gate. From the 7th gate, duplicates of Yayan emerge, questioning who he really is. Yayan is shocked to see these versions of himself, each from different times in his life, but all undeniably him. As they rush toward him, Yayan realizes they not only look like him but also use the same techniques. He understands that these versions are testing his strength. With no choice but to outpace them, Yayan battles with pure skill, slashing through the duplicates while dodging their attacks. However, suddenly, smoke begins to fill the area, and Yayan realizes it's not ordinary smoke. One of his past selves appears behind him, but Yayan quickly stabs through him. The duplicate transforms into smoke, warning him to stop. At that moment, Yayan experiences a flashback to a painful memory. He recalls a time not long ago before he entered the tower, when one of his comrades, distraught and holding a gun, apologized to him before taking his own life. Yayan remembers that this comrade was a military advisor, tormented by bullying, and had killed senior soldiers in the squad, with Yayan being the only survivor. Yuan had only been held in the guardhouse for 15 days, yet he wished he could have saved that soldier. Yen reflects that maybe that's when he started to despise the entire system. He wonders if he was already living in a system long before entering the world of skills. As Yen continues to defeat his other selves, he feels trapped in a world where a vast system oppresses individuals. With each self he kills, memories from his past resurface, and it becomes harder for him to control himself. Yuan grows emotional and stabs his youngest self. His eyes fill with tears as Siren asks him how he feels about the 8 gates of hell. She questions if he understands the meaning of oblivion, where an awakened one forgets their past selves and adopts a new identity. Siren mentions that oblivious awoken ones like him are vulnerable to the 8 gates, with even dream demons struggling to bear their own consciousness and sometimes ending up killing themselves. She expresses how difficult it must be for a human like him. Meanwhile, Cheno tries to awaken Yuan and wonders if he can endure the rush of suppressed memories from his oblivion stage. These are the memories Yuan blocked out during his journey to oblivion, and in the world of dream demons, the only way forward is through self-destruction. Yuan feels the weight of his conscience and cannot see anything. Suddenly, he experiences a memory where Cayman asks Cheno about awakening, to which the doctor responds that awakening means facing reality and seeing the world for what it truly is. Yuan recognizes this memory from when he taught Cayman. Cheno tells Cayman that an awakened one sees numbers, the true essence of the world. The particles that make it up display data that adapted players cannot perceive, causing them to see themselves in an entirely different light. Cheno warns that those who see too much may lose their vision faster than others. Yuan realizes this is the alienation Cheno mentioned. Those who see too much go blind quicker, while those who hear too much become desensitized sooner. Despite this, Yuan wonders if it really matters, as he feels he has tried his best and no one else could have reached this point. He reflects on his difficult journey. Suddenly, Yuan sees stars moving toward him and recalls his forgotten memories from over 2,000 years of training, including all the connections he made during that time. He realizes this is who he is. As his previous selves transform into smoke, Siren wonders what is happening. She's shocked to see Yuan using a rebound technique. Yuan then opens his eyes, now golden, and destroys the seventh gate of hell, stunning Siren. Once he regains his composure, he wonders what comes after oblivion, but he feels the need to escape first using the eighth gate. As Yuan opens it, he finds himself in a room full of stars with water beneath his feet. He wonders if anything exists in this empty space. Suddenly, some stars shine brighter than others, forming writing in the sky. It reads that, after passing through all the gates of hell, it wishes to share an insignificant story with Yuan. Yuan realizes this message is from the creator of the 8 Gates of Hell, who remembers the day the Abyss expedition first set out. Yuan is shocked to hear it and learns the message is from Watch Armel, who begins recounting his story. Meanwhile, Cheno tries to wake Yuan up under a roof, with Siren lying unconscious nearby. He wonders why Yuan hasn't woken up yet, especially since he brought the dream demon to cast the spell. He assumes the spell must have been broken, but the guards from the recovery palace have arrived, and Cheno fears they might have a warlord with them. The warlord Gam-Saman, a Stage 11 adapted player and master of dark fragrance, asks the guards if they found Yuan and the doctor. They reply that they haven't, so he orders them to search the entire area. Cheno is worried upon seeing Gam, realizing that one of the most powerful warriors from the 9th zone has arrived. Suddenly, Gam senses something in the building where Cheno is hiding and attacks it with fierce power. When the guards ask if something is wrong, Gam asks if they think they can hide from him. He attacks with such force that the building is destroyed, but Siren manages to escape with Yuan and the doctor. Gam grows furious and vows to reclaim Manor and find the Lord of the Golden Sky Clan. On the other hand, Siren breathes a sigh of relief, saying it was a close call, and asks Cheno if he needs to say anything to her since she saved them. Cheno, furious, yells that he's the one who saved her, reminding her that he protected her while she was unconscious. Siren suggests calling it even, and when Cheno asks her next move, she says she might head toward Gorgon. Cheno wonders if this means she's surrendering, but she denies it, saying she just has unfinished business with someone. Cheno informs her that he has already sent a carrier falcon to Gorgon, though he didn't expect Yuan to pass out like this. He speculates that the falcons are probably bringing fresh awoken ones. Meanwhile, Cayman receives word that the castle lord defeated Manacor. His army, confident in their victory, prepares to strike the recovery palace. Cayman orders them to charge, and they march toward the enemy to liberate Chaos, a force of 300 awoken ones. They feel certain of success. On the other side, Gam wonders why the enemy can't accept things as they are. With a single punch, he sends a large group of awoken ones, including Mong, flying. He orders them to retreat, causing the others to fear his strength. Yuan's forces decide to attack Gam first, but Gam, calling them fools, easily pushes them away with the air pressure from his punches. The Gorgon Liberation Army, led by Carp Diem, had managed to push the Recovery Palace forces back to Manacor. However, after the appearance of Gam-Saman, the master of dark fragrance, the tide turned, and many lives were lost. They retreated. 10 days later, in a conference room in Gorgon's inner castle, the third stage awoken ones and the first company commander Carlton, along with a 9th stage adapted player, Mujuk Shin 7th Squadron, have lost over half of Carp Diem's forces in just 10 days. Juron says losing 5 of their 3rd stage awakened ones was a significant blow, and states they can't continue fighting because the Recovery Palace's forces have already reached Gorgon Fortress. When Oz asks why they can't just accept their offer, Wong asks if she's suggesting they give in to their dreams and sacrifice the castle lord and tower to save their lives. Kamen agrees, saying they can't give up the castle lord. He reminds her that, while Oz may see many things with her clairvoyance, she can't see the future, so she shouldn't rely too much on that ability. Kamen tells her to remember what the castle lord Yen said: they can forge their own path. Az disagrees, stating that they won't win if things continue like this, and proposes they ask another master for help. When Juron asks if Az means Hiyu, the master of steel, she confirms. Az says that all the masters fighting for the Recovery Palace now belong to the 9th zone, including the Master of Darkness. Juron acknowledges that everyone knows the Master of Steel and the Master of Darkness are old enemies. He mentions they killed the Handsome Master, the envoy sent by Hiyu. Viren says he's not dead because anyone who enters chaos through the narrow gate returns to their original body if they die. Kamen explains that even if the Master of Steel is willing to help, they can't ask another master for assistance. When AES asks why, Kamen replies that chaos must liberate itself. Meanwhile, Chingo arrives at the castle with Yuan and Siren. He yells at Siren, blaming her for Yuan's current state, asking why she can't wake him up. Juron asks what kind of spell she used, as Yuan has been unconscious for 10 days. Siren tells him to stop yelling, saying he should wake Yuan up instead of complaining. Chingo snaps that he would have already done so if he could and suddenly asks why Siren is still there. He suspects she's working with the Master of Darkness. Siren dismissively replies that it doesn't matter because the human Yuan just defeated the 8 gates of hell. When Chingo realizes she used that spell, he asks if the Forest School clan uses it often, stating that a weak spell like that couldn't knock Yuan out. Siren feels insulted and explains that the 8 gates of hell is a powerful skill, originally designed to be used on humans. She adds that only dream demons can unleash the skill's true power, and she taught it to the Forest School clan because she didn't know anyone who could break it. Siren says she's seen Yuan break through the 8 gates of hell multiple times, emphasizing that the skill breaks the caster's mind, not the spell itself. Yuan is different because not only did he shatter her mind, but he destroyed the skill entirely. He's the first person to break the 7th gate and reach the 8th gate, the final one. Siren tells Chingo that the 8th gate is a reward gate, where anyone who passes through the 7th gate gets an enormous reward. Those who reach the 8th gate may become the King of Chaos. Chingo clenches his fist, remembering Mong Eagle's words, which he had dismissed as nonsense. Now he wonders if Mong was right. When Chingo asks what's beyond the 8th gate, Siren replies that there's a treasure left by her godfather. Just as Chingo is about to ask about her master, Yuan suddenly wakes up. Chingo is overjoyed and informs Yuan of everything that's happened. Yuan gets up and walks out, and when Chingo asks where he's going, Yuan replies that he's heading to the meeting room. Chingo runs after Yuan, blocking his path, and says he won't let him go because some of them want to give in to their enemies' demands. Chingo says some want to hand Yuan over to the Recovery Palace, and if Yuan wants to pass him, he'll have to step over his dead body. Yuan steps over Chingo, making Siren laugh, and the doctor is shocked. Yuan enters the meeting room, where everyone is already present. Kamen and Hong are relieved to see the castle lord awake. Meanwhile, Juron is ashamed to face Yuan, but when Yuan says he's going to the Recovery Palace, everyone is stunned. Kamen asks what Yuan means, saying he can't go. Yongong clenches his fists, telling Yuan to reconsider. Yuan tells them not to make those faces, assuring them he'll be fine. Yongong slams his hand on the table, asking if Yuan realizes how many of their companions died while he was unconscious. Yongong yells that they'd still be alive if they hadn't learned about freedom and hope. He says they didn't even get a chance to perform spirit recitation for them. Yuan apologizes, but Yongong, now in tears, says he resents Yuan for giving them life, teaching them freedom and hope, and still needs him. He begs Yuan not to go to the Recovery Palace. Yongong asks Yuan to stay and fight together to the death, which shocks Chingo. Chingo realizes that Yuan gave them something they never had, and now they're willing to risk their lives for it. Suddenly, Yuan says there's been a misunderstanding and assures them he's not going to the Recovery Palace to surrender. Yongong, in shock, stops crying. Yuan then declares that he's going to destroy the Recovery Palace, which stuns everyone. Chingo thinks Yuan has lost his mind. Yongong asks if Yuan is really okay, and Yuan responds he's feeling fine as always. Cayman, shocked, asks if Yuan is saying he's going to destroy the recovery palace. Huang asks when Yuan plans to leave, and Yuan replies he's leaving immediately, which makes Siren think he's a strange human. Siren muses that reality means nothing to Yuan, but humans are slaves to reality. She wonders why anyone would follow him. Suddenly, when everyone agrees to go, Siren is taken aback. Everyone asks Yuan to take them with him. Siren wonders what's wrong with these people and why they care so much about freedom, real life, and liberation when they had comfortable lives as spirits. She wonders if it's all because of Yuan. Yuan says he appreciates their support, but he only needs 3 people to go with him this time. He names Chingo, who confidently believes Yuan can't go anywhere without him. Then Yuan names Cayman, who replies that he's honored. Finally, Yuan names Siren, which shocks her. Siren asks why she should go, but Yuan smiles at her. Huang says it's ridiculous that only the 4 of them are leaving and demands to go with them. Yuan insists only the 4 of them will go and tells the rest that they have work to do. He urges them not to be too disappointed. Meanwhile, Siren shouts that she's not leaving, but Yuan ignores her. Carlton asks if Yuan believes their troubles will end after defeating the recovery palace. He wonders what will happen when chaos unites. AES says people will refuse to acknowledge Gorgon as the center of chaos, and other competing factions will appear to split people apart. AES explains that those staying behind must train the troops to fight their enemies. Yang responds that they should focus on destroying the recovery palace first, noting that the masters can't cross over there unless the narrow gate is destroyed. Yin questions whether destroying the gate will end the war with the masters, as it isn't the usual way people cross into chaos. Yang wonders if Yin is referring to death, but Yin insists they must prepare for every possibility. Suddenly, Siren grabs Yin's collar and shouts that she won't be joining him. Yin asks if she wants to know what's behind the 8th gate of hell, to which Siren immediately nods. Yin tells her he'll reveal what he saw if she helps him. After a while, Siren leads them to her private workshop. Cayman, holding Siren's puppet, finds it uncomfortable as everything in the workshop has her picture on it. Siren angrily warns them not to touch anything, explaining that her master made these items, not her. She can't believe she's letting them into her private space and wishes Yin hadn't asked her to warp them to the recovery palace. As they explore the workshop, Siren thinks about how everyone used to be trapped in places like this, created by people like her. She wonders what it's like for them to step into a dream demon's workshop, where towers are made. Yin picks up a non-cultivating tower, prompting Siren to tell them to stop touching things as she tries to concentrate. Cheno says he's grown indifferent to it over time, and Cayman agrees, feeling old. Siren, meanwhile, thinks back to when she created these towers and feels strange about the whole situation. Yin asks about the name of a tower in her workshop, and Siren reveals it's called the World After the Fall. She explains it's incomplete because she first came up with the idea when she saw him. Siren realizes she never considered how the products would feel about the towers and wonders what Yin thinks of it. Siren then opens a gate to the recovery palace and tells everyone it's ready. She feels uneasy but can't pinpoint why. She wonders if her master felt the same way during an expedition. Meanwhile, in the recovery palace stronghold, a man watches people arguing over cutting in line. He calls them fools and thinks that if they were reborn, they'd be taken to the fruit storeroom, not the waiting line. The man, the 72nd Lord of the Recovery Palace, Hikm, is asked if it's true he's been there for 3 years. Hikm responds that he's stuck serving as the palace lord but dismisses their complaints, calling them arrogant. He releases mist from his hands, causing them trouble breathing. Hikm, irritated, wishes another master would appear soon so he could leave this place. Hikm recalls rumors about the handsome master, who was defeated by an awoken one in Gorgon, and is rumored to be assembling an expedition to attack the recovery palace. Hikm dismisses these rumors but realizes that recent arrivals through the narrow gate might indicate something significant. Hikm can't leave the palace due to his title, but suddenly, he senses a destructive attack approaching. He stops it with his breath and demands to know who's behind it. PCM, seeing it as offset interference, draws his weapon, thinking the attacker is as strong as him. Hikm charges, asking if the attacker is the castle lord of Gorgon, only to find that it's Cayman. Cayman claims they are meeting after a long time, and the two begin to fight. Hikm blows a mist blast at Cayman, blinding him temporarily. Cayman, frustrated by his inability to see, remembers Yin's words about trusting his senses. He opens his eyes just in time to stab Hikm, who is shocked by the attack. Meanwhile, Yin tells Cheno he'll head to the Pavilion of Pleasure with the Dream Demon. Cheno warns that the pavilion hides the fruit and that the narrow gate is at the top of the Recovery Palace. He advises caution. Cheno decides to focus on reducing the number of masters heading to the pavilion. The Master of the Sun and the Master of Seven Terrors arrive at the Recovery Palace, commenting on the chaos. The Master of Seven Terrors spots Cheno's shadow and both dodge Cheno's attack. The Master of Seven Terrors says they were tasked with bringing back the Castle Lord of Gorgon and did not expect to run into Dr. Cheno. The Master of the Sun asks how Cheno dares to attack the Recovery Palace, warning him of the consequences. Cheno realizes they dodged his attack effortlessly and prepares himself for another strike. The Masters tell Cheno that while he might be strong enough to face them, he won't be able to handle all the lieutenant generals guarding the fruit. Cheno points his sword at them, declaring it's time to stop talking and fight. Meanwhile, in the Pavilion of Pleasure, the lieutenant generals are drinking and having fun when Rika, the cowardly master, notices something happening at the entrance. He suggests they check it out, but the second Dragon Master dismisses the concern, confident that Hikm will handle it. Master says the girls from Chaos are the best, and the third Dragon Master claims he always stops by here when he visits Chaos. Meanwhile, the fifth Dragon Master says that castrating the union of female masters in the Great Realm would kill them if they found them here. The fifth Dragon Master adds that he doesn't want to be limp forever, but the third Dragon Master laughs at him. Meanwhile, the first Dragon Master says he doesn't understand why people dislike Chaos and insists it's such a great place. Still, R says all the noise is worrying him, asking if they don't think they should go check it out. But the fifth Dragon Master says the Lord of the Recovery Palace will handle everything and tells Rika to stop ruining their fun and join the party. Rika asks if something is wrong and suggests they tell the warlords. The fourth Dragon Master throws a wine glass at his face and asks if he'll shut up already. He tells Rika to stop ruining the mood and be quiet. If he's so worried, he can go check himself. Rika, trembling, holds his stick, and the Dragon Master asks if he wants to fight, but Rika, shaking with fear, says he definitely does not want that and that he'll go check by himself. As Rika leaves, they call him pathetic and laugh, but Rika thinks he'll get back at them one day. Suddenly, the first Dragon Master gives a fierce look to Rika, which terrifies him, and he runs away. Afterward, the girls thank the first Dragon Master for shutting Rika up, to which he replies they know he can't stand the noise. While the Dragon Masters are having fun, the fourth Dragon Master notices something on the ceiling and is startled to see Yayan and Siren appear there. The other Dragon Masters are also shocked and tell each other to watch out as Yayan lands in the middle of their party. Meanwhile, the first Dragon Master says he must be the Castle Lord of Gorgon, to which Yayan replies he is. The Dragon Master expresses disbelief that Yayan came here voluntarily. When the first Dragon Master asks if Yayan has come to keep his promise, Yayan, while walking towards him, says he has not, and he's come to kill them all. The first Dragon Master asks if Yayan thinks he can kill him and says Yayan is just a pathetic spirit in chaos. Suddenly, he summons a dragon to attack Yayan, and Siren immediately tells him to watch out. Yayan tries to block the dragon with his sword but gets slammed into a pillar by its pressure. Yayan quickly recovers, and when the other Dragon Masters try to attack him, he jumps away, destroying the pillar. Yayan barely dodges their attack, and while on his knees, the first Dragon Master tells him to get up, as he'll make him pay for spoiling his fun. The first Dragon Master tells Yayan to struggle as much as he likes. Suddenly, they all start attacking him, but when he strikes, they dodge and call him a fool, saying it doesn't matter how powerful his attack is if he can't hit anyone with it. Yayan, while blocking their attacks, thinks they are really getting on his nerves because they just keep attacking without giving him any break. Suddenly, when the third Dragon Master tries to strike him, Yayan dodges his sword and kicks him away. Meanwhile, Yayan sees the second and third Dragon Masters attacking him simultaneously, saying not even a warlord could stop a combined attack from them. Yayan's back is wounded, but he acknowledges they are right, saying it would be tiring to fight them all one by one. Just as Yayan, fed up, swings his sword, the Dragon Masters are shocked by his aura, and he says he'll finish them all with one hit. Suddenly, Yayan uses his destructive stab. On the other hand, the Master of the Sun and Master of Seven Terrors hear a massive blast. Meanwhile, Cheno realizes the kid is getting started but, as the dust settles, Yayan is shocked to see all the Dragon Masters are fine because they are hiding behind a protective shield created by the first Dragon Master, who says it's too bad. Siren is surprised because she didn't expect them to block the stab and realizes that the warriors guarding the recovery palace are on a different level. The first Dragon Master, while stabbing his sword into the ground, says that if Yayan thinks he can defeat the recovery palace with such pathetic tricks, he seriously underestimates them. The first Dragon Master says he'll show Chaos's weaklings what real power is and, while absorbing all the Dragon Masters into a giant dragon, tells Yayan to consider it an honor. Yayan is shocked to see this terrifying dragon, and the dragon tells Yayan that this skill is too good for losers like him, so he should fight his best now. The dragon tries to bite Yayan, but he dodges the attack and tries to stab it, but it doesn't even scratch the dragon due to its shield. The dragon asks if Yayan really thinks a pathetic attack like this can harm him and pushes Yayan away with the immense pressure of its aura. The dragon opens its mouth to attack with a blazing ball of energy, and Yayan also tries to stop it with his sword. But suddenly, a blast occurs, and Yayan is slammed into a wall. The dragon says it's a shame because Yayan could have lived a little longer if he stayed in his place. The dragon claims his arrogance is what killed him. Suddenly, Yayan emerges from the dust and, after jumping at the dragon's face, says it's his turn. The dragon is shocked to see him unharmed and wonders how it's possible, but also says Yayan can't pierce his scales with his attacks. Yayan replies that they'll see about that and, while focusing all his power on one point, tries to stab the dragon. The dragon realizes this could be dangerous, so it immediately pushes Yayan away. The dragon, while trying to smash Yayan into the ground, asks if he thinks he'll let him get away with it. But he is shocked to find Yayan is no longer there. Suddenly, Yayan appears behind the dragon, saying it talks too much, and stabs it with a powerful strike, which destroys the entire palace. Meanwhile, Cayman is glad to see this because he knows Yayan can do it. Chingo thinks it's quiet now and wonders if Yayan has finished them off. Cheno says it's a good thing he didn't go with Yayan because he thinks his body couldn't have handled the effect of that attack. Cheno, having dealt with the Master of the Sun and the Master of Seven Terrors, is sore. Meanwhile, the dragon is unconscious on the ground, and Siren thinks she was wrong to think Yayan was just being cocky when he suggested the four of them attack the recovery palace. Suddenly, the first Dragon Master returns to his original form, but his arm is destroyed. He swears he'll make Yayan regret this. With the other Dragon Masters lying dead, the first Dragon Master says he'll never forget this humiliation and yells at Yayan to never think this is over because he'll return to tear Yayan into pieces. When the Dragon Master says he cannot kill them, Yayan replies that he knows they came from the narrow gate, which shocks the first Dragon Master. The Dragon Master understands and realizes what Yayan has done. He says Yayan might not be able to see it, but as long as their spirit and body are connected by the pineal gland, they cannot die. The first Dragon Master adds that they've just returned to the great realm where their actual body is, and it's too late to regret it. But suddenly, Yuan severs the connection. The first Dragon Master shouts at Yayan, asking how he could do such a thing. Yuan responds by asking how it feels to experience real death. The Dragon Master questions how he severed the pineal gland and says he doesn't want to die. Suddenly, the first Dragon Master yells, asking what Yayan wants. He offers that if Yayan wants status, skills or points, he can ask the Grandmaster to give him whatever he desires. The Dragon Master claims the Master of Darkness will do anything for him and will grant him anything if he spares his life. He begs Yayan not to disturb the spirits in chaos anymore and asks for mercy, but Yayan kills him with a final stab. Meanwhile, Reika watches this scene in shock, seeing Yayan kill the 5 Dragon Masters. Reika had heard a noise on his way to the main gate, so he turned back to check. He's confused about how Yayan severed the pineal gland and wonders who Yayan really is. Reika thinks he needs to tell the other warlords about this, but suddenly Cheno captures him from behind and demands to know what he's doing and who he plans to inform. A few moments later, Cayman and Cheno appear before Yayan, with the unconscious Master of the Sun, the 7 Terrors, and the Recovery Palace Lord. Cheno asks if Yayan enjoys bossing people around, stating he's almost breaking his back with his old age. Yayan thanks Cayman and the doctor, but Cheno mentions he did what Yayan asked, though it nearly cost him his life. Suddenly, Yayan notices Reika and asks who he is. Cheno replies that he saw Reika hiding by the entrance and brought him along. Siren then remembers Reika as the cowardly master and explains he gained the mana of a lieutenant general through sheer luck, though his skills are poor, which causes the other masters to look down on him. When Cheno asks why Yayan wants them alive, Yayan answers that it's because he intends to kill them all once and for all. Yayan immediately kills the palace lord and the other 2 masters, severing their pineal glands. Meanwhile, Reika is terrified and starts crying with fear. He realizes this is a nightmare for him. Reika remembers that the Masters were granted immortality when the Recovery Palace was first created. Mortals count the time until death because their lives are finite, but the Masters stopped worrying about death after consuming the fruit, as it granted them 900 years of life. However, Reika now fears Yayan will kill him and begs for mercy, claiming he never wanted to fight in the first place. While Yayan remains silent, Siren asks what Yayan is doing, wondering if he's not going to kill Reika. Yayan responds that he'll spare Reika because there needs to be a witness. When Yayan asks where the fruit is, Reika gets excited that Yayan isn't going to kill him and immediately points to the ceiling, saying the fruit is in a safe. Reika tells them the safe is known as Reuse, and was created by a master dream demon. Reika explains that he heard the password constantly changes, and it's nearly impossible to open without the help of the now-dead Recovery Palace Lord. He believes an exceptionally skilled old master dream demon might be able to open it. Yayan says he'll try to pierce it with a stab, but Cayman warns him not to use too much power, wishing they had a master dream demon with them. Suddenly, Siren says she can open it and cracks the code, stunning Yayan. The safe opens, and light pours out, making them realize that this is what the Abyss expedition sought to bring back. Cayman gets emotional, thinking about how much time has passed, but finally, the moment has arrived. They all catch the fruit falling from the roof. Siren asks if this is all the fruit, noting it's less than she expected. Cheno replies that the Masters have been using the fruit for the last 900 years, and they've likely run out of it. He says it's not nearly enough for everyone in Gorgon, let alone all of Chaos. As Cayman looks at the fruit sadly, Yuan tells him he can have it if he wants. Cayman is shocked, but Yuan insists that he deserves a second chance at life and the choice is his. Cayman reflects on the long, painful journey they've endured, losing so many souls and enduring great humiliation to obtain the fruit. He sees it as compensation for all that. However, he crushes the fruit in his fist, shocking everyone. Siren asks, in disbelief, what he's done, while Reika yells that the fruit is precious. When Yayan asks why Cayman destroyed the fruit, Cayman replies that there are only about a dozen left. He says that the moment he took the fruit, he realized it would become a seed of conflict. Cayman explains that if a dozen people regained their lives, it would turn everyone against each other. If that happens, Chaos will never be saved. Yayan smiles, acknowledging that it was a difficult decision, but when Cayman asks if he can do whatever he wants with the remaining fruit, Yayan nods. Yayan understands that no one else could do this, but someone in Chaos had to, which is why he brought Cayman along. Cheno also believes the others would be furious if they saw this, and Yayan knew from the start that Cayman would do this. Cayman chose to face despair and knew how to find true salvation within it. When Yayan asks if he's sure he won't regret it, Cayman smiles and assures him he won't. Suddenly, Yayan yells Cayman's name as he sees an attack coming, and within an instant, it strikes Cayman. Siren pulls Cheno back to save him from the blast, and they're shocked to see Cayman severely wounded. The Warlord and Typhoon Master, Canal, a stage-adapted player, arrives and demands to know how they dared destroy the fruit. Cheno tells Cayman to wake up, but just then the Warlord, Silent Master, and 10th stage-adapted player Magito slam into him, causing the old man to yell in pain. Yayan grows worried for Cheno, but then Garam Samong arrives, saying that Yayan has crossed the line, and his life alone won't be enough to pay for this. Reika is shocked to see Garam Samong, as he is one of the warlords sent by the 9th Zone. Garam is one of the 5 most powerful warlords in the Great Realm, but Reika didn't think he'd come in person. He thinks he must hide, as Garam will likely kill him for losing the fruit to these people. Garam orders Canal and Magito to attack Yayan and Siren. Canal declares Yayan's life is his, and Yayan tells Siren to keep Cayman and the old man safe, so she immediately grabs Cheno and runs. Meanwhile, Magito grabs Yayan with his magical hands, and Canal tries to stab him. Yayan bends backward to dodge the stab, breaking the bonds and jumping back. Magito attempts another attack, which Yayan blocks with his sword. While dodging, Yayan thinks Magito is incredibly fast and on a completely different level from the others. Meanwhile, Canal, rushing toward Yayan, says he expected more from the Castle Lord of Gorgon, but Yayan isn't so tough. Canal slams Yayan into the wall with wind pressure, severely injuring him. Canal mocks him, saying he might talk big, but he's nothing but a pest. He wonders if Yayan used all his power fighting someone as weak as the 5th Dragon Master. Suddenly, Garam orders them to finish Yayan off, and Canal rushes, declaring he's about to finish him. But suddenly, Yin opens his eyes again, recalling the moment when he destroyed Manhwa's fortress. Chingo claimed he had destroyed millennia of history in an instant, suggesting that Yin should call the move World Destroyer instead of Strong Stab. Chenno warned him not to overuse the move, explaining that while new ones can wield unlimited mana, it costs a significant amount of mental energy. Chenno noted that Yin would wear himself out if he kept using such powerful techniques. Back in the present, Yen reflected that these warlords were at a similar level to him when he first entered Chaos. They weren't taking him seriously, so he saw an opportunity to strike. Deciding to abandon his reserve, Yin chose to end things right then. He used his Strong Stab and Quintile Strike, which reduced Cannel and Magito to ashes. Meanwhile, Garam remarked on the impressive power of a purely physical attack, saying it had been a long time since he faced a worthy opponent. He recalled a dream demon who had visited the Grand Masters of the 12th Zone years ago, only to be rejected by all. However, the demon didn't give up and reached the 9th Zone, seeking Garam's help to gain the strength to climb the Tree of Illusion. Garam had explained that this world was abnormal, with life having no true value and existence devoid of nobility. Milo, recalling his own frustrations from when he was weak, told Garam it wasn't too late to change things, and that destroying the first nightmare atop the Tree of Illusion was the key. Garam, dismissing it as delusion, explained that the Great Realm was only suitable for the strong. He encouraged the Dream Demon to prove his worth through his skills. After a 3-day battle, Garam admitted the Dream Demon's superiority. However, when the fruit was stolen by the Masters, Garam stopped hearing about him, leaving the world unchanged. Suddenly, Yin rushed forward to strike Garam, but Garam, standing still, acknowledged Yin's power, though not enough to defeat him. With a swift motion, Garam stopped Yin's attack with a single hand, pointing out that Yin had all the right tools but didn't know how to use them. Yin, stunned that Garam had blocked his attack so easily, was criticized for being like a child holding a sword. In a split second, Garam appeared in front of Yin and punched him hard. He told Yin to get up, challenging him to show he was worthy of talking about the Tree of Illusion. Yin realized that Garam was stronger than the other two warlords combined, and that it wasn't due to any special skills. Yin checked his suspicions with his skill and saw that Garam had significantly boosted his stats. He was puzzled by Garam's overwhelming power. When Yin tried another stab, Garam easily dodged, mocking the move. Yin then attacked from behind with a strong stab, but Garam dismissed it as a petty trick, blocking it with his bare fist. Garam then smashed Yin against the wall with a powerful punch, explaining that mana attacks were ineffective against him. He noted that the mana Yin used was merely a system-provided resource, and that the Awakened One's eagerness to destroy the world was futile. Garam emphasized that this world was just one of many, and that Yin couldn't see beyond it. Yin began to understand that Garam's power wasn't based on mana but on something far more fundamental, the very power of the world itself. Garam was the world within the system. Yin then tried using Oblivion, but Garam easily countered, claiming it was a cheap illusion unless another unique world had unlocked Genesis. He continued to criticize Yin's lack of progress, calling it disappointing. He blasted an attack toward Yin, which Yin barely blocked with his sword, though his arms were burned. Yin worried that even with Oblivion's acceleration, it wasn't enough. Garam, unimpressed, challenged Yin to hurry up and unlock Genesis to show him his world. Yin recalled that the 8th gate of Hell was the reward chamber, where Milo Abuza's record was left. The record contained information on the stages of awakening. Yin realized that although the concept might differ, awakening itself had 6 stages. The first 3 stages, which involved destroying the old world, were known as obliteration, and the remaining 3 stages, which were about creating a new world after the old one was gone, formed Genesis. Yin felt he had reached the next stage of awakening, but he still couldn't figure out what Genesis was. Meanwhile, Garam criticized Yin for not understanding how to use his world and decided to force him into unlocking Genesis. Garam pointed at Siren and the others, making Yin realize they were part of the world he fought to protect. He couldn't let them be harmed, so he rushed to block Garam's attack, taking the hit with his sword. As the blast occurred, Siren opened her eyes and was shocked to see Yin protecting them. Yin, for the first time, fully understood that this was the only world they had. He thought about the world where they were raised, went to school, made friends, experienced joy and sorrow, and never doubted its existence. It was their certainty in the world that gave it meaning. Yin realized that to unlock Genesis, he needed faith in his own world. He needed overwhelming certainty that could make him forget about faith itself. Realizing he couldn't do it alone, Yin understood that every version of himself and his memories needed to share in the desire for a new world, not just the present one. Garam, preparing to attack again, waited as Yin struggled to convince his past selves. Yin decided that if they wouldn't help, they could get lost. He wouldn't waste time persuading them. As Garam attacked with multiple fierce punches, Yin screamed in pain, questioning if he was already worn out. Meanwhile, one of Yuan's previous selves asks if he is going to die in this hellish place. As if he dies, they will die with him, and wonders if Yuan has forgotten how hard they worked to get this far. Yuan's past self advises him not to be foolish and to flee, as he has already experienced enough to spare. Meanwhile, Gam says he hoped Yuan would last longer, but it's too bad. Suddenly, Yen stabs his sword into the ground, shocking Garam and Yan's previous self, Yuan. Yuan stands up, and his past self smiles, saying Yuan has lost his mind, momentarily forgetting it's him. Garam smirks at Yen getting up again, but as Yen achieves Genesis, Garam's smile fades. Simultaneously, Siren can't believe he unlocked Genesis, the fourth stage, the power to turn falsehoods into truths, to turn faith into reality. It's the fourth stage of awakening, called hypothesis. Suddenly, a destructive weapon falls from the sky, which Yuan grabs. Garam, smiling, asks if this is Yan's world, saying the name destruction suits it, as it seems to deny all existence. Garam says it's an unhappy world made only to destroy another. Garam activates his punch and attacks Yen, saying it doesn't change anything, but Yen blocks it with his new sword. Garam says this is more like a real fight, and they engage in a fierce battle of attacks and dodges, which Garam enjoys. Garam says it reminds him of his fight with the Dream Demon 1,000 years ago, thanking Yen for allowing him to relive the thrill. However, Garam grabs Yuan's collar and throws him away, saying he still has to end this. Yen gets up instantly, blocking Garam's punch with the tip of his sword, causing a blast. After halting the punch, Yen wonders what he's been practicing stabbing for. Meanwhile, Garam attacks again, but Yen dodges continuously, thinking he's just stabbing like he did when he knew nothing. Yen realizes he does it simply because he enjoys it, but suddenly Garam punches him in the face. Garam laughs and apologizes, but Yuan smirks, grateful to face such a worthy opponent. The two resume a fierce fight, and Yen wishes this moment could last a bit longer. When Yen makes Garam step back, Yen asks if this is the best the system can do. Garam replies that it's not, blocking Yuan's stab with his fist. Their destructive clash shatters the Recovery Palace's windows, and Siren tries to protect Cayman and Chungo. Garam says this is the most enjoyable battle he's had in 1,000 years and never expected to encounter someone like Yuan in chaos. Suddenly, when Yuan says he's touched, Garam is shocked, and Yuan tells him he sensed, as they fought, that just as he practiced stabbing for over 1,000 years, Garam has only honed one skill for thousands of years. Yuan says he can't believe someone like Garam is an adapted player and calls it a shame, just like Mulak said. Garam, furious at hearing this, asks what Yuan is trying to do, to which Yuan replies, like Mulak, that he is heading to the abyss. Garam chuckles, saying Yuan sounds just like the Dream Demon, that the abyss is full of warriors more powerful than him. Garam, fully activating his power, recalls that even his grandmasters gave up on the abyss expedition and that even the Dream Demon failed. He asks what makes Yuan think he can succeed. Garam transforms into a fierce monster, shocking Yuan, who asks if this is what Yuan wants. Garam replies that he must prove he's worthy. Garam summons the Gatekeeper of Darkness, and Siren is shocked to see him and Garam's divine transformation. Siren thought Garam was a warlord, but he's already reached the level of a general. Garam tells the Castle Lord of Gorgon to show him his world. Gatekeepers serve to guard the world within the system, which is the kind of thing the system lovers can summon. As soon as Yuan sees the Gatekeeper, he realizes that the reason he fought so hard until now was to destroy that world. Yuan combines the power of his swords into one, amazing Garam and Yuan, who think he's putting everything he has into the attack. Yuan attacks toward the sky. Garam, impressed, says it's not enough to stop the attack of a gatekeeper with thousands of years of experience. However, Yuan's attack destroys the Gatekeeper and strikes the face of the Gatekeeper of Darkness, terrifying Garam and shocking him. Yuan calls Garam, launching an attack while saying it was an entertaining battle. A blast happens in the Recovery Palace, killing Garam, which can be seen from miles away. Due to the attack, Garam is smashed to the ground, and his arm is completely destroyed, making him realize he's lost. Garam says that now that his body is in ruins, he can finally see it, the eye that sees and rules over everything in the world, and the end of the abyss at the pinnacle of the tree of illusion. When Garam asks if the place with the first nightmare is where Yuan wants to go, Yuan replies, "It's not that place," shocking Garam. Yuan says that's the enemy he needs to defeat, and Garam says Yuan's world won't be popular in the abyss because his truth is too cruel for most people to accept. In return for abandoning hope, Garam, looking at the sky, asks who would want to live in a world like this, with strange creatures flying around. Garam says that if Yuan encounters people who believe in his world, they might find whatever they've lost in it, but they'll have to live in despair for the rest of their lives. He tells Yuan to hurry up and cut his pineal gland before his body returns to the Great Realm. When Yuan asks his last words, Garam says if Yuan makes it to the abyss, he should find Gaiak and tell him what happened to Garam. Garam warns Yuan to beware of Mad, as Mad will come after him once he learns Yuan has unlocked Genesis. Suddenly, Yuan asks one final question. Why didn't Garam kill him when he could have easily done so before Yuan achieved awakening? Garam replies that he's not sure but remembers when Mulak asked him to grant him the strength to climb the Tree of Illusion. Garam recalls Mulaka's words that this world isn't normal, existence has no value here, and life is devoid of nobility. After defeating Garam, Mulak told him it wasn't too late to change the world, they just had to destroy the first nightmare at the top of the Tree of Illusion. But the world didn't change, and the Dream Demon's final words echoed in Garam's mind for a long time. Garam says he just wanted to repay his debt to Mulak, and tells Yuan to cut his pineal gland because it's been a long battle. Yuan cuts Garam's pineal gland. Exactly 9,917 years and 244 days after Milo's Abyss expedition failed, Chaos is finally liberated from the Recovery Palace. A few days later, the people of Chaos celebrated their newfound freedom with parties. Suddenly, Yuan visited Mong, asking if he was alive since he hadn't shown up at the last meeting. Yuan thought Mong might be dead. Mong responded that he's not so easily killed, being one of the 10 lords. He mentioned that he had heard about Yuan defeating Gam Samyong and clenched his fist, acknowledging Gam as a remarkable master in many ways. Yuan asked if Mong knew him well, and Mong replied that everyone in the Eagle family knew about the Samyong family. He explained that the Samyong family drove the Eagle family out of the Great Realm, taking their place as one of the 5 families. Mong added that the Samyong family is famous for producing some of the greatest warriors in the Great Realm, and now that Yuan had killed Gam Samyong, a member of their family, it was only a matter of time before they came after him. Yuan reassured Mong that they couldn't come after him anymore, but Mong asked what he meant. Shocked, Mong asked if Yuan had taken over the narrow gate. Yuan confirmed this, explaining that it was the only way they could enter Chaos alive. Mong warned him not to be too confident, as there were other ways to reach Chaos. Yuan understood Mong's concerns but said that if they were willing to sacrifice their lives to come after him, they might just be worth fighting. Yuan smiled and while leaving, wished Mong a speedy recovery. After Yuan left, Mong reflected on how mysterious Yuan still was since the first time they met. Sometime later Yuan, gazing out the window, thought about how long he had been in Gorgon and how much had happened since his arrival. He thought about how he had become the castle lord, a position he never wanted, but the whirlwind of events had been overwhelming. Suddenly, Chino and Cayman arrived, with Chino saying Cayman wanted to drink with Yuan. Cayman denied it, claiming it was Chino's idea. Chino, yelling, asked if Cayman was denying it. Cayman admitted it, which shocked Chino, but Chino then asked if that was what Cayman wanted to hear. Chino ordered Cayman to bow his head when an elder speaks, but Cayman replied that he'd bow his head only if Chino spoke the truth, adding that he was 1,154 years old. While they argued, Yuan smiled, thinking it was time to leave, as he had grown fond of the place. A few days later, Yuan sat in his office, staring out the window, when Carlton startled him by asking if he could hear him. Yuan asked what he was talking about. Carlton replied that he was telling him about the Dream Demon Tower, Carp Deem. Yuan asked what about the tower. Carlton, frustrated, pointed out that Yuan wasn't paying attention. He mentioned that the time dilation in the tower might be too high, and many people trying to achieve awakening were committing suicide. Yuan wasn't surprised, as the time dilation on the first floor alone was a factor of 100, and concentrated time could harm the spirit. He thought it was difficult to withstand that pressure for hundreds of years, but he also knew that awakening couldn't be achieved without enduring it. Yuan asked if Michael had adjusted the tower, to which Carlton replied that he had. Yuan said that simply stabbing or slashing wouldn't unlock awakening, so he instructed Carlton to remind people of that. Yuan emphasized the need for a long-term system to produce the awoken and stated that those unwilling to awaken should be excluded from the training. He added that awakening wasn't everything, and adaptation could be another solution. When Carlton asked if he really believed that, Yuan said everyone saw things differently, and awakening wasn't necessarily the best path for everyone. Some people found meaning in life through adaptation. When Yuan asked if something was wrong, Carlton clenched his fist and revealed that he had recently achieved third-stage awakening but still couldn't see a unique world. Yuan was concerned because this shouldn't be the case. He remembered Garam saying that the mana Yuan used was merely a resource granted by the system, and how the awakened ones were eager to destroy the world within the system. Garam had said Yuan would never figure it out, as this world was just another unique world to someone else. Yuan reassured Carlton that his unique world might be the system itself, but Carlton wondered if that was possible. Yuan replied that it didn't seem entirely impossible, and mentioned he was still getting to know awakening himself. Carlton then asked if his unique world was the system. Did that mean they would eventually fight? Yuan smiled and replied it was possible, if Carlton wanted to protect this world. Carlton smirked and asked if Yuan really wanted to destroy it. Suddenly, Carlton slammed his hand on the table, asking Yuan to take him with him on the expedition. Yuan, surprised, asked why he was saying that. Carlton cited Article 3, Paragraph 14 of the Gorgon Special Act, which required all inspectors to protect the castle lord in an emergency. Yuan responded that Carlton wasn't the Northern Checkpoint inspector anymore, and said he wouldn't be the castle lord much longer. When Yuan announced he would leave the castle in a week, Carlton asked if he truly intended to resign, claiming that without him, Gorgon would crumble, and chaos would suffer. Yuan reassured him, saying he had already considered that and they should prepare to leave, as it was time to fulfill his final duty as castle lord. Yuan went out to speak to the people in the rain. When Jurin offered him a cape to keep dry, Yuan declined, saying he was fine. Yuan thanked everyone for standing by him and said they had done well in defending Gorgon. He honored those who sacrificed themselves to protect Gorgon and all the innocent victims. He announced that for the next 3 days, he would hold a spirit recitation for the martyrs, A.C. Kendall, Rochelle, Belder, and Kassam Hill. As the ceremony progressed, people noticed something behind Yuan, covered with a cloth. Yuan commended everyone for their bravery, but reminded them that nothing was over yet. 2 people removed the cloth, revealing the narrow gate. Yuan declared that the war had only just begun. The crowd was shocked to see the narrow gate, and they urged Yuan to destroy it. Yuan asked why they were surprised, telling them there was more to come. Meanwhile, Siren arrived with Rika, whose hands were cuffed. The crowd was stunned to see him as one of the masters from the Great Realm. People recognized Rika, and as Yuan stood before him with a sword in hand, Rika, terrified, asked if he was going to be killed. He warned Yuan that he would regret it, as the Master of Darkness would never forgive him. Yuan told him to be quiet and immediately cut off both his hands. Rika screamed in pain, but Yuan explained he wouldn't kill him here. Instead, he wanted Rika to return and deliver a message to his master. Yen tells Siren's master that he is welcome to come after him if he wants war, and he'll be waiting for him at the top of the Tree of Illusion. The next day, while Yen is walking, Siren yells at him, saying tomorrow will be his last day as Castle Lord, questioning why he would do such a thing. Yen, irritated, listens as Siren asks if he's really going to fight the Master of Darkness, and whether he should have just destroyed the narrow gate. Siren expresses concern about letting the cowardly Master, Rika, go using the narrow gate, only to destroy it later. Siren fears the Masters will seek revenge, but Yen reassures her, saying they might send only a few generals, and the Grandmasters won't come personally because the Great Realm is at war. Siren warns that if they send 2 or 3 warlords, the situation will get out of hand, and if the warlords come with the warriors from the 5 families, things will escalate. Yen, however, says that is exactly what he is hoping for. He believes once they defeat them, everything will change, but Siren gulps, frightened. Yen asks if that's what she wanted to discuss. He comments that he doesn't think she cares about what happens in chaos. Siren replies she came to hear what he promised to tell her. Siren asks what he obtained from the 8 gates of hell. When Yen answers, she asks in shock if Mok truly left that behind. Yen confirms, saying it was her godfather's memory. Siren, uncertain, asks how she can trust him. Yen gets annoyed and says the words, "It's a cold winter," startling her. He continues, describing how, in midwinter, he found the egg at the roots of the Tree of Illusion in the 6th zone. These were the words of Mylok, and he recalls that in that land of cold and sleet, a bright shining egg awaited him. Mylok was nervous, it being his first time picking up an egg, and he could never forget the moment. It was the creation of a being born from dreams, living on dreams throughout its life. Mylok saw the face of the little creature peeking through the egg's thin shell, and the moment he saw it, he realized the child was Siren. Yen, walking close to her, says there is nothing more beautiful than a newborn baby, asking if she wouldn't agree. Siren blushes, shocked, asking what he is saying. Yen, asking if that's proof enough, is yelled at by Siren for reading other people's memories. He explains that all dream demons are born from eggs, and asks where Winterland is, near the roots of the Tree of Illusion. Siren replies the northern roots of the Tree of Illusion are in the Great Realm. She explains that all dreams are born from the tree's dreams and are found in eggs. Suddenly, she asks if Mach left any additional messages, thinking he must have left something. Yen says he isn't sure but speculates that Mach may have left a message. Siren asks what he means, and Yen explains the memories he saw were complex, not written like a book, forming a web. He says it's hard to distinguish between memory fragments and suggests that maybe Mach didn't want his memories to be a coherent narrative. Even if he wanted to leave a message, it's unclear what it might have been. Siren shouts at him for being sneaky, but Yen asks if she's looking for Mach because he's her godfather. She replies that it's none of his business. Yen suggests they should work together because it'll be in her best interest. Siren is shocked, and Yen mentions the abyss, where Milo disappeared, thinking it's a good opportunity for her too. As he leaves, he tells her to think it over, but Siren is furious at him for withholding information. She realizes it's all part of his plan from the beginning and fumes at being toyed with. Suddenly, Siren remembers something and asks if Yen is implying her godfather left information in the form of memories. Yen confirms. She says she has brilliant ideas and leads him to her workshop. Yen reminds her that she won't allow him in again. Siren, furious, tells him to shut up, saying that was before, and tells him to stay quiet while she works. She pulls out a large device and asks what Yen thinks of it. Siren explains it will help them perform the squeeze. Yen doesn't understand, so she explains that the word implies linking oneself to a spirit to extract its memories. Dream demons usually perform a squeeze when they run out of spirit energy. It's a way of experiencing someone's emotions, memories, and general state of awakening in a condensed form. Siren admits she has never done it before, but other dream demons speak of it in exaggerated, ecstatic terms. Yen, lying on the machine, asks if she wants to use this squeeze to view her godfather's memories. Siren confirms and says they should begin. Yen tells her to hurry up, and she starts the machine smirking, knowing that squeezing causes intense pain, but only to the one whose memories are being squeezed. As Siren begins, she feels intense pain, wondering why it hurts her more than it should since she's the one casting the spell. She knew Yen was tough, but his mental fortitude surpasses her expectations. Suddenly, Siren enters Yan's mind, seeing a sky full of stars, and wonders if this is what it's like inside an awakened person. Siren realizes the other dream demons weren't exaggerating, but she wonders how a human mind can hold so many memories. She remembers when Yen defeated the 8 gates of hell and knew he was no ordinary human, but this surpasses anything she imagined. Suddenly, a memory touches her shoulder, turning her arm golden, and Siren stays sharp, knowing she could get trapped in his mind. She decides to push forward to find her godfather's memories. As she moves deeper, more memories touch her, making it harder to find the one she needs. With no choice, she pushes forward, rushing through the memories until she finally locates her godfather's memories. Siren finds a clue, memories from her childhood with Mach. She becomes emotional, saying she has been looking for him for 900 years and vows to find him. As she touches the memory, she begins to cry, overwhelmed by the effort she's made to find him. But suddenly, she is consumed by the memory and wonders what's happening. Looking around, she finds herself on the rooftop of a building and wonders where she is. After observing her surroundings, Siren remarks that it's fortunate she altered her appearance as a precaution. She had her doubts, but now she's sure it's Earth. As she walks through the crowd, Siren reflects on how dream demons occasionally ride the roots of the Tree of Illusion for fun. She's done extensive research and believes that because previous dream demons guarded Earth so carefully, cultivators have remained unaware of its existence for quite some time. Siren thinks she's ended up in an uncanny position, not realizing Yen was from Earth. Mwak once told Siren about unconscious realms known as the uncanny. Mwak explained that an uncanny is shaped by an individual's origin, with all spells in that world based on the theme of the uncanny. He also told Siren that if she ever found herself in such a realm, there's only one way out: find the guide. The guide is the only conscious being in the unconscious realm, the one who knows the way out. Siren worries about how she'll find the guide in this place. While walking past an alley, a boy suddenly runs out, yelling at her to move, with police chasing after him. Siren gets startled, but as she watches, the police catch up with him in another alley. One officer tells the boy he's been avoiding them for a while, but now it's time to surrender. The boy raises a metal rod in defiance, angering the officer, who tries to strike him. Siren intervenes, yelling at the officer to stop and questioning what he's doing to a child. The officer dismisses her, explaining the boy's crime, refusing to grow up, a serious offense punishable by death. Siren is shocked that such a law exists on Earth. One officer comments that Siren seems strange, questioning her attire and accent. The other officer wonders if it's just a cosplay, but then asks for her identity card. When the officer asks if there are horns on her forehead, Siren realizes she's in trouble. She thought her horns were fully hidden and remembers Mwak advising her not to draw attention in the uncanny, a world that rejects the unfamiliar. She knows standing out could have dangerous consequences. With no other choice, Siren conjures a flame to drive the officers away, but the spell fails as a cautionary announcement rings out. The officers transform into beasts, ordered to eliminate her. The boy strikes one officer with his metal rod, demanding to know what they're doing. Another officer tries to grab the boy, but he swiftly decapitates him, leaving Siren stunned by his speed. She realizes the boy is the guide, the only conscious being in the unconscious world. The boy asks Siren who she is, and she compliments him on his bravery. He explains he must be brave to survive. As he enters a narrow alley, he asks if she can fit, and Siren agrees to follow. While trailing behind, she notices his sharp eyes and determined expression, resembling Yuan from his younger days. She then realizes that if the guide reflects Yuan's mental age, the boy must be a child on the inside. After exiting the narrow passage, the boy claims she must have drifted into this world from the Canal of Memories. He explains that memory fragments can get lost and end up here by accident. This is the first time a being like Siren has come here, and he wonders why she's looking at him like that. Siren observes the world is filled with adults, but this boy is the only child. She asks if he's always lived here, and he confirms that he has, explaining that the uncanny tries to eliminate children who refuse to grow up. In this world, everyone is an adult, and anything that stands out is erased. The boy then asks Siren a question: what kind of person he is on the outside. Siren is puzzled, unsure how to answer. She realizes she hardly knows anything about Yen, but eventually tells the boy he looks like a big kid. The boy, pleased to hear this, blushes and smiles. Siren finds it endearing that he's so happy about it. The boy then says he'll get her out of here, pulling a crystal from her hair. He explains that this is a memory fragment that was stuck in her hair. Siren asks if he's going to send her and the fragment back, and the boy confirms that's his job, restoring misplaced memories. Siren is amazed to learn that the red memory fragment is crucial, as fragments are categorized by color: white, green, blue, and red. If not returned to the canal soon, something bad could happen. Siren wonders if this important memory is connected to the masters of the 12th zone. She asks if the boy can send her back now, but he says he can only do so if the gateway opens. However, there's no telling when that will be. He suggests they rest for the night and leave tomorrow. Siren asks if he lives here, and the boy says yes. When she asks how he knows the gateway is open, he explains that the Wi-Fi signal becomes unstable, and he tracks it with a device. Siren wonders if they should just wait for the signal, and the boy agrees, adding that tomorrow they'll head to a convenience store where he gets his food, like rice balls and hamburgers. Siren is surprised and asks if he lives this way every day. They fall asleep before she can finish her question, and Siren wonders if the dream demons are responsible for the boy being stuck in this world. Siren suspects that his world might be a tower created by a dream demon. Despite all the hardships and injuries Yuan endured, he never once gave up in the face of adversity. Siren believes that determination gave rise to this world. A week later, Siren and the guide are sitting on the bridge in the morning. The boy mentions that there hasn't been a signal for the past week. The guide explains that whenever he gets a signal on his device, he collects memory fragments himself. Siren asks if he encounters the police like last time, and the boy says it only happens occasionally when he's unlucky. Siren wonders if he does anything other than send memories back, to which the boy replies that he sometimes looks at other memories. When Siren inquires what other memories these are, the boy, while examining an old memory, answers that he doesn't send them all back. This frightens Siren, who asks if he's allowed to keep them. The boy claims it's fine since it's a white memory fragment. Siren warns him to be careful, as rubbing it like that might cause the memory to replay, and suddenly it does. Both are shocked when Yuan's childhood memory plays in front of them. Siren recognizes the book Yuan's mother is reading to him as The Little Prince, a popular book among dream demons. The story of the little prince, who sees the world through his own eyes, reflects how adults focus on trivial things while missing what truly matters. Siren finds it a beautiful story, symbolizing how the prince maintains his purity through imagination, though he dies at the end. Siren accepts that death is necessary for the story's beauty, as only the dead can remain pure. When Yuan asks his mother about the world the little prince left behind, she explains that the prince didn't really die. The guide smiles while watching the memory and says the prince is still alive on Earth. Siren realizes that this improbable, unrealistic story is what gives Yuan the strength to continue, creating his own world in defiance of the system's oppression. She acknowledges that although Yuan's world lacks a consistent worldview, it never compromises or surrenders. It's at this moment that the world after the fall is born. Siren is stunned by the realization but wonders why this memory is white. She recalls the guide mentioning that white memories are not important and wonders what Yuan might be forgetting to stay alive. The guide suddenly picks up a signal and tells Siren to get ready, as it has started. Siren is confused, asking what started. The guide says a giant passage in the sky will open soon. Siren is astonished as the gateway to the outside world begins to form. As people start following them, Siren wonders if the gateway is drawing them in. When she asks why there are so many, the guide explains that the gateway doesn't belong here, so these people instinctively want to destroy it. The guide runs towards the elevator with Siren, explaining that the gateway won't stay open long, and they need to reach the roof before it closes. Suddenly, one of the pursuers grabs the guide by the neck, but the guide kicks his face and kills him with a rod. While getting into the elevator, the guide tells Siren to stop standing around and get moving. Siren is horrified by the killings, wondering if the guide isn't afraid. She quickly realizes that this boy is Yuan's alter ego. As the guide continues dispatching their pursuers, Siren is sure he would say they aren't real and are just the world's silly rules that adults impose. They reach the top floor, then run towards the stairs to the exit, managing to shut the door behind them. Once on the rooftop, the guide urges Siren to go through the gateway while he holds them off. When she asks about him, the guide assures her he'll be fine and tells her not to worry. He insists she go before the gateway closes. Siren hesitates, wanting him to come with her, but the guide says he can't. He tells her this is his world and he must stay there. He pushes her away, telling her to go since he can't hold the door much longer. Reluctantly, Siren runs toward the gateway. Before she leaves, the guide asks her one last question. Does his outside self have any friends? With teary eyes, Siren answers that he has many friends. The guide smiles, happy to hear this. As the door starts to break, he urges her to go before the gateway shuts, and Siren resolves to tell Yuan about this boy when she gets back. She thinks that whenever Yuan seems desperately lonely, she'll remind him that his version of the little prince isn't wrong because she saw the little prince never gave up on the world. Back in the canal of Yuan's memories, Siren decides to stop searching for her godfather's memory, uncertain of the time ratio between reality and the uncanny. She doesn't want to get lost again, but feels she's gained something valuable from the experience. She's determined to create a good tower when she returns. Suddenly, Siren notices the red memory fragment in her hand. She realizes she never checked it before and knows it belongs to Yuan. Thinking it's okay to take a peek, Siren rubs it and sees her godfather. But before she can process this, she is horrified to see Catastrophe, the lone king of chaos, standing before him. Siren recalls that they must pass Catastrophe to reach the abyss, but no one in chaos, not even the masters, can fight him. This terrifies her, but then she understands something and rushes back to reality to stop something from happening. Meanwhile, Cheno arrives at a place he hasn't seen in 900 years. Cayman, holding the unconscious Siren, says they finally made it. Yuan, looking ahead, announces that they've reached the last gate of the abyss, as recorded in Moke's record. Yuan has reached the final gate of the abyss with his companions, and Juron asks if the castle lord is heading in. Yuan replies he's no longer the castle lord. He tells them not to expect him to babysit them. Juron notes that Yuan is still the castle lord, reminding him that Yuan had said they couldn't all enter the abyss, yet 3,000 people still left. Yuan knows the people of Chaos have dreamed of an abyss expedition for ages, so he can't stop them, though it's a bother. Meanwhile, Yuan thinks about the women who need to wake up before he can bring them along. Dream demons have their uses, so he can't leave her behind. As Juron carries Siren, the gate suddenly opens. Cayman says the hangar is open when Carlton asks why it opened so suddenly. They soon notice creatures emerging from the factory and wonder if they are horned beasts. Meanwhile, Yin knows they won't simply let them enter, and as the beasts charge toward them, Cayman tells everyone to prepare for battle. In the ancient Palace of Darkness, in the 9th Zone, Rika, while bowing to the commander of Dark Phantom, trembles with fear. Despite losing his arm in chaos and enduring minor spiritual damage, Rika managed to return safely to the Great Realm. What really terrifies him is what the Master of Darkness will do to him for being the only survivor. Suddenly, the commander of Dark Phantom, while painting, remarks that Garam is gone, and he always knew Garam would end up like that someday. Vargas, the Ice Master, and Masha, the white-haired master, are also present. The commander of Dark Phantom, Hun, asks Rika what Garam's last moments were like and if he looked happy. Rika replies that he did. Hun says it's good to hear but adds that they have lost the 5th Dragon Master, one of the warlords, as well as 17 warriors, Canal and Magito. When Hun mentions that Garam, the first warlord, the master of Dark Fragrance, and even one of his relatives, died, Rika begins to panic, realizing that a mere lieutenant general managed to return alive. His heart pounds with fear. Hun stands in front of Rika, ordering him to raise his head. Rika, trembling, complies. He thinks Hun is terrifying. Garam was a powerful warrior, but this man is on a whole different level. He is the true master. Hun tells Rika that a few days ago, he visited the Roots because he simply wanted to break free from the suffocating environment for a moment. He says he had high hopes for the world since the Dream Demons worked so hard to keep it a secret, and it certainly didn't disappoint. Meanwhile, Rika wonders what Hun is talking about. Suddenly, Hun says he brought a souvenir from there and asks if Rika wants to see it. Rika replies that it would be an honor. He wonders if Hun is hinting he won't punish him for what happened. After all, there was nothing he could do about it. As they walk, Rika thinks, who would have thought that a mere product could be so powerful? Suddenly, Hun shows Rika a picture and asks if it's impressive. Rika, awestruck, replies that it's remarkable and the craftsmanship is incredible. He feels that Hun has no real appreciation for art. Hun says the style is not what makes this picture remarkable. He asks Rika what he thinks the picture looks like. Rika replies that it's a teacup. Hun insists that it's an object resembling a teacup and asks if Rika can read what's written in the picture. Rika apologizes, unable to read it. Hun reveals that the writing says, "This is not a teacup." Hun says it's fascinating and a brilliant idea. He asks again if the picture truly looks like a teacup to Rika. Rika agrees, but Hun, furious, says it's not a teacup. He wonders why they call it a teacup but can't feel it or drink from it. Their first instinct is to refer to it as a teacup. Hun grabs Rika's face, saying it's bizarre. Rika quickly agrees, and Hun releases him, saying that when Rika thinks about it, that's not true of the picture. Hun explains that there are countless teacups in the world, and they all look different, yet they are all called by the same name. He asks what a real teacup is and if it truly exists. Rika realizes that the picture is questioning the essence of things but wonders what the point is. Hun says it's a truly remarkable picture and that they wouldn't expect the adapted players in the system to come up with such an idea. Suddenly, Hun asks if Rika sees the real value of this picture. Rika immediately agrees, calling it a remarkable piece. Hun thanks him but says now it's Rika's turn to answer him. He asks what a true master is. Rika answers that a master is someone more dignified, noble, and honorable than anyone else. Hun says these are nice words, but he asks what they really mean. He asks if they refer to the Ice Master standing there, the white-haired master beside him, or to Hun himself. Rika immediately replies that it refers to them. Hun asks what Rika is then. Rika, shocked by the question, is told by Hun that he failed to defeat a single product, losing all his companions and returning alone. Hun asks if Rika still considers himself a master. Rika trembles with fear as Hun decapitates him, and his blood flows down the stairs. Vargas immediately hands a towel to Hun, who thanks him. As he looks at the blood-stained painting, Hun says he really likes this picture. He places Rika's head on it and asks Vargas what he thinks of it. Vargas says it's remarkable. Hun agrees and says, "I'll call it, this is not a master." He asks where the Chaos people are, to which Vargas replies they're at the Factory of Curiosities. Hun says they're getting close to the abyss and orders preparations for battle. He tells Vargas to summon the 5th and 6th masters because he's going to make Yin pay for his arrogance. As Hun walks into another room, he reflects on how World 294 Earth is growing on him. He's particularly pleased with his latest addition, an unconscious, chained man. This man is Yin. Hun says the courage to die is a noble idea, and now they should find out if Yin has that courage. Suddenly, Vargas knocks on the door. Hun, furious, tells them not to disturb him when he's alone. Vargas apologizes and asks about Hun's plan to cross into chaos since the narrow gate is closed. Hun tells Vargas to remember what Yin said, challenge them to come after him if they have the courage to die. Vargas is shocked, but Hun assures him that as the first one to cross, he believes Vargas will be perfect. Meanwhile, other lords are battling the horned beasts, and they can't believe the factory has been producing them all this time. Cayman, stabbing beasts, comments that he'll have to replace his sword soon. Some regular people from Chaos are being killed by the beasts, while Yin uses his blade to strike down multiple beasts at once. Everyone watches. Cayman says Yayan never stops surprising him, and Cheno agrees. Suddenly, Cheno notices Cayman seems distant and asks what's wrong, wondering if Cayman is concerned that Yayan won't take him on the expedition. Cheno reassures him, saying that he doesn't know about others, but Yayan will never leave Cayman behind. Meanwhile, Yayan looks at his sword, frustrated that no matter how many horns he feeds it, the blade refuses to heal. He thinks the last fight must have damaged it severely. If it weren't a spirit weapon that could heal itself, he'd be better off forging a new sword. He remembers Michael's words about spirit weapons going through 3 major evolutions. Michael said each evolution boosts the weapon's strength and stats dramatically, but Yayan feels like the sword is resisting change. Suddenly, a giant beast appears, and everyone is shocked. Juron wonders aloud what it is, as he can hear it even from afar. It's an 8-horned beast, and as it stomps through the crowd, people panic and start running for their lives. They worry because 5-horned beasts are already rare, and an 8-horned beast would require at least 3 7-stage players to defeat. They think it might take a lieutenant general to bring it down. The 8-horned beast charges toward the castle, furious, and Yayan's sword begins to rattle. The beast, angry over losing its companions, forms a blazing ball of energy to attack Yayan. Cayman, worried, calls for him to be careful. Meanwhile, Cheno asks Cayman if he's serious, questioning if they still need to worry about Yayan. Suddenly, with a powerful strike, Yayan destroys the 8-horned beast and several 5-horned beasts, leaving everyone stunned. Cayman realizes Yayan has grown much stronger and wonders if this is the power of an awakened one who unlocked Genesis. Yayan thanks the 8-horned beast for its horns. Suddenly, a voice calls out, telling them to leave the Garks alone. The elite horned beasts of chaos appear, and Chango recognizes them, furious to see they've finally arrived. The elite horned beasts say Yayan has become arrogant after killing a few mass-produced beasts. They acknowledge his skill but note there's no master energy in him. The 10-horned beasts are introduced, with one mentioning they haven't seen someone fight off Garks like Yayan in ages. Yayan's sword seems hungry at the sight of these beasts, and Yayan gladly says there will be enough horns. Edsak, one of the 10-horned beasts and factory managers, wonders who's brave enough to venture into the abyss after all these years. Jayak, another manager, admires Yayan's courage but notes he is still a human. Yayan realizes they're not as strong as Gam Samyung, but they are definitely stronger than the Typhoon Master and Silent Master. Yayan considers the possibility that if all 3 attacked him at once, it could be difficult to defeat them. Cheno tells Yayan there's no need to fight, saying that while he may not like them, the factory managers aren't enemies. Reminds Yayan that they've met the old man before, noting his iron will, and asks if Yayan intends to return to the abyss after his last experience. Edsak tells him not to be rude, as they are guests of the head factory manager. The managers tell Yayan to head inside, as the head manager is waiting. As Yayan, Cheno, and Carlton enter the factory, Carlton is amazed by how the horned beasts are created. Cheno thinks they're repairing the 8-horned beast Yayan defeated outside, And it worked well as Yian said he would stab the managers if they didn't allow Cheno and Carlton to come in with him. Suddenly, Johnny-ak, one of the managers, greets them, asking Yian's name. Yian introduces himself, and Johnny-ak mentions that Garnak is a valuable product, created only once every 10 years. Yian expresses surprise at having to fight undead ghouls, and Johnny-ak explains that the ghouls attacked the factory, but they fought back and won. Yian recognizes Johnny-ak as the Apostle of God, a legendary figure from the Abyss. Carlton asks if Johnny-ak is the Apostle of Deos, the great god of machines. Remarks that news travels fast in chaos. Edsak leads them to the head manager's room, where Yian is amazed by the many screens showing different scenes. The head manager, Eniak, turns to see Yian and acknowledges him as the awakened one who unlocked Genesis. Yian recognizes the name Eniak written on the manager's shoe, and the name sounds familiar. Suddenly, Yian recalls hearing the names of the other managers before and realizes they sound more like product names than real names. Yian asks if they know about Earth, and Eniak replies that it's called World 294 in their world. When Yian asks why the machines have names similar to theirs, Eniak suggests that the god who created them might be from a peripheral world of this dimension, perhaps Yian's home planet. Yian inquires more about this god, and Eniak explains that gods are the rulers of the Abyss. The surroundings suddenly transform, and Carlton wonders what's happening. Eniak explains it's a place where the gods fight each other for control. He shows them what the Abyss looks like on the screens, which Carlton finds fascinating. Cheno asks if Eniak means that gods act as masters in the Abyss, and Eniak confirms that while gods and masters have similar roles, most masters are adapted players within the system, whereas gods are slightly different. Yian, referring to the world he comes from, asks if gods are omnipotent and omniscient, but Eniak explains that while gods of the Abyss may seem all-powerful at times, they are neither omniscient nor omnipotent. Eniak then tells Yian that he is a god, as Yian is an awakened one who unlocked Genesis. Awakened ones who unlock Genesis and create their own unique worlds have the same rights as the gods of the Abyss. Eniak says, in some ways, they even surpass the gods, because unlike the gods, the awoken ones don't need agents. Eniak explains that the gods of the Abyss all require agents, as they can't act alone. He says the gods exist by lending a world to their agents or believers, and the more believers a god has, the more powerful they become. In contrast, gods with fewer believers can't access their full power. Yiwan realizes that the more followers the gods have, the more influential they become, and he compares this to social media. Eniak adds that it's rare for a human spirit like Yin to acquire divine rights. When Yuan asks why, Eniak replies that most gods evolved due to supreme beings gathering karma over many years. Eniak says they accumulate karma through cultivation, and Yuan can think of it like social credit. Once supreme beings gather enough karma, they gain permission from Big Brother to become independent. These beings, now independent, are referred to as gods. Yuan realizes that even gods need permission to become gods, and though he finds this a significant part of the world's story, he doesn't recall reading about it. Yuan wonders why the Abyss record doesn't mention this important detail. When he asks what exactly Big Brother is, Carlton replies that it's the name of the organization that protects the system, and Cheno confirms the same. Eniak says it's natural for them to think that, as that's how Big Brother is perceived by ordinary humans. When Yuan asks if this is true, Eniak says he won't go into detail but confirms Big Brother is a god. Nick clarifies that Big Brother is not just any god, but the supreme god and guardian of the system. Eniak warns that Big Brother is dangerous and tells Yuan to stay hidden unless he wants to face a worse fate. Yuan asks if Big Brother killed their god, to which Eniak confirms. Yuan then reflects on the Abyss record's overwhelming information, recalling the time from the Abyss memory when Eniak met Mach. Eniak told Mach that they had been banished from the Abyss but managed to strike a deal with Big Brother because their abilities were useful. This situation upset Eniak, and he told Mach that if they had at least one job left, like the giant warrior, they could have done better. Eniak said they were relying on Mach to find out about their giant warriors. Yuan doesn't know the full story but gathers that they lost their god but were assigned to this place because they remained useful. Eniak reveals that he summoned Yuan there for a specific reason. When Yuan asks what it is, Eniak tells him to abandon his journey to the Abyss. Cheno disagrees, thinking it isn't Eniak's decision, but Eniak tells him to step back. Eniak admits they can't make that decision, but the being capable of deciding won't allow it. When Yuan asks if this refers to the Lone King of Chaos, Eniak confirms that the Lone King is angry with him. Yuan asks if it's because he killed the giant undead, and Eniac confirms that the giant undead was one of the Lone King's favorites. Yuan realizes that the Lone King is the only one who can open the entrance to the abyss. He sarcastically comments that the Lone King is sulking like a child because Yuan killed his minion. Eniac says that's true, and the Lone King won't open the abyss gate for Yuan. Yuan insists that Eniac open the gate for him, but Eniac says Yuan doesn't understand the situation. Yuan, confident, declares he will settle things with the Lone King face to face and insists Eniac open the gate. Eniac apologizes, unable to open the gate. Yuan, reaching for his sword, states he has no choice. I steps forward, ready to fight, saying it's what she's been waiting for. Eniac asks if they must really fight, and Yuan responds that if Eniac opens the gate, he'll find the Deus Ex Machina, the giant warrior Eniac lost in the abyss. Eniac is shocked, and when he asks how Yuan knows about the giant warrior, Yuan replies that Eniac doesn't need to know the details. Yuan presses him to open the gate, and Eniac reluctantly produces the key, making Yuan smirk. Eniac opens the gate and leads Yuan inside, remarking that Yuan is unlike any human he's met. Yuan says he hears that often, but Eniac wonders if Yuan truly thinks he can persuade the Lone King. Yuan replies that he'll find out. Eniac wishes him luck, noting that Yuan has the Deus mark on him, though he doesn't use it. Yuan asks if Eniac is referring to the tattoo, and Eniac confirms, explaining that the marks are a gift from the apostles. They were originally given with a 7-horned guardian beast as an anti-undead weapon, but Eniac notices that Yuan's mark lacks the guardian beast. He asks if it was lost during transfer, and if so, he can fix the mark so Yuan won't be attacked by horned beasts. Eniac says showing the mark to apostles in the abyss might earn their goodwill. After fixing the mark, Eniac tells Yuan to remember it. They soon reach a bridge, where Eniac says Yuan must proceed alone from here. Yuan thanks Eniac for showing the way and assures him he'll return soon. Eniac warns him not to forget that he must return in less than an hour, or Eniac will seal the door. Yuan tells Eniac not to worry, as he has no intention of wasting time, and crosses the bridge. Yuan recalls Eniac's question about persuading the Lone King, uncertain for the first time. However, he believes he's been planning this since receiving the Abyss record. This is the only way to solve all his problems. Yuan knows he must walk this path to destroy the world. He reaches the gate of the undead palace, noticing it's made from the horns of horned beasts, wondering if it's used to keep the undead locked away. As he opens the gate, the Lone King asks if Yuan has come to face his death. Yuan feels immense power and realizes this isn't a clone but the real Lone King. Even the sound of his voice feels like it's tearing Yuan apart. The Lone King comments on Yuan's nerve for appearing in the undead palace after killing his minion. Yuan responds by saying he has come to make a deal. The Lone King mocks him, questioning what deal Yuan could offer, given that he can't even enter the palace. The Lone King calls Yuan arrogant, but Yuan reminds him that he was once a god, but now he's just meat. King Yun says the Lone King was once the supreme god of the abyss, but now he's been reduced to a mere gatekeeper. Yen acknowledges the Lone King's power but asks if he is truly content with his current role and whether he doesn't seek revenge on the one who expelled him from the abyss and trapped him there. Yen refers to catastrophe and reiterates that he's come to offer a deal. The Lone King halts his pressure and comments that Yen is more arrogant than he expected. He agrees to hear the deal, hoping it lives up to Yen's arrogance, as only then will Yen leave the palace alive. Yen mentions he knows about the promise made between the Lone King and Mulak 900 years ago. When the Lone King asks how he knows, Yen replies that he intends to fulfill the promise on Mulaka's behalf. The Lone King asks if Yen fully understands the implications of this, to which Yen replies that he does, offering to take catastrophe to the abyss's end. Meanwhile, outside the factory, Siren wakes up, and Juron tells her she's been asleep for a long time. Siren asks where she is, and Juron says they are at the Factory of Curiosities. She is shocked and immediately asks about Yuan, needing to stop him. Juron is confused, saying the castle lord went inside some time ago. Elsewhere, people notice flies in the air and wonder if they are fireflies, as the temperature rises. H. Wong warns them not to touch the flies, but Yang, questioning the fuss, touches one. Suddenly, fire erupts, blasting and capturing those around. Siren, seeing this, is worried and suffers minor burns. At the same time, the masters arrive, and people wonder what they are doing there. Hun calls for the castle lord to come out, declaring they've come to fight as planned. He orders his men to kill everyone except the second stage or higher awoken ones, and they begin decapitating Chaos Warriors. Hun's men burn some alive, while Nakong, the second general of the Nakong clan and master of poison, orders giant insects to capture Kamen and Yong, telling them not to let anyone interfere. Meanwhile, some monsters surround Juron and another lord, and Nakong declares that Yen killed his family members sent to Chaos, and no one messes with the Nakong clan without consequences. The first warlord of the 7th zone, White Feline Master Nishimoto, while killing people, tells the 4th general of the Samyong clan, Master of Wisdom Yua Samyong, that the sly fox Hun Samyong will never wage war against Chaos to avenge Garam Samyong because it's a trivial reason. Nishimoto tells Yua to find out what the sneaky 9th zone people are up to. Yua guesses that Yan's strength can be inferred from the Chaos Warriors. She is shocked that 100 masters were summoned to fight one product, and says she faced death for the first time in 3,000 years because of Yen. Yua asks Hun if he's sure there is enough fruit for everyone. Hun assures her there is, and she trusts him, reminding him to give the remaining fruit to the Samyong clan, as he's not only the commander of the 9th zone but also their lord. Hun chuckles, questioning if she truly believes he wouldn't lie just because he crossed over. He reassures her that a lie is only a lie if someone doesn't keep their word. Hun explains that there's another way to obtain fruit, by making a deal with the 7 divinities, the supreme gods ruling the abyss. Normally, Hun could never strike a deal with them, but since they are the most powerful beings in the abyss, they can get anything. However, what the gods want are awoken ones, who are invaluable as they need agents to exist. Hun notes that because of Yen, this place is overflowing with just the type of awoken ones the gods crave. He orders Vargas to take the troops and find the product. Hun believes that once others realize how valuable the product in his tower are, the jerks from the 7th zone and Nakong clan will scramble to steal Yen. Hun thinks that the tower Yen created, meant to protect Chaos, has turned it into a nightmare tower. With the tower, he plans to mass-produce awoken ones and secure an exclusive deal with the gods for their fruit. He envisions turning the 9th zone into a recovery palace, where even the masters who once were their enemies will surrender to be revived. Hun believes the 9th zone, and the Master of Darkness, will rule the great realm. Suddenly, Hun notices an attack coming towards him and effortlessly shakes it off. He sees Kamen fighting and remarks on his boldness. Kamen tells everyone to group up and stay together, saying no one is allowed in the factory until the castle lord finishes his business. Hun declares it's time to end the pathetic struggle and orders his monsters to bring Yuan to him. At that moment, Hun lands on the ground, startling Kamen and Huang. He comments on noticing the foolish dream demon among them, who betrayed darkness for selfish reasons. Siren gets anxious as she realizes there's another general from the Master of Darkness, and not just any general, but the strongest of them all. Hun walks toward Nakong, telling him to stand down, but Nakong refuses, eager to fight. Hun tells him to sit back and watch as Cannon and others rush to attack. Hun asks if Nakong knows how to deal with persistent souls and immediately rushes toward Kamen, creating a shockwave with a single swing of his weapon, sending everyone flying into the factory walls. Hun tells Nakong to crush them so they never dare to raise their heads again. Suddenly, Huang, injured and trembling, grabs Hun's leg, refusing to let go. Meanwhile, Hun observes others getting back up and comments on their determination, as they refuse to stay down. He frees his leg from Huang's grip and crushes his hand beneath his foot, saying it will be fun to crush them. Meanwhile, outside, the factory shakes from the fighting, and Chino wonders what's happening. He guesses the humans must have gotten themselves into trouble. Edsak disagrees, suspecting it's not just the humans causing the commotion, and ENIAC orders Jayak to investigate. Jayak uses his skill to see that armed people have arrived, putting the humans in danger. Chino realizes the masters have arrived, and he and Carlton rush outside. Carlton asks if Chino thinks it's what he believes, and Chino confirms that Yen was right about encountering the masters before reaching the abyss. Chino wonders if they've already built the narrow gate, though it would have taken months. He realizes that the masters are willing to sacrifice their lives to ensure chaos never rises against them again, just as they did 900 years ago. Chino remembers his fallen friends from the last battle and recalls a friend telling him to take the fruit and tell the people of Chaos they hadn't lost. They brought back the fruit, and the Abyss expedition wasn't a failure. After returning from the expedition, Chino told everyone they had succeeded in obtaining the fruit, convincing himself despite the humiliation and shame. Now, he's furious that the masters are trying to take everything again. As Chino and Carlton leave the factory, they're horrified to see their people dying, burning in flames. Carlton calls out to Chino, but he's lost in his rage. Chino thinks he won't let the masters push him around again. Drawing his sword, he declares he is no longer the powerless Doctor of Doom. Chino slashes at the master's soldiers while shouting Cayman and Mook's names, searching for them. When he sees the wounded, with limbs missing, he's shocked. Chino is devastated to see Cayman losing to Hun, his body pierced by multiple stabs. Hun then asks Chino if he is the Doctor of Doom, expressing relief that a useful awoken one remains. Hun says no one will tell them where Yuan is, and he's beginning to worry. The doctor arrives just in time, and Hun states he enjoys spirits with strong willpower but doesn't have time to waste, so he'll kill Cayman as an example. Raising his sword to strike, Chino screams and rushes to save Cayman. Cayman, apologizing to his lord, is pushed towards Siren by Chino, who begins fighting Hun with Carlton. Siren is worried but sees Carlton using his chains to hold back Yang and Huang. Chino jumps back from Hun's attack, noting the impressive strength in Hun's sword, and is shaken by the realization that Cayman was battling such a monster. Meanwhile, the three factory managers arrive, and Edsak asks the Dark Phantom commander about his actions. Hun responds that he's looking for a product and will leave once he finds it. Edsak questions whether this product is an awoken one who's unlocked Genesis, to which Hun asks if they know him. Edsak states that even after all these years, the masters haven't changed, still treating living beings with spirits as mere objects. Hun says he just needs Edsak to open the factory doors, but is told it's not a good time. Hun insists the product is hidden inside, and Edsak repeats that it's not a good time. Hun, growing impatient, commands them to open the door, calling them scraps of metal. He attacks with an energy wave, and A asks how dare he. Edsak warns Hun that masters are forbidden from harming factory managers, but Hun retorts that they're keeping the Lone King sealed inside, with their role being to restrict his power, explaining why the masters haven't bothered them until now. Hun explains that the Lone King, once known as one of the three ancient gods, was so powerful that even the 12 masters had to work together to restrain him. He adds that the grandmasters of the 12 zones were much weaker back then, and now he is far stronger than the 12 masters of the past. Edsak warns Hun against his actions, but Hun refuses to listen, stating his title as the Dark Phantom Commander. A rushes to attack, but Edsak calls for her to stop. It's too late. A is immediately struck by Hun's summoned dragon, which terrifies everyone. A is crushed under the dragon's power, leaving everyone in shock. Chino is worried by Hun's display of strength, and Yangong, crawling to his feet, asks Chino what's happening. Chino, seeing Yengong's condition, wonders how he can still not understand, especially after seeing what just happened. Yangong asks if they still have a chance to win, and Chino is taken aback, realizing Yangong has lost his eyes. Chino thinks that if Yangong had seen the destruction with his own eyes, he wouldn't have asked such a question. Chino reflects on how impossible it seems to defeat such a beast, but he remembers when Siaha asked if he would run away again. Chino decides he's not running away, though his body trembles with fear. He thinks he doesn't understand Yayan, who despite facing such powerful enemies, never surrendered. Yangong asks again about the castle lord's return, and Chino remembers Yayan went to see the Lone King, possibly dead. But Chino knows that even if Yayan is dead, Yayan didn't give up. Chino tells Yangong the castle lord hasn't returned, but picking up his sword, he says they haven't lost yet. Yangong, rising to his feet, says that if that's true, they can still fight. Others, too, rise again, defying their circumstances. Hun is shocked, wondering why they haven't given up despite his show of power. He reflects that no master has ever been looked at this way before. He realizes they possess a sublime will, one that defies the masters, and wonders if all the awoken ones from that tower are like Yayan. He wonders if he'll ever be able to conquer them in the abyss, before telling Vargas that the plans have changed. Hun announces that he has changed his plan regarding the awoken ones and decides to kill them, sparing only the tower and the product. He intends to finish them all with a single attack, but suddenly another attack destroys his own. Hun acknowledges that the product has finally arrived, and Yen, holding both his swords, steps forward, apologizing for being late. Yen praises the group's efforts and instructs them to move back as far as possible. Hun asks if Yen is truly the castle lord of Gorgon, to which Yen confirms. Hun is surprised by Yan's appearance, wondering how this unkempt man is the leader of Gorgon. He is shocked that this is the person who caused so much trouble and wonders if the impure energy radiating from Yen is a remnant of the Lone King. Hun can't believe the Lone King spared someone like Yen, and he is taken aback by the fact that the people of Chaos have put their trust in him. Meanwhile, the 6th general of the 9th zone, Master of Dragon Kick, asks if it's really him. The 5th general of the 9th zone, Master of Dark Clouds, Magata, replies that he can't believe they came all this way for this one small product, calling it a joke. Yu asks Hun if it's really necessary to bring her here just for this man. Hun explains to Yu that while it may seem excessive, it is necessary because their goal is to recover the product and obtain the fruit, which will allow them to confront the entity that controls access to the Abyss, Catastrophe, the Lone King of Chaos. Hun believes that if the Lone King doesn't allow them into Chaos, they will have to force the gate open. Suddenly, Yen uses Genesis to reveal his world and asks if Hun plans to keep chatting. Nung marvels at the unique world view, and Magata also points out the giant eye in Yan's world, wondering if it represents the first nightmare. CM dismisses it, calling it silly, but creative, though he thinks the world still lacks substance. Chenna wonders what Yen is thinking, feeling that he isn't strong enough to fight the generals at once. Hun acknowledges the uniqueness of Yan's world, but says it's still far from the level of those in Rupture. He asks if this is all Yen has to offer, and Yen rushes to stab Hun. But SYM kicks away his swords, challenging him to fight alone. SYM says there's no need for everyone to fight Yen together and offers to take him on by himself. Hun, however, decides to fight Yen himself. SYM is surprised but respects Hun's decision, saying it's his problem to deal with. Nung offers to help, but Hun insists he can handle it alone, snapping his fingers to create a shield that blocks everyone else. Nakong asks what Hun is doing, knowing his clan also has business with Yen. Hun tells Nakong to stay back and relax. Yen asks what Hun is up to, and Hun explains this is a special honor for Yan's bravery. He tells Yen not to consider him unfair, offering him a chance to fight him one-on-one. He adds that he cannot tolerate anyone interfering and invites Yen to attack with everything he has, making this the final tantrum Yen can throw. Yen unleashes a blast from his sword, which Hun easily dodges, noting Yan's impressive trick. Yen tries to stab Hun but is told his attacks are insufficient. Hun, while blocking, reveals he has witnessed dozens of awoken ones in the past 5,000 years, many of whom never reached the 3rd stage. He calls Yen the weakest 4th stage awoken one he has ever encountered. Yen realizes Hun is far stronger than Garam Saman and recognizes that while Garam is a general level power, Hun is on an entirely different level. Understanding that ordinary attacks won't work on Hun, Yen grows his sword into a giant one. Hun, sensing the shift, mentions that he's heard Yen unlocked Genesis and reached the materialization stage. Hun senses a more promising energy from Yen and summons his dragon, hoping that Yan's attacks will be stronger than before. Yen strikes the dragon with such force that even the shockwave can be felt outside Hun's shield, surprising everyone. Hun, impressed, says he can see how Yen defeated Garam, but warns him not to think he's the same as Garam. Hun questions if Yen thinks unlocking Genesis means reaching the top, reminding him that's just the beginning. As Hun walks toward Yen, he asks if he should end the fight now or if Yen has more to say. Yen questions Hun's intentions, pointing out that if Hun wanted to kill him, he would have had several opportunities already. Hun reveals that he's not trying to kill Yen. Instead, he wants him to join the 9th zone and bring the Tower of Awakening with him. Yen asks what will happen if he refuses, and Hun confidently says he doesn't think Yen will. Suddenly, the roof of their shield transforms into a screen, showing a computer and other items from Earth. Yen is shocked to see familiar objects, and Hun remarks that he didn't bring these as gifts but as an offer. He shows Yen a recording of his past life, saying he's giving him a chance to get it back. Hun offers Yen the position of the 8th general, as well as the opportunity to return the time he's lost. Yen rejects the offer, causing Hun to laugh, as he expected it. Hun explains that he can tell how much Yen despises regression, and Yen questions Hun's motives. Hun clarifies that he isn't offering regression, as that wouldn't erase the nightmares Yen has suffered. He explains that even if Yen could go back to the past, his wounds would never heal, nor should they. These wounds have shaped Yen into the person he is today, and they are a part of him. Hun suggests that perhaps that's why Yen chose the present over the past. He says he wants to give Yen his lost present, not the past. However, Hun then recalls something. If Yen truly wants the present, it isn't here. He shows Yen a memory of his mother reading him The Little Prince, saying this is the present Yen wishes to reclaim. Yen is stunned by the memories he sees, but also becomes emotional when he sees his mother, Hun. He realizes that the people he cares about are all part of this memory. Hun tells Yayan that if he becomes the general of the 9th zone, he can visit and spend time with his loved ones whenever he wants. Hun advises Yayan to think carefully before making his decision, but Yayan raises his sword. When Hun demands to know what he is doing, Yayan replies that he will not return, but will continue forward. Hun asks if Yayan doesn't miss his loved ones, especially now that he has the chance to recover his lost present. He angrily questions if Yayan plans to throw it all away. Yayan wonders if he's really throwing it away and acknowledges that he does miss his loved ones. Still, he believes neither the past, present, nor future holds meaning in this world. Yayan launches a destructive attack at Hun, which Hun dodges. Yayan mentions that returning to Earth might bring temporary happiness, but he asks what comes after that, stating that eventually everyone will come to cultivate anyway. Hun agrees, stating that cultivation is the law of this world. Yayan thinks everyone in this world takes cultivation for granted and realizes it might not be any one individual's fault. He believes it's not Hun's fault for forgetting his memories as a product, or Siren's fault for being trained since childhood to build towers, and not even the angels or demons in charge of cultivation are to blame. Hun says the fault lies with the world itself, for not recognizing these things as faults, which is why Yayan has decided to destroy it. Hun dismisses this as the logic of a child and asks if Yayan plans to destroy everything he loves as well. He warns that this world cannot be destroyed because the system is nature itself. Hun attacks with a powerful energy wave, and Yayan realizes he is not strong enough to defeat him. He knows he doesn't have time to strengthen himself or his world, but he has one option. He pulls out a red crystal. Yayan realizes this is the reason he came here, and if he cannot defeat Hun by himself, he must borrow stronger power. Yayan consumes the crystal, feeling immense power surge through him. Carlton and Cheno, outside the shield, feel the disturbance and wonder what is happening. Hun laughs at Yayan, calling him a fool for not obeying him. Hun realizes Yayan has come to chaos as a living being, connected to his pineal gland, and if he dies, his spirit will return to his original body. Yayan focuses on the idea that his attack might harm Hun's spirit and force him back to the Great Realm. Suddenly, Yayan's sword creates powerful energy ripples, causing Hun to feel terrified as it starts to affect his body and even his shield. Cheno watches in disbelief, wondering if this is why Yayan didn't eat the horn despite the energy radiating from him. Cheno fears the consequences of Yayan borrowing so much power and questions his motives. Yayan summons monstrous creatures that terrify everyone around him. Cheno wonders what those creatures are, and everyone is shocked as they see Yayan has partially transformed into the Lone King, the appearance of catastrophe. In a group chat, people are shocked by the sudden upheaval, as it felt like an earthquake, and they wonder if the seal has been broken. Meanwhile, someone enters chaos and smirks, asking if this is where Silo is. Hun is stunned by the appearance of monstrous creatures, recalling that the Lone King was sealed by the Grandmasters of the 12th Zones. He questions whether the Akashic records were wrong and wonders if even the Master of Darkness could defeat Yayan now. He decides it's best to avoid confrontation. Hun quickly tells the Lone King they have no intention of fighting and just want the product the Lone King possesses. The Lone King responds that if Hun means the body he inhabits, he cannot let him have it. Hun reminds the Lone King of the oath he swore to Big Brother, not to interfere with chaos. The Lone King warns Hun not to speak Big Brother's name in his presence and unleashes a wave of energy that forces Hun to his knees. Hun apologizes, thinking this is why the Lone King lacks an agent. The Lone King reveals that Yayan is not his agent. He only wants to protect his world at all costs, even if it means death. Hun is shocked by this answer and demands to know what agreement the Lone King is referring to. The Lone King explains that it's not for Hun to know, but assures him they are all going to die. He creates destructive cyclones that tear through everything, and Hun questions whether the Lone King is breaking his oath to Big Brother. The Lone King answers that he has not violated his oath, as this may be his power, but not his will. Hun quickly tells everyone to gather and stay calm, believing that the Lone King, in his undead incarnation, will eventually wear out the vessel he inhabits. Hun urges them to hold out for 5 more minutes, hoping that's all it will take to win. However, Noyong tells Hun he's being ridiculous and asks how they are supposed to fight the Lone King. Chindo states that their clan wants no part in this and that Hun is on his own, which infuriates Hun. Meanwhile, the Lone King remembers that the Nakong clan analyzed his world and created the stones of the fallen souls. He scorns them, saying only fools think they can imitate God, and kills Nakong Chindo with a single strike. The Lone King declares they aren't worth becoming undead and that none of them will leave alive. He summons high tides that begin drowning everyone, mocking Hun for thinking he's more powerful than the grandmasters of the past. The lone king taunts Hun, who, stunned, tells his people to focus. Meanwhile, Yue yells at everyone not to just stand there trembling, urging them to take action, or they'll all be slaughtered. Yue and Se push against the water cyclones, and Sime agrees with the commander, stating they only need to hold out for 5 minutes. Se tells everyone to attack, but the lone king grins, admiring their courage. Hun looks toward Yue, who charges with Sime, and their soldiers start fighting against the tides and monsters. Hun thinks as long as they maintain their fighting spirit, there's still a chance, even though heavy losses are inevitable. However, it's better than losing everything. He believes the lone king must have expended considerable power with his attacks, but it's still too early to determine the outcome. Suddenly, the lone king expresses high expectations for Hun after all his bluster about the old grandmasters. With a simple motion, the lone king devastates Hun, sending him to his knees, bewildered by what just happened. Laughing maniacally, Hun wonders how this is possible, realizing they never stood a chance to prevent this catastrophe. He acknowledges the lone king's victory, but insists he won't get what he truly wants. The lone king, relishing the moment, strikes Hun down with a casual finger movement, saying Hun is far too weak for him to unleash his full power. As Hun collapses, chaos falls silent, and Yuan wonders if this is truly the lone king's power. Though Yuan recognizes that the lone king is manifesting through his soul, this power feels unreal. Yuan knows the lone king was the first awoken one, with the strength to destroy and dominate the world. He believes the lone king is nearing the end of his path, but wonders how much stronger he must be to match such power. The lone king interrupts, saying Yuan couldn't last 5 minutes against him and calls him weak. When Yuan asks how many more times he can borrow the lone king's power, the lone king explains that because Yuan summons him through an undead incarnation rather than as an agent, he can only borrow his power 3 more times. The lone king says Yuan has one remaining chance. He warns that after using his power, Yuan's spirit will reach its limit, and the undead transformation will begin soon. The lone king states that this is the price Yuan must pay for his choice, and he must resist the transformation to keep his promise. Suddenly, Yuan is overwhelmed by intense pain as the link is severed, and his body feels as if it's being torn apart. Realizing that the undead transformation will make him lose his memories, Yuan fears he will cease to exist once he forgets who he is. Just as he begins to sink, his memories flood back, and he sees a moment where Cayman asks Cheno what he likes about the castle lord. Cheno, in response, says the castle lord is reckless and ill-mannered, but still, he stays by his side because he doesn't want him to be alone. Yuan returns to his original form, and while unconscious, Cheno desperately tries to wake him. Cheno, tearfully calling him a child, is relieved when Yuan awakens, but scolds him for risking becoming undead. Yuan explains that he knew Cheno would bring him back with an undead slash, infuriating Cheno, who pushes him away. Meanwhile, Fan asks if it's over, noticing the heavy casualties, but most of the expedition members survived. Yuan reflects that more awoken ones will continue appearing among them, and they'll manage even after his departure. He knows that the masters will be too preoccupied with their own problems in the Great Realm to focus on chaos now, with the power balance disrupted. He believes chaos will finally be truly free. However, members of Gorgon approach, asking him to explain something, holding a memory square created by Hun to show that Yuan crossed over from Earth as a living being. The people of Chaos angrily demand an explanation, smashing the square. Cheno questions what they are talking about, saying Yuan risked his life for them. One person asks if Yuan found the fruit when he visited the recovery palace, and Cayman interrupts, asking if they believe the castle lord regained his life by consuming the fruit. Yuan knows that the people in Chaos only care about returning to life, and the one asking demands to know if Yuan ate the fruit. Cayman responds that Yuan did not consume the fruit, and Juran urges them to calm down. They ask what happened to the fruit, and Juran realizes it's not good. After witnessing Yuan's miracles, the people have been hoping to regain their lives. They are upset that Yuan never explained the situation to them. They demand an explanation, and Yuan realizes the confusion Hun caused is now catching up to him. Hun, still on his last breaths, observes the chaos he has stirred and reflects that Yuan should now look at the situation. Hun understands that their agitation is due to his confusion skill, which only amplifies their pre-existing feelings of envy and distrust. This means that while they needed Yuan, they never truly trusted him. The people demand to know about the fruit and why Yuan deceived them. Hun smiles, acknowledging that Yuan has thwarted his plan, but his own has failed too. Just then, Kamen interrupts, saying enough is enough, and before he can finish, Yuan declares that he destroyed all of them. Shocked, the people question what he means. Yuan explains that they cannot obtain true life from fruit. Even if they ate it and returned to the Great Realm, they'd end up fighting the same war again and be right back in chaos. Yuan could have told them this, but instead, he asks if they want to know if he is truly one of the living. Yuan then activates Genesis, revealing his pineal gland, which shocks them all. They realize Yuan has been lying to them all along, using them to take the fruit for himself. One of them demands to know what's wrong with everyone, asking why they're so quiet. Suddenly, he turns, and Yin says he doesn't care about the talk of real life or fake life. All he knows is that this is the life he has chosen, and then he cuts his pineal gland. Meanwhile, Hun laughs because he can't believe this fool has severed his own pineal gland, calling the castle lord even more foolish than he thought. The people are shocked to see that Yin is still alive, but suddenly his body disappears into the air. Meanwhile, the man who had been accusing Yin feels ashamed. As Yin walks past him, the man asks where he is going. Yin replies that he is heading to the abyss, and Cheno starts following him. Suddenly, Yin leans on Carlton while heading into the factory. Meanwhile, Juron reflects on how, ever since Yin first appeared in chaos, he has been alone. As Yin is leaving, Juron kneels in his honor. He thinks no one spoke because everyone knew that chaos would have countless kings in the future, but now only one king remained. Everyone around then kneels to Yin, the last king acknowledged by chaos. 3 months later, Mino, standing in chaos, is shocked by the changes and wonders if this is really the chaos she once knew. About 3 months after Yin left chaos, she woke up in a hospital room and heard from Claire about the changes. Chaos had been united by an agreement between the King of Humans, the managers of the Factory of Curiosities, and the Catastrophe, the Lone King. The newly united Chaos built a new fortress where the Factory of Curiosities once stood, naming it Carpdiem. Unlike before, when humans, horned beasts, and the undead fought, the three species now coexist in Carpdiem. Mino struggles to get used to this as Chaos's new capital. Carpdiem flourished, but outsiders from the Great Realm and the Ninth Zone, who had suffered a significant loss under Yin's massacre of the Masters, resented its success. Naturally, other zones attempted to take advantage of this weakness, and the Ninth Zone was engulfed in a brutal war. As a result, thousands of Masters died, crossing into Chaos every day. Fortunately, Chaos still had the Tower of Awakening left by Yin, which produced many awakened ones to fend off the Masters. The Warlord Masters and other tough opponents were still difficult to defeat, but the factory managers had devised a clever solution. When Master-level adapted players died, they were no longer summoned to the Recovery Palace, but instead to Carpdiem. Initially, Mino thought this was a ridiculous idea, but after it was explained to her, she had to admit it was a brilliant strategy. Mino never imagined that being summoned right in front of the Lone King would be the key to their success. After thousands of years of stagnation, Chaos underwent a huge transformation thanks to Yin. Suddenly, Mino recalls when she woke up in the hospital room and found a returned stone in her hand. She learned that Yin had placed it there on the day he left for the Factory of Curiosities. Mino wonders why Yin saved Chaos. He didn't seem to care much for people, and there was no real reason for him to do so. Suddenly, Mino remembers she told Yin not to give up on this world, but immediately dismisses the thought. There must be another reason, and she really wants to understand why Yin saved this world. She wonders if the answer lies in the place he left behind, the tower, Carpdiem. She watches the people outside the tower and starts to understand how they feel when they enter it. Mino recalls Yin saying he wanted to destroy the world, yet ended up giving it hope. She also wonders if this is a type of collapse and whether she'll ever see the same world Yin saw. Mino doesn't know if there's any salvation for this world, but in her imagination, she sees his world as a tree with sad, leafless branches and lonely roots, without any soil to support them. Despite this, Mino doesn't feel lonely because she knows that even if everyone turns their back on that world, there will always be one person who will fight until the very end, just as he always did. That person is Yin. The name of that world is the Abyss, also known as the branches of the Tree of Illusion. The area is divided into zones called SES, with each one being its own individual world. The supreme gods ruling over these worlds are called the Seven Divinities. The gods of the Abyss used to debate which site was the most dangerous when they had free time. Some believed the first site created by Big Brother was the most dangerous, while others voted for the fourth site, created by the mad god. There was also a mythical being that even the divinities rarely saw. The most dangerous place, however, turned out to be somewhere else entirely. For instance, in the forbidden bluegrass zone, in Caspian, the eighth site, Leonard asks the god if she is sure there is a fishing spot. The god confirms it is there but questions if Leonard doubts her. Leonard replies that he doesn't see it anywhere and asks if they can go back, worried that a lost one might appear. The god asks if Leonard knows how rare it is to encounter a lost one, noting that it's been hundreds of thousands of years since the fall of the three ancient gods. The god says all their believers must be dead by now and reassures Leonard, saying there's nothing to worry about. The god tells Leonard that with him, the great Anderson, by his side, nothing could go wrong. Leonard expresses concern, and Anderson asks what he means. Leonard responds that they had to come all this way to gather believers. Anderson says they have no choice, and Leonard realizes that the reason they ventured into this forbidden zone together is because of the believers in the abyss. A god's power is tied to the number of believers they have. The more believers, the more influence they hold. If a god has no believers, their worldview begins to fade. Anderson fears that if things continue this way, their worldview will be doomed. Leonard asks if he can talk some believers into joining them like last time, but Anderson reminds him of how the new believers they recruited previously raided their inventory and stole everything. He warns Leonard that the gods who lost believers to them almost declared war. Anderson asks if Leonard has forgotten all that. Leonard shrugs it off and concludes that fishing is the only way to gain new believers. Fishing refers to the method of finding spirits of real people in the abyss. Leonard, scanning the area, asks if it is truly a fishing spot, and Anderson confirms it is. She mentions that gods typically use common fishing spots, but sometimes undiscovered ones are found in remote places. Leonard asks if Anderson heard this from a Minera shop. Anderson confirms it, explaining that Minera is the goddess of fortune who runs the monthly fortune shop. When Leonard asks how much Anderson paid for it, she responds that it cost 300 trusts, causing Leonard to fall to the ground in shock, crying because that was everything they had. Anderson tells him to calm down, explaining that Manhwa, the card reader, told her about this place. She said today's lucky spots were the Blue Forest and the water in the northwest Caspian, and this must be the right place, with the water being a sign of a fishing spot. Leonard, still upset, yells that this is it, but Anderson insists they'll find someone special here. Leonard, unimpressed, asks if Anderson plans to apologize, to which she does. Leonard declares that they're going back and stopping this nonsense, but Anderson immediately agrees. As they walk back, Leonard feels guilty for being too harsh, thinking Anderson probably did this out of desperation. Leonard reflects that, aside from himself and the agent, there are no believers left and worries that Lord Anderson's worldview could end at any moment. Suddenly, Leonard stops and asks if they can go a little longer, which pleases Anderson. He says he needs a successor too and mentions that Manhwa might have scammed them, so they might as well make the most of it. Anderson praises his thinking, and Leonard gets sentimental, recalling his lost younger sister. He thinks Anderson is the only family he has and vows to help her. Leonard then asks if Anderson can smell water nearby, but she replies that she doesn't have a nose. Leonard runs off, and Anderson calls after him, asking where he's going. He eventually finds a waterfall and exclaims that it's really there, and they've found the fishing spot, much to their excitement. Leonard asks if Anderson thinks they can catch new believers, and Anderson replies they might. She wonders if they could even catch someone powerful. Leonard suggests catching as many believers as possible, changing the settings, and buying tons of components. Leonard then reminds Anderson to change his exclusive components and settings first, to which she agrees. An hour later, while Leonard is fishing, he asks if it always takes this long, and Anderson says he should wait. She explains that spirit fishing is like fishing for time. Leonard asks where she heard that, and she replies she read it in the monthly horoscope. After 24 hours of waiting, Leonard is frustrated and suggests they go kick Manhwa, but Anderson tells him not to be ridiculous, as Manhwa is an elite goddess who can't be touched. Leonard knows this, but is still upset because they found the fishing spot, yet there's nothing. He wonders if it's been abandoned. Suddenly, Anderson asks if Leonard sees something move in the water. Leonard immediately gets up, sensing it too. He shouts that he's caught something big, and with all his strength, he tries to pull it out, realizing it's quite strong. Leonard feels the intense spirit energy and wonders if it's a spirit from Muram. Anderson tells him something feels off because the spirit isn't from the peripheral world, It's coming from chaos. She says it's getting away and tells Leonard to hurry up and take off his cloak. He does, but Anderson tells him he's weakening. Leonard urges her to turn on the settings, and she does, transforming his body into a stronger form. Leonard pulls out a human from the water and is shocked, asking Anderson who he is. Anderson says this person has world force in him, and she believes they've caught a god. Leonard, still in disbelief, says it's impossible, but Anderson is sure, stating that if he's not a god, he's very close to one. Leonard argues that gods can only exist as concepts and manifest physically through agents, which is a basic principle of the abyss. Anderson asks if Leonard is lecturing her on what it means to be a god, and he replies that she's the one who taught him that. Leonard speculates that this person might be another god's agent or believer, but as he senses world force within him, he suddenly stops. Anderson asks if Leonard finally notices something strange about the man, and Leonard wonders who he is. If Anderson is correct, this person is from chaos, but Leonard argues that gods can only exist in the abyss, so he can't be another god's agent or believer. Anderson counters that chaos isn't devoid of gods, citing a particularly terrifying one, catastrophe. She adds that this god wouldn't use an agent, so they can rule out that possibility. Leonard asks if she's sure this person is a spirit from chaos, and Anderson swears on her honor that he is. Leonard then asks if she's positive this person is a god, and Anderson says that if he's not a believer or an agent, he must be a god himself. Leonard argues that just because something isn't a rat doesn't make it a cat, and asks if Anderson can hurry up and tell him what she really thinks. He presses her to explain why she's convinced this person is a god, as she was sure of it when she first saw him. Anderson then tells Leonard a story about a mighty rat, a rat so strong that it hunted its own prey, eventually becoming powerful enough to challenge cats, its greatest predator. While it still looked like a rat, it became something entirely different. The other rats feared it, and only the cats considered it an equal. Leonard asks what this means, and Anderson explains that she calls rats like that awoken ones. These are beings who transcend their species limits and attain godlike power. They're like mutant rats who create their own world and can act as their own agents. Anderson says they're system mavericks, who have become strong enough to fight even cats through their own hard work. Awoken ones are the only beings who can maintain their spirit form while obtaining divine rights. Leonard asks if Anderson is saying this person is an awoken one, and she replies that she's not sure, but it's very likely. Leonard, having heard of awoken ones, asks if Anderson thinks this man is from Rupture, the terrorist organization. Anderson doubts it, and Leonard asks what she plans to do with him. Anderson responds that it depends on whether this person is a god. Anderson says he will either accept him as a fellow god or he'll have to consume him. This person is Yuan, and Anderson urges Leonard to hurry and check if he's a god before he wakes up. Leonard hopes he isn't a god and suggests that if he's human, he might become a new believer or agent. Leonard places his hand on Yuan's chest to check him, warning that if Anderson decides to devour him, Leonard can't be blamed. He reflects that in a lawless world like Caspian, gods devouring each other isn't uncommon. Though cannibalism is prohibited in most places, it's one of the only ways gods can strengthen their worlds, aside from gathering more believers. As Leonard checks Yuan, a golden light emits from his hand, and Leonard thinks he can't miss the chance to gain a new companion. He believes if Yuan becomes Anderson's agent, Leonard would be demoted to a mere believer, but any god would want someone with this much force as an agent. He's sure Anderson will prefer Yuan, but as he's checking, a strong wind blows, and Leonard wonders what's happening. Leonard warns Anderson that something is wrong but realizes he's lost the connection to him. Leonard wonders if Anderson has broken the link, but knows that can't be the case. He calls for Anderson, but there's no response. Leonard is devastated, realizing not only has he lost the link, but he can no longer sense Anderson at all, leaving him confused about what's happening. 3 months ago, when Yuan went to the abyss with Carlton, Cheno, and Siren, Catastrophe had instructed them to enter a gate that would lead them there. Standing at the gate's entrance, Yuan recalls what Lone King had told him, that the abyss is home to gods even generals fear. He decides to remain vigilant. Yuan thinks everyone he wants is with him, so things aren't going too badly. He wishes he could have brought Cayman, but he's the only person Yuan trusts with chaos. Yuan believes all they need to do is enter the abyss, but suddenly, smoke appears, and Cheno wonders what it is. Everyone is shocked when Yuan vanishes into the air and is teleported away. Yuan wonders what happened to everyone, as they were just beside him. He doesn't sense Lone King's energy either but is startled when Silo appears, commenting on his surprise. Sela says it's been a long time since they've seen each other and that this is their first meeting since the tournament. Yuan remembers her as the leader of Rupture, as Cheno had told him, and recalls her name as Sela. He guesses she must be a general at least, so he draws his sword and asks what she has done. Sela reassures him, saying she only created a barrier because she needs to tell him something. Suddenly, Seaman tells her the barrier won't hold against Lone King for long. Sela agrees and says it will only take a minute. She tells Yuan that Rupture has been keeping track of his actions in chaos and expresses surprise that he recruited Lone King to slaughter the masters. When Yuan asks her to get to the point, Sela says he's impatient, but she'll be straightforward. She's offering him a chance to join Rupture. Yuan is taken aback, and Sela explains they haven't interfered with him until now because his goals align with theirs. However, his recent technique made them reconsider. Sela says she doesn't know where he learned it, but severing a person's pineal gland is a technique only Rupture's captains know. Yuan didn't know anyone else knew this technique and asks if she's upset he used it. Yuan asks if this is what this is about. Sela replies that the technique is dangerous and can annihilate spirits, so only Rupture can use it. Yuan asks if this means he must join them, or they'll kill him. Sela asks if he thinks she's joking, telling him he's in no condition to fight her. Seaman asks if she really plans to fight him, as the barrier is about to break. The boy tells Sela that if Yuan uses the technique against her, she'll be trapped, but Sela asks if he thinks she'll lose. The boy clarifies he didn't mean that. Suddenly, Sela turns her back on Yuan and warns that he'll regret turning her down. Yuan wonders if she's backing down, thinking it would have been dangerous to fight her in his current state, so he feels relieved. He regrets wasting time with her, noticing the abyss gate is now closed. Yuan believes the others must have made it through safely before the gate closed and is confident he'll reunite with them once he reaches the abyss. The problem now is that he has no control over his body. He realizes his exhaustion is catching up to him and feels like he could collapse any moment. Suddenly, he hears Lone King's voice, saying he's a handful and telling him to follow the nearest light. Yuan wonders what this means, and Lone King responds that he'll find out soon enough, saying he'll be in the abyss when he comes to his senses. Yuan suddenly sees water approaching him and is soon submerged. As he drowns, he wonders what happened and if his body has finally given up. He feels as though he's underwater but strangely at ease, wondering if he's been turned into a fish. Suddenly, Yuan opens his eyes underwater and sees light above. He wonders if this is the light Lone King mentioned. Realizing this might be his last chance, he swims toward it. Just then, someone shouts near him, waking him up. As he opens his eyes, he's confused by his surroundings. It doesn't look like the abyss. Yuan thinks it looks familiar, suspecting it's his own unique world. Suddenly, a girl there yells at him, asking if he's listening. She's Anderson, and she says it's all Yuan's fault, asking how he plans to fix it. Yuan, confused, wonders who this person is and what she's doing in his world. Yuan questions who she is and what she is doing in his world, but Anderson asks him not to change the subject. She tells him her name and reveals she is a god of the abyss, then asks if he realizes what he has done, screaming that he consumed her. Yuan, confused, questions what she means, but she tells him to act quickly. When Yuan asks what she wants him to do, Anderson, crying, begs him to save Leonard, as he is her only believer. Meanwhile, the assassins follow Leonard as he carries Yuan on his back. Leonard realizes it is dangerous for them to be in the forest and that they are being pursued, with demands to hand over the person he is carrying. He questions why this is happening and why Anderson isn't responding. Soon, he reaches a cliff's edge, and the pursuers claim to have him cornered. One of them reminds him to hand over Yuan, but Leonard notices the weapon in the pursuer's hand. It is Bergen's scythe. Bergen is a mid-level god, known for his ruthless nature and his domain over scythes. Leonard recalls hearing that Bergen had recently moved to Caspian. He didn't expect him to be in the forbidden blue grass zone. Leonard asserts that Yuan belongs to him and his god, but the pursuers, unaware, insist on Yuan's surrender because Leonard caught him fishing illegally. They tell him to hand Yuan over and leave. Leonard realizes that giving Yuan up means losing Anderson as well. If that happens, he would become a lost one, a monster wandering the forbidden zone. What frightens him most is losing Anderson, the only god who saved him from the abyss. Suddenly, one of the pursuers tells Leonard to put Yuan down, but Leonard refuses to let them take him. When Leonard sets Yuan down, one pursuer kicks him and threatens to change his mind. Just as the pursuer prepares to strike, His arm is severed and falls away, shocking everyone, including Leonard. As Bergen's followers wonder who is responsible, Yuan stands up, noting that at least he had some rags when he first arrived in Chaos, but now he's completely naked. As Bergen attempts to attack, Yuan stabs through the bodies, killing them with a single strike. Leonard is stunned, and Anderson realizes Yuan wants to know where his nakedness comes from. In the past, Anderson had told Leonard she received her setting from another, and when he asked who, she revealed it was from an ancient god, a beast known for his cruelty. When Leonard asked about the beast, Anderson said he was violent and merciless, despising clothing and making it clear that no one should wear it in his presence. People would try to flee from him, clutching their clothes, crying out in reverence when he appeared. When Leonard questioned if the god was a pervert, Anderson explained that it was more complex. The god believed clothing was hypocrisy and pretension, and that true essence was only revealed when everything else was stripped away. Leonard is stunned, and Yuan questions if she is the woman and Anderson's believer. Tapping his head, Yuan asks Leonard to get her out of his mind. Leonard is confused as Yuan realizes that, by inducing doubt, he can force his world force to take on the setting form. Yuan feels a surge of power and wonders if this is the true essence of his setting, but Anderson clarifies that he is not stripped, only naked, which is different. Yuan senses no mana, realizing this world is unlike Chaos. Anderson asks if he ignored her in Chaos, where people use skills activated by received energy. In the Abyss, power is produced only by latent world force within the spirit, as Yuan learned from Moke's records, but experiencing it firsthand is different. Suddenly, Leonard asks Yuan to accept him as his believer, but Yuan denies being his god. Anderson questions what is happening and if Leonard is already betraying her. Leonard believes Anderson will accept it, but Anderson warns Yuan not to accept him as a believer. Yuan, irritated by their chatter, orders them both to be silent and starts with the basics. Yuan explains that if the Great Realm belongs to the Masters, the Abyss is the realm of the gods. The gods manage their territories more carefully than the Great Realm's masters. The gods' territories are called sites, varying in size from vast areas controlled by elite gods to smaller village-sized sites of lower gods. Yuan asks if these sites are like land, to which Leonard replies that they are, but with a difference. Leonard says that to mid-level or lower gods, sites are just land, while for high-level gods, they are holy grounds. High-level gods can materialize their unique world using sites, making them powerful weapons. Yuan speculates that Chaos might be one giant site for catastrophe, wondering if gods with almost unlimited power exist there. Leonard confirms that high-level gods struggle to use their world force over an entire site, so most use a setting. Leonard explains that Yuan's nakedness is a kind of setting. Yuan angrily tells Leonard not to call him a god. Leonard assures Yuan that if he isn't going to kill Anderson, he understands Leonard's actions are driven by fear of losing his god. Meanwhile, Anderson asks Yuan if he intends to kill her, as she has already been consumed by his unique world and could disappear at any moment. Yuan stays silent, prompting Anderson to say she foresaw this and sensed it when she first entered him. She admits she can't believe he is responsible for the Master Massacre. Yuan recalls a memory from when he absorbed Anderson and learned she was once a cultivator. Yuan asks why she would do such a thing and if she was so desperate to become a god. Anderson replies that he will probably call it pathetic, but she doesn't know why she did it. She explains that all gods lose their memories of their time as cultivators. Yuan questions if that erases their past actions, but Anderson admits she knows what he means and has no intention of denying her past. Yuan recalls that in Moke's records, supreme beings like angels and demons were said to be born solely to cultivate. Yuan suggests that they may have had no choice, but he still cannot forgive her actions. Anderson acknowledges that he could kill her, but she asks him to accept Leonard as a believer, as he would be alone otherwise. Yuan questions if a former cultivator is worried about someone else, expressing disbelief. Anderson says she didn't expect him to understand, but he shouldn't shun Leonard just because she was a cultivator. She explains that the bond between her and Leonard may seem odd, but not all gods are as he believes. Anderson admits she was created for a reason, but her emotions are her own. Suddenly, Leonard coughs up blood, confused by the sudden bleeding. Meanwhile, Anderson is concerned about Leonard because she believes there's nothing she can do. She tells Yen that Leonard is becoming a lost one. Yen is confused, recalling how the factory managers had also called themselves lost ones after losing their god. Guan adds that only a few, like IC, maintain their reason, while most who lose their god fall into despair and become mindless creatures. Yen realizes that if he doesn't intervene, Leonard will turn into a monster. Leonard pleads with Anderson to save him, and Anderson requests Yen's help, reminding him that Leonard is human, just like him. Yen wonders if he is still truly human and if he still deserves to call himself that. Anderson tells him that there isn't much time, so she asks what needs to be done. She explains that Yen just needs to accept Leonard as his believer. When Yen asks what he'll gain in return, she responds that he can erase her completely from his mind, and she won't resist. Yen agrees, telling her to keep her promise, and accepts Leonard as his believer. After a short while, Leonard awakens to Yen's unique world and is confused. He realizes that the world is different from Caspian. He recalls that believers view the world through their god's perspective, and depending on the god, their worldview shapes the believer's experience. Leonard remembers Anderson's world being like a fairy tale, and wonders if this is Yen's world. He asks Yen if he truly accepts him as a believer, and when he sees the vast eye of Yen's world, he screams in fear and faints. Yen comments that Leonard is out cold, and Anderson asks what kind of world Yen has shown him. She is horrified at the sight of a giant eye and a dead body. Yen recalls Garam telling them that his world would not be popular in the abyss. Yen picks up Leonard and admits it's his fault for accepting him as a believer. Anderson, however, says they should stop talking and move on. She is shocked when Yen says he's not going to erase her, though she promised to let him if he wanted. Yen explains that it's now her turn to prove if she deserves to stay alive. Anderson thanks him and assures she will prove her worth. Later, at Caspian's 84th entry gate, a man painting the wall is startled to see Yen standing there naked. Yen asks Leonard if it's really okay, and Leonard confirms that the abyss accepts all settings. Suddenly, a dog barks at Yen. When he asks if the abyss will accept him despite being completely naked, Leonard asks what's wrong with that, and Anderson agrees, saying it's fine and he should trust her. Yen reflects on how gods and humans have different standards, but he's glad Carlton isn't with them. Standing at the gate, he thinks if being naked is normal here, then this place is certainly strange. Upon entering, Yen is arrested, and an officer asks if his nakedness is a setting that makes him stronger. The officer asks who would use such a setting and why Yen would share it with everyone. Anderson replies that it's a normal setting, and Yen angrily threatens her. The officer then tells a junior officer to check the records, revealing that the setting was registered 2,531 years ago. The officer is shocked, confirming that it's true. The junior officer explains it was a high-level god setting. Yen wonders if Anderson is the high-level god, and she confirms that it was long ago, and now she's no one. The senior officer asks if Yen is Anderson's agent and if Leonard is his believer. He notes that the records don't match since Yen's world force is different, and only one believer is listed. Anderson tells Yen to tell the officer that the record is correct to avoid trouble. Yen immediately agrees and tells the officer Leonard is his believer, asking if they'll be allowed to go. The officer glares at him, and Leonard explains there is a strict hierarchy among believers. The immigration officer is a believer of a high-level god, so they must be respectful. Yen grumbles that he doesn't care about this, but Leonard insists he needs to be more careful. Leonard then takes charge, handling the situation, and eventually, they get inside Caspian without further trouble. Leonard is exhausted, as he didn't expect the immigration officer to challenge them. Yen thanks him and praises his talent for words, jokingly comparing him to someone who is useless. Anderson interrupts, saying Yen owes his success to her. Yen complains that they almost got arrested because of her, but Anderson points out that he's an illegal god and would be in prison if alone. Yen asks what an illegal god is, and Anderson explains that it refers to gods not registered in Big Brother's Akashic records. Normally, gods are registered when they gain divine rights, but Yen didn't follow the proper process. Anderson adds that Big Brother's faction would never acknowledge him as a god. Yen expresses his frustration with this world, just as they see an officer directing prisoners, telling them to keep moving because the gods are waiting. The officers strike the prisoners with hunters and threaten to send them to the workhouse if they don't hurry. Yen asks Leonard who they are, and Leonard explains they are newly captured spirits from the fishing spot. These spirits are often sent to a temporary prison before being auctioned off. Anderson admits it's inhumane, but there's a reason for it. Newly captured spirits can quickly degrade into monsters unless they find a god. Most spirits are from peripheral worlds of the Tree of Illusion, but occasionally, one comes from a soul that died in the Nightmare Tower. As they walk, a believer kicks a stone near Yen, and when Yen looks at the prisoners, he is shocked to see someone he recognizes. Leonard asks what's wrong, but Yen is lost in thought, remembering his best friend Yunnan, who committed suicide in the tower. As the officers lead the prisoners into a room, Yen stands still reeling from what he saw. The officers discuss whether any of the new believers are useful, but one officer dismisses them as weak, likely to be sent straight to the workhouse. Yen immediately asks Anderson how many believers he can have. She replies that he can have as many as he wants. Yen grabs his sword and Anderson asks if he's planning to go into the room to save his friend. On the other side, while the believers are locked in a cage, a guard arrives and orders them to listen carefully. He informs them that this is neither a Miram nor the middle world. He warns them that this place isn't named Pangaea or Eston as they might think, and they should keep quiet or he'll kill them. Deep in the dark, damp prison, Yunnan reflects on how this happened. He arrived here a week ago and has tried repeatedly to remember what happened, but he can't recall anything. Yunnan wonders what he's doing there and fears the world might be ending. Suddenly, the name Yian comes to mind, but he's sure he's never heard it before. A chill creeps through him that worsens since he entered the abyss. This coldness blocks his memories, and whenever he tries to recall anything, the anxiety of the world possibly shattering overwhelms him. He fears being crushed under the immense pressure of the deep sea. Sitting there, trembling, Yunnan unconsciously whispers Yian's name as if it were that of a god. At that moment, an officer arrives, telling Yunnan to come out because a god wishes to see him. The officer instructs a girl to accompany him as well. Suddenly, a god's agent appears and asks the officer if these are the people from the expert tower. The officer confirms, saying they must be from there because the dream demons from the association guaranteed it. The officer adds that the woman only made it to the 7th floor but is exceptionally beautiful. He also notes that Yunnan didn't clear the tower, but he reached the 98th floor. The officer assures the agent that he won't regret purchasing them, though he asks if there are only 2 of them, as there should be more. The officer mentions that the Dream Demon Association didn't send the rest, and only these 2's memories couldn't be fully covered. After wishing the agent a good day, the officer leaves. The god tells Yunnan to follow him. Yuan is about to go in when Anderson stops him. He asks why she's stopping him, and Anderson replies it's because he'll destroy the kitchen. Yuan protests that he's only going to rescue his friend, but Anderson insists it's the same thing. She warns him about the number of agents from high-level gods present, explaining that in Caspian, there is an organization called the World Force Restrict Agency, which ensures the safety of certain places. Because of that, neither gods nor agents can use combat settings in the center. Yuan dismisses it, saying he doesn't care. Anderson warns him again that fighting isn't allowed, and if he tries to use World Force, the Restriction Agency's large-scale seal will stop him. Yuan is determined to save his friend, and the officer stops him, saying that civilian believers can't pass this point. The officer orders him to leave. Yuan insists he only wants his friend, but the officer angrily tells him to go away, warning that violence isn't permitted. Holding his sword, Yuan tells the officer to move aside. As Yuan stands there, memories of climbing the tower with Yian up to the 99th floor flood his mind. He wanted to ask Yian why he didn't return like the others. Suddenly, Yuan feels his connection to the world force is severed. He wonders what happened and who could have stopped him. He senses no one nearby who could have done this. The officer again orders him to stop and go back. Anderson reiterates that she warned him fighting is not allowed here, and if he tries to use world force, the restriction agent seal will block him. When Yuan asks how he's supposed to save his friend, Anderson suggests she has a plan. She tells him to go to a large building nearby where his friend might be, and it's more likely to work than blindly charging in. Meanwhile, at the Caspian World Force Restriction Agency, an emergency arises. The director is urgently called to the scene, where more than 80 believers have collapsed. The worker explains that an unusual energy reaction was detected near the prison. In Caspian, the World Force Seal is maintained by the Shared World, the first of 100 believers worshipping different gods. It has never been deactivated before. The agency manager reports that they've received an emergency warning, and the director expresses concern over the Level 8 warning. Half of the believers passed out a month ago after a fierce battle among high-level god agents, but this disturbance is far worse. The director orders reinforcements, specifying that they should have Class 3 World Force or higher. The manager asks which god should be contacted for reinforcements, and the director replies that he should reach out to the high-level gods. Some time later, Yuan and Leonard arrive outside a giant building, which turns out to be the auction house. Anderson tells Yuan that his friend is likely inside. Yuan decides to go in, and Anderson instructs him to follow her lead. After a while, Leonard announces they are looking for believers, encouraging people outside the auction house to check out his god's worldview, though he's disappointed. When he mentions following Anderson, the staff informs them that gods with expired certificates aren't allowed in. Anderson says that on the bright side, the auction house staff offered Yuan a temporary certificate if he has 5 believers, so she tells him to notice how hard Leonard is trying. Yuan sees Leonard's effort and thinks he's more talented than Anderson. Suddenly, a man asks Leonard if they are offering a worldview. Leonard replies affirmatively, saying the man will receive all kinds of benefits as a high-level believer if he signs up. The man asks Leonard what kind of worldview it is, what settings are available, and why the God's agent is naked. Leonard is puzzled by the last question and looks toward Yuan for help. Yuan offers a handshake to the man, saying he'll show him the worldview. As the man takes Yuan's hand, he screams upon seeing Yuan's world and faints. Anderson remarks that at this rate, they'll never find any new believers. Yuan wonders if he should slice his way into the auction house, but Anderson stops him and urges him to focus on changing his worldview. She points out that most believers in the abyss struggle to survive day by day, and Yuan's worldview is too dark and depressing for them. Anderson asks who would want to add more gloom to an already bleak existence. She suggests that Yuan should try brightening his worldview and offers to let him borrow hers. When Yuan asks what her worldview is, Anderson explains that it's a beautiful place called the Naked World, where all the believers are naked. Unfortunately, it sometimes attracts creepy old men, but the worldview hasn't been outlawed yet. Yuan thinks it sounds like a fairy tale, but Anderson clarifies that it is an adult fairy tale. She realizes Yuan isn't interested, so she says she won't force it on him but warns that he'll never gather any believers like this. While Leonard is trying to recruit new believers, Yuan tells Anderson he won't change his worldview. Yuan says he'll wait a bit longer and if nothing happens, he'll charge in again like before. Anderson tells Yuan not to act rashly and encourages him to plant flowers and trees in his world. She suggests it would make his worldview more beautiful, and if he made it a little prettier, many believers would come. Suddenly, Yuan hears 2 people passing by, saying all the spirits from the prison this week are already gone. When one man asks who took them, the woman answers that the metaverse takes their share this week, and they'll be taking spirits from public fishing spots for a while. The man is furious, worried about making a living, when Yuan places his hand on the guy's shoulder. The man looks back, startled to see Yuan naked. Yuan asks where the spirits from the fishing spot went. The man asks who Yuan is and why he's naked. They soon reach a grand building, and Yuan wonders what it is doing here. Anderson explains that the abyss is vast and full of strange beings, and for some odd reason, some people want to experience the suffering of being a product. Yuan asks why anyone would want to experience that, and Anderson replies that after living in a palace full of different worldviews for so long, some people long for a simple, intuitive world. Yuan says he never expected to see a nightmare tower here, remembering similar writings he saw in the abyss. The writing said a tower was created to reach the tip of the Tree of Illusion, and an old dream demon built it to reach the end of the world, the metaverse, an ideal tower. Yuan asks Anderson how much she knows about the tower. She replies that she was inside once, a long time ago, and that it is a place for the most despicable ghosts. When Yuan asks if that's all, Anderson adds that the last time she was there, she lost everything she had. Suddenly, an officer arrives with spirits from the fishing spot, their hands tied. Yuan recognizes them as the people he saw earlier and wonders if Yunnan is among them. Yuan says the guy he met at the entrance of the auction house was right, but Anderson warns him not to waste his energy. Yuan asks what will happen to these people, and Anderson says they'll likely become puppets for the gods. She explains that agents who lose their spirits are called puppets, and the puppets from the tower lose their sense of self and become playthings for the gods. Yuan thought the gods wanted to gather as many believers as possible, but Anderson explains that's usually true, except for the gods in the metaverse, who despise believers more than anyone else in the abyss. Yuan asks Anderson how to save his friend, and she says he'll die if he enters the tower. Yuan grabs his sword and tells her to hurry up. She agrees to tell him but asks him to take his hand off the sword. Anderson says that to save his friend, he'll need to officially participate in a metaverse event and reach the 7th floor. The 7th floor is where the puppet auction begins, but it's an extremely dangerous place, so Anderson suggests he reconsider. Meanwhile, Leonard tells Yuan where the normal entrance is and says they'll need tickets. Yuan says it could be dangerous, but Leonard replies that he knew he would have to face this place eventually. When Yuan asks why, Leonard explains it's because the place is connected to Lord Anderson as well. The gatekeeper of the tower says it costs 50 trusts for a day pass and 250 trusts for a weekly pass. Yuan asks what trust is, and Leonard explains it's the currency used in the abyss, a crystallized form of a believer's faith. Suddenly, Anderson tells Yuan not to think about it, as she won't give him any. Yuan snatches it from her, and Anderson calls him a thief. Yuan gives 2 crystals to the gatekeeper, saying it's all he has, which is 200 trusts. Yuan says this is enough for the 2 of them to stay for 2 days, but the gatekeeper warns him he might regret it later. He also mentions a warning outside the tower that if they don't renew their ticket after it expires, they become metaverse puppets. Yuan reads the warning, and the gatekeeper tells him to head for the normal path and avoid the high path, as he'll be struck by lightning. Yuan and Leonard start walking toward the normal path. Leonard mentions this is his first time entering the tower since Anderson never let him go when he was with her. Suddenly, a guy wearing a hoodie passes by them, and Yuan feels the person looks familiar. Meanwhile, Anderson asks Yuan if he's starting to get nervous, telling him those are the beasts he'll have to compete with. Anderson tries to scare him by saying the beasts in the tower are extremely dangerous, but Yuan says he's still going. Anderson asks if he's serious, and Yuan says he knows she wants it too. She asks what he means and why she would want to go back there. Anderson explains that she was once a cultivator who worked at the Nightmare Tower, but for some reason, she despises it now. Yuan thinks that if that's the case, Anderson might help him with what he's about to do. He tells her that she said she lost everything in the tower, but this time, she will get it all back. On the other hand, the director of the Worldview Restriction Agency reaches the place where they received the signal of the World Force reaction. The staff tells the director they're picking up faint traces of a combat setting and that it's strange because the World Force triggered a level 8 emergency warning, but there are no physical traces. Suddenly, a staff member of the agency brought a witness to the director, who was nearby at the time. The witness was the guard who had been standing there that day. He told the director that he hadn't seen any fight, but that some naked person had caused a bit of trouble. The director asked what kind of trouble, questioning whether the person had killed anyone. The guard replied that the naked man hadn't killed anyone, but had just grabbed his sword. The director's subordinate angrily said he didn't bring the guard to discuss such trivial matters, but the director told him to be quiet and asked the guard when the incident occurred. The director then asked the guard to show him the video. The guard revealed that he filmed the event using Lord Vanguard's action cam settings. As the director watched the footage, he was shocked. The subordinate remarked that this was when the World Force was detected. Everyone was stunned and they couldn't believe that the naked man triggered a white level warning just by grabbing his sword. The director thought he would like to say it was impossible, but there were too many warriors in the abyss who defied logic. The director couldn't make any conclusions just yet. He recalled that only last month, an awakened boy managed to escape from the followers of a high-level god and disappear. When the director asked the guard why the video quality was so poor, the guard said he wasn't sure. The director wondered if it was video interference and speculated that it might have been an elite-level god or, in the worst case, a member of the 7 divinities. However, he thought if the person was that powerful, they would have been noticed at the checkpoint. The director immediately ordered his men to gather all the checkpoint inspectors who had encountered any unusual incidents in the past few days. After a while, a staff member brought in the inspector who had interrogated Yuan at the checkpoint. The inspector told the director that there had been a strange agent who was naked and claimed it was his worldview. He mentioned that the person was a beginner and his god was a low-level god. He hadn't thought much of it at the time. Upon hearing that the nakedness was part of the man's worldview, the director asked if the god was Anderson. The inspector confirmed it, but asked how the director knew. When the director inquired where Anderson's agent had been last seen, his subordinate replied they saw him at the gate of the metaverse. The director marveled at how things had changed over time and wondered if young people today had never heard of Naked Anderson. He then grew concerned, thinking that if the person really was Anderson's agent, Caspian might face a real disaster soon. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the metaverse, Anderson asked Yuan if he would listen to her, saying that determination alone would only take him so far. Anderson mentioned that there was also a child with them, but Yuan told her to be quiet. Leonard was excited to see the inside of the metaverse. Anderson swore that she wouldn't help him because he had been warned, but Yuan insisted he would climb the metaverse without her help. Yuan reached a crossroads and told Anderson to be quiet, but she insisted he needed to go right. Yuan reminded her that she wasn't going to help him, to which Anderson replied it slipped out since she had been there before. Yuan and Leonard headed to the right. Yuan remarked that Anderson sounded like someone who had returned from the past, and she retorted that it was a phrase young people today could say. Yuan then mocked Anderson, saying since she failed to climb the tower, he should call her a failure and hoped her failure would be useful to them. Anderson angrily called him a jerk and said this way was faster because it hadn't changed since her last visit. Yuan said she was certainly helpful for someone who grumbled so much, but Anderson told him to be quiet since she was only helping because she didn't trust him to find the right way. Suddenly, a message window appeared in front of Yuan, but he couldn't read it. Anderson explained that he was an awakened one, so the system interface didn't recognize him, and that was why she was allowing him to borrow her vision to read it. Anderson warned him that if he didn't read the message, he'd be in trouble. Yuan read the message with her help. The tower system welcomed him and informed him he had entered bus stops number 1 and 5, the first floor of the metaverse. Yuan didn't see anything, but suddenly Leonard screamed as they noticed changes occurring around them. The system notified them that they were now passengers on the first floor, and buildings and people started appearing around them. Yuan wondered what this place was, and Leonard said they were finally in the metaverse. The system then confirmed that they were in a safe zone. The system informed them that Yuan's world force was displayed in real time and could be seen by anyone, but he hadn't been assigned a ranking yet. The system started measuring his world force. Yuan thought it sounded like mana and wondered if world force could be quantified in numbers. Suddenly, the system notified them that his world force couldn't be measured. Anderson explained that the system couldn't measure his world force because he was an awakened one. She said it couldn't be helped and advised him to check the screen for the passenger rules. The first rule was that the metaverse consisted of 10 floors, and he could progress to the next floor by completing the challenges on each floor. The second rule was that he could earn trust by completing challenges, which could be used to purchase items and upgrade his worldview. The third rule stated that residents could use stations to travel to lower floors, but descending more than one floor would incur a penalty. The fourth rule explained that he could get off the bus at each floor by pressing the stop bell, but if he got off on the 6th or higher floor, he'd need to pay a fee of 1,000 trust and lose half of the trust he'd earned. The fifth rule stated that only 9 people could reside on the 9th floor, and they earned the right to attend the final floor. The sixth rule explained that passengers who reached the final floor could ask the driver, the master of the metaverse, for one wish. Yuan thought the rules were simple, and he realized there were 3 main objectives for him in the tower. One was to rescue Yunnan from the 7th floor, another was to witness firsthand how gods fought, and the third was to find a clue left by Mach about reaching the end of the Tree of Illusion. Yuan remembered that, according to Mac's Abyss record, he had passed through this tower as well. Suddenly, a girl appeared and announced that their favorite streamer Renee was back in the metaverse for another attempt to climb it. Renee announced that it wasn't just a promotion since hardly any gods watched her channel, and she asked who would offer her something like that. Yuan, confused, looked at her, and Renee asked if he really thought she resembled Siren, thanking him while claiming to be her huge fan. Renee then said she had prepared new content and announced today's special event, hazing a metaverse newbie. Renee pointed at Yuan and said he was completely new to the metaverse, something not often seen. Renee mentions that she has been observing him since his arrival and will see if she can arrange an interview with him. Meanwhile, Yen feels offended hearing this, but Leonard urges him to stay calm. Anderson comments that she's heard of people like him, though it's strange to see one in person. Suddenly, Renee asks if she can interview Yen and assures him not to be nervous about appearing on her show for the first time. She then gives him 100 trust, shocking Yen, and tells him that if people like him, she'll give him more. Anderson asks what he's doing, as he should hurry up and give Renee the interview. Leonard also encourages Yen, and Anderson points out that he hasn't paid back the 200 trust he borrowed from her. Yen responds that he didn't borrow any trust and doesn't care about it, but if the woman is live streaming, this might help him find Yunnan. Yen agrees to the interview, and Renee asks if he could share his name and why he's climbing the metaverse. Yen replies that he's Yuan and is there to rescue a friend. Renee finds it touching that he risked his life to enter the metaverse for his friend. The system shows some comments from gods questioning if his story is fake, with a few noting he's handsome. Yen feels offended, but Renee assures him that he's not someone who would risk his life for such a story. She offers him to join her, but Yen refuses. Renee then says that he doesn't seem to understand how dangerous this place is. She warns him about the dangerous creatures lurking here and those who take pleasure in slaughtering innocents. She urges him to avoid those people at all costs. She asks if he understands and says that's why he should join her. Yen thanks her for the advice and asks if that doesn't apply to her as well, questioning how he can trust her. Renee is shocked but laughs, saying he's quicker than she thought. She explains it's up to him to trust her, but if her viewers tell her to stab him, she'll have no choice but to comply. She offers that if he joins her, she'll help him find his friend. The system notifies that the first floor of the metaverse will open in 5 minutes. Renee asks which floor his friend is on, and Yen replies he thinks it's the 7th floor. She then asks if his friend has been taken as a puppet. She wonders if his friend is exceptionally good-looking, explaining that attractive puppets are often sent to the 8th or 9th floors. Renee suggests that his friend might be on a higher floor, and if that's the case, she's even more valuable to him. She tells him to think it over, saying he'll need a veteran like her to improve his chances of finding his friend. However, she admits the 8th floor will also be a challenge for her. The system notifies that some gods are asking about the 8th floor's name, but Anderson tells Yen she doesn't recognize it. When Yen asks when the last time she was here was, she says it was about 500 years ago. Suddenly, they notice a setting packages banner, but Renee warns him to be cautious with these packages, as they're useless. Leonard asks which one they should buy, and Renee suggests a beginner's package, offering to buy it for them. Anderson objects, not wanting Leonard to accept things from strangers, but Leonard goes ahead and accepts the gift, thanking Renee. Anderson asks Yen if he's really going to climb the tower with this woman, cautioning him to watch out for her because she senses energy from another universe in Renee. Meanwhile, Renee buys many items for Leonard, and as time ticks down, she says the time is almost up and assumes this means they are on the same team. Leonard is excited while Yen remains quiet, as Anderson shares her bad feeling about the situation. Suddenly, they enter the first floor of the metaverse. Other participants entering the first floor hope it won't be too hard. Renee asks Yen how it feels to be on the first floor, explaining that it's a planet on the outskirts of a peripheral world. She says dream demons love it here and that she's been here several times before, though it always gives her a strange feeling. Renee remarks that it's odd for a building to be this long, and Yen looks around, realizing Earth is the setting for the first floor of the metaverse. Leonard then says he's seen this place before, explaining that he once peeked into a different worldview while checking out a workshop in a back alley. Leonard says in this world, they become hunters and kill many monsters, but Yen tells him that's not what this place is like. The system notifies that the basic worldview of this floor is hunting, which embarrasses Yen. Leonard jokes that he told him so, recalling how Yunnan once mentioned hunting but he wasn't interested at the time. He wishes he had asked for more details back then. Renee tells him to consider himself lucky, as the world mostly involves slaying monsters, a simple concept. She explains that the difficulty depends on the types of monsters, but if they're weak, it'll be easy. Meanwhile, goblins start appearing, and other participants believe this floor will be a breeze. They rush to kill the goblins, thinking there might be a bonus for doing so. As they continue killing goblins, they receive bonus tokens. Leonard worries that they shouldn't rush, and Renee asks what Yen is waiting for, since everyone else has already gone ahead. Yen replies that he's waiting for the same reason as her. Renee grins, impressed with his quickness. She explains that, as a veteran of the tower, she never recommends taking action until the challenge for the floor is announced. Suddenly, the system announces that the first floor participant, Dinas, is currently in first place in the area. Other players worry, as the top players have already wiped out most of the goblins, and they start purchasing power boosters, fearing the goblins will soon be gone. The system activates a special event, notifying that the metaverse has received a request from a higher union, offering 3,000 trust to whoever tortures goblins in the most creative way. One player begins drowning a goblin in a water bubble, saying they'll see how long it survives underwater. The system notifies that many gods are pleased, prompting other players to start torturing goblins in various ways. Yen, watching this, remarks that the other players are really taking it seriously and asks what has gotten into them. Leonard looks scared, but Renee explains that everyone hates goblins, as they've caused trouble for everyone at some point. She bets the gods would applaud even for beating up a passing goblin. Renee says the players are just trying to earn more trust, but she's not desperate enough to go that far. Suddenly, the system notifies them that the challenge for the first floor has arrived. They must collect 10 tokens while hunting goblins for 30 minutes. As a reward, Players will enter the second floor and receive 500 trust. The system also clarifies that tokens can only be obtained from goblins and are marked with symbols. Renee says this isn't what she expected, as there's usually a trap in such situations. Leonard suggests it might just be a goblin hunt, and Renee agrees, suggesting they split up and start hunting. Leonard says he'll go search for some goblins too, so Yuan tells them to do as they wish while they continue on their way. Suddenly, Yuan notices Leonard is startled by a dead goblin, but Anderson reassures him that Leonard is very good at running away. Yuan says he's not concerned, but Anderson teases him, questioning if he's sure he's on the right path since she doesn't see any goblins around. Yuan immediately starts running, saying he'll have to hurry and look around as quickly as possible because he needs to collect 10 tokens, though he's unsure if there are enough goblins left. Meanwhile, the system asks if Yuan wants to buy a goblin location map, and Anderson asks if they have any trust left. Yuan replies that they don't, and when Anderson asks what they'll do, Yuan uses the first stage of awakening suspicion and the second stage, awakening understanding. He soon finds one goblin with a stamp and says it's not far. Anderson, feeling jealous, remarks that awakened ones have such an unfair advantage and expresses disbelief that Yuan can do it. While running toward the goblin, Yuan asks her if gods can't do that, and Anderson responds that some gods might be able to, but she cannot. Meanwhile, a player collects 10 tokens, which worries the others. The system announces that passenger Aim Beast is the first to gather 10 tokens, and Aim Beast hopes for a reward. As the first to collect 10 tokens, he mocks others who are still struggling to kill the remaining goblins. Suddenly, the system announces that a goblin with 10 tokens has appeared, and Aim Beast thinks it's some last-minute bonus. The other players point out something above Aim Beast's head. He asks what they mean, and when he sees the reflection of his own head in a glass building, he realizes there's a goblin stamp on it, making him look like a beast. The system announces that all the tokens gathered by this goblin can be claimed if they kill it, and any additional tokens can be converted into trust after this stage ends. Aim Beast panics and asks why there's a goblin symbol on his head. Seeing that there's only 20 minutes left until the next floor, he understands but realizes it's too late as other passengers begin to attack him. Aim Beast runs for his life while others chase him, planning to corner him. Yuan watches all this and sees a passenger trap Aim Beast, terrifying him. One passenger tells another to finish it quickly, but Aim Beast warns them that killing him would turn them into goblins too. The other passenger dismisses this, stating they just need to hold out for 20 minutes. Soon, more passengers arrive, and they all plan to finish Aim Beast off. Suddenly, Aim Beast throws his tokens to save his life, and the others scramble to grab them. A token falls near Yuan, and Anderson asks if he's not going to pick it up, but just as that happens, Leonard arrives with 9 tokens and tells Yuan they need one more. A goblin symbol then appears above Leonard's head, and he's confused by what's happening. Meanwhile, other passengers, even those with just a single token, get the goblin symbol on their heads. Everyone is confused, wondering what's going on, especially since they haven't gathered 10 tokens yet. Yuan realizes they don't need to collect 10 tokens to turn into goblins. Yuan recalls that the first floor challenge is to hunt goblins and collect tokens, thinking that the whole point of the metaverse first floor might be to pit passengers against each other. The passengers soon realize that anyone who grabs a token becomes a goblin and demand Leonard hand over his tokens. Leonard gets scared, but Yuan steps forward and tells them to back off. The passengers ask who he is, and when they check his ranking, they see he has no tokens. They ask which god Yuan serves, but Yuan, seeing 12 people present, thinks this should be enough to test his power in the abyss. Suddenly, Anderson warns Yuan that something is coming. One of the passengers tells Yuan to let them take the tokens, but suddenly, a weapon emerges from an alley, grabbing one of the passengers. Everyone is shocked as blades are thrown from the alley, killing all the passengers there. Leonard recognizes these people as the ones who chased him when Yuan was unconscious. Yuan recalls Renee's warning about some people taking pleasure in slaughter and having to be careful around them, as they could be believers of a god with their own sight. These figures emerge from the alley wearing red capes, and Anderson recognizes them as Bergen's apostles, elite warriors stronger than believers but weaker than agents. One of the apostles uses a token scanner on Yuan and tells their leader that the kid behind Yuan has 9 tokens, while Yuan has none. The apostle leader orders them to clear Yuan out of the way and bring him the kid. They immediately rush to attack Yuan. Yuan blocks the attack with his sword, but one apostle laughs, thinking Yuan is a fool. He explains that the main property of Bergen's scythe is strength, and when an apostle-level believer uses it, the scythe also has a melting function. However, the apostle is shocked to see the melting effect doesn't work on Yuan's sword, which suddenly breaks the apostle's scythe. Yuan says he hasn't fed his sword in a while. Other apostles are concerned about Yuan's world force and whether it can be measured. Suddenly, a notification appears that Yuan's world force cannot be measured. One apostle tells Bergen's agent he recognizes Yuan and asks if he remembers the low-level believers they encountered at the fishing spot. The agent asks if this is the naked guy who harassed his subordinates, saying that if he is, Yuan will pay the price. Anderson tells Yuan that this agent is Bergen's main agent and is on a completely different level from most other believers. Yuan uses suspicion, and the system notifies him that Bergen, the scythe god, senses his gaze. Yuan realizes Bergen's presence, and the system alerts him that Bergen strongly dislikes him. Yuan wonders if he's losing his edge, as he can't clearly sense how strong the main agent is. Anderson tells Yuan that the main agent can use 90% of a god's power. She explains that low-level and medium-level gods are very different, so Yuan should avoid conflict with the main agent. However, Yuan asks if that's really what Anderson wants because he feels she's giving off a different vibe. Yuan says he thought she wanted to see him fight the main agent, to which Anderson replies she does want to see him tear the agent apart for picking on Leonard. In reality, Anderson wants to see how strong this awakened one is, if the rumors about his massacre skills are true, and if he can really avenge her against the tower. Suddenly, Yuan says if she wants to see, she should watch carefully, and as he does, he uses suspicion to make writing appear in the air. Anderson wonders what this is and if it's a message from little brother, but as she sees Yuan prepare to fight, she asks what he's doing. Meanwhile, the main agent observes that it seems Yuan doesn't like talking, and they all start attacking him. Yuan dodges their blades as the system notifies them that he has 10 tokens, but Renit, watching from a rooftop, thinks it seems like a setup, reminding her of something she's seen before. She knows the main agent is Dina and heard that his entire unit received a promotion, something called the Jelly Ear Unit. Renit knows they are servants of the medium-level god Birain, trying to conquer the first floor, and they're her least favorite people. While Yuan blocks their attacks, the system notifies them that the fire god, Ignis, says Yuan is likely a believer with hidden power. Renit thinks that can't be true. She recognizes Yuan's spirit weapon and says replicas like his are common now. She thinks Yuan is already surrounded and wonders how someone like him could possibly have hidden power. Jokingly, she says if Yuan has hidden power, so does she. Suddenly, she says someone has to step in and help him. Yuan then uses his stab to kill all the apostles at once, shaking the buildings and causing Renit to fall back. She is shocked by the power, and Leonard is also amazed, both wondering if Yuan really has hidden strength. Meanwhile, Dina watches the destruction and wonders who Yuan is. The system notifies that 10 minutes remain, and some gods are now taking interest in the disturbance on the first floor. Dina is shocked that Yuan took out 5 apostles of the medium-level god Birain with a single stab. Yuan thinks a normal stab isn't strong enough to defeat medium-level apostles. Dina is furious, hoping to save his strength for the first floor, but if he backs down now, Birain will never forgive him. Meanwhile, the system notifies that Birain expresses dissatisfaction with the powerlessness of his apostles, prompting Dina to say he has no choice but to fight himself. Dina asks Yuan who he is, if he belongs to the Union, or if he got a special promotion this round. Yuan replies that he has no idea what the agent is talking about. Dina tells Yuan not to play innocent because there's no way someone as powerful as him would suddenly appear on the first floor for no reason. Dina offers Yuan a chance to tell the truth, promising he might spare his life, but Yuan asks how high someone like Dina can rise in this tower. Dina wonders what Yuan means, then says he can reach the 6th floor on his own, replying that it's dissent. Dina says Yuan has a gift for getting on people's nerves, and while furiously saying he'll tear him apart, he rushes to attack Yuan. After a while, Dina is still trying to hit Yuan and tells him to stop running and asks what happened to his confidence. Yuan avoids his attacks, infuriating Dina. Yuan tries to assess the strength of the people on the 6th floor, waiting for Dina to unleash his true power. Dina wonders if Yuan is waiting for the timer to run out, but Yuan keeps jumping from building to building, evading his attacks. Dina, an elite player promoted by the Metaverse Jelly Ear Unit, thinks he can't let Yuan slip away without leaving a scratch. Meanwhile, the system notifies that Birain is furious about the situation. Dina, determined that Yuan won't get away, grabs his locket. Anderson warns Yuan that Dina is about to do something, and Dina says he's going to show Yuan the difference that having a powerful backer makes. Suddenly, the system notifies that Dina has equipped a skin, and as Dina transforms, he asks if Yuan knows why the wealth gap in the metaverse is more extreme than anywhere else. Dina answers that it's because there are products that make it impossible for poor losers like Yuan to defeat the wealthy. Dina's attack power, speed, defense, and movement speed all increase by 20% due to the effect of the skin, and he transforms into Garam. Dina tells Yuan that this skin is one of those products, and the system announces that it's the rare grade skin of Garam Saman, master of dark fragrance. Yuan is furious and asks why Dina looks like Garam. Dina, surprised, replies that even a nobody like Yuan knows the skin. He adds that Yuan must now realize that he doesn't stand a chance. In an instant, Dina gets close to Yuan and punches him. Meanwhile, Bergen offers full support to his agent, and the system notifies that the synergy between Agent Dina and B-Rain, the Scythe God, has increased. Anderson warns Yuan that Dina's synchronization rate has gone up with Bergen's help, so Yuan should stop being stubborn and unleash his power, or he might truly lose. B-Rain activates amputation from Bergen's setting to aid Dina, launching a destructive attack on Yuan. Dina says Yuan should have handed over the tokens and left, but instead, he dug his own grave. Meanwhile, the other onlookers are amazed that Dina took Yuan out in the blink of an eye. Dina looks at the rubble and thinks there's no way Yuan survived this attack after he acquired both a skin and a setting. He thinks he didn't mean to get so worked up, but he's used too much energy on the first floor. Suddenly, Yuan emerges from the rubble and asks if Dina is done, shocking him. Yuan says that now he knows what kind of place the metaverse is, thanks to Dina, and he now knows what level of play to expect on the 6th floor. He says they're even weaker than masters. Dina, shocked, can't believe Yuan is still standing and asks what's going on. Yuan, preparing to attack, says the warlords of the Great Realm would withstand 4 blows of this power, so he'll see how long Dina lasts. Dina sees the attack coming and immediately orders the antelopes to connect with their world force, believing that with Bergen's support, they can summon his holy ground. Dina tells them not to be afraid and to attack, so they charge, but Yuan uses a strong stab attack that blows them apart. As they die, one calls Yuan a monster. The system notifies that B-Rain is both furious and terrified, while other gods are interested in making Yuan their believer. Yuan picks up the last token, and time's up, so the system announces that he has passed the 1st floor of the metaverse. Anderson asks what on earth he's done, as it shouldn't even be possible. Yuan asks her if there's a problem, but Anderson wonders if he's really asking her that. The system notifies that he has collected 106 tokens, and Yuan says he can't keep fighting everyone in his way until he reaches the 7th floor. He says if this tower is a world like any other, he should be able to destroy it, asking Anderson if he's right. Yuan then smashes through it, and at the same time, the system announces that he has reached 1st place for collecting the most tokens. Meanwhile, Renit, watching Yuan, says she thought he was just a beginner with a lot of attitude, but she didn't expect him to break right through the metaverse. She says he's more entertaining than she thought. Suddenly, Leonard arrives, running and shouting Yan's name. Yen notices that Leonard has managed to avoid trouble. Anderson comments that when it comes to running away, Yen shouldn't worry about Leonard. Looking up, Yen realizes he has smashed through 5 floors and thinks something must have stopped him on the 6th. Yen understands that something or someone strong enough is blocking his progress from there. A bright light suddenly shines, and a lift descends, with the system announcing that an attendant on the Met's 1st floor has summoned him. After entering the lift, the system announces they are heading to the midway stop. As Yen gazes through the lift's glass, he wonders what this place is. There are multiple screens showing people fighting, and Yen wonders if there's another 1st floor in this tower. He recalls that like Siren and Malak, the dream demon who created this tower did so with a purpose. Yen realizes that on the 1st floor, everyone becomes a goblin, and whether they hunt goblins or become one, humans are mere sacrifices for the tower's purpose. He understands this is where those who want to experience suffering gather. Yen reflects that the spirits in the abyss are people who either never climbed a nightmare tower or failed, and the gods of the abyss are those who lost memories of when they were cultivators. Anderson agrees, and Yen adds that no one who has seen the end of a tower would want to experience it again. Anderson agrees again. The lift stops, and Leonard remarks that this must be the station. Anderson tells them it's the midway station where the attendants live. Yen asks if she means it's like attendants on buses, to which Anderson replies that the attendants are administrators on each floor. Suddenly, a stone tablet appears in front of Yen, and he reads that it looks like a list of the highest scoring users in metaverse history. He sees the name Rashawn and wonders why it seems familiar. Yen remembers that Rachel was Anderson's former agent. Leonard asks why Yan's name isn't on the list, as he just set a new record. An attendant appears, saying it'll be added soon, which startles both Yen and Leonard. The attendant greets Yen, saying he must be the one who set the new record. Yen wonders if the attendant is a sheep, and Leonard immediately approaches to check if the attendant is wearing a mask. Anderson remarks that she didn't expect to see him working here and expresses amazement at how much things have changed over time. Yen asks if she knows him, and Anderson asks if she can use his body for a minute to speak to the attendant. Meanwhile, Leonard tries to touch the attendant's face. The attendant apologizes for not introducing himself earlier and begins to give his name when Yen interrupts, asking how he knows Berries. Berries asks if Yen is a divine incarnation and is surprised he knows his name. He then recognizes an aura and asks if Anderson is Lord Anderson. After a while, Berries serves them tea, saying it was harvested from the Forbidden Zone in Caspian and is good for restoring world force. Leonard gulps the tea, and Berries says he didn't expect Anderson to return. Anderson asks if that means he missed her and inquires how Berries ended up as an attendant, recalling he was once Sale's agent. Berries explains that Lord Sale was annihilated, and after losing their gods, agents have few options. Anderson understands that Berries volunteered to become a slave for the tower, and Berries says it was the only way to survive. When Berries asks why Anderson is back, she asks if she's not allowed to return. Berries mentions she made a promise to the Union, but Anderson questions if the Union has kept its promise to her. Anderson angrily slams the table, asking about the products sold in the tower and what kind of rubbish is being sold. She points to the screen and asks about the ridiculous slogan. Berries feels embarrassed, and Anderson tells him she saw skins designed after her old champions and grabs his collar, asking what's happening to her believers. Anderson remembers Berries said he would let them go and furiously demands to know what he did to them. Berries says the truth will only hurt her, and Anderson angrily yells at him. Berries, frustrated, says it's been 500 years, and that's plenty of time for a high-level god. He questions what upset Anderson and made her return, but whatever she's looking for is not here. Anderson declares she has come to destroy the tower. Suddenly, the system identifies her as a stranger and blocks her world force. Anderson faints, and Yan's body collapses onto the table. Leonard, worried, tries to wake Anderson, but Yen gets up in his body. Leonard is startled, but Yen says he thinks she's asleep and probably buffering from running out of world force. Berries comments that he never imagined Anderson would do such a thing. Yen notes that it seems Berries knows her well. Berries glances at the roof, filled with picture frames, and says it's been 500 years since he last encountered her agent. When Yen asks who is on the top floor of the tower, Berries replies that there is a driver, known by many names, the driver of the metaverse, the leader of Pantheon, the heir of the heavenly kingdom, the teacher of the stars, and the one who remembers the ancients. The driver is also known as the slothful master. Berries continues, saying the driver is the only one who knows how to reach the top of the tree of illusion. Yen is shocked and asks if he will meet this person if he goes to the highest floor. Berries says it's likely. He advises Yen not to recklessly destroy the tower. Yen insists it will be faster to climb if he destroys it, but Berries warns him that destroying the tower will come at a price. He tells Yen he can't understand what this world means to the gods. Berries heard that Yen came to this tower to save his friends. When Yen asks where his friends are, Berries replies that he doesn't know, but the gods on the higher floors will. However, they don't like Yen's current actions. Yen says his task is to entertain people. Berries corrects him, saying it's to become a hero. Yen says he doesn't care, as destroying the metaverse will force the stuck-up gods to reveal themselves. Berries acknowledges his strength, noting that breaking through the floors was unusual. However, he says this isn't a precedent. Several hundred years ago, something similar happened when the Lord of Chaos came to the tower and did the same thing. He learned that one of the Chaos members had joined in, but Burris says that no matter how strong Yuan is, he can't skip the floors. Suddenly, golden text appears before them, and Burris comments that it's unexpected and offers them a special high pass. A god had requested Yuan meet him. Leonard is shocked, and Burris mentions that gods are after Yuan, with someone from the higher floors offering him a promotion. To put it simply, they want Yuan to be the mascot of the season. As notifications start appearing, Burris notes that the process has already begun. Yuan reads one notification, where the Fire Alliance offers him a promotion, giving him 2 million trust, but he must spend 70% of the trust on items they choose. Another notification from the Death Alliance offers him 1.15 million trust, but with the condition of spending 50% on their items. A third notification from Oblivion offers 17 million trust, with the condition that 60% must be spent on items they choose. Leonard is surprised, and Burris says this is the first time he's seen such a large amount as the first floor guide. When Yuan asks if it's impressive, Burris responds that it's more than that, it's quite unusual. Burris continues, explaining that the souls of the abyss will likely gather here to observe Yuan's rise. To clarify the promotion, Burris shows Yuan a summary of the items available, and a notification pops up for a gacha skin event. Thor, the god of thunder, and Ignis, the god of fire, skins are available. Burris explains that the skins act as costumes, altering Yuan's appearance and granting him their associated abilities. Burris shows the most popular skin, a legendary grade one of the ugliest King Kim Daka. It boosts movement and attack speed by 40%. Yuan finds the name DOA strange, while Leonard is excited. Yuan wonders why they want him to buy a skin with the trust they're giving him. Burris answers that it's probably to promote the skin, since gods will see it and buy it. When Yuan questions the fairness of it all, since he had heard the tower was supposed to be fair, Burris replies that it's not something Yuan needs to worry about, as the offer is still in his favor. Suddenly, Anderson wakes up, having nodded off, and says something unusual is happening. She warns Yuan that he doesn't need to accept any sponsorship and says she'll personally deal with it if he does. Yuan tells her to calm down, but Anderson insists that if he accepts it, she won't let it slide. Burris asks if Yuan is really going to leave, and Yuan confirms, leaving the god speechless. Burris realizes that Yuan's strategy is to increase his worth on Earth without choosing any sponsorship, and he calls Yuan a scary person. Burris tells him to think it through, but no matter what, Yuan shouldn't destroy the tower. Yuan agrees, thinking it's best not to provoke the gods while still unsure of Yunan's location. Suddenly, Burris says that even though Yuan declined the sponsorship, he should still accept the reward. A new outfit covers Yuan, and the system announces it's Reinholtz's combat outfit set, an S-grade set with features like special endurance, waterproofing, excellent build, shock absorption, and the ability to change quickly. Burris tells Yuan that he can easily change outfits using the clip-on button. Leonard, excited, shows that he also received a suit. Burris then mentions an additional reward. Yuan has earned 2,000 trust and an entrance ticket to the 6th floor. When Yuan asks if he can go to the 6th floor right away, Burris confirms, saying a certain god has given him a special pass and that Yuan doesn't need to repay them. Yuan heads toward the 6th floor with Leonard, and Burris tells him to take care of Anderson. As they leave, Renee arrives and asks Burris if the newbie has left. Burris confirms, and Renee comments that Yuan left without taking any promotional offer, just as expected. She says he's someone worth following. Burris remarks that the broadcaster concept amuses her and refers to her as the god of destiny. When Burris asks why she gave Yuan the special pass, Renee replies, "Who knows?" Burris then asks if she plans to interfere with the tower, warning that it could be bad if the gods of the Alliance find out. Renee asks if he thinks she's afraid of them. Burris nervously mentions that the 7 great gods might find out and asks if she still plans to interfere. The god of destiny responds, asking if Burris doesn't think it's a waste. Showing Burris believers within the tower, she remarks that they're all stuck in this tiny tower, chasing a meaningless goal. Burris argues that they need this world, as it's their only paradise. The god of destiny counters, questioning if putting their lives on the line for trust, buying skins, packages, and climbing the tower is truly paradise. She claims that the metaverse lost its worth long ago and that it's too late now. She reminds Burris that he experienced this 500 years ago. Burris recalls that after the failed revolution, the tower system had never broken down. Renee acknowledges how many high-ranking gods died during that time, to which she responds that she knows, so she's doing things differently this time. Burris asks if that's why she sponsored Yuan, but the god of destiny says he's the first to rank first in hundreds of years. Burris doubts that Yuan could make it to the highest floor, but the god of destiny asks if he truly thinks so. She suggests Yuan could reach the highest floor, given that he is the first to rank first in so long. Burris questions if Yuan isn't Anderson's proxy, and if he's really a threat, then he won't make it past the 6th floor. Yuan enters the 6th floor bus station, and the system notifies him of the 6th floor task. He must select 3 doors and complete the tasks behind them, with the reward being entrance to the 7th floor and 500 trust. Anderson says it's time to show her strength, but Yuan replies that he doesn't have time and plans to go through the floor quickly. Anderson advises him to wait and listen to the system's explanation. Yuan enters one of the doors, and the system announces an urgent defense war with intermediate difficulty. Yuan must survive for 8 hours. Yen tells Anderson they will proceed like this because the clear time is very short, and the system notifies that Yuan has entered. Leonard asks if Yuan has a plan, to which Yuan replies that Leonard shouldn't worry, as he didn't come in without a plan. Leonard says he knew he could trust him, but suddenly they feel creatures appear behind them. As the beasts charge at them, Leonard worries because there are many of them and asks what Yuan's plan is. Yuan responds that the plan is to defeat them all, leaving none behind, and he strikes them with a powerful blow, which shocks Leonard but also makes him happy. After some time, Yuan clears the room and casually says it was nothing. Leonard exclaims he almost died, and Anderson asks if Yuan is serious when half his clothes are gone. Leonard nervously asks if this is how they clear the mission. He mentions that in the first mission, it was just about survival, so it wasn't a problem, but the second map's task is titled The Strongest Sacrificial Lamb. Other passengers will also be involved in this map, and they have to survive against the incoming monsters. The clear condition for this map is the death of 50% of the participants or the death of the strongest passenger. The system announces that Yen is the strongest participant. Yen then decides to destroy the world in that mission as other passengers attack him. He obliterates the world with a strong strike that kills 50% of the passengers. Yen tells Leonard he wasn't aiming for that, but it just happened, and he wonders how the ugliest king cleared this mission in the past. Leonard thanks Yuan for quickly ending it, and they both press the buttons on their suits to repair them using the remediation feature. Meanwhile, the system notifies that the god of illusion flames volcanoes and the god of emotions he express hate for him, while the god of flames, Ignis, likes his straightforwardness. The system announces that Yen has cleared the strongest sacrificial lamb mission and has earned 3 lakh coins as a reward, which can be exchanged for trust. Yuan exchanges them for trust, and Leonard is pleased since they've become a bit richer, saying they can renew their entrance ticket without any issues. Suddenly, the system notifies that God Ignis is curious about which mission Yuan will choose next. Anderson hopes Ignis isn't the one she knows. Yuan asks if she knows Ignis, and Anderson replies that every god knows about Ignis and suggests it's probably an imposter since there's no way Ignis would be watching such a broadcast. Meanwhile, the message window isn't working properly, and Anderson says it's because her little brother's account level is too low. When Yuan comments on Renee's joint problems, Anderson gets upset and tells him to go with Renee. Yuan says he'll let her choose the door this time. Anderson excitedly asks if he's serious. Suddenly, Leonard tells Yuan that the event maps that haven't been cleared are all locked, and only normal maps are left. Yuan wonders if the last mission is structured in a way that they can't choose an event map. Suddenly, the system announces that each level on this floor is a different version, and Yuan realizes they're in an old version, which is a feature of the 6th floor. When a large update happens, the previous version disappears and is transmitted to the 6th floor. Anderson comments that this place is like a metaverse museum. While moving up, Leonard tells Anderson that almost all of them are classics. Anderson says that's how they gathered many passengers, and in the early days of Metaverse, it was fair, and no one could get rewards without working hard. Suddenly, Leonard says he can hear Anderson's voice, which is amazing, even though he can't see her. Anderson thinks Leonard's world power increased a little after clearing the 1st floor, but it's only temporary. Suddenly, Leonard says he can't hear her anymore. Leonard says he wants to go to places with good reviews, but he sees no places with more than 2 points. Then Leonard says if the system is only showing the classics, that means there should be the first version, the true blue classic. Leonard runs to find the first version, and the system notifies that this place is out of bonus since it is being repaired. Leonard feels devastated, and Yuan thinks the gods enjoy such pathetic towers. Anderson comments that it wasn't like this 500 years ago. It used to feel like they could truly reach the end of the world. Yuan asks if she wants to come here to play such games. Anderson replies it's not like that. She came for reasons similar to Yuan's. When Yuan asks what she means, she says she came to rescue her friend. Suddenly, Yuan reaches the front of the Metaverse version 3.12, and Anderson says they should go in. Leonard says the review here is less than 1 point, but Yuan says he doesn't care. Leonard thinks they should get more rewards for clearing a harder map, but Yuan says he's still going in. As they enter, they find themselves in a snowy environment. Anderson says she never thought she would be back here. Yuan notices traces of the thrust he shot up from the first floor. Yuan wonders if it spears through this side of the world too, but he sees no cracks in the sky, so he guesses the person who blocked his thrust is here. The system then notifies that the world view of this floor is set 500 years ago, during the age of the Great Revolution. On this floor, the mission is to destroy an unknown being, and the reward is a ticket to the 7th floor and 10,000 stabs. Anderson remarks that it's a destroyed world to begin with and asks what else there is to destroy. When Yuan asks if she knows this place, she replies that it looks like the 8th floor of the metaverse she previously challenged. Anderson says passengers either die or run away from this floor. Suddenly, Yuan notices flames far away and wonders if there is a village. Since he doesn't have any hints about the mission, he decides to head over there. Leonard says the review mentioned not to go into the village, but Yuan replies they'll find out when they get there. After a while, as they approach the village gate, the guards warn them to stop and ask who they are. Yuan, holding his sword, tells them to step aside. Suddenly, his sword starts vibrating, and he asks Anderson what she's doing. Energy begins to appear in the air, and Yuan thinks it feels warm, but the guard is shocked when he feels Anderson's presence through Yuan's body. Anderson is surprised by this as well. After some time, they're in a house where Hans brings them tea and food. Anderson thanks him, and Hans pats Leonard's head, glad to see the new believers of Anderson. When Hans asks if the new body Anderson has descended upon is her new avatar, she confirms it. Hans says she's finally returned to the tower, and when she asks what Hans is doing here, he replies that he's just been living his life. Hans says it's nothing much, but he's living happily. When Anderson says others will be here soon, she asks who else is here. Hans tells her that Christian, Marin, and the rest are also here, but they're all out working since it's midnight. When Anderson asks who is making them work, Hans tells her not to be mistaken, they volunteered to do this to maintain the world. Suddenly, Han comments that it looks like they are back. As they step outside, they see others arriving. When Anderson asks what they're carrying, Han answers that they are ores from the ruins or monsters they've hunted nearby. Anderson questions why they're carrying those, and Han is about to answer when a gate appears, and a man steps out, grumbling that he didn't want to come because the nut job is here. Another man follows, asking his companion what other option they have, noting that there are no others among the survivors of the past 500 years. The men express frustration, mentioning they must return to meet their quota. Anderson realizes the gate can only be bought in a store, meaning they are from the 7th floor or above. She asks what they're doing here. Han rushes to greet his fellow arrivals. One of them asks if they have everything needed for the quota, and the others nervously show their ores. A harvester kicks one of them, asking if he's joking, noting the ores won't even make 5 strengthening stones. Another harvester tries to stop him from causing trouble, but the first dismisses him, saying it's not like the nut job is here. Suddenly, hounds run toward them, and the harvester tells them to be understanding, as monsters haven't been appearing much lately. The other harvester acknowledges this, but says they still need to meet their quota, so they'll take 2 of Han's friends. The friends are terrified, but the second harvester reminds the first they can't take people from this place. The first harvester calls his companion a coward, saying no one would care about them. Han tells the harvesters to stop, warning them that if they keep pushing, he'll have to act. The harvester mocks him, saying they must look like pushovers, asking what they could possibly do. The harvester burns Han's shoulder, asking if he has any complaints. Han, enduring the pain, asks them not to hurt anyone else. The harvester continues, claiming they are nothing but vermin and tells them to start begging if they want to live. He gets ready to burn them both, but Anderson suddenly grabs the harvester's hand, asking Yen to use his body. The harvester is taken aback by how strong Anderson is, asking who she is. Anderson pushes him away, retorting that she doesn't care who they are, asking if they're minions of the Alliance. A system notification alerts that the god of Flommers has noticed Anderson's presence. Anderson angrily wonders how someone from such a lowly household dares to mess with her people. Meanwhile, the harvester furiously charges at Yen, calling for his companion Mason to assist, as they plan to deploy the sanctuary and go all out. According to Mach's record, all gods in the Abyss have their own unique worldviews, which they use to manifest physically. These avatars of gods, within these worldviews, wield near absolute power, and powerful gods use them in battle. This is known as sanctuary deployment. The Harvester activates Flamer Sanctuary, unleashing destructive flames. Leonard, worried for Anderson and Yen, watches as the Harvester launches his attack. Han pushes Anderson away, trying to shield her from the flames, but the Harvester vows to burn them both to ashes. Anderson tells Yen she's taking everything off and plans to use some of his trust. Anderson consumes 3 trust crystals and presses a button on her suit to remove it. Suddenly, music begins playing, and Han's friends are shocked to hear it. Hans is stunned to see the fire already extinguished, as Anderson transforms the area into a lush green land, declaring the Harvesters have crossed the line. The Harvester, in shock, asks how she did this without deploying a sanctuary. Anderson responds that she doesn't need any deployment, stating that this world is already her sanctuary. She then uses the skill strip on the Harvester, removing his clothes and skin, horrifying Mason. Mock's record mentions that after ascending to the abyss, he regretted never meeting the ancient god, the naked god, one of the candidates for a higher-ranked god, closest to the 7 great gods. Anderson is revealed as the naked god, and Leonard trembles, seeing her power. Mason, terrified, begs for his life. Anderson tells him to pass on a message to the Alliance that she's back. Mason runs away in fear. Hans, moved, asks if Anderson is really the goddess. He and the others bow to her, grateful that she hasn't forgotten them. Anderson assures them she hasn't forgotten any of them, including Christian, Marin, and everyone else. Meanwhile, Yen watches in astonishment, realizing that they were all her followers. He wonders what has happened in the past. Flashbacks show Anderson and her believers being attacked, with them urging her to escape and leave them to fight. Yen is shocked by these memories, feeling that the balance of the world is crumbling. The emotions Anderson endured for 500 years flood his mind. Anderson angrily asks why they're being treated like this, saying she fought to protect this world 500 years ago. She demands to know who turned those who should have died 500 years ago into puppets. Suddenly, a notification appears, stating that the mission is to destroy this world within 14 days, revealing that Anderson has become the destroyer of this world. Later, everyone is gathered in a hall. Leonard asks if Anderson has fallen asleep, to which Yen confirms she did, after speaking to them. Anderson explained she'd sleep for a day to recover from pushing herself too hard. She says she's not supposed to call upon the second verse in her current state and will rest before filling Yen in later. Anderson tells him not to do anything strange while she's away, but Yen finds it unpleasant that she treats him like a child. As they look at the Harvester Anderson has defeated, Yen asks if they're just going to tie him up. Hans confirms, saying the Harvester is barely breathing now, and his link with the gods appears to have been severed. Hans mentions that Anderson has never fully erased anyone's existence before, despite being labeled a villain. He further states that they cannot simply kill the Harvesters of the Alliance on a whim, and the punishment for this particular Harvester will be decided by a single person. Jian wonders who that person is, and Hans responds that Yuan must be late, suggesting he rest for the night as they head to where he'll stay. After a while, they reach an area with streetlights, and Yuan notes the uniqueness of the scene, as the outside looks medieval. Suddenly, he recalls the presence that stopped his attack and becomes suspicious of everyone around him, though he finds no one with enough power to have blocked it. Leonard calls out to Yuan, and when asked what's going on, he replies they can talk tomorrow. Later, when they arrive at their accommodation, Leonard is pleased with the place, but Yuan feels uneasy. The presence of a reading lamp makes things feel out of place, as it doesn't match the local technology. He notices Leonard asleep and decides that since he can't do anything until Anderson wakes, he should rest. Yuan lies on the bed, but sleep evades him as memories of the past flood his mind, particularly of the time when he climbed the tower, his first successful monster hunt, and the struggles he faced every day. He wonders how he looked back then and remembers the girl he met in the tower. Yuan resolves to practice the thrust he used previously the next day. The next morning, Leonard wakes up after a long sleep and wonders if Yuan is awake. Upon seeing he isn't, Leonard admires Yuan's hard-working nature. Yuan, on the other hand, reflects on how, after climbing the abyss, his stab has become more than just a technique but a representation of his journey. Leonard is shocked when he sees Yuan practicing his sword techniques and asks if Yuan can teach him the stab. Yuan explains that his stab has taken thousands of years to perfect and cannot be learned in a day. Leonard admits his own weakness, feeling he might be a burden on their journey. He expresses his desire to grow stronger and begins practicing. Yuan thinks Leonard's efforts are better than doing nothing, and that all stabs depend on a solid first movement. Yuan reflects that perfecting this stab is far from simple, requiring repetition and time. Suddenly, Hans and another man arrive, asking if they can try the stab as well, surprising both Yuan and Leonard. Meanwhile, Marin arrives and apologizes for the noise, explaining that even training like Yuan's is a big event in the village. She thanks Yuan for saving them yesterday and introduces herself as Marin, Goddess Anderson's fourth apostle. She explains that they are all here to see him because he's Anderson's new avatar, but Yuan clarifies he's not her avatar, though he admits she entered him. Marin assures him it's fine, stating that Anderson's presence here is a great gift to the village, and Yuan feels glad. After training all day, Hans notes it's getting late and suggests they go, but Yuan asks where they're headed. Marin invites Yuan to join them at the temple for a festive event, asking if he has time. Yuan, initially uninterested, declines but is persuaded by Marin's laughter and the villagers' anticipation. Leonard, exhausted, also expresses a desire to go, but Yuan playfully dismisses him. As they head toward the temple, Yuan observes that the villagers are unique. Marin explains that it's because Anderson was a unique god, who has a human side and calls fellow gods or friends. She adds that the person who built the village is also one of those friends. Yuan then asks if they are all followers of Anderson, and Marin confirms they are, but adds that they can't be anyone's followers right now, as they're not in a state to do so. Upon reaching the temple, Leonard exclaims how large it is. They see statues of gods like Righteousness, Justice, and their avatars, along with statues of other gods from the 500-year revolution, including Eden Cart, whose statue is broken. Yuan inquires about gods without avatars, and Leonard shares that there was a god in Meduse without one, though he never expected him to be a comrade of Anderson. Leonard expresses disbelief at how incredible Anderson is, but notes that she avoids speaking about the events from 5 years ago. Inside the temple, they see people worshipping Anderson in various states of undress, which makes Leonard comment that it truly seems like her temple. Yuan presses a button on his suit, noting the importance of dressing appropriately in such a place. When asked where they should sit, Hans directs them to sit beside him, but they're surprised to see everyone else is naked. The villagers are also embarrassed, and Hans clarifies that while nudity is central to Anderson's worldview, it's not necessary to remove all their clothes. Yuan quickly puts his clothes back on, thinking he will make Anderson pay for this. Leonard, now in his suit, reflects on how he hasn't visited a temple in a long time. In his village, the nobles would prevent commoners like him from entering the temple, so he appreciates that anyone in the abyss can have their own god. Yuan, remembering the memories that have flowed into him, thinks he now has a rough understanding of Leonard's past. Yuan knows that Leonard was chased for stealing a loaf of bread and threatened by nobles while protecting his younger sister. Later, Leonard was dragged into the Tower of Nightmares, which appeared out of nowhere. The souls trapped inside were pushed beyond what they could endure, no matter how hard they tried, and they had no choice but to rely on a god. Leonard suddenly asks Yuan if he has ever tried praying, to which Yuan replies that in the Tower of Nightmares he cleared, there was a person from another country who practiced a religion. In that person's village, there was a device that chanted prayers, and even if someone couldn't speak the language, they could turn the device, and it would chant prayers for them. Leonard thinks the device is unique, but isn't sure if that counts as a true prayer. Yuan asks what a true prayer is, and Leonard is confused. Yuan wonders who those who are not Anderson's followers pray to and what they pray for. Leonard decides to look into it and is shocked by the meaning of Anderson's words. 500 years ago, she lost everything, and dying in the abyss means that one's soul vanishes, becoming nothing but an empty transparent shell. Yuan feels their prayers for help and wonders if it could be considered a prayer, but suddenly when Hans asks what is wrong, Yuan sees they are truly puppets. Marin arrives, saying she's been waiting a long time and calls Yuan a foreigner who possesses Anderson. Marin, too, is a puppet and asks Yuan to say a few words of blessing for everything here. Yuan, nervous about seeing their true status, remains silent. Meanwhile, Renee announces in her broadcast that they have entered the 6th floor. A notification pops up, with the god of flames, Ignis, commenting that her new clothes look good. Renee replies that it's one of the new skins from a recent event and adds that she bought it herself, not as an advertisement. When the god of flashes, Ray, asks for the name of the skin, she says it's called Moonlight Girl, an S-class item she obtained from a gacha collaboration event. Meanwhile, when the god of Higton asks if she used a special pass to get here, Renee replies that she didn't, as she doesn't have money for that. Instead, she used the money given to her for her drone, Blee, and explains that the reason she's here is because of the new bee she encountered in her previous stream. She asks if they remember him, and Ray asks if she's talking about the naked guy. Renee confirms he's the one everyone has been talking about, the one who stopped everything in the metabus. Renee says she tracked down this new bee to this floor and that he seems to have quite a unique worldview. Ignis says this is where the puppet pervert lives, and Renee confirms her drone Blee has located the new bee. Meanwhile, when Marin tells the foreigner who possesses God Anderson to speak, Yuan gets up and denies being Anderson. Suddenly, all the puppets start asking Yuan if he'll pray for them. Leonard asks why they're all acting so strange, and Yuan realizes they can't truly understand him because they are only repeating the memories injected into them. Yuan recalls Anderson's words and remembers the religious person who died in the Tower of Nightmares. That person had asked Yuan if he would occasionally turn the musical box in his stead if he died. Yuan wonders if that person's god heard the melody left behind, and if so, whether that god could say something to him. Yuan starts to question if gods are truly lonely and suddenly understands why the puppets have been praying non-stop. Like the religious person in the Tower of Nightmares, they are praying so that their god will continue to exist in the world, so that they will remember their god. Yuan tells Hans to stop praying, saying that they have prayed fervently enough and should rest now. Hans, like a puppet, asks if Yuan will pray for them, which frustrates Yuan. As he grips his sword, Leonard asks what he's planning to do. Suddenly, Anderson tells Yuan to stop and asks what he's doing. Yuan replies that they are no longer what she remembers, so it's time to free them. Yuan tells her that she is just greedy for wanting to keep them. Anderson asks if Yuan would kill her followers if they turned into puppets, and Yuan angrily replies that he would kill her with his own hands if that ever happened. Anderson asks if he would do that, even if there's a way to return the puppets to who they were. Yuan immediately stops and asks if there's a way. Anderson says she isn't sure but mentions that it might be possible if the maker of the puppets intervenes. Suddenly, the maker enters the temple. The girl greets Yuan, saying it's been a while since a stranger visited and asks who he is. Yuan recognizes her face and recalls seeing her in a picture with Byrus. He asks if she is Rachel Young, the former avatar of Anderson. Rachel feels a familiar energy and says she knows who Yuan is. She then transforms into a fierce entity, saying it's been a long time. Yuan realizes she is just an empty vessel, like the other puppets. He wonders if a god is occupying this vessel. Anderson, furious, asks how Rachel dares to do this and warns she will kill her. Anderson releases an energy wave, but Rachel destroys it, saying Anderson has gotten weaker over the last 500 years. Anderson angrily asks why Eden turned Rachel into a puppet. Yuan tries to recall who Eden is. Eden is one of the 6 strongest gods in the current metabus and the first puppet maker, a god without avatars who was briefly called the King of Crows and was a friend of Anderson. Rachel asks if Yuan is Anderson's new avatar and comments that he doesn't seem to be her usual preference. Yuan demands she return the people to how they were 500 years ago. He recalls the failed revolution and how Anderson's followers had either been purged from the Alliance or scattered. Among them, Eden was the only exception, and it was rumored he betrayed Anderson. There were discussions that Eden had abilities that could be beneficial to the Alliance, and one thing was certain: for whatever reason allowed him to survive, he remained one of the strongest gods within the Medus. Unlike other gods who were destroyed, he still held the power of a high-ranking deity. Back to the present, when Yen warns Rachel to return the people to normal, Rachel claims that while Yen has a great spirit, he stands no chance against her. Having lived for 2,000 years and overcome numerous crises, she believes she is far superior. As she attacks Yen, Rachel mentions that she has encountered many people at his level throughout her long life. She then uses the Crow's Eye Iden Cart story attack, a power rooted in rules. Crow's Eye is an ability that enables her to see the stats of all followers and avatars in numerical form. Eden's strength lay in selecting avatars or followers with superior stats. Many avatars have already fallen under the sway of this power, turning into puppets. Upon seeing Yan's stats, Rachel is stunned and asks Anderson what she has brought into this place. Yen asks if she was the one who blocked his attack, and Rachel is taken aback. Yen points out that the scratch on her sword is the kind only his stab can create. Rachel doubts this but is warned by Yen not to let her guard down, as he plans to kill Eden and ascend to the 7th floor. Rachel challenges him, asking if he wants to fight against the world's power. She mentions it has been hundreds of years since she last engaged in such a battle. As Rachel starts attacking, Yen advises Leonard to stay cautious and not get caught in the conflict. Rachel questions why Yen is only speaking and not attacking. She wonders if he's afraid his attack will be blocked again. Suddenly, Rachel notices puppets fleeing, thinking it's ridiculous that he's waiting for them to escape. But when she turns to look at Yen, she is shocked to see him generating two powerful attacks. Rachel tells him to wait, but Yen has already unleashed them. These attacks, called World Stab, consist of 7 consecutive strikes. A massive blast occurs inside the temple, destroying part of the building. Rachel survives with the help of Crow's armor, though it is now cracked. Rachel asks Yen his name, and he responds with Yen. Anderson warns him to be cautious, as Eden doesn't typically ask for followers' names. When he does, it means he intends to turn them into puppets. Meanwhile, Rachel laughs, remarking that Anderson has brought an incredible avatar, to which Yen replies that he is not her avatar, surprising Rachel. He clarifies that he is Anderson's comrade. Rachel is taken aback, asking if Anderson still has comrades, believing all of them perished in battle 500 years ago. Enraged, she shouts that every one of Anderson's comrades is dead, but Anderson explains that Eden was insane 500 years ago, and he remains the same today. Yen counters that Eden's behavior isn't madness, he's merely acting out of an inability to move on from the past. Yen believes that once his attack went out, Eden sealed all the exits where the residents had fled. While approaching Rachel, Yen says that a world that has vanished cannot be resurrected just by Eden creating fake followers as puppets. Eden demands to know what Yen understands, insisting that the residents' prayers were once genuine. He recalls Seo's belief that one day everyone would claim the tower's destruction was just a story, but those who had been there would remember the truth. Yen, reflecting on his memories of the tutorial tower, knows that he alone remembers what happened and the sacrifices made to protect the present. The time when everyone returned has now disappeared from the world. Yen speculates that if Eden hasn't been able to forget those times after 500 years, it's because he hasn't let go of the past, which is why he remains trapped in this world. Eden insists Yen can't comprehend this, claiming that it's not something any human could understand. He challenges Yen to prove he is Anderson's comrade. Suddenly, Eden spreads his wings and attacks with sanctuary deployment. Yen tells Leonard to run, as this attack is called the Crowgrave view. Anderson is worried, and hands begin grabbing Yen's legs, which he sees as his friends begging for his help. Eden says these are the memories Yen cherishes most and tells him to die within them. Yen tries using suspicion but realizes this world can't be easily interpreted. It's a complex worldview that has existed for thousands of years, and his memories are pulling him under. Fearing he'll be consumed, Yen decides to use self-surrender to speed up his thought process and find a solution. Anderson, saddened, knows they no longer have any trust left and that only another sanctuary can deal with this one. She wishes for more power, and suddenly Yen asks if the only way to counter a sanctuary is with another sanctuary. As he's nearly drowning in memories, Yen thinks the difference between a sanctuary and a unique world is whether physical force can be used. He believes adding Genesis to his unique world might provide an escape. He activates Genesis, the 4th stage of awakening, and light fills the area, causing Eden to panic as his sanctuary begins to collapse. With Eden's sanctuary vanishing, everything around them turns red. Eden asks if Yen deployed his own sanctuary, realizing that it's not Anderson's. He questions what kind of trick Yen is pulling. Yen dismisses the importance of this and asks if it matters. Eden insists that the world he's chosen must belong to Anderson. He explains that Sanctuary is a world seen by the god who created it, influenced by their history and imagination. He dismisses Yen's world as childish and asks if this is what Anderson chose. As Yen deploys his sanctuary, the world transforms into a terrifying place filled with skulls and dark scenes. Eden is horrified and asks what this is, to which Yen replies that his worldview doesn't seem all that special. Yen then charges at him, but Eden realizes it's Yen's world and surrenders. The fighting halts as Yen's sword comes to rest at Rachel's neck. After a moment, when they stop fighting, Rachel comments that Yen has restrained her well. He binds her with a world suppression tool and a restraining chair but asks Anderson if he can simply kill her. Anderson advises him to hold off, as Eden is willing to cooperate. Despite his appearance, Eden is one of the Metabus 6 gods, not weak at all. Leonard is astounded, finding Eden beyond comprehension, especially since he surrendered so suddenly and even offered them his products after asking to be restrained. Anderson mentions that Eden has always been this way, and no one could understand him 500 years ago either. Suddenly, Marin appears and asks if he intends to kill Eden, to which Yen responds that Eden is the one who turned everyone into puppets, so he wonders why she is concerned. Marion explains that they asked Eden to do this, and Hans agrees, which shocks Leonard. Anderson suggests that it was likely so she could survive. He continues, explaining that Yen already knows that gods who aren't remembered in the abyss for long eventually disappear. Yen considers that the source of a god is a concept, and it's natural for a concept, once forgotten, to fade away. He believes the puppet's prayers may have helped, but he also thinks that Anderson didn't vanish even after the seal was broken, eventually returning to this tower. Anderson admits that she was afraid her followers would become Eden's puppets, but she never forced anyone into it. Yen realizes Eden might not be as bad as he thought, but Anderson clarifies that while Eden was called crazy, it was never said he was bad. She explains that Eden would ask followers on the brink of death if they wanted to undergo puppetification. Yen questions why she went mad wanting to kill Eden, and Anderson explains that Eden crossed a line by interfering with her former avatar. Yen wonders why Eden didn't explain himself sooner, but Eden responds that Yen never gave him the chance. Suddenly, Eden, fully restrained, tells Yen to ask him anything now. Yen reveals that his friend was dragged into the abyss and turned into a puppet in this tower. Eden comments that such occurrences are common, but Yen insists on finding his friend. Eden says it's a touching story, but he can't help because he doesn't buy souls to turn into puppets. Yen, recalling Eden's title as the first puppet maker, asks if he knows of others who make puppets in the tower. Eden confirms there are ways to find out, but questions why Yen is seeking help. Yen answers that if he doesn't, he'll die, but Eden retorts that if he kills Yen, the puppet will die too. Furious, Yen is interrupted by Anderson, who warns Eden is acting up again. A fire erupts in the village storage, and Yen recalls they had tied the harvester there. The villagers rush to extinguish it, but once the flames are out, they find the harvester burned to death. Yen asks Anderson if she knows who did this, and she says it was the Alliance, as the stigma on the harvester's body belongs to them. Anderson recalls seeing this divine punishment 500 years ago, where all villagers bearing the stigma vanished without a trace. She explains that it was a declaration from the Alliance to punish those who dared challenge them. Eden angrily demands to know what Yen and his comrades did to his village and informs them that the Alliance will arrive in a week, marking the end for this village. Yen, knowing Eden is one of the stronger gods in the tower, suggests they fight and win. Eden replies that if it were that easy, he would have already been given a position in the Alliance. He tells them to leave the village before the Alliance arrives unless they want to die with everyone else. Then, Eden reveals that he has found Yan's friend's records and is certain that Yon has been moved out of the Caspian confinement. Eden explains that the only transaction record of the metabus system was his, suggesting Yon was transferred to this tower. Yen asks if Yon is still alive, and Eden assures him that just because someone becomes a puppet doesn't mean they die. He explains that some puppets on higher floors retain their souls and even have hobbies like living puppets. Yen breathes a sigh of relief, realizing there's still hope to save his friend, but Anderson warns that Yon may not remember him. Yen dismisses this, saying it doesn't matter because he never lived his life seeking others to remember him. He reflects on how that may have been true at one point, but not anymore. As he gazes at Leonard's innocent face, Eden remarks that he shares a good relationship with his followers and wonders if Yen plans to leave. Yen responds that he has something to do before he goes. When Eden asks what it is, Yen replies that he must destroy this place, as it is the mission of the 6th floor. Eden immediately tells Anderson to get this lunatic out of the place, knowing what the Alliance is like. When Anderson remains silent, Yen states that she can only speak when he allows it. Eden realizes that Yen is not an avatar. Suddenly, Eden offers Yen an item he had been experimenting with but hadn't put on sale because he didn't think anyone would buy it, a Muya crow. Yen takes it but comments on its strange name. Eden instructs Yen to integrate it into his worldview so he won't have to lend his body to Anderson. As Yen does so, a link forms between the Muya and Anderson, making it leap with joy as she can now talk. Meanwhile, on the 7th floor of Meduse, a guy named Varys, sitting on a sofa, complains about not getting any legendary skins despite spending 50,000 trust. He grumbles about getting only common or growth skins, and wonders if the drop rates were rigged. When a notification shows that God Ray bet 1,000 trust that Varys won't pull a legendary skin today, Varys vows to prove them wrong and sarcastically suggests that he'll pull a legendary skin of the ugliest king or something. The gods, watching him pull gotcha, enjoy it as a win-win, but Ray points out that there are people who climb the tower without charging anything. Varys scoffs at the idea, questioning if it's possible to climb Meduse without spending anything. Ray asks if Varys knows about the naked thruster, but Varys dismisses it as nonsense, insisting no gods of his rank have better bonuses than him. With a skin collection effect that boosts his attack, movement speed, recovery, and attack speed, he believes no one can surpass him. Varys says the metabuse is about who has the better collection, because in the end, the one with the better collection will get a higher ranking. Suddenly, some gods mention that there are higher-ranking gods than Varys who don't have a good collection, and Ray points out a god who collected more than 100 goblin tokens on the first floor. Varys asks what they are talking about, but Ignis confirms it's true. Varys asks Ignis why she's acting like this as well and how it's possible. When he checks Yuan's achievements, Varys is shocked to see it's true. As he wonders who this person is, Ignis offers him 500 trusts to search for a naked stabber. Varys immediately thanks her and begins his search, but is shocked when he sees Yuan's naked pictures and wonders why he stabs like this. After watching a video of Yuan's stab, Varys comments that there's no way Yuan isn't sponsored. Varys notes that the enemy avatars are all stacked with items, yet Yuan sent them flying with a single strike. Suddenly, Varys is shocked to learn that Yuan has more views than him and shouts about the naked guy. Meanwhile, Varys receives a call and is shocked when he answers. The other gods wonder why he's so surprised. Varys shows them the call is from Gathan, the leader of the Alliance. When Varys asks about the reason for Gathan's call, he says that a lower-rank god, Flommers, has been defeated. Varys asks what's wrong with that, and Gathan tells him something. After the call ends, Varys says it's not the time to talk about the naked guy, as he's got his hands on some amazing content. He mentions that it looks like the list of the 6 Metabus gods will be changing. Meanwhile, Anderson and Eden are having tea when Anderson says she knows she was nearly destroyed. She explains she almost ran out of world power after waking up from being sealed, and most of her followers died in the tower. Anderson says that while she was on the verge of death, she met Leonard and survived. After that, she barely survived for 2 years with Leonard before discovering Yian at the new fishing spot. After wandering for a while, they somehow got into the Metabus. Anderson thinks about it and realizes many strange things have happened since meeting Yian. Suddenly, Eden interrupts, saying enough with her adventure tales, and asks what happened to the harvester who came to his village. Anderson admits she was the one who did that to the harvester because they messed with her followers. Eden says she's out of her mind and tells them to leave the village, as they'll die if they stay there. But Anderson doubts leaving will change anything and explains that she sent one of the harvesters back to declare war on the Alliance. When Eden asks if she's really crazy, she replies she's just informing him of what happened and says they'll be completing the mission, so he should help them a little since the mission can't be cancelled. Eden remarks that she's still as bold as 500 years ago and asks if she's serious about wanting his help. Anderson asks how long he plans to stay trapped in this world and points out that she knows he can't remain here forever, just as he did in the past. When Anderson asks if he's all right with things as they are now, he slams the cup down, saying it's not too late. Eden says as long as the Alliance doesn't mess with Metabus, they won't chase after her, so she should give up on the mission and escape from the tower. Eden offers to tell them where the Bell of Light is, but Anderson refuses, stating that she won't be alighting because if she had planned to do that, she wouldn't have come looking for him. Anderson says she intends to climb the tower and needs to find Yian's friend. Eden asks if she plans to seek revenge on the Alliance afterward, and she confirms it. Eden says he knows she still remembers how they were defeated, to which Anderson replies that she definitely remembers it because she's replayed it in her mind several thousand times. Eden reminds her that she couldn't win against them, and even if they try together, their comrades who died 500 years ago won't come back to life. Eden adds that no one in the Metabus can win against a specific person from the Alliance, the strongest of the Metabus gods, the leader of the Alliance, Oblivion. Eden explains that after Oblivion appeared, The title of strongest in the Metabus never changed hands because fighting him would be like making enemies with one of the 7 great gods. Anderson says she doesn't care but asks if there's any way to bring back Rachel and her other followers using dolls because they're truly dead. Eden says it's possible in one way, and Anderson asks if it's through Metabus. He tells her about a famous clause in the Metabus rules, the 7th clause, which states that the passenger who reaches the last floor can make a wish to be granted by the driver, the owner of the Metabus. Anderson says all the deaths took place here, which is not reality but an illusion. She believes that if one can control everything that happened within Metabus, a chance might be possible. Eden asks if she's thinking of bringing the dead back to life. He warns her that times are different from 500 years ago, and Anderson responds that she doesn't have any followers or comrades, but she has one, Eden. Eden reflects on how after experiencing such a horrible past, Anderson still sees the world in the same manner, wondering how she remains positive and still has faith that something can be changed. Anderson tells him not to worry, as it might be easier than they think. She says it's because they have someone who dreams of an even more ridiculous world than they do. After a while, Eden agrees to help them, not because he wants to but because he has no choice. Suddenly, a notification appears stating that Metabus has been declared in the possession of the Alliance, and all passengers are advised to leave the map in 5 days. Anderson is shocked to learn they are taking back the map and says the Alliance is still behaving like thugs. Eden remarks that since they gave a notice to leave despite Anderson interfering with Alliance members, they're acting more cultured now. When Anderson asks what Eden intends to do, he says it's about time and that everyone should be anxious after hearing the news. Eden says he plans to bring the dolls out of this world after confirming Anderson is still alive. Anderson asks if he'll climb with them, and Eden replies he will, but they mustn't clash with the Alliance because they'll be defeated if they fight them now. Eden says they need to clear the mission before the Alliance arrives and move on to the 7th floor for a chance of victory. Anderson acknowledges that it looks like Eden has a plan, and he replies that there are still gods on the 7th floor who remember her, so they need to borrow their strength to oppose the Alliance. Yayan says the condition to clear the floor is to destroy the world, so they need to destroy everything now. Eden asks how long it'll take and warns that if Yayan is thinking of piercing through the ceiling, he must stop, as he's the only one who can block the stab. Eden explains that the floors above have sturdier ceilings, so Yayan won't be able to destroy it, but he's shocked to see that Yayan has already broken through the ceiling. Suddenly, the ceiling starts to recover, and Eden reminds them that it's hard to destroy a world with a stab. He says this world wasn't made for people to clear it that way. Yayan asks if there are other ways, and Eden replies that 500 years ago, this world was destroyed once. Eden explains that the volcano lies at the center of the map, and everything began when a meteor struck it. In simple terms, Yuan can destroy this world by triggering the volcano to erupt, but it won't be easy to activate again. Bond suggests there is a chance if a large amount of world power is dropped into its crater, but the required size would be more than just a few of Yuan's stabs. Suddenly, lightning strikes, and they realize the Alliance is already here. One of them remarks that he had predicted someone would pierce the ceiling and climb the Meduse. Smirking, he says he's finally found the naked stabber. As the Alliance rushes toward them, Yuan quickly uses world stab compression, hitting many Alliance fighters, while Eden works on creating Crow's Grave. Yuna asks if it's finished, and Eden responds that it's done. He then begins converting the entire village into his sanctuary. One of the Alliance members realizes they plan to turn the village into a worldview and then escape, ordering his men to follow them. Meanwhile, Eden asks if Yuan really intends to execute such a crazy plan, but Jahan points out that Eden himself had said there was no other option. He grabs Leonard and starts running, declaring they have no choice but to try what's available. Many gods join Very's live stream, where he greets them and announces that today's stream won't be about GCHA but will feature a clash with the infamous naked stabber. When Ignis suggests it's just another stream about bullying the weak, Very defends his target, the naked stabber, and explains that his fellow gods must have heard of Anderson, the disaster from 500 years ago, and the god who killed 3 of the 6 Metabus gods. Very reveals that the naked stabber is Anderson's avatar and adds that rumors say one of the current Metabus gods, the King of Crows, is colluding with them. He asks the gods if they still don't understand the situation and claims that this diabolical group is scheming to throw Metabus into chaos again. Very stresses that this is not just rambling, but a real concern. The Alliance doesn't take the situation seriously. Based on the World Power Measurement Center, Anderson is now a low-ranking god, and while the Naked Stabber is somewhat concerning, he's just an avatar. Very considers the King of Crows the only real threat. Very continues, explaining that Eden was isolated for 500 years, so the chance of him retaining his power from his prime is nearly non-existent. The only reason Very is making such a fuss is because the Alliance Death Squad has given him 500,000 trust. He mentions that Gallatin, leader of the Death Squad, warned him about this situation. Gallatin had dispatched forces to this location where the King of Crows resides, foreseeing a revolution similar to the one 500 years ago. When Ignis asks if the Alliance is the one attacking first, Very replies that they all know who killed their harvester first, and now they seek the justice they deserve. He ends the stream with a comment about how the other gods are obnoxious and thinks they will eventually applaud his efforts. Suddenly, Very asks Jen if Gallatin is not yet here, and Jen responds that Gallatin is at the cleanup party, meeting with the other 6 gods. Jen explains that Jin Han, the avatar of the god of whirlpools, knew 500 years ago that Anderson killed 3 of the 6 strongest gods in Metabus and almost pushed past the 10th floor door the Alliance was guarding. Jen believes that if Anderson regains her strength from her prime years, even the entire Death Squad wouldn't be enough to stop her. Very is shocked to hear that Anderson was once so strong, but Jen clarifies that she's a low-ranking god now, so there's nothing to worry about. When Very asks why the second-in-command of the Death Squad is here, Jen replies that it's because Eden is in this world. When Very suggests Jen must know Eden well, Jen looks furious, prompting Very to quickly apologize, stating that everyone involved in the incident is envious of him. Very asks if it's okay to proceed since Gallatin told them to wait, but Jen says they can go ahead. Very mentions that the attack was predicted to happen 5 days later, but they're moving early. Jen explains that they have justification because they told the people to evacuate, but didn't ask them to destroy the world. Even so, Very asks if they'll be all right with the King of Crows around. Jen assures him he has prepared countermeasures, and today will be the King of Crows' last day. Meanwhile, the Alliance troops continue chasing Yuan and Aiden, throwing blades at them. They dodge and run while Anderson urges them to move faster. She mentions that all the enemy's skins are combat skins, so they are extremely fast. Leonard screams that the enemies are close behind. Yuan turns and stabs several of them down, but Eden reminds him not to forget the plan, insisting they can't kill too many. Anderson doubts Eden needs to worry about that, as there are far too many of them. She wonders if they're preparing to capture her, warning that this will be difficult, but Eden tells her to be careful too. After some time, they almost reach the volcano. Eden says they must lure the enemies to the crater. Yuan, impressed by the sight of the volcano, wonders if it could truly destroy the world if it erupts. The Alliance keeps chasing them, realizing they are heading toward the volcano. Eden tells Yuan to start executing the plan, and Yuan begins attacking the Alliance members with his stabs. Meanwhile, Very tells Jen that the enemies are relentless, but Jen replies that it's only a matter of time before it's over because the cleaning squad will arrive in 10 minutes. As they continue their attacks, Jen reflects that he doesn't know what hopes Yuan and his team have by heading to the volcano, but there is no place on this map where they will be allowed to rest. Jen is determined that no matter how many sacrifices it takes, they will keep sending forces after them. Suddenly, the ground shakes, and they wonder what's happening. Jen realizes the volcano has become active. He wonders how it became active so suddenly, and if they plan to use world power to cause an eruption. The Alliance members who fell into the crater may be used as fuel to awaken the dormant volcano. Yuan, recalling how the volcano erupted 500 years ago due to a meteor, agrees that it's a good idea to start by dropping them inside. Eden begins attacking the Alliance members, sending them into the volcano. The volcano eruption charge keeps rising. Eden remarks that the plan is going more smoothly than anticipated, but Anderson and Leonard, struggling to defeat an Alliance member, question whether Eden is sure about it. Meanwhile, Yayan, while killing enemies, notices the charge is increasing faster than expected and thinks the eruption is imminent. Suddenly, someone attacks Yayan, but he blocks it, and the attacker tells Yayan to behave since he's just a free-to-play player. Leonard is shocked to recognize the attacker and says it's a collaboration with Starstream. The ugliest king, Kim Doo's skin, Varys is equipped with the skin, mocking the naked stabber, saying it's a skin beggars can never obtain. Varys laughs, declaring it's the best skin. Anderson asks Leonard if he seriously wants that skin, and Leonard admits it's popular among skin enthusiasts. Yian, confused, doesn't understand why the skin is so ugly, as the guy seems rather handsome. Yian says it's been a while since he saw Eden, and Eden responds that he didn't accept the Alliance's order to send him here. He asks if it's another order from Gallatin, to which Yian replies it isn't, explaining he came of his own accord to settle past debts. Varys praises Yian for surviving despite lacking any skin, but says the naked stabber made a mistake by opposing the Alliance. Varys attacks with blades, saying it's time to die, but Yian dodges and kills the Alliance members. Varys is shocked by how fast Yian is without any skin. Yian closes in on Varys, grabbing his mouth and slamming him down. Varys is stunned, wondering how Yian could defeat a legendary skin with the best abilities. Suddenly, a notification appears, stating that this skin's durability is extremely low. Yian is about to kill him when Varys begs for mercy. Leonard wonders how shameful it is for Varys to beg for his life, despite his earlier arrogance. Meanwhile, Eden tells Yian that it seems the person with him is already finished and comments on the Alliance's fallen standards. Yian tells Eden not to worry, as he didn't expect Varys to accomplish much. Jen says he has heard rumors about Eden capturing puppets recently, calling it nostalgic. He mentions 500 years ago when he witnessed their creation while in his avatar. Eden remarks that Jen has been treated well by the Alliance. Jen replies that it's all thanks to Eden. He shares that the puppet creation technique he learned from Eden has been useful for the new god he serves, a god without personality who provides world power, making him the perfect god for Jen. Eden says a god without personality suits Jen, who betrayed him to join the Alliance. Jen claims that seeing Eden so weakened shows he made the right choice in switching to this god. Jen tries to attack Eden, but Eden dodges, kicking Jen down. Eden comments that Jen has betrayed him, but nothing about Jen has changed. A blast occurs, but Kaihan remains unharmed, disappointed by Eden's lack of force. Jen kicks Eden away, saying Eden was once his precious avatar. Eden regains his balance and deploys his sanctuary, Crow's Grave. Jen laughs, calling Eden weak, noting that his sanctuary looks unstable. Jen explains that Eden absorbed remnants of a village while fleeing but hasn't fully absorbed them, asking if Eden has done so now. Suddenly, Eden raises a huge monster from his sanctuary, which terrifies an Alliance member and worries Jen. Meanwhile, Eden summons more monsters, causing the Alliance members to flee. Eden says a hastily deployed sanctuary is enough to deal with Jen, and his monsters start killing the opponents. Varys asks when Jen will use his secret move, or they will all die, but Yian wonders what Varys is talking about. Jen then speaks, claiming that Eden doesn't understand his power, but he understands it better than anyone. Jen says that if Eden had used his full power to deploy his sanctuary, no god would likely be able to fight him. Jen explains that letting Eden go on a small rampage benefits him in several ways, something he was waiting for. Suddenly, Eden pulls out a cube, causing him to worry, and he tells everyone to run far away. Jen activates the time cube, trapping Yian and Eden inside it, shocking Leonard. Anderson asks how Jen got his hands on the time cube, to which Jen replies he prepared for this moment. Jen explains it's one of the 6 gods of meta-abuse, and they won't be able to escape easily. Varys grabs Leonard and Anderson, but the effect of the ugliest king's skin fades, and Varys remarks that it's a legendary skin, but its durability is like that of a paper doll. Varys asks if the plan is a success, and Jen says it appears so. Varys comments on the time cube's incredible power, and Jen confirms it was used to try to subdue Anderson 500 years ago. Suddenly, the cube starts shining, causing Jen to worry. Varys notes he's heard the cube conceal one of the 6 gods, asking if Jen is sure because it seems like it won't last long. Varys suggests they wrap things up quickly, but Jen says Anderson will be given to the higher-ranked gods of the Alliance as food. Jen orders Varys to kill Leonard and turn him into a puppet. Varys immediately equips the skin of the illusion demon, terrifying Leonard. Anderson warns Varys that he won't forgive him if he does anything to Leonard. Suddenly, Anderson bites Varys' hand, helping Leonard escape, and starts pecking Varys' head. Anderson tells Leonard to hang on because the time cube's duration won't last much longer. Varys slaps Anderson down, stepping on her, saying he cannot kill her since she's needed for the Alliance. He mocks her, saying she can try to run, but she won't get far. Suddenly, Varys gets a notification from God Ignis, calling him a coward. Ray says he'll unsubscribe if Varys does anything to the child. Varys is shocked, wondering when the stream was turned on. Varys tells the gods not to interfere, stating a terrorist group needs to be eradicated from the start. He pulls out a knife exclusive to his skin. Leonard, terrified, wishes Yen were here, and simultaneously, Renee's drone streams the events. Renee calls Jen a coward for using the time cube, calling it cheating, and Ignis agrees, along with most of the other gods. Renee asks her fellow gods if they're going to do nothing while Leonard is in danger. Meanwhile, the system notifies that Ignis is trying to start his vehicle, but it'll take half a day to get there. Ray wants to travel at the speed of light, but his avatar is asleep. Meanwhile, some gods comment that it's no big deal for a mere brat to die, which angers Renee. Most of the gods leave her stream, and the streaming platform of the god's little brother appears to challenge Big Brother, filled with nonsense meant to face off against the 7 great gods. Renee tries to stay uninvolved due to her promise to the information girl, but she can't ignore the newbie and his part in this. Suddenly, someone asks for Renee's current location, and she's happy to have someone interested in helping her. She's about to share her location but is surprised to see that Siren TV has made the inquiry. Meanwhile, Siren, thinking she is Siren Armelaire, a once famous influencer and one of the 500 renowned artisans, explains that she followed a certain man, joined the Abyss expedition, and had been searching for him after they separated. 2 years have passed, and she has become a pirate on the 5th site, Ragnarok. Siren sits in her flying ship, admiring the red sky, when Carlton arrives, reminding her that according to the unofficial management law clause 8, one is prohibited from putting feet on the dashboard while traveling. Siren asks when the old man is returning, and Carlton says he'll be back soon. Siren warns that if they stay too long, higher-ranked gods will find them, urging Carlton to ask Chio to return quickly. Carlton comments that Siren hasn't been streaming much lately, to which she replies that it's not ideal to upload while they're on the run, questioning if they track them through videos. When Carlton asks if she watches other streams, she says she's tired of it, as everyone uploads the same content. Siren checks her inbox, filled with messages urging her to upload, and comments that being popular is exhausting. She then watches some trending clips, including one of Renee's streams, where she notices Renee has copied her style. She tells Carlton to look closely at how their hairstyles and outfits are similar. Carlton, unable to notice the resemblance, asks if there aren't many people like her. Siren dismisses it, saying it's not like he watches her streams. She comments maliciously on Renee's actions, but Carlton reminds her that being malicious breaks the rules. Siren points out that piracy is also a crime. Siren then sees a clip of Renee's stream showing Yan's back, which shocks both Siren and Carlton. They recognize the silhouette, but suddenly Cheno arrives, pushing them aside and jumping onto the screen to see Yen. Siren asks when he returned, and Cheno impatiently demands to know where this place is. She tells him to wait as she checks the area. Carlton notes that the castle lord hasn't changed and mentions that Yen is likely going to war against a huge alliance. Cheno, watching Yan's fighting clips, comments that he's improved and gotten better at the slash he taught him. Siren, however, points out that Yen is only using stabs. They see a clip where Yen traps Yuan in the time cube, which makes them worried. Cheno urges them to hurry, but Siren says she's already working on locating him. After a moment, Siren finds the location, the 6th floor of Metabus. Carlton mentions it's too far, but Siren explains that even if they're prepared to be found by higher-ranked gods, it will still take 15 days to get there. When Carlton asks if there's any way to get there faster, Siren replies that they could reduce the time by about 1 to 2 days, but no more. She's anxious, having searched for Yen for over 2 years. Stealing the treasures of the 7 gods and creating the unofficial destruction ship was all for the purpose of finding him. The more famous they became in the Abyss, the higher their chances of locating him. Siren expresses frustration that they finally found Yen, but there's nothing they can do. Suddenly, Cheno asks if the place is Metabus. When Siren asks why, Cheno shows them a coin, saying it's the place. Both Siren and Carlton are shocked to see it. Siren recognizes the coin as belonging to the pirates who stole the treasures of the 7 great gods, the group that helped kill the monarchs and escaped the chaos. Cheno explains that it's the only group within the illusion tree that can help him, calling it the most evil terrorist group, the Rupture. Meanwhile, Very stabs Leonard multiple times, claiming he's not bullying a young kid, even though Leonard looks like a child. Leonard, furious, tries to stab Varys but misses, and Varys punches him, claiming Leonard is underestimating him. Leonard collapses in pain, realizing that although Varys only punched him, his body feels like it's going to shatter. Leonard starts to understand the monstrosity that Yen has been facing. Varys taunts Leonard, asking how he survived this long being so weak. He says that if Leonard was weak, he should have at least chosen a strong god. Leonard cries, acknowledging his weakness, both at home and in the Tower of Nightmares. He picks up his sword, determined that even though he's weak, it doesn't mean the god he serves is. He stabs Varys with a light strike. Varys, angry, punches Leonard again, ready to end it, but changes his mind, planning to tear off Leonard's limbs instead. Just as Varys is about to strike, a man arrives, asking if Leonard is the follower of the old man Yen. This man is Jean Uni, a member of Ciola's group, and he says he's here to rescue Leonard. Uni is ranked 9th in Metabus and is from the group called Rupture. The Alliance members wonder what Rupture is doing here, but Uni tells them he needs to find where the old man is. Suddenly, Uni notices the time box in Jen's hand, realizing that they've developed an item that could trap an awakened one. He thanks them, saying they've made things easier for him. Jen tells everyone to prepare for combat, noting that Uni is just a member of Rupture, not a captain. Uni immediately approaches Jen and attacks him, saying it's impressive that Jen figured it out, but every member of Rupture is awakened. Meanwhile, Uni drops blocks onto the ground, and Varys asks if Rupture is truly going to go to the bitter end. Uni creates more blocks in the air and uses them to attack the Alliance members. He jumps from block to block, dodging Varys' blades, and uses all the blocks to form a giant knotting doll, blocking attacks and creating hammers that smash the Alliance members down. Varys asks Jen what he's doing, and Jen, while destroying the hammers, tells Uni to stop because this doesn't concern Rupture. Uni apologizes, saying they have received a request, but Jen angrily demands to know if they intend to make the Alliance their enemy. Uni asks if a simple alliance of Metabus is threatening Rupture, which even the 12 monarchs and 7 great gods fear. Jen attacks with tornadoes, saying while they may not be able to do anything against Rupture, dealing with Uni alone will be a different matter. Uni responds with the third form of his block, the floating spinning top, easily deflecting all of Jen's attacks, making Jen nervous. Uni then uses the fourth form, the clawing back scratcher, causing Jen to wonder how such a huge gap in power could exist between them. Uni locks Jen in his block attack and walks toward him, mentioning he heard Jen betrayed his own god. Uni grabs the time box from Jen's hand and says that Jen isn't too bad, but no matter how much a follower trains, they can never become a god. Suddenly, Lien asks what an awakened one is, and Uni gives him an angry look. The box rattles, and Uni calls Yuan an impatient old man. Meanwhile, Jen tells the Alliance members to attack Uni, but they hesitate, and Uni immediately strikes them down with his blocks. Inside the volcano, the eruption charge reaches 89%, and Uni says he thought the situation was over. Leonard is shocked to see an awakened one fighting the Alliance alone and is amazed that aside from the 6 gods of Metabus, there are others with such power. Meanwhile, Anderson opens the cage she was locked in, and when 2 Alliance members get up, Uni asks if they plan to continue. He suggests they give up so they don't waste their strength. Suddenly, Anderson grabs the time box from Uni and flies away, enraging Uni. Leonard runs with Anderson, and Uni says he won't let them go, but suddenly a man appears in the sky, surrounded by lightning. The man announces that an uninvited guest has involved himself in Metabus affairs and tells Rupture to leave, as this has nothing to do with them. The man is Gallatin, the god of spears and leader of the Death Squad. Anderson becomes terrified, as she wasn't expecting Gallatin to come here personally. Uni whispers to Leonard to run, but Leonard doesn't understand him. Gallatin's giant spear is about to strike Uni, and Uni yells for Leonard to run, but it's too late. A blast occurs, causing Leonard and Anderson to fall. The effect of the attack also destroys the block holding Jin, but Uni creates a spinning umbrella from his blocks, blocking Gallatin's attack. Uni thinks he's heard of the 6 gods of Metabus and is seeing one for the first time, but he's unimpressed, saying Gallatin is not as strong as he expected. Uni wonders if Gallatin is fighting with a puppet rather than an avatar. Gallatin responds that all 6 gods fight with puppets because no one could stand against them otherwise. Gallatin declares that even if Uni is from Rupture, no insult in this world will be forgiven. Uni mocks him, saying he doesn't think he'll lose to a mere puppet. Meanwhile, Leonard and Anderson are running away with the time box again. When Uni blocked the attack earlier, he told them to run and reach the 7th floor by any means necessary to find the Black Moon Tavern. Suddenly, Jen attacks the ground beneath Leonard's feet, making him fall. He demands Anderson hand over the box, but Anderson angrily asks how Jen can do this. Jen replies that he is not the man she knew and that she already knows what he's been doing. Anderson tells him to let them go, saying she doesn't know who he's working with in the Alliance, but he isn't like this. Jen says they'll die if they keep holding onto the cube, so they should hand it over and leave. Jen promises to spare them and guarantee the safety of the King of Crows. Anderson asks how she can trust him. Jen swears by the gods of Whirlpool that if they don't hand it over, he'll be forced to use violence. Meanwhile, Varys arrives and asks what Jen is doing, reminding him this is no time to be relaxed. Varys tells Jen to retrieve the cube immediately because Gallatin is waiting, but Jen says Varys doesn't need to worry about that. Varys is shocked, and Jen blasts his body, declaring he won't hand over the cube to the Alliance. Leonard and Anderson are shocked, but a notification appears stating that God Varys is furious over the death of his puppet. Jen says he can't wait any longer. Anderson asks if he's seeking revenge against Eden, to which Jen replies he doesn't need Eden, but he needs the man inside the cube. Jen says he'll devour him and become awakened. Anderson angrily asks if this is the path he has chosen and if he's forgotten the oath he swore 500 years ago. Anderson says everything was lost because of his desire to create a world where gods and humans were equal, but Jen replies that rats and cats can never be equal. Jen says that if rats and cats want to become friends, the only way is for the rats to become as strong as the cats. Anderson tells him he's just an avatar and can't devour gods like other gods, but Jen replies that she's forgotten who he is. Jen tells Anderson to choose between her followers, Leonard and Yuan, who are inside the cube, and Anderson looks worried. Meanwhile, Uni tries to attack Gallatin with his block hammers, but Gallatin breaks the hammer with his lightning sword, scratching Uni's shoulder. Uni declares that now it's a real fight. Gallatin asks if Uni is trying to buy time for Anderson and the boy to escape, saying it's useless to hold him here. Uni asks what he means, and Gallatin replies that he's not the only Metabus god present, shocking Uni. On the other hand, Jen warns Anderson to choose quickly, saying he's only waiting a short while since they have some history together. Suddenly, the sky darkens, and Jen is shocked to see another main force arriving. A god appears with his squad and asks if Jen is trying to kill Varys' puppets and steal the cube from the Alliance. This is the god of assassination, Rakers, leader of the Alliance's secret fire, and one of the gods of Metabus with rank 4. Jen hadn't expected 2 of the Alliance's leaders to be here, and he knows they won't let him go. Rakers removes his necklace to choke Jen, asking if Jen wants to go against the Alliance, terrifying him. Jen furiously yells at Anderson to give him the cube, or they'll all die. Meanwhile, inside the cube, Yuan tries to break out, but Eden tells him to give up, as using large amounts of power will cause a backlash. Eden mentions signs of interference in the creation of the manipulated world and believes it was created by an extraordinary artisan. Yuan asks if it was made by a Metabus god, and Eden replies it's possible, mentioning the use of tears from the time waterfall to turn the space into a sanctuary, though he isn't certain. Yuan asks how they can escape, but Eden says he can't think of a way right now. Even if he tries to dismantle it his own way, it'll take at least 10 days. Yuan remarks that if they're stuck for 10 days, Anderson and Leonard's souls will be completely gone, and he won't be able to rescue them. Yuan says he can't wait any longer, but Eden tells him that time flows differently here, so he shouldn't worry. Even though a day has passed in this place, it's only been a minute outside. Yuan asks if that's why Eden is taking his time and watching Trust Shop, to which Eden replies that it's one way for him to survive. He needs to eat trusts to maintain his existence. Yuan points out that other gods don't seem to do that, as Anderson consumed trust to urgently charge her world power. Eden responds that gods with followers don't need to consume trust because their world power regenerates naturally. But he is different, being a god without an avatar. Eden explains that gods without followers don't have their world power increase or decrease unless time passes, in which case it diminishes. That's why Eden needs to eat trust to maintain his existence, or he would cease to exist. Yuan understands this and realizes that's why Eden avoids fighting with him. Yuan deduces that Eden doesn't have an avatar because he can't handle the betrayal, but Eden reminds him that Jian was his avatar 500 years ago, and Jian betrayed him. Eden says Jian stole his puppet production method and switched sides to the Alliance. Yuan claims he isn't interested in the story, but Eden insists that Jian wasn't a bad person, just one who made decisive choices that went down the wrong path. Yuan asks if all the gods in the abyss talk so much, and Eden replies that some are like him, but others are different. He explains that most of the Alliance members don't have avatars. Eden adds that the gods of this tower dislike followers, seeing them as insects that consume their existence. These gods want to become deities on their own without followers or avatars, which is why they create puppets to serve as avatars, those insects living off them who don't need their own will. Yuan understands that these gods can't exist without those insects, and Eden confirms this. Yuan calls it pathetic, saying that followers know all this yet still serve the gods. Eden responds that all followers need gods, as they rely on a worldview to survive in the abyss. Yuan agrees, but asks why they don't choose better gods and admits that Anderson is a good one. He says she cherishes her followers. Eden agrees, noting that there are kind gods in the abyss, but not all followers want gods like Anderson. He explains that followers need strong gods to prove their worth. Yuan asks what Eden means by that. Eden asks if Yuan has ever considered that perhaps gods might actually act on behalf of their followers, instead of the other way around. Yuan understands that the value of followers depends on the god they have, and that just as gods need followers, followers need gods to align with their values. This world is one where those who can't do for themselves rely on each other to validate their own existence. Eden explains that the reason followers, gods, and monarchs reject Yuan is because he acts for himself, while they act for others. But after seeing his sanctuary, Eden wonders whether Yuan truly acts for himself, or if he is simply a follower who acts on behalf of his worldview. Yuan recalls what Gam Samyong said, that an adapter and an awakened one are two sides of the same coin. They just believe in different worlds. This means, like Gam, who was a slave to the system, Yuan might also be a slave to the world he believes in. Eden asks if Yuan can truly say that his world belongs completely to him. Yuan replies that he'll know once he sees it himself. Suddenly, Yuan shows his world to Eden, shocking him. Eden asks if Yuan has been living with such a worldview every day. Eden recognizes the eye in Yuan's world and asks if Yuan knows what it represents. Yuan replies that everyone who sees it says the same thing. Eden says that's expected because everyone in the abyss knows what it is and avoids looking directly at it. But a long time ago, Eden saw someone with a similar symbol in the sky. Eden says that 700 years ago, the person who cleared the final floor of the metabus had something like Yuan's sky, though his wasn't an eye. Yuan wonders who this god was. Eden tells him that person was from the most notorious terrorist group of the Illusion Tree, the Rupture Sovereign. He says that God's worldview was also dark, like Yuan's, but the difference was that there was not only darkness but also loneliness. Eden asks if Yuan is trying to fight that eye, and if that's why he wants to destroy the Illusion Tree. Eden wonders why Yuan would bother rescuing his friend if he intends to destroy the world, asking if it's not contradictory for someone wanting to destroy the world to save someone. Yuan raises the Nightmare Tower, which represents his worldview, and says he wants to save Yunnan because she deserves to see the world's end. Suddenly, Yuan notices the roof of their prison cracking. He begins climbing the tower, saying he's found a way out. As Eden follows him, he is struck by the memories flowing into his mind and wonders if this is the tower Yuan climbed. Eden sees moments from Yuan's life, time spent with his friends inside the tower, as well as when Yuan and Seo died. During Seo's death, She told Yuan to climb higher, to which he responded that he would see the world's end with his own eyes. Eden realizes that, like how he split his memories into puppets because he couldn't bear the weight of them, Yuan has created a tower within himself to contain his memories. Eden understands that this tower is Yuan's memory, and that, like him, Yuan is enduring the weight of these memories alone. Eden considers that nothing in this world can relieve the burden of Yuan's memories. He realizes that if Yuan were to let go of those memories, all the experiences from those who climbed the tower would vanish. Even in a world where the system has erased the humans, Yuan still remembers them, their rage, sadness, despair, and all their shared moments. Eden finally comprehends how a mere human could become so powerful and how a god with just one follower could possess such incredible world power. Eden concludes that this tower is Yuan's story, and the memories flowing from it have become his world power. By bearing the weight of his nightmarish memories, Yuan gains strength. Eden wonders if Yuan was a god before he became one. Suddenly, Yuan says he doesn't know about such things, but what he can say for certain is that he'll see the world's end. Meanwhile, Yuan halts before a gateway, and Eden, sensing something has happened inside, becomes alarmed. On the other hand, the God-Rakers attack Jin, saying they've disliked him since the moment he joined the alliance, expressing their objections even when the six gods agreed. Jin states that someone who has betrayed others once is capable of doing so again, and that he left Jin, a human, alive for far too long. Rakers mentions that he should turn Jin into a new puppet, but Anderson sees this as their last chance to escape while Rakers is distracted. Meanwhile, a light appears in the sky, and another god calls for Rakers. Rakers responds, saying that he and Gallatin were supposed to be enough for this, but this new god, the leader of the Fire Alliance and ranked third, insists that guaranteed results are better. Anderson is horrified to see him and wonders how he's here, one of the four heroes from 500 years ago. Anderson angrily asks how dare the god of justice appear again after betraying his comrades. Suddenly, Anderson attacks him with a Moya Crow's crown cannon, but Justice blocks the attack, claiming Anderson has grown weak. Jin believes it's over now that 3 of the 6 gods have appeared simultaneously. Leonard, holding the time cube, thinks that even though Yayan has been his god for a short time, he knows his power. Leonard decides to trust Yayan and throws the cube toward Jin. Jin catches it immediately, and as Rakers tries to stop him, Jin activates the cube, swallowing Rakers. Leonard and Anderson quickly flee to save themselves. Jin secures the cube to his chest, declaring he'll start with Rakers, who had looked down on him. The Alliance members and Justice watch as Jin warns them that he will tear them all apart. Jin creates a ball of energy to attack them, and the Alliance members realize he is preparing to do something, so they prepare to attack him. However, Jin scatters his attack so forcefully that it slices the enemies into pieces. Jin smirks, realizing the power of an awakened being, and feels confident that even the Alliance is no match for him. He thinks that not even his contracted god High Circle could withstand this power, and he can now do anything. Suddenly, Rakers emerges from the cube, using his superhuman regeneration skill, and asks if this is all Jin can do. Jin is shocked and asks how Rakers is still alive. Rakers grabs his face, saying Jin has reached the limit of an insect and slams him onto the ground with great force. Jin vomits blood, wondering how this is possible, as he has awakened and gained power from another dimension. Rakers mocks Jin for thinking he has obtained everything in that brief moment, saying it's a ridiculous illusion. Rakers pulls the time cube from Jin's chest, causing him to scream in pain, and declares that it's time to wake Jin from his dream. Jin trembles in pain, thinking about the sacrifices he made for this power, 500 years ago, abandoning his comrades, even betraying the god who took him in. He wonders if all of it has led to this pathetic end. Rakers is about to kill Jin, but suddenly Yayan's world force slices off Rakers' arm, freeing the time cube. Yayan and Eden emerge, and when Rakers asks who Yayan is, he simply replies, "It's Yayan." Rakers realizes it's been 5,142 years since he entered Meduse. Meanwhile, some people in Meduse pray to God for new stories, tired of the same hopeless ones, warning that if God continues this way, they'll change their worldview. Meduse is a place where followers run away after making requests, and in order to survive there, Rakers sold away his followers. He remembers selling away his beliefs and all the gods who once trusted and teamed up with him. This is how he became one of the 6 gods of Meduse 542 years ago. However, 500 years ago, he witnessed a great revolution and protected his position from powerful god candidates who appeared every 10 years. Whenever a new skin appeared, Rakers would stream and gain promotions, reinvesting the trust of the Alliance to grow his world power. For several centuries, he ruled as one of the 6 strongest gods, but now he is sick of everything. He thought the only one capable of entertaining him here was the King of Crows, and he assumes Yian must be the naked stabber. Rakers regrows his arm, saying he's been waiting for someone like Yian in a place where no one challenges him. He summons giant hands and asks how much entertainment Yian will provide before he disappears. Rakers deploys his sanctuary, the shadow of countless weapons, creating different weapons to attack Yian. He tells Yian he will savor his soul while he is still alive. Yian senses the technique affecting his vision, realizing that it's hard to see through the territory of one of the 6 gods. His vision is completely dark, and his hearing is impaired as well. He feels trapped in darkness, but the only consolation is that he can still feel pain as he is stabbed in the arm. Rakers says he has no intention of killing Yian easily, instead savoring the moment in the darkness as he stabs repeatedly. Suddenly, a sword is about to pierce Yian's eye, but Yian stabs it down, surprising Rakers, who wonders how Yian deflected the sword. He praises Yian's reflexes but thinks the hunt will only be entertaining if Yian pulls off a few tricks. Rakers decides to get serious and summons more blades, telling Yian to avoid them if he can. Yian immediately uses the Sword of Destruction, devouring Rakers' blades and transforming into a stronger sword that consumes all the remaining weapons. Furious, Rakers asks how Yian dared to take his weapons and declares he will kill him. Yian retorts that they mattered so much to Rakers, so he shouldn't have thrown them around. Rakers uses his strike skill to attack with lightning blades, but Yian dodges effortlessly. Rakers asks if Yian thinks he can dodge forever. Suddenly, Rakers uses infinite lightning strikes, but Yian continues dodging, saying that even with Rakers' best efforts, his strength is only that of a lieutenant general. Yian then uses a destructive stab to attack, destroying Rakers' sanctuary. Rakers, falling to the ground, realizes this isn't a fight between 2 sanctuaries, he's just fighting a mere story, and he can't believe his sanctuary has been broken. Leonard and Anderson arrive, and the system notifies them that this stream has become the most popular live stream, with Little Brother Gods watching through Renee TV. The system also notifies that the driver of Meduse is watching the outcome of the fight. Rakers, trembling with exhaustion, says this can't be happening. He can't believe all the strength he gained over such a long time has amounted to this. He insists that he cannot fall here and must kill Yian, but he can't deploy his sanctuary, as it refuses to activate, as if sacred to Yian. Rakers wonders who Yian really is, and suddenly a memory crosses his mind. He recalls hearing of a monster that would occasionally appear in Meduse every few centuries, flipping the tower upside down. 9 years ago, it was legendary Mayor who saw the last floor of Meduse. 7 centuries ago, it was Mulak who destroyed the 9th floor of Meduse and annihilated the 6 gods. 6 centuries ago, it was the chief commander of the current alliance who united the Meduse alliances. These were 3 unfathomable monsters from the past millennium. Rakers had thought he wouldn't encounter one in his era, believing Yian to be just another challenger, but now he realizes he's wrong. He recognizes Yian as a true monster. Yian asks if there's nothing else for Rakers to stab.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this recap, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel for more manhwa recaps every week. Hit that bell icon so you never miss the latest chapters and stories from your favorite manhwa series.